Howdy, folks. Welcome to Panel Pursuit, where stories come to life. Let's dive in.
Once betrayed, once forgotten, the bastard of the Ragnar clan fell. Abandoned by his own, consumed by rage. But fate gave him a second chance. This time, Theo will carve his name into the blade of destiny. Bound by betrayal, driven by vengeance, a forbidden power awakens. A bastard dares to challenge his destiny. In a world of honor and blood, only one truth remains. Power decides everything. He will rise as more than just a bastard. This time, it's his turn.
The story begins amidst a battlefield drenched in blood and destruction. A once beautiful noble estate now lies in ruin, with the maids butchered in the courtyard, their bodies strewn about, some even set ablaze. The air is filled with the stench of death, and the cries of the dying fall silent, one after another. Flames flicker ominously in the distance as those who dare not fight back are mercilessly cut down. At the center of this carnage, two men clash swords, each strike echoing with raw fury. One warrior, his face twisted with rage, raises his blade high, ready to cleave his opponent in two. But his strike is blocked, barely. As the other man holds his ground, blood oozing from a deep wound in his chest. His breath comes in ragged gasps, and yet, his eyes are filled not with fear, but with a burning, desperate determination. We are told of the prestigious Ragnar clan, the guardians of the Empire's northernmost reaches, their legacy spanning over a millennium. Known as the Great Northern Wall, the Ragnar clan owes their strength to the dragon's blood that courses through their veins. Each member of the family is born with unmatched magical prowess, physical endurance, and mastery of the sword, except for one. The man standing now, locked in combat, blood pouring from his wounds, is the black sheep. His name is Theo. His opponent, a robed figure, watches coldly as Theo falters, the blade cutting into his flesh once again. Even at the end, the robed man says, his voice laced with contempt, "You refuse to learn, Theo. There are some things that hard work simply cannot achieve." His eyes narrow as he drives his sword deeper, adding, "People call that lack of talent." Theo, gasping for air, demands, "What do you mean?" The robed figure removes his bandana, revealing his face. Renan, a man Theo once trusted, now his betrayer. To not inherit the gift of our bloodline must be infuriating, huh? Renan sneers, his words dripping with malice. Theo grits his teeth, the pain nearly unbearable. "Why, Renan? Why are you doing this?" Renan chuckles darkly, his voice echoing with mockery. "Watching you train every day, tirelessly, despite your lack of talent. It was truly pitiful. You thought hard work would get you somewhere? How foolish." He lets out a cruel laugh. "They called you the imbecile of Ragnar, and rightly so. You should have stayed hidden, like the talentless fool you are." Rage flares in Theo's eyes. "You were my teacher. You taught me swordsmanship, made me believe in myself, and now you betray us? You sold out the Rose Palace, our home, to those bastards." Before Theo can say more, Renan's sword flashes. With a swift, merciless strike, Theo's arm is severed, blood spurting as his scream fills the air. Renan sighs, almost bored. "Fault me all you want, Theo, but this happened because of you." He grabs Theo by the hair, forcing him to look at the devastation around them. "Look, the Rose Palace burns, your household members slaughtered, even your mother." Theo's heart shatters as his mother is dragged into view, her lifeless body thrown carelessly before him. "It's all because of you, Theo. You were too weak, too talentless to protect them." Theo's mind races, his heart filled with grief and fury. "No!" His voice cracks as he trembles, unable to process the weight of his failure. He lunges, grabbing his fallen blade with his remaining hand, screaming with everything he has left. But before he can reach Renan, another sword pierces his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. A man from the shadows steps forward, his voice cold and commanding. Enough with the yapping, Renan. Finish it. Renan, with a sigh, breaks the tense moment by apologizing. I was just reminiscing. Almost done here. Theo, weakened and barely conscious, wonders what Renan means by those words. Is this really how it all ends? After a lifetime of effort, struggle, and being mocked for his lack of talent, he finds himself staring at the collapse of everything he loved. The Rose Palace burning, his clan butchered, and his mother murdered before his eyes. This is the destiny of the talentless. Bitter tears begin to fall from Theo's eyes. If only I had talent. Maybe things could have been different, even just a little. His voice is faint, cracking with regret as he draws what he believes to be his final breath. The flames inch closer, their heat consuming him as darkness falls. But then, just as he believes it's over, a status window appears before him, illuminated against the backdrop of his despair. The words are clear. You have died. Ragnar's talent has activated, returning you to the regression point. Theo's eyes shoot open. He blinks, his breath quickening in confusion. He finds himself staring not at fire, but at a wooden sword. Before him stands none other than Renan, the man who had killed him moments ago, or so he thought. Renan, oblivious to Theo's shock, casually says, "You seem tired. We can end the lesson here if you'd like." Theo can't comprehend what's happening. He glances around, his heart pounding. I died, didn't I? He whispers to himself. This can't be real. His mind races as he tries to process the impossible. He's alive. And not just alive, he's back in his past. Renan, still there, comments that Theo seems absent-minded today. But for Theo, it's much more than that. He's staring at the very face of his killer. Is this a flashback? Theo mutters in disbelief. He feels a creeping sense of madness, wondering if death is playing some cruel trick on him in his final moments. Suddenly, a status window materializes in front of Theo, his vision sharp and focused on it. Tutorial quest, punch Renan. Theo looks back and forth between the window and Renan, unsure what to make of it. His fist clenches. Is this how flashbacks work? He doesn't believe Renan can see the window, so with hesitation, Theo finally drops his sword, bewildered, and says, I don't know what's going on, but maybe this is a gift from the gods, giving me a chance to let out some frustration. With that, Theo rears his fist back and swings it with all his might, aiming straight for Renan's face. He lands the punch, but Renan doesn't even flinch. What's wrong with you? Renan mutters in shock, looking at Theo. Theo's punch felt weak, almost soft. Is this what it's like to punch someone in a dream? His frustration builds. No, this can't be it. Without warning, Renan grabs his wadden sword again and strikes, knocking Theo off balance. You said the lesson was over, Theo shouts, confused and angry at the surreal nature of it all. Renan, sighing as he regains his footing, looks at Theo with disappointment. I get it, Theo. The awakening ceremony is approaching, and you're frustrated at your lack of progress. But you're a Ragnar. If you're going to hit someone, use your sword, not your fist. With a dismissive wave, Renan turns to leave. I'll see you at the next lesson. Theo watches him walk away, his mind reeling. The other trainees in the courtyard mock him, their laughter cruel. What was that? Hitting your master when you're the clan's talentless joke? How are you even a Ragnar? They continue to jeer, calling him incompetent, an illegitimate child unworthy of the Ragnar name. Theo, kneeling, grabs a handful of sand from the ground, letting it fall slowly through his fingers. The sensation of the grains slipping away confirms what he feared. This is all real. The pain, the sounds, the bitter reality. It's not a dream. Suddenly, the air around him grows cold, a shiver running down his spine. His eyes widen as realization strikes. The awakening ceremony. It was 10 years ago. No, I've returned to when I was 17. Theo breathes in disbelief. How is this possible? Before he can even process the enormity of what's happening, the status window appears again, congratulating him for completing the tutorial quest. Ragnar's talent has activated. Theo's breath hitches as the words flash before him. The reflection of the notification flickers in his wide, confused eyes. The window prompts him. Would you like to receive your reward now? Theo hesitates, his hand trembling as he reaches for the invisible button. Is this real? He wonders before, with resolve, he clicks yes. In an instant, he feels it. A strange, almost divine sensation coursing through his veins. His chest tightens, and a surge of power fills him. It feels as if the very essence of his ancestors, the strength of the Ragnar bloodline, is finally flowing into him. Theo's eyes widen in awe and disbelief. He has been blessed with the talent he had always been denied. The status window gleams brightly, informing Theo that he has officially received his reward. His stats are set to increase at an unbelievable rate. As the intense light overwhelms him, Theo shields his eyes, still trying to grasp what's happening. The blinding flash leaves him momentarily disoriented, but the window continues, announcing the commencement of the next quest. The scene then shifts to the magnificent Rose Palace, its grandeur untouched by the destruction Theo witnessed in his previous life. We're introduced to Renan, who places his tea down with a casual air. I see, he mutters, his eyes distant. To be honest, he's never encountered someone completely devoid of talent. At least not until he met Theo. We learn that his full name is Renan Harvey, a man who takes pride in being the so-called teacher to Theo. Yet, behind this title lies a cruel intent. His goal? Not to foster growth, but to manipulate Theo's lack of talent for his own gain. Renan, with a confident smirk, assures his companion, "That's why I'm here. I'll train Theo to the best of my ability, and in 5 months, he'll be ready for the awakening ceremony." The woman, revealed to be Cecilia, Theo's mother and lady of the Rose Palace, responds with a warm smile. "I trust you. I believe in Theo." She hands Renan a hefty sack of gold. "Please, give my son the attention he needs." Renan, ever the actor, assures her, "Day and night, my lady. He will have my full focus." Cecilia's smile doesn't waver, her faith in Theo unwavering. "I'm not worried. I believe in my son." But as soon as Renan walks away, his true colors emerge. He laughs under his breath. She'll have plenty to worry about. Her faith is misplaced, and she doesn't even realize it. Renan scoffs at the idea of Theo ever becoming anything more than a failure. Like mother, like son. Their bloodline has no future, he sneers, pocketing the payment. To him, this money is a reward for slowing down Theo's progress. And what's more, someone in the shadows has promised to secure his future in exchange for sabotaging Theo's growth. As Renan exits the room, he spots Theo sprinting down the hallway. Confused, he watches the boy dash past him without a word, heading straight toward his mother. Annoyed, Renan clicks his tongue. "Loser," he mutters, shaking his head in disdain. Meanwhile, Theo runs toward Cecilia, calling her name with excitement and desperation. His chest heaves from the sprint, but he doesn't care. As soon as she turns around, he hugs her tightly. Cecilia, startled by the sudden display of affection, asks, "What's gotten into you? You must be exhausted from today's training." Tears of joy well up in Theo's eyes. The relief of seeing his mother alive, untouched by the horrors of his past, overwhelms him. He embraces her even tighter. I've come back," he whispers, his voice cracking with emotion. Memories of seeing her lifeless body flash before his eyes, and the weight of those moments hits him hard. This time, he tells himself things will be different. Cecilia, confused by her son's behavior, asks, "Theo, what's wrong?" Theo wipes his eyes, determination flooding his veins. "I was weak before, but if that message window is real, I can change everything. I can become stronger." His resolve is clear. He'll fight in the succession war for the throne, and this time he won't lose. He'll protect his mother and ensure their safety. He'll defeat Renan, the man who betrayed them. His thoughts burn with a newfound rage. Theo knows he's been given a second chance, and revenge is high on his list. He won't rest until Renan pays for what he's done. A status window appears before him, displaying his next quest. Train your body to the limit, 0% of 100%. That night, Theo runs through the darkness, sweat dripping down his face as he pushes himself beyond his limits. "I'll take my revenge," he mutters through gritted teeth, but he knows it won't come easy. His body is still too weak. He needs to grow stronger first. In his past life, Theo had dabbled in an intelligence network called the Black Snow, a covert agency known for its web of secrets. Back then, his skills were worthless, and he was relegated to the sidelines. But now, he sees an opportunity. He recalls a powerful elixir, known as the Bloody Sword Emperor's Elixir, a potion said to dramatically strengthen one's body. This was one of many things he had learned from his time in the Black Snow but never had the talent to fully utilize. Now, however, things are different. Theo keeps running, determined to achieve the impossible. His Ragnar's talent has awakened, and with it, doors that were once closed have now swung wide open. Every step forward feels like progress, and by morning, he's already achieved 27% of his goal. A group of trainees watching from a distance murmur amongst themselves. How many laps has he done without stopping? Was he always this fit? One of them asks, astonished. Another shakes his head in disbelief. No way, that's not the same Theo we've been training with. Something's changed. Theo, with a renewed sense of determination, silently vows to push his body beyond what he ever thought possible. "I'll run harder than I ever did before, and I'll swing this sword until I can't lift my arms anymore," he mutters through clenched teeth. In this second chance at life, he swore he'd go beyond every limit that once held him back. Training until his muscles screamed and his breath came in ragged gasps, he knew that true power was waiting for him on the other side of this hardship. As Theo trained relentlessly, the status window reflected his progress. He had reached 65% of his goal, but there was no time for rest. Each swing of the sword brought him closer, every footstep echoing his commitment to rewriting his fate. The days passed in a blur, and his training only intensified. As night fell over the training grounds once again, someone observed him quietly. Evelyn Ville, the training grounds manager, yawned, watching as Theo's blade cut through the air with relentless precision. She shook her head, murmuring, "They called him the imbecile of Ragnar, but from what I've seen, there's no way someone like him is talentless." Her eyes followed Theo as he swung his sword over and over without hesitation, as though the world around him had ceased to exist. His eyes, burning with fiery determination, showed no sign of surrender, even as his body neared exhaustion. Theo, now at 97%, felt the weight of every breath, but the fire within him only burned brighter. His mind wandered back to the previous night, when he had been resting after reaching 90%, only for the percentage to drop. The system had taught him a harsh lesson. There was no room for rest. He had to push himself to the edge of his physical limits, or risk losing everything again. "No breaks. They're not letting me rest at all," Theo growled, his voice strained but fierce. He gripped his sword tighter and swung once more, sweat pouring from his brow. "I'll finish this," he vowed. With another powerful strike, he gained another percent. His legs shook with fatigue, but he refused to stop. "Just a little more. I'm almost there," he whispered to himself, dashing across the training ground with everything he had left. Evelyn watched in awe as Theo, seemingly on the verge of collapse, sprinted around the arena like a madman. "How is he still moving?" she muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. His body screamed for rest, but his spirit refused to yield. Theo continued running, his vision blurring, his body teetering on the edge of consciousness. Then, finally, the window flashed. 99%, 100%. The instant relief flooded through him, and Theo's legs gave out. He fell to the ground, utterly drained. As he lay there, Gasping for air, the system window appeared again, announcing second tutorial quest completed. Reward: Dragon's Heart obtained. A bonus message followed. Due to completing the quest in record time, you have been granted 10 years worth of your past life's magic power. Theo's lips curled into a faint smile, though his body was too exhausted to celebrate. The system asked if he wanted to claim his reward now. With a trembling hand, Theo raised it just high enough to tap yes. Instantly, a wave of energy surged through him, filling his body with a radiant blue aura. It wrapped around him, cocooning him in its power. Evelyn, still watching from the sidelines, felt the shockwaves emanating from Theo and gasped. The ground beneath her feet trembled as the aura grew more intense. A few hours later, Theo opened his eyes, blinking against the sunlight streaming in from a nearby window. Confused, he looked around. This wasn't the training ground. Where am I? He wondered aloud. Just then, Evelyn entered the room, her face a mixture of concern and curiosity. You're in the break room of Training Ground 4, she explained, offering him a drink. Even a Ragnar can collapse when they push themselves to the brink like you did. Theo's eyes widened. You, Evelyn? She raised an eyebrow, surprised that he knew her name. Yes, that's me. I'm the manager here. You lost consciousness while training. I moved you here to rest. Theo nodded, his mind still processing everything. Thank you, he muttered, taking the drink she offered. But Evelyn wasn't done. She leaned in slightly, her eyes sharp. Surely, you're aware of the Ragnar clan's rule about opening one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony? She asked, her tone filled with caution. Theo's throat tightened, but he kept his composure. Of course I know, he said, taking a sip of the drink. Evelyn's gaze didn't waver. Then you also know what happens if someone breaks that rule, right? Theo met her eyes, curiosity sparking in his own. Why are you asking me this? Evelyn's expression darkened slightly. Because right before you passed out, there was a massive mana wave. One that's only seen when someone forcibly opens their mana hall. Theo's heart raced when her tone suddenly shifted, the seriousness in her voice catching him off guard. Did you really open it? She asked, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Theo's mind spun. Open what? He quickly realized she was referring to his mana hall. He forced a nervous laugh, trying to sound casual. If I'd opened it, I wouldn't still be alive, would I? Despite his attempt at lightness, he could feel a strange sensation deep in his chest. The faint pulse of the dragon heart he had obtained as a reward. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried to keep calm. She must be mistaken about the mana, he thought, his heart pounding harder. We learned that the dragon heart serves as a conduit where a mana hall could be placed, making it significantly more efficient than normal. Typically, a mana hall is located in the lower abdomen because no human heart can withstand the stress of holding one. That's why warriors like the Ragnar family long for a dragon heart. It's a shortcut to overwhelming power. But until now, no human had ever been able to surpass their physical limitations and possess one. Theo, however, had managed to obtain what others could only dream of. He couldn't help but think, these quest rewards sure are incredible, but now I'm in an awkward position. His situation with Evelyn was tricky. She wasn't just anyone. She was a high-ranked swordsman, a formidable warrior who had once led the white armored dragon cavalry before retiring after losing her left arm. Despite her current role as the training ground manager, her legacy spoke volumes. Even the fearsome demon dragon of the cavalry had respected her. Evelyn was known for being fiercely principled, caring nothing for status or strength, only for honesty. Theo knew that if she found out the truth about his dragon heart, she wouldn't hesitate to execute him right there on the spot. He nervously weighed his options. What do I tell her? He thought, feeling the pressure mounting. He remembered that Evelyn had once stripped him of his position when he was inflexible during training. If she discovered his mana hall now, it would spell immediate death. But if I don't get caught? His mind raced, trying to think his way out. He decided to use her own principles against her. With a calmness that belied his panic, Theo met her gaze and said, Evelyn, can you handle the consequences of spreading false rumors? I'm an heir of Ragnar. If the clan finds out you were suspicious of me without reason, it won't be good for you." She froze, considering his words. "That's true," she muttered, knowing the weight of the rules she upheld. He pressed on, his tone firm. "Do you know the punishment for humiliating an heir?" Her face paled as she answered, "Execution." Theo nodded. "Exactly. So go ahead and check if you must." He took a deep breath, mentally bracing himself for whatever came next. He knew Evelyn was bound by the rules, and this would make her think twice. Inside, he was trembling, but outwardly he kept his composure. Evelyn's eyes narrowed as she said, "Fine, but rules are rules, even for a Ragnar." She infused mana into her hand, her expression hardening. "Excuse me while I check." As she placed her hand on his abdomen to scan for a mana haul, Theo's heart thumped wildly. What if she finds out? But after a moment, her expression shifted to confusion. "There's nothing here," she whispered, perplexed. "You don't have a mana haul." I was wrong." Her hands trembled as she pulled back, her mind struggling to accept what she had just discovered. "That's not possible," she mumbled. Theo smirked inwardly, relieved but playing the moment to his advantage. "You see it now, don't you?" he asked, his tone sharp. "There's nothing to be found." Without warning, Evelyn fell to her knees, her head bowed low. "Forgive me. I was wrong. Please execute me. I will pay for my sin with my life." Her voice quivered, and for a moment, she seemed truly broken by her error. But Theo, still in control of the situation, smiled calmly. "Of course you wouldn't find one," he said. "Dragon hearts are different from ordinary mana halls." He explained that having a mana hall meant the user's mana could be controlled and concealed at will, something only a few people knew, and the secret of a human possessing a dragon heart wouldn't be discovered for years. Evelyn's eyes widened as she realized the gravity of the situation, but Theo continued. He reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "There's no need to worry. You only did what you had to do." An odd, unspoken emotion passed between them as she looked up at him, bewildered by the sudden shift in tone. "You risked your life to protect the truth," he added. "Not many people would do that." He stood, towering above her. "Evelyn, you are one of the strongest. I will remember this. It can only benefit me to have someone like you in my debt." Theo turned to leave, but not before throwing her one final glance. The reason opening a mana hall before the awakening ceremony is forbidden is that it could cause the mana to overflow, risking the life of the user. The fact that you were concerned about me, a bastard of Ragnar, kinda makes me happy. As he exited the room, he thanked her for caring for him after he'd collapsed. Behind him, Evelyn remained frozen in place, her mind reeling, wondering what had just happened. What in the world just happened? She thought, still kneeling. Theo walked away with a sense of satisfaction. With a dragon heart, combined with 10 years' worth of my past life's magic power. He smiled to himself, knowing that his journey had only just begun. The story fast-forwards to a few days later, where Renan is yelling at the top of his lungs, visibly frustrated. "That's not it. Swing more to the right." His voice cuts through the air as Theo stands with his training sword in hand. Renan's exasperation grows, asking, "How many times do I have to explain something this simple to you?" Theo, however, couldn't care less. Internally, he grins, thinking, "It's amusing how I'm growing stronger every day, all while pretending to be weak." Still, his disdain for Renan gnaws at him. He hates everything about this so-called teacher. Theo glares at him, knowing full well that Renan is purposefully teaching him poor sword techniques. "He's making me look ridiculous on purpose," Theo muses, his grip on the sword tightening. The realization dawns on him. Renan is not acting alone. There's someone pulling the strings, someone who orchestrated his death in his previous life. Who was it? Theo wonders, his mind racing. Suddenly, Theo's eyes light up. "There's something I can actually do about this." With newfound determination, he calls out, "Run! Quiet!" Renan barks back, annoyed. "No talking during lessons." Theo's patience snaps. "I can't stand listening to your garbage anymore," he replies coldly, his voice laced with defiance. Without hesitation, Theo snaps his training sword in half, tossing the broken pieces aside. How did someone with third-rate skills like yours become a mid-rank swordsman? Renan's eyes narrow, his face flushing with anger. What did you just say? He growls. But Theo steps forward, his voice rising. You heard me. Your skills are trash. You're just a pawn keeping an eye on me. He smirks, knowing he's hit a nerve. I bet you'd even struggle against low-ranked demonic beasts. Renan's annoyance turns into fury. How dare you? Theo doesn't flinch, his gaze sharp. If things go wrong for you, you'll have no choice but to reach out to the mastermind pulling your strings. Won't you? He challenges Renan with every word, knowing this confrontation is more than just a sword lesson. It's about uncovering the truth. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a man throws open the door and calls out, Axion, have you heard yet? His voice echoes through the lavish halls. The bastard of Ragnar is challenging his instructor to a duel next week. Axion sits calmly, a drink in his hand, seemingly unbothered. The man continues, his tone filled with excitement. It seems the kid's blaming his instructor for his lack of talent. He might end up half-crippled after the duel. Without warning, Axion hurls his drink, shattering the glass against the man's face. Blood trickles from the cut as the man stumbles, collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Axion's expression is unreadable, his voice calm but sharp. Why should I care if some bastard ends up crippled? His tone oozes with disdain. Axion is no ordinary man. He's one of the feared four hounds of the North, known by the title Dark Tiger. Sitting beside him is Remington, the silver lion of the same group, though he remains silent, his presence imposing nonetheless. Another figure enters the room, cutting through the tension. It should concern you, he says coolly. This man is Ed Troyvon, known as the Sky Dragon, part of the Nine Dragons. Things could go very wrong if we let our guard down. Axion doesn't even flinch, his eyes cold. That's only true for people without talent. He retorts, glancing at his uncle. You worry too much. Why get so worked up over a bastard? Ed's expression darkens, his tone cautionary. This is Ragnar we're talking about. Even the smallest spark can become a flame that consumes everything. Unprecedented things can happen. Axion, however, remains unfazed, his smirk returning. Regardless, this is a good thing. That instructor will deal with it for us. The narrative jumps to a week later at the training grounds, where a crowd has gathered to witness the duel. Theo stands, his sword ready. The other trainees laugh and jeer at him from the sidelines, their voices blending into the chatter of onlookers. Among the spectators, Evelyn watches with concern, her brows furrowed. Even Solid Snake is present, and observing with keen interest. Theo raises his blade, his mind focused. This isn't exactly how I wanted this to go, he mutters under his breath, but he knows there's no turning back now. We flash back to the moment when Theo confronts Evelyn about her surprising suggestion. What are you doing? He asks, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Evelyn, always calm and composed, simply replies, it was only a gesture of goodwill, Theo. If you're really planning to cut him out, you have to be thorough. Firing him won't solve the problem. He's backed by someone. Theo's brow furrows. How do you know that? With a sharp look in her eyes, she sets down her tea and explains, because the way he was teaching you was suspicious. That weird sword style didn't sit right with me, so I had someone investigate him. The techniques he used were excessive, unnecessary, and off. I couldn't help but wonder where such a disgraceful teacher came from. Theo's mind races. Evelyn never realized this in my previous life, he thinks, taken aback by her intuition. Is it because of what happened with the Monal incident? Has that caught her attention this time around? Evelyn continues, her voice lowering slightly. From my investigation, all of Renan's traces lead back to one place. Camellia Palace. Theo's eyes widen, shock flooding him. Camellia Palace? So this really is tied to the miserable war for the throne. Anger rises in his chest, but he forces himself to calm down. It's surprising how much she's uncovered. Still, I can't beat Renan with my current skills, he thinks, his voice steadying. What's your plan now? Evelyn gives a knowing smile. You're underestimating yourself, Theo. You can win, you've got more potential than you think. Back in the present, the battle rages on. Renan, smirking with false confidence, charges at Theo. Kneel now, and I might forgive you, he shouts. His sword slicing the air with a vicious swing aimed straight at Theo. But Theo blocks it, his face not betraying the slightest sign of strain. Renan falters. Something feels off. Why isn't he struggling? Renan thinks, swinging wildly again and again. But Theo deflects every attack with ease. Renan's growing frustration is palpable as he mutters, how is this happening? His skills. This isn't the Theo I remember. He's changed. Desperation creeps into Renan's strikes. He swings harder, faster, but Theo's defenses hold strong. In the crowd, Remington watches closely, his expression unreadable, while the other trainees murmur in shock. Wait. He's not being pushed back, one of them whispers. He's actually fending off the attacks. Another gasps, disbelief filling their voices. From her vantage point, Evelyn smiles knowingly. Exactly as expected, she thinks. 1 week of my training was more than enough. Theo is more than capable of handling someone like Renan. As Theo blocks another blow, he allows a smirk to slip across his face. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? It was more than worth getting Evelyn indebted to me. But one question still gnaws at him, and without lowering his sword, Theo asks, why are you helping me so much? Is it because of what happened last time? Evelyn's smile softens, but there's something calculating behind her eyes. That's part of it, she admits. But also, I know someone who would be very interested in you. He's obsessed with collecting talent. Back in the duel, Renan's face grows more panicked with every swing. His breath comes in short gasps, his attacks becoming sloppier by the second. This can't be. Theo had no talent. Not a shred, he mutters, the disbelief clear in his voice. Was he acting this whole time? Renan thinks, his mind spiraling. But why would he pretend to be so useless? Theo seizes the moment, his voice calm but laced with venom. Who's backing you, Renan? Renan's eyes flash with panic as he tries to recover his composure. What are you talking about? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Theo's voice grows darker. You've been teaching me garbage this entire time, and you expect me to believe that was an accident? That's absurd. Renan shouts, the fear in his voice betraying his denial. I worked hard to teach you. Theo cuts him off, his tone cold and lethal. Chamia Palace, right? You're working for them. A shiver runs down Renan's spine. His eyes widen in shock, and Theo's smirk deepens. Good. Theo says quietly, at least you're honest. He steps forward, his blade gleaming in the light, and whispers, do you know what it feels like to lose an arm, Renan? Because you're about to find out. Theo, his face grim with determination, dashes forward. His blade swings upward with terrifying speed, targeting Renan's arm, just as Renan had done to him in his previous life. Before Renan can even comprehend what's happening, his arm is severed from his body. Time seems to slow as the dismembered limb spirals through the air, moving farther and farther away. Renan's face twists in disbelief, his mouth agape as he watches his arm detach from him. Pain surges through his body, and with a guttural scream, he collapses to the floor, writhing in agony. Theo stands above him, his expression cold and unyielding. Even Remington, who had been watching silently, widens his eyes in astonishment at the brutality of the attack. Renan's screams of agony fill the air, but Theo feels no sympathy. His heart is set on seeing this man suffer. As Renan struggles on the ground, he hurls insults at Theo, rage and fear mixing in his voice. How dare you, he spits, his voice shaking. How dare you do this to me? But Theo, calm and collected, steps forward, each step deliberate and filled with purpose. With this, he says softly, as if speaking only to himself, I'm certain now. I've become stronger than before. His voice hardens, and there's still more room for me to grow. He crouches down, leveling his gaze with Renan's terrified eyes. "Do you remember what you said to me last time?" Theo's voice is low but carries the weight of revenge. Renan's face twists in confusion. "Last time? What are you talking about?" Theo's grip tightens around his blade, the steel gleaming in the light. "You said it was my fault that I had come to this. Well, now it's your fault that you're dying here today." Theo's words are laced with venom. "The Ragnar clan believes in the rule of the strong, and you, Renan, you're the weakest." Renan's eyes widen as Theo utters the very same words he had used when he killed Theo in his past life. Panic grips him. "Wait, please," he pleads, but Theo's blade moves with precision, and Renan's head is severed cleanly from his body. In his final moments, Renan's consciousness fades, his last sight being his own headless body crumpling to the ground. Theo stands over the lifeless corpse, victorious. The tutorial quest has been completed, and the status window appears before him, notifying him of his achievement. For surpassing the objective, Theo is granted a bonus reward. The window prompts him, asking if he wishes to claim it now. But Theo simply stares at the lifeless form of Renan, the man who had once tormented him. Around him, the trainees, who had been mere spectators, are frozen in shock. He actually won," one of them mutters, disbelief evident in their voice. "How is that possible? Theo's just an apprentice swordsman, and Renan was mid-tier." The murmurs grow louder, their astonishment impossible to hide. But Theo isn't concerned with their awe. His eyes narrow as he looks down at Renan's corpse with disgust. "I suffered because of this weakling in my past life," he mutters under his breath. "But now things are different." He dismisses Renan's corpse with a wave of his hand as the status window informs him of an additional reward, an ability called Observation. Not only that, but he has also regained 1 year's worth of magic power from his past life. Theo blinks in surprise at the additional reward. "My magic power. Again?" But his curiosity is piqued by the newly acquired ability. Observation. What could that be? Before he can reflect further, the ground beneath him shatters as an overwhelming aura fills the space. Theo whirls around just in time to see a man land with the force of a meteor, sending shockwaves throughout the training grounds. The aura is suffocating, radiating power that leaves the onlookers speechless. Theo's heart skips a beat. That aura. The man calls out Theo's name in a booming voice, and as Theo turns to face him, he realizes it's none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Even Evelyn, who had been confident and composed throughout the duel, looks stunned by his sudden appearance. "Julius?" Theo mutters, incredulous. "What's he doing here? How long has he been watching?" Evelyn grits her teeth, clearly annoyed at Julius for smashing through the floor instead of entering like a normal person. "Seriously, Julius, must you always destroy everything in your path?" she grumbles under her breath. Julius strides forward, his sheer presence exuding raw power. Theo braces himself, expecting the worst as Julius's eyes glow a menacing red. "What did I do to deserve this?" Theo wonders, beads of sweat forming on his brow. But to Theo's utter confusion, Julius bursts out laughing. His laughter echoes through the grounds, and before Theo can react, Julius slaps him hard on the back. "That was exciting," he roars with delight. "I had no idea you were carrying around this much talent. Kid, you've surpassed your master." Theo blinks in disbelief, still processing Julius's sudden mood shift. "Master," Julius scoffs, motioning towards Renan's corpse. "Though I suppose calling that trash your master is disrespectful, considering you just killed him. And by the looks of it, he had it coming." Theo remains stunned, wondering why Julius, the demon dragon himself, is here. Julius, still grinning, puts his hand on Theo's shoulder. "Theo," he says firmly, his red eyes gleaming, "come join the white-armored dragon cavalry." The trainees watching gasp in disbelief. Even Remington, who had been silent until now, looks intrigued. "No way," one of the trainees whispers, unable to fathom what's happening. The imbecile of Ragnar got scouted into the white armored dragon knights. The disbelief spreads through the crowd, and Remington, his voice steady, calls out to one of the stunned trainees. Has there ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, someone who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, was scouted? The trainee, still shocked by the scene, replies, "Not that I know of." Remington, observing Theo with keen interest, states, "Of course there hasn't. It's impossible to gauge someone's true potential while their mana hall is still closed. Even if their swordsmanship was exceptional, their magic power could be lacking." He pauses, then adds, "No matter how great Julius is, even he can't be absolutely sure. But it seems like Julius knows something the rest of us don't." What kind of potential did he see in Theo? Remington's mind whirred with questions. Could Julius possibly have seen something hidden in Theo? Something the rest of them were blind to? He wondered if Julius's sudden interest in Theo was a sign of more changes to come, and perhaps a chance for others to catch the dragon's eye. Theo, standing firm amidst the silence, takes a deep breath and, with a stern expression, says, "I must decline." The entire arena falls into stunned silence. Julius, taken completely off guard, looks dumbfounded. Even Remington seems utterly shocked. Evelyn drops her cigarette in disbelief, and the crowd freezes, wondering what just happened. Moments later, the trainees start whispering amongst themselves, trying to make sense of what they just witnessed. The rumor mill churns quickly, and soon after, we see a maid sprinting towards someone in training, her sword clashing against the air with exhaustion visible on her face. Word spreads that Theo declined Julius's offer, not because of arrogance, but because he believed his skills weren't yet up to the challenge. "A humble Ragnar," one trainee remarks. "Not something you see every day." The rumors make their way swiftly across the lands, reaching even Camellia Palace. Inside the palace, a woman, Emil Ragnar, the Lady of Camellia Palace, speaks with a mix of frustration and concern. "Things have become complicated. I can't believe Renan was killed," she says, her voice laced with irritation. Ed Troy Vaughn, standing nearby, tries to soothe her worries. "There's no need for concern, sister. Didn't we assign Renan because of his incompetence? His death means little to us." He reassures her with a calm voice, though the tension in the room remains palpable. Emil sighs. "His death is the least of my concerns," she admits. "The real problem is that the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, personally reached out to Theo. Worse, it seems Evelyn was behind this whole ordeal. This means we can't interfere anymore by assigning Theo a new master. If he starts to gain favor, it'll be even more difficult to seize control of the Rose Palace." In the background, Axion Ragnar listens, arms crossed, frowning as he tries to follow his mother's growing worries. "What do you mean by standing out?" he asks dismissively. "You're making this sound more dangerous than it is. There's no way the clan head will suddenly take an interest in Theo. Our plans can proceed as usual." Emil's brow furrows in concern. "I'm not sure you understand. The easiest way for us to control the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is for Theo to remain powerless." Axion shrugs, his tone dismissive. "Theo is still powerless. I don't care if Evelyn and Julius are interested in underdogs. They've always had a thing for people with potential. But Theo, how much could someone like him really have changed?" Ed, standing to the side, narrows his eyes at Axion. "You're taking this too lightly," he warns. "We should have told Renan to avoid any rash decisions." But Axion remains unfazed. "Mother and uncle, you worry too much. I'll pay Theo a visit myself. I'll play with him for a bit and make sure he knows his place." Back at the training grounds, the atmosphere is calmer as Evelyn approaches Theo. "You did a good job today," she praises him. Theo, wiping the sweat from his brow, nods. "Thanks. It's definitely different learning from a real master." Evelyn grins. "It would have been better if you had joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Why did you turn it down?" Theo pauses for a moment, contemplating her question. "I'd be lying if I said I didn't regret it a little," he admits. "In my past life, it was a dream of mine. But now it's not enough. I need more. Joining the cavalry now would limit me." He straightens up, his eyes filled with determination. If I can be the top performer in the awakening ceremony, the privileges that come with that will far surpass anything the white armored dragon cavalry can offer. So, for now, I'll keep training with you. That's all I need until the ceremony. Evelyn, clearly impressed, smiles proudly. I like that answer. Julius won't be disappointed either. Satisfied, Theo decides to test his newly acquired ability. Observation. He glances at Evelyn, focusing on her with this skill. Theo activated his observation skill, and the details of Evelyn's age, title, rank, and even her current status flashed before him. It was then that he learned something surprising. She held a deep admiration for Theo's humility and character. Theo realized just how powerful this skill was. This is going to be incredibly useful, he thought, already plotting ways to take full advantage of it in the future. But as he continued reading, another detail stood out. Her status mentioned a longing for the white armored dragon cavalry, the group she once led with pride. Before he could dive deeper into his thoughts, a voice interrupted him. "Pardon me." A figure approached, introducing himself as Sybil Dara, from the Southern Inspection Post. Theo glanced at him, instinctively activating observation once again. The result was surprising and strange. Sybil's title read as the Dunce of the Southern Inspection Post. An odd sensation crept over Theo as Sybil's eagerness to fight became apparent. It was as if he harbored an odd longing toward Theo. This is unsettling, Theo thought with growing unease. Is this guy some kind of freak? The final tutorial quest flashed before Theo's eyes. Discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar. Sybil then spoke with surprising boldness. I would like to follow you, young Master Theo. To be honest, I ignored you all this time because I truly believed that the title Imbecile of Ragnar fit you perfectly. Theo's gaze darkened for a brief moment, contemplating whether he should finish him off right there and then. But before he could act on his thoughts, continued, but now I realize I was wrong. Every morning, I've watched you train harder than anyone else. Your efforts were clear during your fight with Renan. You even got the attention of Lord Julius. Now you are my idol. The tension in the air was palpable. Theo wasn't sure whether Sybil was genuine or just insane, but based on his observation skill, it seemed Sybil's intentions were pure. This is unexpected, Theo admitted to himself. After defeating Renan and gaining Lord Julius' attention, Theo expected jealousy and challenges from those seeking to prove themselves. But he had never anticipated someone like Sybil, eager to follow him. Theo thought carefully about what this meant. Even in a world of warriors driven by pride, there were still those like Sybil with honor. Theo began to see that having loyal followers could be crucial if he was to rise as the clan head. The opportunity was before him, and with this final quest, he could finally rid himself of the title that had shackled him his entire previous life. Glancing at Evelyn, Theo asked, "Would you give me a moment to spar with him?" Evelyn nodded approvingly. "Of course. Show him what you've got," she said with a knowing smile. Theo adopted a formal stance and introduced himself, Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman. "My master is Evelyn, former commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." Evelyn's smile widened as she heard her name spoken with such respect. Sybil responded in kind, offering his own introduction. "Sybil Dara, Southern Inspection Post," he said proudly, though Theo already knew his title as the Dunce. They also learned that Sybil had inherited the swordsmanship of the Hanavi clan, specializing in the quick sword technique. "I'm looking forward to this," Sybil added with anticipation. Without hesitation, Sybil dashed forward, screaming as he unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks. Theo blocked each strike effortlessly, analyzing Sybil's speed. "He's faster than I expected," Theo mused, surprised by the intensity of the assault. Despite his unfortunate title, Sybil was quick and relentless. Even if he's called a fool, his speed is no joke, Theo thought to himself. As Theo parried each blow, he reflected on how difficult this battle would have been in his previous life. Back then, he would have struggled to handle even a few of Sybil's strikes. But now he was different, stronger, more skilled. With calculated precision, Theo reared back his sword and swung with such force that it sent Sybil flying across the training ground. The impact was enough to make Sybil cough up blood, and he crashed into the far wall with a loud thud. Despite his condition, he smiled as he struggled to his feet. "As expected of you, Master Theo. I've learned a lot from this fight," he said, panting and wiping the blood from his lips. Theo stared at his reflection in his blade for a moment, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could his observation skill be used on himself? He activated it, and to his surprise, it worked. His title, talents, and stats all appeared before him, though 4 of his talents remained locked, marked as access denied. His level showed as 1, and his stats were visible, but a strange field at the bottom was locked as well, its contents hidden from him. What caught Theo's eye was his luck stat. It was negative. A chill ran down his spine. "No wonder I was cursed in my previous life," Theo muttered. Could his string of misfortunes have all stemmed from this cursed stat? "I'll have to find a way to raise my luck," he resolved. Luck would become another important element in his path to strength, alongside uncovering his hidden talents and overcoming the obstacles in his way. As Theo stood lost in thought, he suddenly became aware that he was surrounded by the other trainees, all staring at him with curious intensity. He wondered what was going on. Then, Evelyn stepped forward and said, "No matter how weak Renan was, he was still a mid-ranked swordsman. The fact that you defeated him has earned you recognition, especially from Commander Julius." Among the Ragnar clan, when someone demonstrates strength, there are typically 2 reactions. They either become the subject of envy or admiration. Judging by their faces, it seems you've become the latter. The surrounding trainees nodded, murmuring to each other, confirming what Evelyn said. It seems like the rumors were true. If we were in Sybil's place, we doubt we could have even blocked Theo's sword. They began to give off an aura of battle-hungry energy, eager to test their own skills against Theo. Theo sighed, realizing he had to keep up appearances. He called out to one of the trainees he had already observed using his observation skill, a man named Iodi. The trainee was visibly surprised that Theo remembered his name. "Step forward, Iodi. I look forward to our sparring match," Theo said calmly. Iodi straightened up and replied, "It's an honor, young Master Theo. I am Iodi Naran, the 3rd son of Viscount Naran, and I have trained in the swordsmanship style known as Double Ascension." The 2 men prepared for battle, and after exchanging a few respectful nods, they clashed blades. Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency steadily increased as they fought, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. Iodi, determined to prove his worth, launched a heavy swing, aiming straight for Theo's neck. Theo glanced at the incoming strike but did not panic. With calculated ease, he deflected the blow and knocked Iodi's sword from his grasp. His proficiency increased again, and the fight was over as quickly as it had begun. Iodi stood stunned, staring at the empty space where his sword had been. "It's my loss," he admitted humbly, bowing in defeat. Theo gave a small nod of approval, realizing his luck stat had increased by 1. So, luck is tied to gaining approval, Theo thought. He also gained some experience points from the spar. Theo set his goal, to continue fighting as many trainees as possible, raising his luck by gaining their respect. Soon enough, he won over Banat Ramiro, which added another point to his luck. After that, Eric, Manfred Nonbert, and Manuel Nor followed suit. Trainee after trainee stepped forward, and with each victory, Theo's skills grew, his reputation cementing itself further among the crowd. He fought so many in a row that by the time he finished, he was visibly exhausted, but his eyes gleamed with determination. "Who's next?" Theo asked, his voice slightly hoarse from exertion. As the crowd murmured, Theo glanced at his status window. Despite all his efforts, the quest progress had only increased by 1%. "Perhaps it's because these people already respect me," he mused. "I either need to fight stronger opponents or showcase my abilities to those who still look down on me." His thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the back. "You look pretty worn out," Remington said, stepping forward. His tone was polite, but there was an unmistakable edge to his words. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Theo looked up, recognizing the man instantly. The rest of the trainees were visibly surprised as well. Remington was one of the 4 Hounds of the North, a legendary group of warriors in the Ragnar clan. "I'll rest when I need to," Theo replied firmly. "But I'm not done yet." Remington smiled, impressed by Theo's resolve. "In that case, I request a spar with you. I want to see the strength that defeated Renan." Theo couldn't hide his surprise. Remington was no ordinary warrior. Known as the Silver Lion, he was one of the strongest in the Awakening Ceremony generation, alongside Ragnar, Axion, and Hulkus Lang, all bearing the title of 4 Hounds of the North. As Remington formally introduced himself, Theo's mind raced. This was no ordinary duel. Remington was a man known for his sword genius, keen senses, and being an extreme hard worker. His reputation preceded him, and his status reflected that he saw in Theo something he hadn't expected: a rival. Theo took a deep breath, realizing that this fight would be different from all the others. Remington's challenge wasn't just for practice, it was a test, one that could change everything about his standing in the clan. He had to be ready. Theo formally introduces himself, stating, "I am Theo Ragnar, the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar, and I am preparing for the awakening ceremony." He adds with pride, "It is an honor to cross swords with the renowned sword genius, Remington Narcio, the man I've admired for years." He couldn't help but feel both excitement and nerves as he prepared to clash with someone of Remington's caliber. Ignoring the fact that this duel was part of his quest, Theo couldn't deny the anticipation building within him. This was a battle he truly wanted with every fiber of his being. Remington, ever composed, nodded, his eyes filled with a mixture of respect and challenge. "I too look forward to this fight, Theo. Let's see how far you've come." The moment they swung their swords at one another, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath. Their blades collided, sending sparks flying, lighting up the space in brief flashes of raw power. Theo could feel the weight of Remington's sword through each strike. Every move the Silver Lion made was calculated and forceful. His quest's progress rose by 1%, but that didn't matter right now. What mattered was this exhilarating clash. Then, with a loud, grinding sound, something unexpected happened. Theo's sword splintered under the pressure of Remington's superior skill. Shards of steel flew through the air, glinting in the dim light before clattering to the ground. The once powerful sword Theo wielded now lay in ruins. The trainees watching gasped in disbelief, their eyes glued to the broken blade as it skidded across the floor. Remington stood tall, calm as ever, his unbroken sword held high. Evelyn, who had expected such an outcome, remained composed, though her sharp gaze never left Theo. Around the arena, whispers of shock spread like wildfire. How did his sword break?" Sybil muttered in disbelief. Manuel, standing nearby, shook his head with a resigned sigh. "It's only natural." Theo's groan, "Sure, but defeating one of the 4 Hounds? That's still a distant dream for him." As the pieces of Theo's sword hit the ground, Remington turned his gaze towards them, his expression unreadable. Then, surprisingly, he lowered his sword and gave Theo a respectful salute. "This duel is my loss," Remington said, bowing slightly, much to everyone's astonishment. "Your sword was already worn, and you were exhausted from earlier fights. Taking that into consideration, I can't claim this as a true victory." Theo, still gripping the broken hilt of his weapon, shook his head. "On the battlefield, no one will offer such leniency. I lost my sword, Remington. That alone means I've lost." Remington's lips curled into a faint smile. "You're too harsh on yourself." He extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Theo accepted the gesture. They clasped hands firmly, both recognizing the potential within the other. "I hope, next time we can have a proper duel," Remington said. "I'll look forward to that," Theo replied, his resolve burning stronger than ever. Manuel and Sybil exchanged astonished glances, the former whispering, He was acknowledged by one of the 4 Hounds? This isn't the Theo we thought we knew." Theo's quest progress jumped by 5%, a significant leap, and a smile tugged at the corner of Evelyn's mouth as she observed the outcome. Theo knew he had learned much from this encounter. Remington's strength was undeniable, and while the duel had been short, it left a lasting impression. Despite his progress, Theo realized there was still a long road ahead. His luck had increased by 10 points, and his reputation within the Ragnar clan had significantly improved, but the quest's overall progress was still slower than he hoped. He needed a bigger stage, something that could help him gain the approval of more powerful figures. Remington, sensing Theo's thoughts, suddenly spoke again. "Theo, there's something more I came here for." Theo looked up in surprise, curious about what the swordsman wanted. "I want to formally invite you to join the Scaled Dragon Society," Remington declared, his voice low but filled with purpose. At the mention of the Scaled Dragon Society, Sybil's eyes widened in shock. The Scaled Dragon Society? That's one of the most elite groups within the Ragnar clan. Only those personally selected can enter. Remington smiled slightly. "That's right, and I'm extending this invitation to Theo personally." Theo smiles at the invitation and responds, "Are you sure someone like me belongs in a group like that?" His tone is curious yet cautious. He knows the Scaled Dragon Society is a well-known group, one steeped in prestige. Remington grins. "You're more than qualified. Honestly, it's not as formal as it sounds. It's a society for peers preparing for the awakening ceremony. Nothing too serious." He gives a knowing look, but Theo can't shake the feeling that there's more behind it. Sybil and the others watching seem envious. They murmur to each other, wondering why they're being left out. Theo's mind races as he processes the invitation. Remington's motives aren't clear, but if it's centered around Axion and his group at Camellia Palace, then it's the perfect chance for me. He knows full well that this society is filled with those who sneer at his very name. But to Theo, it's an opportunity to both progress his quest and gather information on Axion's inner circle. He flashes a smile, his decision clear. "I'll gladly accept." That was all it took for another % of his quest to rise. Remington's grin widens. "That's the spirit. If you've got any questions, don't hesitate to ask." The first meeting's in 2 weeks. Evelyn, watching from the sidelines, takes a long drag of her cigarette, her eyes narrowing as she observes the exchange. She doesn't like how fast things are moving. Later that day, back at the Rose Palace, Cecilia bursts into Theo's room, her face lighting up with excitement. "Theo," she exclaims. Her voice echoes across the room as she rushes toward him, several maids trailing behind. Theo turns, surprised at the commotion. "Mother, what's going on?" The room fills with the sound of her clapping, her joy palpable. "I heard about your invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society." She beams with pride. "With Axion, the son of Emil, and Remington present, you'll be scrutinized from the moment you step inside. Everything, from your attire to your manners, will be under a microscope." She begins measuring his shoulders, fussing over every little detail. "You have impeccable etiquette, I know that, but your appearance, how you carry yourself, those are different matters." Her hands linger on his shoulders, her expression softening. "Fortunately, that's something I can help with. Remember, I used to be an actress." Theo feels a lump rise in his throat as he listens to her. In his past life, he knew how much his mother despised that people called him the child of a common concubine. She bore that guilt even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold world of the Ragnar clan, her son's failures weighed heavy on her heart. Theo had been blind to it all before. She rests her head against his chest. "My dear son, I've always believed in you. I know you'll succeed." Theo's heart tightens. He embraces her, his voice soft but determined. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mother. Every step I take now, it's for both of us." He pauses, his eyes gleaming with a newfound resolve. "I'll show them. The Scaled Dragon Society won't know what hit them." 2 weeks later, the night of the banquet finally arrives. Outside, Remington stands beside a carriage, waiting. His eyes widen as Theo steps into view, dressed in formal attire that makes him look nothing like the boy he once knew. "Theo?" Remington's mouth hangs open in disbelief. Is that really you? Theo chuckles, slightly self-conscious. You're teasing me, right? Remington shakes his head, laughing. No, I'm serious. You look completely different. His laughter is genuine, but Theo notices the admiration in his voice. I've been training diligently, Theo replies. He recalls the past 2 weeks, days filled with relentless sword practice, with Remington visiting daily, helping him hone his skills. Theo's body had transformed, growing stronger, more agile. He wasn't the weak boy they once knew. First formal banquet, right? Remington asks, noting the nervous energy radiating from Theo. Theo nods, and Remington claps him on the shoulder. You'll do fine, but there's something you should know. His tone shifts slightly, becoming more serious. Theo's eyebrows furrow in curiosity. What is it? Remington leans closer, his voice low. Axion was the one who gave you the invitation. He wanted to meet you. Theo's eyes narrow. Axion? Theo's mind clicked as he realized that it wasn't Remington who invited him, but Axion. A calculated grin formed on his face as he muttered, Well, this is going too smoothly. He turned to Remington, masking his thoughts, and said, I'm looking forward to it. Deep inside, Theo already knew he'd face a storm of mockery at the event, and he welcomed it. For him, the coming flames were fuel. Meanwhile, back with Axion, the man's eyes glinted with mischief. The imbecile of Ragnar was coming right into his lair, and he couldn't wait to toy with him. The mere thought thrilled him. The scene shifted. A carriage rolled through the city, halting at a lavish entrance. We've arrived, Remington announced, stepping down. Theo followed him, his gaze immediately locking onto the looming structure ahead, Camellia Palace. The very people behind Renan's interference in his growth. The same ones responsible for his mother's fall, and the eventual ruin of Rose Palace in his past life. His blood boiled, but his face remained impassive. Ready to go in? Remington asked. Theo, his mind drifting between revenge and the upcoming confrontation, replied with a casual nod. Yes. As they approached the entrance, Remington explained, I've been informed that Axion will personally greet you. He should be right around here. Theo's thoughts swirled as he tuned out Remington's voice. It was clear why he had been invited. The imbecile of Ragnar was causing a stir, and Axion wanted to put him in his place. But Theo hadn't come unprepared. He was far from the weakling they once knew. This time, he would show them the new Theo. His attention shifted as something caught his eye. A faint blue glow from one of the palace windows. It was the same shade as the light that guided him through his quests. Was there something inside? Theo! Remington's urgent yell snapped him back into reality. He barely had time to register as an explosion sent a white cloud of dust spiraling from where he had just been standing. Are you all right? Remington asked, clearly rattled. I'm fine, Theo replied, brushing off the dust. It was none other than Flo, a warning shot. Remington angrily turned to the window where the attack originated, barking, What the hell were you thinking? From above, a group of nobles laughed mockingly. Relax, Remington, it's just a friendly greeting. That's how we say hello to brothers. Theo's eyes narrowed as they fell upon Axion. His talent of sadism radiated from him like an aura of malice. This was the psychopath behind it all, Theo thought. But instead of reacting with anger, Theo smiled. Why? Thank you for the warm welcome, dear brother. I must say, I'm looking forward to the party. The unexpected response seemed to unsettle Axion for a moment, but he quickly laughed it off. Seems you've grown a sense of humor, Theo. I like that. Inside the palace, people mingled and whispered. Their conversations centered around one thing. Why would Axion invite Theo, of all people? Sure, he was part of the direct Ragnar bloodline, but inviting the imbecile to such a gathering was unheard of. Still, they couldn't help but admit, at least Theo wasn't as hideous as the rumors had said. Remington, walking beside Theo, apologized, sorry about their behavior. They're usually not this bad. Theo waved it off, his lips curving into a sly smile. Honestly, I'm grateful. Remington raised an eyebrow, confused. Theo didn't explain, but inside, he reveled in the fact that they were already underestimating him. It was exactly what he wanted, a perfect opportunity to crush them later. His eyes drifted back to the blue light from earlier, realizing it was coming from upstairs. That had to be where his next quest was located. But he needed a way to reach it naturally. Theo took a sip of his drink, mind racing for a plan. Just then, Axion began descending the staircase, his eyes locked onto Theo. "Well, how are you enjoying the party so far, little brother?" Theo felt a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as Axion approached, his menacing grin nearly splitting his face. But Theo stayed calm, reminding himself of the plan. With a light laugh, he thanked his brother for the warm invitation. Axion's eyes narrowed as he closed the distance between them. Speaking in a mocking tone, "I might have gone a bit overboard earlier. You'll forgive me, right?" His words dripped with sarcasm, and his proximity was suffocating. But instead of reacting, Theo played it cool, his tone smooth and disarming. "Why apologize? I only remember a greeting." The unexpected response caught Axion off guard, and even Remington seemed bewildered. Axion barked out a laugh, patting Theo's back roughly, much like Julius had done. "You're full of surprises. Didn't know you had a sense of humor. You've changed, and I like it." He chuckled louder, clearly enjoying himself. The other nobles, watching from a distance, snickered. "Look at him, smiling and playing along like a good dog," one muttered. "What else can you expect from a low-born wretch like him? He might be a Ragnar by name, but he's nothing compared to Troan's noble blood." Their words stabbed at Theo's patience, but he swallowed the bitter rage building in his chest. His hands clenched momentarily, but he forced a grin. The taunts about his mother, about him, wouldn't go unanswered for long. Even Remington was struggling to contain his anger as the other nobles began to mock him for associating with Theo. One particular insult struck a nerve. "Illegitimate child. Just like Remington. No wonder they're so close." Remington's jaw tightened, the weight of their words hanging heavy between them. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Everyone realized that they had crossed a line. Theo took a deep breath, deciding it was time to act. He wasn't just here to observe anymore. It was time to make a statement. He turned to Axion with a cold smile. "Why don't we give our new friends a proper greeting?" Without waiting for a response, Theo grabbed Axion's hand, forcefully removing it from his shoulder and stepping forward, facing the nobles who had insulted both him and Remington. The room fell silent as Theo casually picked up a wine bottle, approaching the man who had spoken the harshest. "Did I hear you say something?" The noble's face paled, but before he could answer, Theo swung the bottle, smashing it across the man's face with brutal force. The glass shattered, and the man crumpled to the floor, screaming in pain, blood streaming from his head. Axion and Remington stood frozen in shock, while the others watched in stunned silence. "How dare you?" the noble shrieked, clutching his head. Theo's expression didn't change as he swiftly kicked the man across the room, his voice cold and calm. "Who do you think you are, insulting me? That was just a friendly greeting." Gasps echoed around the room as Theo's quest progress surged from 41% to 43%. Remington, still in disbelief, watched as Theo planted his foot on the noble's arm, pinning him to the floor. "Now, why don't you say your goodbyes?" Theo's voice was ice, and without hesitation, he crushed the man's arm under his boot, the sickening snap of bone silencing the room. The man howled in agony, his cries echoing through the hall as blood pooled around him. Theo's quest percentage shot up to 58%, and he relished the power coursing through him. He looked around, daring anyone else to challenge him. "Anyone else want to say hello?" At that moment, four armed men leaped from the upper floors, surrounding Theo with their swords drawn, their blades gleaming dangerously as they pointed them at his throat. "For your crime of harming the young master, you will pay with your life." Theo chuckled, his voice carrying a cold edge. "That's how it should be," he remarked, sizing up the guards before turning his gaze toward the man leading them. "So, who's this guy?" he asked almost lazily. The tension in the air was palpable. The others hesitated, before one of the guards answered. That's the third young master of the Hanavi clan. His name is Ian. Theo's expression remained cool, but there was a flicker of recognition. Ah, the Hanavi clan. One of the 6 snow clans that stand behind Ragnar. His tone shifted slightly, now with a hint of condescension. I guess I should have expected you wouldn't sit quietly while the imbecile you all look down on suddenly decides to act out. His gaze swept over them. So what? The guards faltered, glancing at one another, their unease evident. Theo no longer intended to let anyone walk over him. He raised his voice, brimming with authority. Do the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans truly dare demand my death? His words sliced through the air like a blade. Are you all really prepared to take responsibility for what you're saying? Because I won't tolerate disrespect. The weight of his words hit them hard. The guards began to tremble. The oppressive aura Theo was now exuding impossible to ignore. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they exchanged nervous glances. They had never felt this kind of presence from him before. Was this really the same imbecile of Ragnar they had always mocked? Suddenly, it dawned on them. Despite everything, Theo still had the direct bloodline of Ragnar. Ragnar, the Lord of the North, the ruler of the 6 snow clans. Declaring death upon Ragnar's blood could easily spell their own demise, or worse, the eradication of their entire clan. Such a thing had never applied to Theo. Until now, and it was becoming all too clear that times had changed. One of the guards opened his mouth to apologize, but Theo cut him off coldly. Kill them all, before the guards could react. The sound of swords slicing through the air filled the room. In an instant, each of the 4 guards was beheaded, their heads rolling to the ground in a sickening display of blood and finality. The carnage unfolded too quickly for them to even scream. Theo stood, utterly unmoved by the bloodshed around him. The metallic ring of a blade being swung clean to shed blood from its surface echoed in the silence. A figure stepped forward, her presence commanding the room. Evelyn. As her blade gleamed in the dim light, the room's attention snapped toward her. Axion, standing dumbfounded, didn't expect to see her here, and even he couldn't hide his surprise. The percentage indicator from Theo's quest shot up to 70%, but that didn't distract him. Evelyn approached calmly and glanced at Theo. When did you realize I was following you? Theo smiled, almost in amusement. It was a given, he replied. Though, I have to admit, thanks to you being here, I can flip the tables without a second thought. He turned his gaze back to the bloodied scene, the 4 decapitated guards and an unconscious Ian lying in the middle of it all. The sight before him was a testament to the power shift he had set in motion. Suddenly, a memory flashed, a conversation with Julius. His tone light-hearted but carrying that familiar edge. You told me you weren't going to take on any more disciples, Julius had said with a sly grin. Does that mean you've taken a liking to this one? Evelyn's reply was measured, but there was an undeniable truth behind her words. He's certainly beyond expectations. Attitude and talent combined, he's by far the best I've trained. Julius had taken a sip of wine, clearly enjoying the banter. You did train Axion too, didn't you? Does this mean Theo surpasses him? Without hesitation, Evelyn had nodded. In terms of raw potential, yes, he surpasses even Axion. Julius let out a hearty laugh, slamming the bottle down. With those 2 eyes of yours, I guess you'd see things a lot better than I could. Julius sighed deeply, swirling his wine. So, you think Theo's been hiding his strength all this time? It's hard to believe someone can change so drastically overnight. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. A person doesn't just wake up one day with newfound power. Evelyn nodded, her gaze distant as she pondered. It does seem that way, but what's odd is how suddenly he's revealing this strength. Like he's being hasty. You know what they say, rushing your steps only makes you stumble. She looked up at Julius with concern in her eyes. I feel like he's being chased by something. That's what worries me. And his attendance at this upcoming party carries that same sense of urgency. Julius set the wine down with a light clink. If you're that worried, it's probably because of Axion. You should follow Theo to the party. It'll ease your mind." She raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Julius chuckled, his tone darkening. "Wolf cubs searching for blood are bound to clash when they gather. The party will be no different. Something is going to happen, guaranteed. Theo will have to navigate a delicate hierarchy being built there." His eyes glinted with a hint of mischief as he placed a crisp military uniform on the table in front of her. "While you're there, why don't you tempt him to join us? You could come back too, you know. Just because you can't ride a dragon anymore doesn't mean you're done. You've got responsibilities, Evelyn. After you bring Theo into the fold, come back to where you belong." Evelyn looked down at the uniform, her expression softening with nostalgia. Her fingers brushed the fabric gently, and for a moment, her heart ached for the days she'd left behind. Julius rose, already heading toward the door. "By the way, that wine was great," he remarked with a laugh. "Of course, it only tastes that good because it's expensive." Evelyn shook her head, but a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Back inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn's eyes followed Theo. She realized something then. Theo had known she was following him the entire time. He had orchestrated this entire situation, joining the banquet with a clear purpose. Was he aiming for this from the beginning? Her worry eased slightly as she understood that Theo wasn't someone she needed to protect. Rather, he was far more aware and calculated than she'd given him credit for. But when had he first noticed her? Meanwhile, Theo was keenly aware of her presence. He had sensed her the moment he'd gotten into the carriage. As a possessor of a dragon heart, his energy perception had grown, sharpening into a sixth sense. The stage was now perfectly set. He called out to Evelyn with a voice full of authority. "Most of the people here have shown open disrespect to a Ragnar successor candidate. What's the punishment for such a crime?" The tension in the room spiked. Whispers of fear circulated among the nobles, and many began to sweat nervously. Evelyn responded calmly. "According to clan law, immediate execution is one possibility." Theo let out a cold laugh. "Since they're still children and haven't even completed their awakening ceremonies, how about we just take one arm each and call it a day?" His voice dripped with cold amusement. Evelyn didn't hesitate. "Understood," she said as she swiftly charged into the crowd, her sword flashing. Panic erupted. Nobles screamed, pleading with her to stop, but her blade moved with precision, slicing through arms as if they were nothing more than twigs. Theo watched, calling out the names of each person and their powerful family connections, making it abundantly clear that none of that mattered in comparison to the Ragnar family. As the blood pooled on the floor, the percentage for Theo's quest shot up to 79%. One man, terrified beyond words, grabbed onto Axion's pants, begging for salvation. Axion looked down at him, his expression indifferent. "And why would I save you?" he asked, almost mockingly. "This is just a simple greeting." The man's pleas were cut short as Evelyn's sword gleamed, severing his arm cleanly. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Evelyn and Axion exchanged brief glances. "It's been a while," Axion said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. Evelyn nodded. "Indeed, it has." Now the quest sat at 82%. Axion's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, realizing that Theo had manipulated the situation so that even Axion, as a fellow successor candidate, couldn't interfere. Evelyn's blade had only targeted those who insulted Ragnar blood, ensuring that the punishment fell within acceptable limits. Evelyn approached Theo, bowing slightly. "I've severed the right arms of the 14 individuals you ordered me to," she reported. Theo's expression remained neutral as he nodded. "Good work. What's their status?" "If they rush to a priest immediately, their arms can be reattached. But their futures as swordsmen, that's a different matter." "That's sufficient," Theo replied coldly. Remington, who had been watching from a distance, stepped forward. "Theo, are you all right?" he asked with genuine concern. Axion stood in silence, his fists clenched as he realized the truth. Evelyn and Remington were now fully aligned with Theo. The title of imbecile no longer held weight. His expression darkened as anger surged through him. "I want to crush him even more now," he muttered, his voice filled with venomous intent. Theo took a deep breath, glancing at Axion with a calm, confident gaze. "Time to go," he said, signaling both Evelyn and Remington to follow. Axion glare burned into his back, but Theo didn't flinch, nor did he break stride. Instead, as he passed Axion, Theo tapped his arm lightly and chuckled, waving behind him. "I had fun," he said with a sly smile, waving goodbye as he walked away. The moment was significant, the tension palpable. Axion gritted his teeth, holding back his fury, while Theo's steps felt lighter than ever. He knew it, Axion was the final barrier. With this confrontation, Theo had overcome the last challenge to shedding his title. The window appeared in his mind, confirming what he already knew. Quest complete, title imbecile, escaped. He grinned, knowing that no one would ever mock him with that insult again. He had passed the final test. Behind him, Axion's voice cracked as he screamed Theo's name in rage, but Theo barely registered it. He was too satisfied. This was only the beginning, the first step toward his true revenge. The rewards flashed before him, revealing an experience elixir that promised to boost him 5 levels, as long as he was still under level 30. There might have been more rewards, but Theo was too focused on what lay ahead to fully take them in. As the sun began to set on the Camellia Palace, the scene shifted inside. Emile, seated at her desk, paused mid-signature, her pen hovering over the parchment. Her brow furrowed as one of her attendants whispered something to her. "Repeat that," she commanded. The news was not to her liking, and it was clear from the way her grip tightened on the fan in her hand. The scene transitioned sharply to a rowdy tavern, worlds away from the cold, calculated elegance of the palace. Inside, Sybil was practically bouncing with excitement, raising his glass in the air. A toast to Theo and his debut, he shouted, grinning from ear to ear. The trainees joined in, all drinking and laughing, the atmosphere full of camaraderie. Even Theo allowed himself to relax, taking a drink with the boys. The energy in the tavern was far more genuine than the stifling nobility of the palace. Back at the Camellia Palace, the tension escalated. A sharp slap echoed through the halls, and there was no mistaking the source. Emile stood, glaring down at Axion, her eyes blazing with fury. "You gave that imbecile justification, and you allowed people to get their arms cut off," she hissed, her voice filled with venom. Axion barely looked at her, turning his head to the side with a resigned expression. "Yes," he muttered. Her fan snapped shut with a loud crack as she lashed out at him again. "Does that make any sense to you? How many times have I warned you not to take him lightly? Not only have you failed to pressure him into submission, but you've also given him every reason to go wild." Her tone was bitter, her frustration palpable. She paced back and forth, trying to regain her composure. "I told you before, if Theo stands out, it will make things much harder to seize control of the Rose Palace." Through the window, she gazed out at the distant estate, a reminder of what was at stake. Action's voice was flat, barely containing his own anger. "You don't need to worry. I'll handle it." Emile spun on her heel, her voice icy. "I don't want to hear it. Reflect on this. Reflect on how your childish impulsiveness nearly ruined everything." Axion clenched his fists, his eyes dark with bitterness. "I'll keep that in mind." As she fanned herself, Emile let out an exasperated sigh. "Who does he take after to be this impulsive?" she muttered. A voice from the shadows spoke up, smooth and amused. "He's exactly like you when you were young." It was Ed, stepping forward with a teasing smile. Emile glared at him. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" Ed raised an eyebrow, shaking his head slightly. "No need to be so angry. This incident might not be such a disaster after all." Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What do you mean?" Ed's tone was measured, full of calculated precision. "The Rose Palace has always been difficult to wrestle control over, mostly because it's part of the clan head's harem. Even though it's a place for third-rate heirs, it still has the clan head's backing. What we needed was a justification to act, and Theo gave it to us tonight." Emile's fan stilled in her hand as she absorbed his words. "Justification?" Ed nodded, his smile growing. Theo's actions at the banquet caused quite the stir. By injuring those nobles, he's provided the perfect reason to take legal action. We can now move forward with our plans, using the law to suppress him. Once we begin, the Rose Palace will have no choice but to submit to us. Emil's mood shifted instantly. She snapped her fan open again, a wicked smile forming on her lips. How long will it take to prepare? Ed's chuckle was full of confidence. The preparations are already done. By tomorrow morning, you'll hear great news. For now, enjoy a bath and get a good night's sleep. He gestured toward an aromatic candle from the southern volcanic region of Akron that he had prepared for her. She sauntered over to him, wrapping her arms around him affectionately. As expected of my brother, she purred. This is why I love you. The scene shifted back to the tavern, where the atmosphere was much lighter. Sybil was practically glowing, still cheering loudly for Theo's success. Remington, sitting beside Theo, sighed and smiled. I didn't realize how much you cared for me back there, he said, looking at Theo with genuine appreciation. Theo blinks in confusion, asking what Remington is going on about, wondering if his friend has had too much to drink, especially after only drinking orange juice. But Remington, dead serious, explains he's talking about what happened at the banquet. While insults were being hurled at him, Theo didn't hesitate to step in when they turned their attention to Remington. He's ashamed that he couldn't stand up for himself. Remington then glances over at Theo, his expression thoughtful, and remarks how surprising it is that despite being mocked, ridiculed, and belittled as an untalented illegitimate son, Theo has grown into someone undeniably strong. Against odds where no one thought you'd win, he says, you stood tall. You wielded your sword without hesitation against the palace, a force no one dared to challenge. And what makes it even more impressive, he adds, is that Theo did it for him. Theo uses his observation ability, quickly reading Remington's thoughts. He can see that Remington genuinely believes Theo stood up for him out of deep care, which catches Theo off guard. It seems you've misunderstood something, Theo says, trying to explain. Remington doesn't stop there, however. He reveals that despite his orders to strengthen ties with Axion, he's made up his mind. He wishes to follow Theo now. The surrounding trainees, witnessing the exchange, start murmuring excitedly, recognizing that this moment marks the strong acknowledging the strong. Still unsure, Theo hesitates. I think you're misunderstanding, he says again. But before he can elaborate further, Evelyn's voice cuts into his thoughts. Using telepathy, she calmly advises, let him believe it. Theo, this isn't a bad misunderstanding. Turning to look at her, Theo finds Evelyn smiling knowingly. She adds that perhaps everyone just wants to be closer to him now. He sighs, surprised. I'm not someone special, he muses, wondering if all his progress, his sudden transformation, was truly because of this message window. The thing that had brought him back in time, that granted him the Ragnar's hidden talents and his newfound power. He ponders if it's something deeper than his regret because this window, with its detail, feels like something more. However, he quickly brushes aside the unease. Whether it's some mysterious force or not, it's helping him, and that's all that matters. As the banquet winds down, Theo feels the weight of leveling up. The increase in his stat points lets him distribute power as he sees fit, shaping his abilities further. It's almost frightening how strong I can become, he murmurs, feeling a small thrill, but his immediate focus is on the counterattack that will come from the Camellia Palace. That's what he has to be ready for. Turning to Remington with a grin, Theo casually calls him Remy, asking if he could help with something. Remington, a little startled, chuckles and replies, of course, anything. Then, as if realizing it for the first time, he remarks, wait, did you just call me Remy? Theo smirks, holding up a piece of parchment. The war for the throne between me and Axion is just beginning. It's going to be intense. I could really use your help, Remy. Remington is taken aback for a moment, absorbing the gravity of the request. Theo continues, explaining that in the future, Remington will become the clan head of the Narrow Clan. His forces will be powerful enough to rival even the Ragnars. A silver lion suits you perfectly, and I need you by my side for what's coming. Though surprised, Remington accepts the envelope. I've already pledged to follow you, he says, whatever you need. Theo laughs, grateful, and then playfully repeats, thanks, Remy. But before either of them can say more, someone from outside yells Theo's name urgently, their voice echoing through the halls. The heavy door creaked open, and knights stormed into the room. Their armor clanked loudly, catching everyone off guard. A collective gasp echoed as they stood, firm and unyielding, like sentinels of an ancient law. These were no ordinary knights. They were the swords of the law, medieval knights who acted as enforcers. Their stern presence sent chills through the air. They approached Theo, unfurling a warrant. You're under arrest for threats, assault, and intimidation, one knight declared, his voice echoing through the stunned silence. Evelyn's face twisted in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? She snapped, her voice cutting through the tension. But Theo, calm as ever, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Evelyn, he said quietly, his voice steady but commanding. Don't lose your head over this. He strode forward, eyes fixed on the warrant, his gaze sharp. A faint smirk appeared as he glanced at the fresh ink. The ink's barely dry, he muttered. Seems like you were in quite the rush to get this signed. Theo's calm acceptance baffled everyone. I'm ready, he said, extending his wrists for the handcuffs. The knights secured them with a metallic clink and led him towards the door. As he was dragged away, Remington's voice rang out, desperate. Theo, he shouted. Theo turned, a grin spreading across his face. A grin that carried more than just resignation. Evelyn and Theo exchanged a brief look of understanding. This was part of his plan. She then noticed Remington gripping a small piece of paper tightly. Something crucial was hidden in his hand. Back at the Rose Palace, Cecile collapsed to the floor, her knees giving way as the news hit her like a crashing wave. Why have they taken him to the tribunal? She whispered, her voice trembling with despair. Her butler rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. My lady, it's because of what happened at the banquet, he explained cautiously. They're accusing him of inciting rebellion. Cecile's eyes flashed with disbelief and anger. How could they think Theo would ever do that? She asked, her voice rising as she pushed herself to her feet. Her mind raced. Do they honestly believe they can bring him to trial over this? She demanded, pacing back and forth. The butler's expression remained grim. Yes, my lady. The damage was extensive. They say he destroyed the banquet. Cecile let out a long, frustrated sigh. Who could have predicted that simply inviting him would lead to this? She muttered, but there was still hope flickering behind her words. He's strong. He'll pull through this no matter what. That's just who Theo is. Her gaze drifted towards the window, as if looking out could bring him back. Come back safely, Theo, she whispered, her hope unwavering. Inside the carriage, Theo sat silently, watching the city pass by through the small window. His expression was distant, his mind already working through the next steps. It's been a while since I've been here, he murmured to himself, as the Grand Tribunal came into view, towering and foreboding. The structure loomed large, an imposing monument to justice. But Theo wasn't shaken. He was calculating. After everything at the banquet, this won't end with just imprisonment. They're taking me to trial, he thought grimly, bringing Ragnar's heir before the tribunal. They want to challenge my right as successor. The knights yanked open the carriage door, barking at Theo to get out. He complied, his face still locked in that same confident grin. He could see through their intentions. They want to crush me completely, he mused, stepping onto the stone path. But they've no idea. They're only playing into my hands. His grin widened as they escorted him towards the massive doors of the tribunal. Present the accused, one knight called out, his voice carrying across the grand hall as the heavy doors swung open. Theo stepped inside, his eyes sweeping the chamber. Before him, four figures sat in elevated thrones, their gazes cold and piercing. This was the moment. If I'm going to show my cards, it has to be on a stage like this, Theo thought, feeling the adrenaline course through his veins. Among the figures, Theo recognized two faces, Julius and Ed, members of the Nine Dragons, the protectors of Ragnar's legacy. Their presence alone spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. In his past life, Theo might have buckled under the pressure, but today he stood firm. His eyes locked on the figure at the center, Osa Ragnar, Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Known far and wide as the Sword Dragon, her title commanded respect. Beside her sat Wolfgang Ragnar, the head counselor, an elder with a reputation for his ruthless judgment. Wolfgang's voice boomed through the chamber, cold and sharp. "Theo," he said, the single word dripping with disdain. Theo acknowledged him with a slight nod. "It's been a while, Wolfgang," Theo said, his tone casual, almost mocking. "Didn't expect to meet you here of all places." Wolfgang's expression hardened. "You know why you've been summoned," he growled. "To answer for your crimes." Without missing a beat, Wolfgang listed the damage, the people injured, the limbs lost, all because of Theo's reckless actions. These families are now threatening to sever ties with the Ragnar family. "How will you account for dragging our honor through the dirt, bastard?" Wolfgang's words dripped with venom, his bias against Theo's illegitimate birth clear. But Theo didn't flinch. His eyes remained locked on Wolfgang, his face calm, almost amused. "You're absolutely right," Theo said, his voice steady. "I was reckless. Far too reckless." Wolfgang leaned forward, his lips curling as if expecting an apology. But Theo's eyes darkened. "I should have taken their heads instead of sparing them their limbs." The room fell into a stunned silence. Eyes widened in disbelief as the tension thickened. Theo's voice rose, filled with cold authority. "Those men were subjects of Ragnar. A lord gives land and honor, and in return the subjects give their loyalty and their lives. That's the code of chivalry. Yet they dared to threaten their lord." His voice cracked like thunder in the hall. "Had I known their betrayal would run so deep, I would have executed them without a second thought. For the honor of chivalry to stand, they must be punished." He locked eyes with Wolfgang, daring him to respond. "How could I stand idly by while Ragnar's honor, upheld for over a millennium, was dragged through the mud by these traitors?" His voice echoed with conviction, the weight of his words suffocating the room. Wolfgang nearly rises from his seat, his composure barely holding. The tension is palpable, and then Julius lets out a laugh, breaking the silence. Impressive, he chuckles, leaning back. "As expected, this won't end with just a simple punishment." His words drip with amusement, but they only enrage Wolfgang further. "Why do you mock me with such sophistry?" Wolfgang snaps, his voice sharp, his patience clearly thinning. Osa, however, remains calm. "I've heard his argument," she says, her tone measured. "And in theory, he's not wrong." Wolfgang's eyes narrow in disbelief, wondering why Osa would side with Theo. But before he can speak, Osa continues. "Ragnar is strong, yes, but strength alone doesn't make greatness. A ruler who ignores the voices of his vassals and knights will ultimately crumble. Tyranny alone cannot command loyalty." Theo gives a small nod, taking her words in stride. "I'll remember that," he replies, his voice steady. As the conversation shifts, more is revealed about Osa. She's the first wife of the clan head, known as one of the finest swordsmen in the north. While she doesn't seem overtly hostile toward Theo, a lingering tension remains. Theo knows from his past life that Osa played a part in the fall of the Rose Palace, yet she speaks with an air of reason and authority now. Her next words, however, are a clear warning. "I hope you understand, Theo, that the punishment you're about to receive is justified." Theo meets her gaze, unflinching. "And what punishment would that be?" he asks. Wolfgang hesitates for just a heartbeat before announcing, 3 months of probation." Theo raises an eyebrow, his voice calm but with an edge of disbelief. "The awakening ceremony is in 2 months. Wolfgang slams his hand down, barking at Theo for daring to speak out. "You'll learn not to interrupt," he roars. But Osa intervenes, her voice cutting through the rising tension. I've already taken that into account. You'll be allowed to participate in next year's ceremony instead. And it's been decided that the 15 children injured by your actions will also participate next year. Ed, sitting nearby, leans forward, adding in his cold, calculating tone. Thanks to the demon dragon's interference, your punishment is lighter than expected. His eyes flicker with a hint of frustration, but he's masking it behind a calm exterior. It could have been much worse. We cut to Ed sitting at a table, arguing with others, his frustration barely concealed. This isn't too bad, he mutters, strategizing. Delaying the awakening ceremony brings dishonor upon Theo. As the representative of the Rose Palace, this disgrace will give the Camellia Palace the leverage they need to surpass him. His plan begins to unfold in his mind. Once it's in motion, Theo won't be able to stop it. If he tries to appeal, he's walking straight into a death trap. But his thoughts are interrupted when Theo's voice rings out, defiant and resolute. That's exactly what I plan to do. A stunned silence blankets the room. The weight of his words hits like a hammer, and even Ed's composure cracks as a sinister smile spreads across his face. He covers his mouth with his hand, whispering to himself, "What an idiot." His arrogance knows no bounds. This will make everything so much easier for me. Julius's amusement doesn't fade as he glances over at Theo. "Do you even understand what it means to appeal?" he asks with a raised eyebrow. Theo doesn't hesitate. "Of course I do. This isn't something that can be swept away with just 3 months of probation." His voice sharpens. "And this slap on the wrist? I'm not about to accept that. I know you pulled strings, Julius." The room grows cold as Theo continues, his tone unwavering. "In the proud and powerful Ragnar, an appeal means war, and I'm not backing down. Victory is the only way to uncover the truth." The victor's words become law. His gaze sweeps the room. "I expect to be rewarded, not punished." A sudden notification appears in Theo's mind. A status window opens, signaling the start of something far greater. The system declares that he is now entering the main scenario. OSA and Julius exchange startled glances, unable to hide their surprise at his boldness. The status window reveals the path ahead, the successor's path. Theo's journey to uncover the hidden secrets of this world has begun, and the first quest is now in motion. Suddenly, we shift to the branch of the Sarah Merchant Guild, engulfed in flames. The entire structure burns as the mercenaries guarding it fall one by one, their bodies littering the floor, some even cut to pieces. Amid the carnage, Remington's voice rings out, cold and determined. "This must be where they've been hiding." Just like young Lord Theo said, the scene unfolds to reveal both Evelyn and Remington standing over a small chest, their faces grim. With this, Evelyn whispers, "Camellia Palace is finished." Back at the tribunal, the silence is suffocating. No one dares speak, until finally Wolfgang's voice cuts through like a blade. "You would take something that can be resolved with 3 months of probation and turn it into war?" His disbelief is palpable, as is the anger simmering beneath the surface. "You're beyond arrogant. Do you really believe you can stand against the combined forces of the 15 clans?" Theo, unshaken by the looming threat, looks up and speaks calmly. "That's something I'll have to handle myself. In cases like this, where there's such a huge gap in power, isn't resolving appeals through proxy battles the norm?" Julius, leaning back with a smirk, replies, "Usually, yes. Appeals mean deciding a winner and a loser through war. However, when war is practically impossible due to a massive imbalance in power, both sides choose a representative. The winner is determined by a one-on-one sword duel, a proxy battle. Naturally, that means you'll be the representative for your side." Theo listens carefully as Julius continues. "It's almost certain that the plaintiff's representative will be none other than Axion. If that happens, your defeat is practically guaranteed. Why would you make such a reckless choice? You must be banking on something, maybe hoping that either Evelyn or I will fight in your place. But if that's what you're counting on, you're in for a rude awakening." Theo meets Julius's gaze, unwavering. "As the rules state, we'll decide the representatives, and the battle will take place in 1 week. How does that sound?" Wolfgang narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing Theo's ploy. He's trying to force Julius or Evelyn to act as his proxy, Wolfgang thinks. But those two would never do it. He'll have no choice but to fight on his own. Ed, sitting nearby, smiles darkly. I'll send Axion. He'll teach Theo his place. Through death. His voice is low, dripping with malice as he contemplates the outcome. Suddenly, Ed begins to speak about the choice of representatives. But before he can finish, a voice echoes from the back of the chamber. It's cold, calculated, and sends shivers down the spines of everyone present. I thought you were a quiet child, Theo, the voice says, drawing all attention toward the slowly opening door. But it seems you've become quite skilled at crafting sly schemes. You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. My son. The room falls into a stunned silence as the figure of Kyle Ragnar, the head of the Ragnar clan, steps through the door. His mere presence dominates the room, and all the 9 dragons in attendance immediately bow in reverence. Theo, too, lowers his head, greeting him with respect. I greet the incarnation of the great dragon god. Theo's status window lights up in his mind, notifying him of the next phase of his journey. Take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. This was the first quest of the tutorial. As the blue notification flashes, Theo remembers the secret he had stumbled upon at the banquet, regretting not acting on it sooner. But now was not the time for distractions. His focus sharpens, and his gaze lifts to meet his father's as Kyle strides toward him. This is the first thing I need to deal with, Theo thinks, as an unpredictable variable has entered the game, threatening to unravel his carefully laid plans. Why was his father here? This wasn't part of the script. Kyle gestures for Theo to stand, his voice calm but filled with authority. I heard about your situation while passing through. Kyle begins, his eyes sharp. It seems you found yourself in a complicated position. I also hear you intend to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo hesitates for just a moment, then straightens. That's right. Kyle considers this, his gaze intense. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for you to fight the battle yourself. Who were you planning to choose as your proxy? Theo's mind races. He knows this is a test, but Ed's eyes narrow, sensing something amiss. There's tension in the air, thick and heavy. Theo takes a breath, then speaks with unwavering resolve. There's no one who can stand in my place. I was planning to fight myself. Kyle's expression shifts into one of amusement, and a smile slowly spreads across his face. You will lose, Kyle says bluntly, his voice cold and calculating. Theo meets his father's gaze without flinching. How can you know that if I don't try? Even if I'm forced to bend, I won't lower myself willingly. Kyle's grin widens into a full laugh, a rare sound that shocks those in the room. He turns to the others, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Did everyone hear that? These are the words of my son, he exclaims, his voice booming with pride. Even if he's forced to bend, he refuses to lower himself. There's no better way to describe a Ragnar. His attitude. It satisfies me greatly. The tension in the room dissipates as Kyle's approval resonates, but the storm brewing beneath the surface only grows darker. Theo takes a deep breath and responds with a polite yet confident tone. I appreciate your praise, father, but you should know, the proxy battle is just a decoy. I have no intention of fighting. His words, calculated and sharp, hang in the air as he continues. The work I assigned to Evelyn and Remington has uncovered proof of Camellia Palace's treason. With that evidence, I'll win without lifting a sword. Kyle's gaze sharpens, a subtle smile forming. In that case, I'll personally offer you an opportunity, he says, his voice commanding yet calm. As the leader of the Ragnar clan, I want to test your strength, just a single strike. If you can endure it, I'll absolve you of all charges, and we'll forget this trial ever happened. Theo blinks, caught off guard by the unexpected proposal. Is he serious? Theo wonders, but Kyle's expression leaves no doubt. Come outside. Now, Kyle commands, turning toward the exit. Ed's voice breaks through the tension, his face pale with panic. "That cannot happen," he shouts, almost trembling. His mind races. If Kyle tests Theo with a single strike and he survives, it would mean the clan head acknowledges him. Theo would earn the respect and approval of the clan, something Ed can't allow. Theo won't survive it, Ed thinks desperately, but if, by some miracle, he does, it will completely shift the balance in his favor. Ed gathers himself, forcing his voice to remain steady. "The tribunal must proceed as planned," he says coldly. "How can we let vassals and bannermen comment on the bloodline of your son?" Kyle's eyes snap toward Ed, his voice icy. "Shut up, Ed. If a vassal dares to speak out of turn, then you know what to do. Get rid of them." Ed grits his teeth, biting back a retort. But he can only bow slightly and mutter, "Understood." Kyle's sharp gaze shifts again, landing on Julius, who's been stifling his laughter for a while now. "Julius, you've been giggling like a fool. Is there something you want to say?" Julius waves a hand, smiling. "No, nothing. It's just been a while since you've taken such an interest in anyone." Kyle dismisses his words with a slight scowl. "Nonsense. Enough small talk," he snaps, his attention returning to Theo. "So, will you accept the challenge or not?" Theo's mind whirls, realizing how drastically the situation has shifted. His plans have crumbled, replaced by something far more dangerous and exciting. A grin slowly spreads across his face. A change like this is always welcome, he mutters under his breath before speaking louder. "Father, that's too much for me. How can I compare enduring your single strike to a proxy war against vassals and bannermen?" Kyle raises an eyebrow. "Does that mean you refuse?" Theo chuckles softly. "I just wanted to point out how unfair it is. But I'm not backing down." Kyle's eyes narrow in interest. "Unfair? And what exactly do you mean by that?" Theo's gaze drifts around the room, briefly landing on Ed, who watches him suspiciously. "Since the stakes have increased, shouldn't my compensation rise as well?" Theo asks, his voice filled with quiet confidence. Kyle leans back, intrigued. "And what would you ask for?" Theo smiles, a sharp gleam in his eye. "The Camellia Palace." Ed visibly tenses, his hands clenching into fists as he struggles to contain his rage. How dare he? Ed seethes internally. Wolfgang, watching the exchange, is equally shocked. He's mad, Wolfgang thinks, his face grim. To propose a deal with the clan head, this half-blood doesn't know his place. A deal implies both parties are equal. His arrogance will be his undoing. But to everyone's surprise, Kyle begins to laugh. "I like it," he says, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "If you aim to become the successor, you'll need that kind of boldness. And to lead, you'll need something like Camellia Palace. Do you have any objections, Ed?" Ed's expression is twisted with frustration, but he bows his head, his words barely controlled. "Everything in Ragnar belongs to you, clan head. I would never dare oppose your decision." Kyle nods in satisfaction. "Good. Then let's not waste any more time. Prepare the arena immediately. I'll test Theo Ragnar here and now." As the preparations are made, Theo steps outside into the arena, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He stands across from Kyle, their eyes locked, while 4 of the 9 dragons watch closely from above. Ed, watching from the sidelines, sneers. "The trap I set for Theo has become a stage to elevate him," he mutters bitterly. But no matter, he can't survive a single strike from the clan head. Not even the strongest swordsman would dare try. Theo will die here. He has to die. Ed's thoughts swirl darkly, but unbeknownst to him, Theo already knows. Theo smirks inwardly, aware of Ed's growing frustration. "I know exactly what he's thinking," Theo muses. "But that's not how this will play out." Thanks to a special tutorial reward he received earlier, Theo feels confident in his ability to withstand the attack. Kyle, sensing something off, narrows his eyes as he steps into the arena. "Theo," he calls out, "did you consume an elixir while I wasn't looking? Even if you did, there's no way you could have improved so quickly. I'm curious, just how strong have you become?" The stage is set, and the moment of truth is approaching. Theo can feel the weight of everyone's eyes on him, but he stands firm, ready for what's to come. Theo, his mind sharp and alert, smirks slightly as he says, sharp as ever. Not even the 9 dragons have noticed. Kyle, standing tall and imposing, replies with a calm, amused tone, at the end of the day, you are of my flesh and blood. His eyes narrow, assessing his son. So, are you warmed up and ready? Theo nods, gripping his blade tightly. Yes, he replies with confidence, preparing himself for what's to come. Kyle glances at his weapon, commenting, normally, I'd use my great sword, but since you haven't learned how to control mana yet, I'll use this rusty steel blade instead. He lifts the dull, worn weapon, its surface rough with age, and asks, any objections? Of course not, Theo responds, his voice steady despite the mounting tension. Without hesitation, Kyle begins releasing his aura, a fiery red energy that surges out like a tidal wave, immediately thickening the air around them. The sheer force makes Theo stumble slightly, and the pressure nearly overwhelms him. Kyle lowers his blade, its tip pointed toward the ground, and his voice booms, get ready. Theo's body shakes, not from fear but from the immense weight of his father's aura. He can't believe that what he's feeling is purely fighting spirit. As Kyle takes slow, deliberate steps forward, the air crackles with power. I'm surprised you're still standing, Kyle remarks with a slight grin. Theo holds his ground, keeping his eyes locked on Kyle's. Of course, Theo mutters through gritted teeth. His strength had nearly tripled after using the experience elixir, boosting his levels and putting everything into his physical might. He could feel his body surging with energy, teetering on the edge of barbaric power. It's a great feeling, he thought to himself, stepping out of the realm of the ordinary and into something extraordinary. He believed with this strength he could block a single strike from his father. But as Kyle raised his blade, Theo saw him not as a man, but as an insurmountable wall. His mind screamed to stay focused as the blade descended, slicing through the air with a force that silenced the world around them. All eyes in the arena watched with bated breath, except for Count and Brad, the latter of whom was practically praying for Theo's downfall, ever the number one hater. The strike neared, and time seemed to slow. Theo's gaze remained locked on the blade's path, following its arc. I can see it, he thought to himself, reading every movement. The clash of their swords sent a massive shockwave through the arena, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The impact was deafening, the force shaking the very walls of the Colosseum. For a moment, it seemed like the world had split in two. Kyle, however, noticed something before the full weight of his strike landed. He pulled back, his laughter booming through the arena. It's been quite a while since I've enjoyed myself like this, he said, stepping back from Theo. Theo's sword, unable to bear the force, cracked and then shattered completely. Kyle looked at his son with approval, a smile spreading across his face. It's been far too long since I found a son like you, he said, his tone filled with pride. Julius and OSA exchanged glances, both clearly pleased with what they had witnessed. Kyle turned to the onlookers, declaring, Theo has proven his innocence through this trial. The matter is now settled. Theo, still standing but unconscious on his feet, had completed what would become known as the single strike of Kyle Ragnar quest. His reward was twofold. He had unlocked an inventory and obtained a blue key. The scene shifts, and Theo slowly opens his eyes, lying in a bed unfamiliar to him. His mind foggy, he looks around, wondering where he is. At his side, Cecilia is holding his hand tightly. You're awake, she says softly, relief evident in her voice. You fainted standing up. She smiles warmly, her grip not loosening. She begins speaking in fluent Japanese, showing her concern. Theo, regaining his composure, reassures her. It's okay, calm down. Where am I? Before Cecilia can respond, Julius enters the room with a knowing grin. By the orders of the clan head, he begins, the former lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the director of intelligence have been removed from their positions. Theo blinks, processing the information. Does that mean? He trails off, Julius's grin widens. That's right. You're inside the Camellia Palace now. The status window flashes, updating Theo's scenario. His new task: uncover the palace's secrets. Meanwhile, outside in the palace gardens, Emile stomps furiously on a flower, seething with rage. Why, she growls, am I, the rightful master of this place, being forced to leave my own home? Her butlers scramble around her, pleading with her to stay calm, but their words fall on deaf ears. From a distance, Axion watches with cold indifference, and suddenly, Ed, standing nearby, steps forward, his face dark with anger. You need to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion's gaze sharpens. During the awakening ceremony, I'll take his arm, but Ed isn't satisfied. He cuts Axion off. No, you need to take his head. That's the only way you'll make up for the disgrace you've caused. Axion considers Ed's words and understands. His expression darkens even further as the gravity of the situation settles in. Ed's demand is clear. Theo must be eliminated, completely. Back inside Camellia Palace, Theo sits quietly, contemplating the events that have unfolded. Things had spiraled far beyond his original plan, but it had all worked out in his favor. This turned out much better than I could have imagined, he thought. I managed to obtain the palace without even using my trump card. And as a bonus, I gained a second authority, the inventory. With his newfound power and position, Theo's path was clearer, but the dangers lurking ahead were growing by the minute. Theo reaches into his inventory, pulling out a shiny red apple and taking a bite. The crisp crunch echoes in the quiet room as he mutters to himself. I don't know how this is even possible, but it's going to come in handy. He rummages through the space once more and pulls out the blue key, its surface glowing faintly. The key had the ability to open a dungeon, a fact that he hadn't anticipated. Who would have guessed dungeons existed here? He remarks with a smirk. As he glances to his left, a bluish aura flickers at the edge of his vision. His eyes narrow as he inspects the source, realizing the key's glow matches the hue of the aura. This key, it's connected to this place somehow. Moving closer to the door, he notices a small, blue keyhole embedded in the wood. Without hesitation, Theo inserts the key and slowly turns it, the door creaking open to reveal a dark cave beyond. Confusion flickers across his face. How is there a cave inside the house? He shakes his head in disbelief but steps forward. A notification window appears before his eyes, informing him that he's discovered a dungeon for the first time, and the experience earned within will be doubled. Another quest, he mutters, the idea of double experience too tempting to ignore. But just as he's about to plunge deeper into the cave, he stops himself. I shouldn't go in unprepared. He bolts through the palace, rummaging through his inventory again, only to reveal it's packed full of swords. His grin returns. All right, let's check it out, now that I'm better prepared. Venturing deeper into the cave, the dim light of blue torches illuminates the stone walls. Theo's footsteps echo as he reaches a wide, open chamber. He pauses, scanning his surroundings, and his eyes widen as he spots something in the shadows. A massive silver wolf stands there, its eyes glowing and teeth bared. The beast snarls menacingly. That thing's huge, Theo whispers, gripping his sword tighter. Big enough to be a demonic beast. His assessment is cut short as the wolf lunges at him, its powerful jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. Theo barely raises his shield in time, but even then, the creature's fangs tear into it, leaving a gaping hole. Theo grits his teeth, pushing back. Pretty strong, too, he growls, swinging his sword with a burst of strength. But the wolf is faster than he expected. It leaps back, narrowly avoiding the strike, and immediately retaliates with a counterattack. Theo moves swiftly, but his strikes fail to do any real damage. Its hide is thick, and it's fast. He mutters under his breath, frustration bubbling up. Half-hearted attacks aren't going to cut it. This thing's no ordinary wolf. It might be as strong as the beasts beyond the northern wall. Demonic, for sure. His mind races. If it's from the demon sea, that explains its power. This is going to be a real pain. The wolf swipes at him with a massive paw, claws slicing through the air. Theo ducks beneath it, his body moving on instinct. He dashes under the beast, the memory of his father's strike flashing through his mind. That breathtaking white arc of pure power that Kyle had unleashed. If only he could replicate that moment, that flawless display of skill. Theo raises his sword, trying to mimic his father's devastating attack. But as he swings down, the wolf easily dodges. Frustrated, Theo jumps back, putting distance between them. Of course, copying it wouldn't be so simple, he admits. As he catches his breath, more memories of his father's strike resurface. His father's technique was a single strike to bring certain death. But the key, Theo realizes, wasn't just brute force. It was about putting every fiber of his being into that one decisive blow. Dropping his shield to the ground, Theo tightens his grip on the sword's hilt. If I can't rely on brute strength, I'll focus on speed. Evelyn's taught me enough for this. With renewed determination, he dashes forward, his speed blurring as he moves too quickly for the wolf to follow. The silver beast whips its head around, trying to track him, but it's already too late. Theo's blade thrusts forward with precise accuracy, driving straight into the wolf's eye. The creature lets out a chilling howl of pain as blood spurts from the wound, splattering onto Theo's sword and coating the floor beneath them. Theo pulls back, his chest rising and falling with the adrenaline. The wolf, now blinded in one eye, stumbles back, blood pouring from the deep gash as it growls in agony. Theo, though bloodied and battered, stands tall, ready to finish the fight. Theo feels the surge of confidence as he and the wolf lunge at each other for the final strike. Their movements in sync, but only one will come out victorious. The tension builds, and then the scene shifts. 2 months have passed. At training ground number 4, the once sparsely populated area is now bustling with people. Manuel, standing near the entrance, looks around and comments, "There are even more people now." Sybil, standing beside him, nods in agreement. "You're telling me, at this rate, we should move the training to another ground." Word spread that Theo's mastered the single strike, and now we're swarmed with people wanting to spar with him. Before Sybil can continue, a voice interrupts them. "When is that so-called young master of yours going to show up?" It's Henry Morris, an apprentice swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace, OSA's domain. His tone is filled with disdain as he steps forward, arms crossed. "It's been 2 months. Where's Theo? I thought he never missed a day of training. Or maybe the coward ran off after that tall tale of his spread around." Sybil's expression hardens, his anger barely contained. Henry, oblivious to the rising tension, continues. "Maybe it was all a lie. Sure, he won the trial, but with no witnesses, it's probably exaggerated, just like that nonsense about him wrecking the banquet." Before Henry can finish, Sybil's fist slams into his face, sending him flying backward. Henry crashes to the ground, his face dented and bruised, gasping for air. His friend rushes to his side, panic in his eyes. "Henry!" he calls out, then turns towards Sybil, pointing in disbelief. "How dare a dropout like you do that?" The trainees around them, loyal to Theo, draw their blades in unison, glaring at Henry's friend with cold intensity. Sybil's voice is low and furious. "You're nothing compared to the young master. Watch your tongue." Manuel tries to calm him. "Come on, Sybil. No need to insult his appearance." But Sybil shakes his head, his rage not yet satisfied. "I never liked how these guys kept showing up, stirring trouble. But to insult Theo? That's a step too far." The other trainees growl in agreement, their hands tightening on their sword hilts. "This is war," Sybil declares, "and I hope you're ready to back up your words." Henry's friend sneers. These dropouts must really have a death wish, but before anyone can make a move, the air suddenly turns frigid. Out of nowhere, a sharp chill spreads through the training ground, and Sybil freezes, literally. His body is encased in a layer of ice as a woman steps forward, her presence undeniable. She stands in the center of the conflict, her sword glowing with an icy aura. It's Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the north, known as the Frost Sword. The tension builds, but then another voice cuts through the cold silence, filled with laughter. "You're not going to leave me out of the fun, are you?" This Hulkus, another of the four hounds known as the Black Bear. His massive frame moves toward the stage, his presence equally commanding. Sybil's eyes widen in surprise. "Even Hulkus is here?" Hulkus glances around, scanning the group with mild disappointment. "Just trainees." He turns to Henry's friend, his eyes narrowing. "Where's Luster Tiger?" "Luster who?" Henry's friend asks, confused. Hulkus, clearly irritated, raises his voice. "Are you deaf? Where is Luster Tiger, the master of this training ground?" Ray, silently observing, doesn't respond, but it becomes clear that Hulkus is talking about Theo. It's an unusual nickname, and the reason behind it remains a mystery. The scene jumps to Theo, deep within the dungeon, panting heavily. His body is worn out, his sword shattered beyond use. His status window pops up, showing he's leveled up significantly. Not just once, but multiple times. He has been fighting for 2 months straight, and the results are staggering. He's hunted 170 demonic beasts. Sitting atop the corpse of a slain wolf, Theo breathes heavily. His body aches, and his mind feels sluggish. "I've been fighting for 2 months," he mutters, uncorking a potion and chugging it down. The liquid restores some of his energy, though the exhaustion remains. "There were a few times I nearly died, but this potion saved me. I can't believe an item like this exists." He looks at the pile of broken swords scattered around him and sighs. "It was rough at first, but it got easier as I leveled up. Still 2 months, and I'm not done yet." His gaze shifts to the side, eyeing the final door in the dungeon. 1 beast left. The anticipation builds as Theo stares at the door. "This has to be the boss," he mutters, rising to his feet and heading toward the 5th floor of the dungeon. His hand tightens on his broken blade. This thing's no longer usable. He tosses the shattered sword aside and reaches into his inventory, pulling out the last weapon he has left. A ceremonial sword his mother had given him as a birthday present. As he grips the familiar hilt, his thoughts linger briefly on his family, but then he steels himself for what's ahead. "This is where the real fight begins," he says, stepping forward into the unknown, determined to finish what he started. As Theo grips the ceremonial sword, memories of his past life flood back. He recalls the friction between him and his mother, especially leading up to the awakening ceremony. In that life, he had tossed this very sword aside, letting it rust in some forgotten corner of his room, dismissing it without a second thought. Now, as he examines the weapon more closely, he realizes its true value. The blade, forged from rare white snow steel, gleams faintly in the dim light, and regret gnaws at him. A flashback strikes him, his door opening on the eve of his birthday. His mother, her face glowing with joy, had come in, arms laden with gifts, whispering "Happy birthday." She had waited for midnight just to surprise him. But all he did was shout at her. "The awakening ceremony is near. I don't have time for birthday gifts." His words, venomous and dismissive, had cut deeper than any blade. He still remembers her hurt expression. He'd coldly told her that good equipment wouldn't change his bloodline, as if her thoughtful gesture was meaningless. Theo closes his eyes, the memory stinging fresh. Whatever happened in the past, he mutters, "I won't make the same mistakes." He steels himself and moves toward the final chamber, determined to make this life count. As he approaches the boss room, a warning flares in front of him. A strong demonic beast is about to appear. Please proceed with caution. Theo takes a breath, preparing himself for whatever awaits. When the door opens, he's greeted by the sight of shimmering scales and a massive dragon-like snout. His heart skips a beat as the hulking form of a lesser drake lies sleeping before him, its azure scales glinting in the dim cave light. Thankfully, it's just a lesser drake, Theo mutters, though the sight is still awe-inspiring. His thoughts race. The Ragnar family, descendants of dragons, facing off against a draconic beast as the final boss? Couldn't be a mere coincidence. Maybe it's fate, he muses, but there's no time to ponder. One thing is clear. He must defeat this beast to clear the quest and unlock the dungeon's secret. The lesser drake is still a dragon, even in its lesser form. Can he win against it? The question gnaws at his mind. His thoughts drift to the single flash, a technique he'd practiced extensively against the wolves. It wasn't on the same level as his father's Dragonslayer flash, but it might be enough. As a blue aura begins to glow around him, Theo charges forward with all his might. The lesser drake's eyes snap open just in time. If I push my dragon heart to its limit, I can wound it. Theo grits his teeth, swinging his blade with all his might. Blood sprays through the air as his strike lands, and the drake roars in agony, its voice shaking the walls of the cavern. Theo grins, relieved that the attack worked, but there's no time to celebrate. The drake lashes out with its massive tail, a blur of scales and muscle. Theo narrowly dodges, leaping to the side as the tail smashes into the ground where he stood just seconds ago. I wanted to pierce its brain, he mutters, realizing the strike hadn't gone as deep as he'd hoped. But now that it's partially blinded, I have the advantage. With renewed focus, Theo readies his blade again. This time, he uses a technique called Jester's footwork, dancing around the drake with fluid, unpredictable movements. His blade slices through the air, aiming for weak points along the beast's body. He's fast, faster than the drake can follow. As he weaves through the beast's defenses, he thinks, I might actually win this. Theo gets behind one of the drake's legs, positioning himself for a decisive blow. If I can distract it first, then hit its weak point, I've got a shot, he plans. But before he can act, the drake lets out a deafening roar, unleashing its fear ability. The fear status effect grips Theo immediately, slowing his movements by 10%. His body, now sluggish, feels like it's moving through mud. Theo struggles to regain control, but the drake strikes, its massive paw coming down with crushing force. He raises his blade just in time to block, but the impact sends him flying across the cavern. He crashes into the wall with a loud bang, dust and debris scattering around him. Theo coughs, blood trickling down his forehead. It's a boss for a reason, he groans, pulling himself to his feet. I can't let this drag out. The drake charges again, and Theo meets it head-on. He knows he must aim for the weak point. He scans the beast's body for any sign of vulnerability. His eyes catch something at the base of its neck. The reverse scale, he realizes, locking onto it. That's it. Every dragon's weak point. As the drake rears back for another strike, Theo sees his chance. With lightning speed, he thrusts his blade forward, aiming directly for the reverse scale. The sword pierces through, and the drake's roar shifts from fury to agony. Blood pours from the wound as Theo drives the blade in deeper, over and over, stabbing like a man possessed. The drake thrashes in pain, its body convulsing as Theo's relentless assault continues. His mind races with disbelief. It worked. I actually hit it, he thinks, adrenaline surging through him. But his victory is short-lived. The drake, though grievously wounded, isn't dead. Its rage intensifies as it turns its massive head toward Theo, its jaws opening wide. The beast lunges, teeth bared, ready to tear into him. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the training area. As the tension escalates, all the swords on the training ground suddenly freeze in place, covered in ice. Hulkus, unfazed, roars out in frustration. What are you saying, Re? Theo needs to fight me first. His eyes burn with determination as he swings his massive weapon, the blade heavy and menacing. Re, standing calmly, retorts, losers should stay out of it. Hulkus's temper flares. That was 3 years ago. I've grown stronger with each passing day, and 3 years is more than enough time for me to close the gap. His voice shakes with anger as he challenges her again, his pride on the line. Let's duel right now. The winner gets to fight Theo. Without waiting for a response, Hulkus swings his oversized hunk of metal toward Re, but she easily deflects it with the side of her blade, her movements almost effortless. Sybil, watching from the side, stammers, What's going on? Henry, equally confused, mutters, I don't know. But this is bad. His eyes widen with concern as the battle heats up. Just as Hulkus prepares for another swing, a figure steps between the two warriors, blocking both their attacks in one smooth motion. It's Remy, Theo's loyal protector. His voice is calm but firm as he holds their weapons at bay. If you're going to brawl, take it somewhere else. This is Theo's domain, and I won't allow anyone to cause trouble while the master is away. Hulkus grins, stepping back, clearly enjoying the chaos. Perfect timing, Remy. I've been wanting to duel you too. His excitement is barely contained, but Remy remains unfazed. Are you deaf? Remy responds, irritation creeping into his voice. But suddenly, a crushing wave of killing intent sweeps over the training ground, freezing everyone in place. The air grows heavy, almost suffocating, as everyone turns toward the source. Ree narrows her eyes, trying to pinpoint who's responsible, and then she sees him, Theo, walking forward slowly, his presence exuding raw power. Remy, wide-eyed, mutters, this pressure. It's overwhelming. What happened to him during training? Even Hulkus, the battle junkie, feels a thrill of excitement. Finally, he grins, sensing the strength radiating from Theo. He's here. Unbeknownst to them, Theo is unleashing the fear ability he acquired from the Lesser Drake. The scene flashes back to the moment he had fought the beast, battle-scarred and relentless. The final moments replay in his mind as the Lesser Drake let out one final thrash, then collapsed, lifeless, at his feet. The status window had appeared, congratulating him on successfully hunting a Lesser Drake. Theo, barely standing, had gasped, "It started thrashing when I touched the reverse scale. I thought I was done for." Exhausted but relieved, he realized how lucky he'd been, that the dragon's weak spot wasn't just a myth. The victory had rewarded him with several rare items: the Lesser Drake's Tooth and the Lesser Drake's Claw, both prized materials for enhancing weapons. Theo had glanced at his battered sword, the one his mother had given him, and muttered, "I should use these to repair it. It's a gift I can't afford to lose," even though hunting the Drake really wore it down. But the most valuable reward was the Lesser Drake's Fear, an ability that surprised him. The D-rank scale had a mere 1% mastery, but it allowed him to release killing intent unique to Lesser Drakes, overwhelming those around him with sheer terror. Only the Chosen could wield such a power, and Theo had never imagined he'd be one of them. He had stored everything back into his inventory, uncertain if this ability would be useful among the powerhouses of Ragnar. With the dungeon cleared and the quest complete, he had received one final reward, an item called the Nest Compass, which pointed toward some mysterious location. "I'll look into it later," Theo had decided, too exhausted to care. All he'd wanted was to rest. But now, back in the present, Theo's exhaustion is replaced by anger. The brawl unfolding on the training grounds has tested his patience. With a scowl, he unleashes the Fear ability, sending waves of terrifying pressure throughout the area. "Get lost," he growls, his voice laced with barely contained fury. "I need to rest." The effect is immediate. Henry's boys, standing nearby, begin to foam at the mouth, collapsing to the ground under the crushing weight of Theo's killing intent. Henry, wide-eyed and panicked, screams out. The aura is laced with fentanyl. His voice cracks as his companions fall one by one. Hulkus, on the other hand, laughs heartily. That killing intent is no joke. His excitement only grows as he charges forward, eager for a fight. "I knew you'd be fun, Theo. Let's see how strong you really are." Hulkus charges at Theo, his massive sword slicing through the air with devastating force. But Theo, calm and composed, meets the attack head-on. With a swift upward swing, Theo deflects Hulkus's strike, sending him flying backwards. The sheer power behind the deflection leaves Remy stunned, and even Hulkus, never one to be easily impressed, can't hide his shock. Theo glares at Hulkus, though internally he's just as surprised at his own strength. "I actually deflected that," he thinks, astonished by the ease with which he repelled the attack. Hulkus quickly regains his footing, his expression turning fierce as he growls. "There's no way I'm taking that. He lunges again, this time aiming a heavy downward strike at Theo, challenging him to block it. Theo assesses the situation. Hulkus may have been considered the weakest of the four hounds, but his raw physical strength is nothing to scoff at. As the blade comes down, Theo remarks internally, in terms of sheer strength, Hulkus is definitely at the top. But right now, even that power... Theo leans into the attack, smoothly pushing Hulkus's sword aside with a controlled motion down the edge of his blade. In the same fluid movement, he executes the single slash technique, a swift, calculated strike aimed at Hulkus's midsection. The power behind the counter surprises Hulkus as he coughs in disbelief. He's not just parrying, he's countering. In the blink of an eye, Theo's level-up notification flashes before his eyes. He's now level 16. The impact of the strike becomes apparent as Hulkus coughs up blood, a deep wound across his abdomen spilling crimson onto the ground. The mighty warrior stumbles and collapses, bleeding heavily. Theo stands over him, shocked at the force he used. "I didn't realize I'd used my full strength," he mutters to himself, relieved. Good thing it was Hulkus. If it had been anyone else, they'd be dead. Hulkus, luckily, has only fainted. Sybil, witnessing the scene, is at a loss for words until the realization hits him, and he and the other boys begin screaming in excitement. Theo defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the four hounds with a single strike. Their enthusiasm is uncontrollable. Theo, still trying to remain composed, waves them down. "Calm down. He's alive, just knocked out." But as he speaks, the sword in his hand suddenly snaps, the blade breaking and clattering to the floor. Panic flickers across Theo's face as he looks down at the shattered weapon. "No. This was the sword my mother gave me." The onlookers, however, add to the growing legend. He even broke his own sword in a single strike. As expected of Theo, they exclaim, much to his frustration. "Why are you happy about that?" Theo groans. Off to the side, Remy and Ree watch the unfolding scene. Ree's gaze is fixed on Theo, her expression unusually thoughtful. It's clear she's deep in reflection, and her intense stare doesn't go unnoticed by Remy, who wonders if he just saw her smile. A flashback suddenly takes over the scene. A younger version of Theo is seen standing in the snow, spotting a little girl, Ray, wandering in the cold. "Who are you?" the young Theo asks curiously as he approaches her. Seeing her shivering, he quickly wraps his scarf around her shoulders. "You still look cold. Come to my house until the snow stops." His voice is gentle, caring. Ray's memory lingers on that moment, her first encounter with Theo, and a soft smile tugs at her lips. She quickly turns away, leaving Remy to wonder if what he saw was real. The scene shifts back to the Camellia Palace. Inside, Theo sits with a celebratory hat on his head as the maids gather around him, showering him with praise. "Congratulations on your title, Luster Tiger." They cheer, their voices filled with admiration. "You worked so hard for so long. Now you just need to carry this momentum to the awakening ceremony." Theo's mother bustles into the room, setting food on the table with a wide grin on her face, all while shoving food into Theo's mouth. "Eat up. You've been working hard," she insists, her happiness palpable as she overwhelms him with affection. Theo, slightly exasperated, wishes she'd ease up, but seeing the joy in her face, he decides to accept it with grace. He thinks about how he treated her in his past life, the coldness, the neglect, and how this time he won't repeat those mistakes. Smiling softly, he says, "It's delicious, Mom." As she continues bustling around, Theo remembers the broken sword and shows it to her. His mother's reaction is immediate. She screams in horror, "What happened to your sword?" "I'm so sorry," Theo says, lowering his head. "It broke during training." Her frustration boils over. "It's all because of that damn old man," she exclaims, catching Theo off guard. She rants. "He swore up and down that the sword was made from white snow steel and ebony steelwood and that it would never break. And now look at it." Theo, taken aback, can't help but laugh a little. Even though the sword is broken, he feels closer to his mother now than he ever did in his past life. Theo furrows his brow in confusion. Wait, are you talking about ebony steelwood from the southern Gaia jungle? He asks, trying to wrap his head around it. His mother nods. Yes, exactly. The old man swore that only the rarest and most precious materials were used in the sword's crafting. But as you can see, she gestures to the broken blade, that was complete nonsense. If what he claimed was true, the sword never would have shattered like that. Theo considers her words, reflecting on what he knows about ebony steelwood. Ebony steelwood is a strange plant. It grows by feeding on iron, which makes it incredibly rare. What's special about it is that it retains the flexibility of wood while being as strong as steel. I knew this sword was good, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. His curiosity piqued. He wonders aloud, where did you even get something like this? His mother's expression hardens. This won't do. I'm going to demand an explanation from him. This time, he'd better get my son a sword worthy of his talent. It's fine, Theo interjects quickly. I can just use another one. Absolutely not. His mother cuts him off, her determination clear. People are finally recognizing your true worth. Now, more than ever, we need to be meticulous. Besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away. I refuse to let you walk into that ceremony with a shabby old sword. Theo can't help but notice the happiness on her face as she bustles around, already planning. Before he can object further, she declares, since we're on the topic, we'll go right now. Go where? Theo asks, half confused, half amused by her sudden burst of energy. To the best workshop in all of Winra, the Basque workshop. Time for a custom weapon, she announces, marching out the door. Theo can barely keep up as they head to the famed Basque workshop, one of the top 3 weapon manufacturing centers in the region. It's renowned not just for its sheer size, which rivals that of a factory, but for its master craftsmen. Theo has heard whispers about the place, but now he learns something that surprises even him. The workshop's master is a special rank blacksmith, one of only 3 Ragnar artisans with the title of master craftsman. When they arrive, Theo is even more shocked to see a woman running the workshop. Her title? The Elf of Capitalism Incarnate, but she is better known as the demon craftsman, Curson. As Theo takes in the sight of her, his mother starts yelling. Still haven't quit smoking, I see. Cecilia shouts, her voice rising. Theo, taken aback, stares at his mother. Wait, mother? You know her? Cecilia shoots Curson a glare. Of course I do. This is my mother. Theo's jaw drops. Your mother? He had always believed Cecilia was an orphan with no living family. He never would have guessed that Curson, a high elf and renowned master blacksmith, was his grandmother. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. So that means I'm a quarter elf. Theo mutters to himself, grinning. That must be why I'm so dashing. While Theo's thoughts spiral, Cecilia storms up to Curson and throws the broken sword onto the table. I'm returning this defective product. Curson, visibly irritated, catches the sword and raises an eyebrow. What did you just say? A defective product? That sword was crafted by me. There's no way it could be defective. She unsheathes the sword, only to be taken aback by the sight of the broken blade. Cecilia crosses her arms. If this isn't a defective product, then what is? Theo, still in the background, is too distracted by the revelation that he's part elf to pay attention to their argument. Curson narrows her eyes and asks, who wielded this sword? Cecilia, without hesitation, replies, my son, of course. Who else? Curson glances over at Theo, her tone sharp. You mean that kid behind you? Watch your mouth, Cecilia snaps back. That kid is the genius who will rule Ragnar one day. Theo steps forward, bowing respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Master Curson. I've heard a lot about your work. Curson eyes him carefully. So you're the one who wielded this blade? She seems to be thinking deeply about something. This sword shouldn't have broken. Let's discuss it inside. It's going to be a long conversation, she says with a sigh, gesturing for them to follow her. As they walk inside, Theo turns to his mother. How are you related to this craftsman? Cecilia chuckles. It's exactly as you've just learned. Theo, still processing the situation, hesitantly asks, "So, she's really your mother?" Cecilia chuckles softly, shaking her head. "You wouldn't know, would you? She was my foster mother for a short period, 6 months. She took care of me back then." Theo's mental image of his mother's past continues to shift. "So, not your real mother?" Cecilia explains further. "Curson has always had an eye for anything beautiful. Whether it's jewels, music, theater, or even people. That's probably why she took me in as her foster daughter. She must have liked me a lot." Curson interrupts with an irritated tone. "Stop talking about the past. It's pointless." Cecilia, clearly enjoying pushing her buttons, laughs. "I bet you don't actually believe that." Curson, now visibly annoyed, responds with a curt, "I do." Curious, Theo asks, "So, how did you end up leaving?" Cecilia opens her mouth to answer, but Curson cuts her off. "She left of her own accord," Curson says coldly. "She decided she'd become the Ragnar clan head's wife. To think she willingly went to such a miserable place. Foolish. It's commendable she's survived this long." Cecilia, completely unbothered, grins. "The clan head was just too handsome, so dashing and manly. He loved me dearly." Curson rolls her eyes. "And after running away like that, she had the nerve to come crawling back last year, begging me to forge a sword for her son. I've never seen such shamelessness." They begin to bicker, their sharp exchanges revealing an odd but deep connection. Theo, watching with amusement, thinks to himself, "I've never seen my mother talk like this before. I really didn't know her at all in my past life." The realization settles heavily on him. "I was too obsessed with the clan to notice those around me. I truly was an ungrateful son." His eyes shift toward Curson. "And it seems like she cares about my mother too," he thinks. "Why didn't she do anything in my past life?" As if sensing his thoughts, Curson abruptly changes the subject. "We're here," she announces, stopping in front of a door. "This is my master office." Cecilia looks suspicious. "Why did you bring us so far inside?" she asks, her tone sharp. "And you'd better make up for all this by giving him the best sword you've ever made." Ignoring Cecilia, Curson grabs Theo by the hand and pulls him inside, shutting the door and leaving Cecilia outside. Once inside, Theo notices Curson's intense stare. She's glaring at him and he feels confused. "I'll be blunt," Curson says, her voice firm. "Do you have a relic of the Primordial Dragon?" Theo blinks, unsure how to respond. "The Primordial Dragon? You mean the ancestor of the Guardian Dragon that protects the Ragnar clan?" "Exactly," Curson says, her patience thinning. "I've heard the legend that the Primordial Dragon scattered its treasures across Winra for the Ragnar descendants. So, do you have one?" Theo, taken aback by her insistence, shakes his head. "I've heard the story, but I don't have anything like that." Curson's frustration boils over as she unsheathes the broken sword. "Stop pretending," she snaps, her tone harsh. "There's no way my sword would break like this unless it came into contact with a relic. So explain how it ended up in this state." Theo feels sweat forming on his brow. "It got damaged during a fight with the Drake," he replies, still not understanding why she's so fixated on the relic. Curson's eyes blaze with disbelief. "A Drake? This sword was forged with my heart and soul. There's no way it would break against anything less than a relic." Her voice shakes with emotion as she adds, "Do you have any idea how much that sword cost me?" Theo, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly apologizes. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was that valuable. I just fought a Drake." Curson, regaining her composure, sighs. "It's faster to show you than to explain." She walks over to a wall, pulling on a set of chains. A hidden panel slides open, revealing a room beyond. Inside, a coffin rests, emitting a faint blue glow. Theo's eyes widen in recognition. That glow. It's the same as the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Curson studies his reaction. "You see it, don't you?" "I can't see or sense anything from it, but from your face, I can tell you do." I've tried countless times to open that coffin and retrieve the item inside, but I've never succeeded. She places the glowing coffin in front of Theo. Here's the deal. If you can break the seal and remove the sword inside, I'll give you the white moonlight blade. Theo's heart skips a beat. The white moonlight blade? Curson nods. Long ago, during the Age of Myths, the primordial dragon forged a blade from one of its fangs, the white moonlight blade. It's said to be one of the most powerful swords ever created, and it's locked inside that coffin. Theo stares at the coffin, excitement building in his chest. So all I have to do is break the seal? It's not that simple, Curson warns, her tone grave. Breaking the seal could cost you your life, but if you succeed, the sword will be yours. Do you want to try? Theo's blood races, his mind filled with the promise of wielding such power. His palms grow sweaty as he looks at the coffin, then back at Curson. With a grin, he nods. The sword is going to be mine. A system window flashes in front of him. Second scenario quest. Be chosen by the sword. The challenge begins. We learn the full history of the White Moonlight Blade, the legendary sword once held by the Black Dragon, one of the 9 dragons and leader of the Black Snow. Its appearance remains a mystery, as almost everyone who had encountered it either vanished or died shortly afterward. Few ever spoke of its form. But, in a flashback, we see Theo, by sheer luck, catch a glimpse of the White Moonlight Blade in its true form. The Black Dragon had turned to him, eyes narrow, and asked, "Can you actually see this sword?" Theo, in disbelief, remembered that moment vividly. He wondered back then why the Black Dragon hadn't killed him on the spot. It felt like a problem that wouldn't leave him alone, and yet, the Black Dragon had spared him. Even now, in the present, Theo couldn't understand why this sword, this relic of the primordial dragon, was here with Curson. He met the Black Dragon 4 years later, so how did Curson come to possess such a weapon during that time? Curson interrupts his thoughts, asking once more, "So, do you want to try?" Theo, shaking off his confusion, notices something. There's a keyhole, just like the one at Camellia Palace. Maybe the blue key will work here too, he muses aloud. Curson, surprised, watches as Theo retrieves the key. As he inserts it into the lock, the casket begins to shine. Instantly, the chains binding it snap with a loud crack, releasing a surge of energy into the room. Curson cries out, feeling the overwhelming aura that pours from the casket, while Theo is enveloped in the energy. His vision becomes cloudy, and soon he finds himself standing in a world of pitch-black darkness. When his sight clears, he's greeted by a familiar, haunting scene. The burning remains of the Rose Palace. Flames lick the walls as everything crumbles before him. "Why am I here again?" Theo mutters to himself. His gaze falls, and the sight of his mother's corpse lying in the ashes sends a wave of pain through him. His voice is heavy with regret. "I was weak back then. I needed more power. Power to defeat Renan, to destroy Camellia Palace." Out of the shadows, the sword's true form emerges, its shape twisting into a monstrous creature. Its beak moves to sink into Theo's mind, feeding on his deepest desires for strength. But Theo, his resolve unshaken, tightens his grip and forcefully shuts the creature's beak. "You thought you could control me by playing on my need for power?" His voice is fierce, filled with defiance. The creature recoils, startled. "How did you break free from my hold?" Theo's expression hardens, a grin forming on his lips. "I overcame the despair you're showing me a long time ago. Did you really think I'd fall for something like this now? I have far bigger things driving me. Quests." The creature's confusion deepens. "Quests? What are you talking about?" It shifts uneasily, and Theo notices something. It's much smaller than he remembered. The griffin he once knew was massive, towering over everything, but this version seems weak in comparison. Sensing the change in Theo's attitude, the griffin tries to negotiate. "Wait, hold on, let's talk. I'm not what you think. I'm quite civilized." Meanwhile, in the real world, Cecilia desperately taps Theo's face, her panic rising with every second that passes. "Theo, wake up." Her voice trembles with fear as she turns to Curson. "What have you done to him?" I asked for a sword, not for you to kill my son. Curson, equally shocked and unsure, watches as the scene plays out before her. The sword's energy is fusing with his bloodstream. She mutters, eyes wide in disbelief. I've never seen anything like this before. I thought he'd be fine since he already had a relic. Tears well up in Cecilia's eyes, her voice breaking as she pleads, if anything happens to him, I swear, I will never forgive you. Curson's face is pale as she watches Theo's grip tighten around the sword. The energy within him intensifies, forming a black aura that swirls around the room, growing darker by the second. Then, the aura condenses into a small black orb that slowly descends into Theo's chest, merging with him completely. Cecilia, watching in terror, calls out once more, Theo, please. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and the tension in the room breaks. Cecilia gasps in relief and throws herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably as she clings to him. I'm sorry, Theo whispers softly, his voice comforting as he rubs her back. I didn't mean to worry you, but I'm okay now. There's no need to stress. Theo stands amidst the ruins of what was once the solid wall of the Basque workshop, his grip on the white moonlight blade firm as its gleaming edge reflects the destruction he just caused. He has completed the second quest, earning full control over the sword. Even Curson lets out a sigh of relief as the pressure in the room eases. Theo examines the blade, feeling a surge of power flowing through him. I was lucky the griffin was easy to handle, especially since it had just been unsealed, he thinks. And that mind trick? It had no chance of working on me. By absorbing the monstrous energy from the sword, his magic power surges, growing by an extra 30 points, pushing his overall magic level past 200. As a white glow emanates from him, Theo realizes something new. His magic has begun to gain a touch of divinity. I'm now at the same level as a high-ranked swordsman, he murmurs, marveling at his newfound strength. Yet, despite the power coursing through him, he feels a pang of frustration. It's a shame I can't fully unleash this magic until the awakening ceremony. His stats are already beyond anything he could have imagined. Curson, standing nearby, watches him intently. You've surprised even me, she says, a rare smile crossing her face. Congratulations on succeeding. Theo turns to her, asking, will you keep your promise? Curson raises an eyebrow. Elves can't lie, she replies confidently. Just then, the sword in Theo's hand begins to vibrate, catching him off guard. What's going on? He asks, confused by its defiance. It's not that it doesn't recognize you as its master, Curson explains. It's just frustrated. After being trapped for hundreds of years, it's finally free, and now it wants to release all that pent-up energy. She gestures to a nearby wall, already bearing the scars of countless sword strikes. Why don't you take a swing at that wall? Put everything into it. Theo looks at the wall skeptically. Are you sure? He asks. Curson smirks, clearly unconcerned. Worrying is useless. Even if it's the white moonlight blade, a swing from someone who hasn't even gone through their awakening ceremony won't damage the Basque workshop. Her dismissiveness irks Theo. Kind of annoying to hear that, he mutters under his breath. Let's see if that's really true. He decides to take this opportunity to test the sword's true power. As he steps toward the wall, he contemplates whether or not to tap into his magic. Sorry in advance, he mutters as he prepares. The bandages wrapped around the sword begin to unravel on their own, revealing the blade's full, awakened form. Theo's eyes narrow as he feels the sword's power resonate with his own. One of his eyes turns black, a reflection of the energy he channels into the blade. Widening his stance, he readies himself for a powerful strike. Curson's eyes widen in alarm as she suddenly realizes the immense amount of energy building up around Theo. Sweat beads on her brow, and she yells, "Wait! Stop!" But it's too late. Theo unleashes a devastating attack, single flash, the technique he had seen his father use. The blade slices through the wall, not just damaging it, but obliterating the entire section of the Basque workshop. Dust and debris settle as the damage becomes clear. A gaping hole now runs through the side of the workshop. Cecilia, wide-eyed, looks around in shock. Kirsten, on the other hand, seems frozen. When she finally moves, she grabs an ornate mask, screaming, "My workshop! My money!" Her voice cracks as she takes in the scale of the destruction. Theo, wiping the dust from his face, sighs. "I guess that might have been a bit much," he admits. "It absorbed all of my magic power in one swing." Before he can catch his breath, Kirsten appears beside him, her hand pressed against his stomach. Theo blinks, startled. "When did you—" He begins, surprised by her speed. "You're not even proficient with magic, and yet—" Kirsten mutters, inspecting him closely. "There's no mana haul on you. Did you really achieve all that just from the sword's sharpness alone?" She stares up into his eyes, her expression changing from shock to admiration. "You're a genius. I see it now. My grandson, a true prodigy." Theo watches her closely as she falls silent for a moment, clearly running some internal calculations. Then, a sly smile spreads across her face. She places her hand on his shoulder. "You'll be my patron from now on. All I need you to do is spread your wings and show the world what you're capable of." Her eyes gleam. "You'll be the walking advertisement for my workshop." Theo blinks, surprised by her sudden enthusiasm. Even Cecilia looks shocked. As Kirsten's eyes gleam with a new kind of intensity, Cecilia whispers, "I think she's seeing nothing but money signs right now." Later that night, Theo and his mother make their way back to the carriage, the quiet of the evening settling around them as Kirsten watches them leave from the workshop entrance. In her hands are the items Theo had given her, the loot he earned from clearing the dungeon. They were gifts, entrusted to her to repair the wall he had inadvertently destroyed earlier. Despite the destruction, Kirsten feels a sense of pride swell within her. He must have obtained these from a drake while securing the relic, she muses, a gleam of satisfaction crossing her face. A laugh bubbles up as she watches them disappear into the night, whispering to herself, "My daughter sure raised an incredible son." Suddenly, a voice calls out to her from the shadows. "Long time no see, Kirsten." Her smile instantly fades, annoyance flashing across her face as she looks up into the nearby trees. "Why are you here?" she snaps, her gaze sharp and unforgiving. The voice continues, this time coming from a bird perched high above. Kirsten's irritation only grows, but before we hear more, the scene shifts forward 5 days, jumping to the highly anticipated awakening ceremony. On the day of the ceremony, Theo is sparring with Evelyn, their swords clashing with rhythmic intensity. He's pushing her back with more power than ever before, but Evelyn, skilled as always, still manages to parry his strikes. However, her defense begins to falter as he presses her harder, her stance shifting under the force of his blows. "You've grown stronger," she notes, slightly winded but impressed. "Your swordplay has improved. You're faster and more precise now." Theo breathes a sigh of relief, a small smile tugging at his lips. "To think I'd ever hear praise from you," he quips. The other trainees, who had been watching in awe, can hardly believe what they're seeing. Evelyn takes a step back, assessing him with a critical eye. "It's been half a year since you started down this path, and already you've come so far. Today you'll awaken your magic power. I have no doubt you'll soar even higher. This might just be the birth of a true monster." She smiles, a hint of pride in her voice. "You've done a great job, Theo. You might even aim to become the valedictorian at this ceremony." Theo chuckles, clearly pleased. "If I do, I'll make sure to mention your name during my speech," he teases, grinning widely. Evelyn cringes at the thought, shaking her head. "Please don't. Spare me the embarrassment." The other trainees, not wanting to be left out, chime in, "Hey, make sure you mention us too." Theo, with a heavy sigh, Theo waves them off. "Being popular sure is tough," he says dramatically, earning a few laughs from his comrades. Evelyn cringes again, but a faint smile plays on her lips. With that, Theo excuses himself. "I'll see you all at the ceremony," he calls out before heading off to the central headquarters of the Ragnar family. As Theo approaches the grand gate, he feels the weight of the moment settle over him. He stands before the imposing structure, takes a breath, and introduces himself, his voice steady. "Open the gate," he commands, ready to face whatever lay inside. Outside, a crowd of onlookers has gathered, anticipation thick in the air. The awakening ceremony is the most significant annual event for the Ragnar family, and everyone, from nobles to commoners, wants to witness it. The doors creak open, revealing the vast interior, packed with competitors. Theo steps inside, his heart pounding. Every participant here dreams of achieving greatness today, he thinks. For a swordsman of Ragnar, this is the moment they can be acknowledged, honored, but despite his confidence, a flicker of anxiety grips him as he scans the crowd. Everyone's watching, including my father. The 9 dragons, the strongest in the clan, are present as well, seated in places of honor. Among them is Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations ago. She's supposed to be 150 years old? Theo marvels. She doesn't look it at all. Still, it's a relief to see her in attendance. A deep drum echoes through the hall, signaling the start of the ceremony. A voice booms out, commanding the crowd's attention. "Everyone, listen well." The speaker is Vanna, a judge presiding over the event. The preliminary examination begins now. He gestures to the center of the arena where a steel wall stands, gleaming ominously. Before you is a wall forged from white snow steel, a material so strong that ordinary blades won't leave a mark. But Vanna's eyes scan the crowd, his voice lowering with weight. "With magic power, anything is possible." Theo listens intently as Vanna continues. "Each of you will be given a pill of Psalm. This elixir contains 10 years' worth of magic power. Swallow it and it will open your mana hall, located in your abdomen. Only then will you have the power to cut through the wall before you. The depth of your cut will determine your results." Vanna looks down at the list of participants, his voice rising again. Now, the first to come forward, Theo Ragnar. Theo feels every eye turn toward him as his name is called. With a deep breath, he steps up to the stage, ready to begin. Theo steps forward, recalling how in his past life, Axion had claimed the title of valedictorian. But this time, he wouldn't let that happen. He reaches out and accepts the Psalm pill, then grabs one of the swords laid out for the participants. "I won't let Axion steal the spotlight this time," Theo mutters, determined. His quest now is to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. As he prepares, Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head, glances over at Kyle. "Is that the one you were talking about earlier?" she asks, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Kyle nods, watching Theo with a keen eye. "That's him. He's caught your interest, hasn't he?" Hilda chuckles softly. "After everything you said, how could I not be intrigued? I want to see just how capable this descendant of mine really is." Theo lets out a quick sigh, loosening his body as he feels the weight of the event pressing on him. "It's been a while since I felt this nervous," he admits quietly, but he doesn't let it shake him. Vanna, the judge, commands him to take the pill. "Swallow the pill," Vanna orders, his voice firm. Theo remembers his past life, how he had fumbled at this moment, how his mana had gone out of control, damaging his mana hall. But this time, he would do things right. He swallows the psalm, feeling the mana surge through him. The raw power almost overwhelms him as he stumbles, the magic swelling uncontrollably for a moment. Vanna, watching the scene unfold, shakes his head. "Fool! If you cause a mana wave of this size, you'll lose control. You need to guide it carefully into your mana hall, or you'll cripple yourself." The magic continues to surge, threatening to spiral out of control. But just as it seems like it might overwhelm him, Theo pulls it back, forcing the energy to stabilize. The mana forms into a controlled orb around his body, surprising Vanna. He actually managed to endure it? Theo tightens his grip, feeling the rush of energy coursing through his veins. Finally, he whispers under his breath, "I have both a dragon heart and a mana hall." He pauses, reflecting on how different this life is from the last. It almost feels too easy compared to before, But now wasn't the time for reflection. With his mana fully under control, Theo is ready to prove himself. He adjusts his stance, preparing to unleash everything. His blade hums with power as mana flows through it, surrounding the sword with a vibrant aura. All I need to do is give it everything I've got. As he swings his sword, the atmosphere changes. A fierce image of a dragon materializes behind him, its presence imposing and overwhelming. The four hounds watching the ceremony immediately sense the widening gap between themselves and Theo. The aura of the dragon's claws rakes through the air as Theo's blade crashes into the wall with devastating force. Theo has unleashed Single Flash, and the result is astonishing. His strike leaves a massive, deep mark on the wall, nearly splitting it in two. Axion, watching from the sidelines, clenches his fists in frustration, his expression dark. The mark is so deep that it can be seen from across the arena, and the audience watches in stunned silence. Vanna, momentarily speechless, stammers, You've passed." Theo walks away confidently, the weight of the event no longer on his shoulders. The other trainees stare at him in disbelief. "I've never seen anything like that. Not since young Master Thorol," one mutters. "Can you believe that was someone using mana for the first time?" Theo notices the status window flashing. Curse of bad luck lifted. Fame increased. Relief floods him. Finally, he thinks, a grin spreading across his face. "I've reached the same starting line as the others." From across the arena, Osa Ragnar watches with a spark of interest in her eyes. "I want him as my disciple," she murmurs to herself. Meanwhile, Julius grits his teeth, clearly irritated by the attention Theo is garnering. Even someone named Rubber Ragnar, lurking in the background, watches Theo cautiously. The bird Curson had spoken to earlier is perched nearby, its gaze fixed on Theo. Hilda Ragnar, too, smiles as she watches, intrigued by her descendant. Theo feels a surge of pride, thinking to himself, catching Hilda's attention. That makes me especially happy. She holds the heart of Garuda. If I can obtain that, who knows what else I could achieve. As the next participant steps up, it's Sybil's turn. He steels himself, swinging his blade with all his might. His sword strikes the wall and, to his relief, leaves a visible mark. Overcome with emotion, Sybil wipes away his tears. "I did it! I actually passed." One by one, other notable participants follow. Hulkus, and Remington all leave their own marks, each one reflecting their unique sword techniques. Sybil, though impressed by their performances, can't help but feel that none of their strikes carried the same weight as Theo's. Finally, it's Axion's turn. The crowd quiets as he steps forward, all eyes on him. It's a battle between Theo and Axion now, people whisper. But can Axion really match what Theo just did? Axion, clearly agitated by the murmurs, grabs his sword and swallows his psalm pill. The mana surges through him, and without waiting for instruction, he begins to infuse his blade with his aura. Vanna calls out for him to pace himself, but Axion ignores the warning. A powerful dragon-like aura surrounds him as he swings. Axion's sword strikes the wall, and the sound it makes is harsh and grating. Vanna's eyes widen, shaking his head in disbelief. "This is madness," he whispers, watching as Axion's mark appears on the wall, almost as deep as Theo's but forming a sharp X. The crowd murmurs in confusion. How can this be? Their strikes are nearly identical. Vanna exhales, knowing that the precision of the marks will determine the winner. Axion, looking at his mark, seems dissatisfied but turns away without another word. As the last participant finishes, Vanna steps forward to signal the end of the first stage of the ceremony. "Well done, all of you," he announces. "Those who passed should prepare for the second stage in 4 days." He smiles as the crowd buzzes with excitement. "Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. I will announce the valedictorian of the first stage." Both Theo and Axion stand still, waiting with bated breath for the final verdict. Vanna took a deep breath, letting the intensity of the moment settle across the arena, and then announced with unwavering authority, The valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is Theo Ragnar R. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. Every single attendee, including Theo himself, stood frozen in disbelief. He blinked rapidly, trying to process what he had just heard. Could it really be him? The whispers of awe and shock circled the stands as eyes locked onto the young warrior. Vanna, unshaken by the commotion, turned towards Theo and continued, "You achieved a perfect score. 10 out of 10. Your technique, control over magic power, speed. Everything was flawless. Even Theo's staunchest competitors, like Axion, found themselves dumbstruck." Murmurs spread among Axion's supporters, voices laced with disbelief. The Flash Tiger actually took first place? Someone whispered, did Axion truly lose to him? Vanna, with the gravity of an oracle delivering fate, added, "Your sword mark's depth came close to matching that of young Master Thorkel Ragnar R." The crowd erupted in conversation. Thorkel Ragnar R., one of the 5 major candidates for succession, had always been revered. And now, Theo's performance was being compared to him. Axion's fury simmered just beneath the surface, his body rigid as his eyes darkened with seething rage. He had never expected to come second. The humiliation was unbearable. "The salutatorian is Axion Ragnar R.," Vanna declared. "While you two earned a perfect score, the length of your sword mark fell short compared to Theo's." The tension was thick as Axion's supporters murmured with mixed emotions. Vanna continued to reveal the results of the other participants, but Axion's rage was palpable. The rest seemed irrelevant to him now. 87th place, Sibildera, Vanna concluded. "Good work, everyone." He then announced that the second stage of the awakening ceremony would take place in 3 days, in the mountains. "Come fully prepared," Vanna warned the 87 examinees who had passed. A thunderous roar of cheers erupted from the crowd, but amidst the jubilation, a shadow of competition lingered. Later that evening, the atmosphere in the tavern was celebratory. Training ground for candidates were celebrating wildly. The fact that both the first and third places had come from their group ignited the room with pride. Theo and Remington stood at the heart of the crowd, surrounded by praise and applause. With drinks in hand, they exchanged smiles as the crowd raised their glasses in cheers. Theo, glowing with humility and determination, raised his voice over the noise. "It's not over yet. Our goal is to pass the second stage together." His arm wrapped around Remington in a warm gesture of camaraderie. "We'll be the final valedictorian and salutatorian." Remington's eyes widened, surprised at Theo's confidence. The crowd roared in support, their collective belief in Theo and Remington unshakable. Remington, still in awe of Theo, turned to him, his voice sincere. "Congratulations, young Master Theo, for becoming the valedictorian. It's incredible to see your hard work bear fruit." However, a shadow crossed his face as he added quietly, "But I can't help feeling ashamed of how far I've fallen behind." Theo, never one to let doubt linger, placed a reassuring hand on Remington's shoulder. "Don't worry about it. I was lucky this time. Besides, what does it matter between friends who's ahead or behind?" Remington's chest swelled with renewed respect for Theo. His face lit up as he lowered his head with newfound determination. "Thank you, young Master Theo. You've cleared my mind." The two clinked their glasses, a promise sealed. "Let's give it our all in the second stage." The scene shifted to the imposing mountain range, where Theo stood, the wind brushing against his face as he stared at the peaks. The weight of his achievement still felt surreal. First place in the awakening ceremony, he whispered to himself. It was an accomplishment he never would have dared to dream of in his past life. A life so distant yet so haunting. He gazed at the horizon, fists clenching as he recalled the look on Axion's face. Defeating him in any event, no matter how small, was monumental. Though it wasn't a real fight, Theo thought, it's still exceptional to have surpassed Axion in any way. The memories of his past weighed heavily on him. Theo's heart burned with resolve. "This is just the beginning," he muttered under his breath, his eyes darkening with purpose. He hadn't just stopped Renan. Renan was nothing but a puppet. The true threat, the real enemies were still out there, Axion and the Sky Dragon. They stood between him and his ultimate revenge. I'll use everything I have. Everything. His voice was low but laced with an unyielding ferocity. As Theo pulled out the compass from his pocket, he couldn't help but feel a chill of anticipation. The needle pointed unwaveringly toward the towering winter mountains in the distance. He tightened his grip around it. So, the second stage will bring me closer to the secrets this compass holds, he thought, eyes sharp and resolute. A faint sound from behind snapped him back to the present. Without a second's hesitation, Theo vanished, reappearing behind the figure who'd been observing him. His blade was pressed to the man's throat, his voice a low threat. "Who are you?" The stranger's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for Theo's speed. Trying to steady himself, he managed to respond, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." Slowly raising his hands, he introduced himself. "I'm Gatsby Jotun, from the Gale Sword Platoon. My captain sent me after watching your impressive performance at the awakening ceremony." Theo's expression barely changed. "A scouting offer? They're moving faster than I expected," he thought, only slightly intrigued. Gatsby pressed on, trying to hold Theo's attention. "Our captain wishes to invite you to take an admittance qualification test. A rare honor, I must say." Theo's eyes narrowed, disappointment flaring within him. "A test?" he replied, his tone laced with impatience. "You're telling me your captain needs me to prove myself rather than just join?" Gatsby nodded, oblivious to Theo's annoyance. "Exactly. The Gale platoon is known far and wide," he added proudly, "and I'm sure you—" But before he could finish, a voice broke through with sharp disdain. "Of course. The Gale platoon sends another fool." Gatsby whipped around, clearly irritated, only to find himself staring at Ian Saucily, the fire goblin and vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. "Young Master Theo," Ian began with a sly grin, "unlike those idiots, the Black Iron Cavalry would honor you with open arms. So, what do you say?" Recognizing Ian, Gatsby muttered under his breath, "The fire goblin. If you know who I am," Ian snapped, "then disappear." But before he could continue, even more figures materialized, each one vying to extend an invitation to Theo, all eager to recruit him after witnessing his display of skill. The scene quickly devolved into chaos as each representative argued over who had the right to speak, shouting for attention. Theo took a step back, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. "This is absurd," he thought. "They're acting like a pack of hyenas." He glanced for an opening, calculating the best way to slip away unnoticed. But then, a voice both commanding and calm silenced the crowd. "I'm well aware I may be called greedy for this," it echoed, freezing everyone in place. The crowd parted as Osa Ragnar R., the Sword Dragon and Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, entered the scene. With a piercing gaze, Osa locked eyes with Theo. "What do you say, Theo Ragnar R? I've come here with a personal offer, should you choose to accept it." Meanwhile, far from the growing excitement around Theo, Axion was lost in a storm of rage. The training grounds were littered with the lifeless bodies of those who dared approach him, each struck down by his unrestrained fury. Memories of Theo's triumph over him at the ceremony played over in his mind, fueling his bitterness. Gripping the head of a trembling subordinate, Axion tightened his hold until the man's skull cracked under the pressure, a sick reminder of his mounting anger. "Theo," he spat, slamming the man's body into the ground. "This disgrace will be answered." A heavy presence suddenly broke through his rage, a chilling aura that demanded immediate submission. Axion turned abruptly, ready to strike as he launched his sword toward the figure approaching. But the weapon stopped mid-air, caught effortlessly between two fingers. The Sky Dragon, Ed, stood there, his eyes glinting with disappointment. "Pathetic," he sneered, the single word laced with scorn. "Flailing around here won't change your fate." "Uncle," Axion muttered, tamping down his anger. "Why are you here?" Ed's gaze darkened as he leaned in, his voice soft yet laced with malice. "It's time you stopped acting like a child. If you're so desperate to bring Theo down, Then come with me. He tilted his head, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. I'll teach you how to make the second stage for Theo Ragnar's funeral. Theo found himself standing face to face with the sword dragon. Her presence so commanding it left the entire gathering in stunned silence. Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd like static on a broken speaker. Many feared that the esteemed lady of the Plum Blossom Court showing up in person might make their faction appear as fragile as a dollar store umbrella in a hurricane. Fire Fiend, ever the vigilant one, moved quickly to intervene. But before her protest could gain traction, a sphere of dense, shimmering energy enveloped Theo and the sword dragon, effectively sealing them off from the outside world. Chaos erupted among the onlookers. Shouts of alarm mingled with whispers of suspicion. Some speculated that the sword dragon might be offering Theo personal guidance, a notion that threatened to upend the already delicate balance of their alliances. Inside the bubble of power, however, Theo found himself stepping into an entirely separate dimension, a realm entirely distinct from reality. It was the fabled sword dragon seal space, something he'd only ever heard of in the wildest of campfire stories. The sight hammered home the realization that his reputation was growing far beyond his control. Breaking the charged silence, the sword dragon spoke, her voice calm yet edged with authority. She remarked that the dragon lord might frown upon her actions but made it abundantly clear. No one could stop her from presenting a gift to someone of her choosing. At the mention of a gift, Theo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. A gift? What do you mean by that? He asked cautiously. The sword dragon slowly unsheathed her weapon, her every movement deliberate and precise. While the dragon lord's sword roars with the ferocity of dragonfire, mine embodies transformation. An infinite spectrum of possibilities, she explained. As her words hung in the air, the space around them began to shift. A dreamlike forest unfurled, its trees crowned with blossoms that shimmered like stardust under moonlight. She elaborated, her tone unwavering, that the dragon she followed symbolized all conceivable transformations. Without further ado, she launched into a demonstration. Theo stood transfixed as the sword dragon unveiled the first technique of demon bloom swordsmanship, Heavenly Blossom Rain. In one fluid breath, she executed a staggering sequence of 122 steps and techniques. Theo could barely keep up, his astonishment growing with each motion. The sheer complexity and power of merging these maneuvers into a single strike boggled his mind. He couldn't help but envision the almost godlike strength he could wield if he mastered such an art. Yet, doubt began to creep into his heart. Am I even worthy of this gift? He hesitated to ask, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The sword dragon regarded him with a knowing gaze and replied cryptically, "The fact that you question it shows you understand its weight. That's enough for now." As if on cue, the ethereal space dissolved, returning them to the real world. Before leaving, the sword dragon left him with a parting comment. "If you wish to learn more, you know where to find me." With those words, she disappeared, cherry blossoms drifting in her wake like confetti after a concert encore. Standing amidst the serene spectacle, Theo contemplated the immense gift he'd been given. Whether he accepted it or not, the responsibility was immense, and he began to wonder if fate was nudging him toward joining the white-armored dragon cavalry. 3 days later, in the snow-drenched mountains near the northern Great Wall, the second blooming ceremony officially began. This majestic expanse stretched from the Winterhold stronghold to the distant Demon Sea, its frozen silence broken only by the authoritative voice of senior swordmaster Jackie. His words carried the weight of centuries as he reminded the young swordsman of the Ragnar family's ancient duty, to protect humanity from the cursed lands and the perils lurking in the Demon Sea. Jackie continued, his voice sharp and clear like the crack of a whip. He warned that no apprentice swordsman was permitted to cross into the Demon Sea, and the test would be confined to the Great Wall's domain. Over the next 15 days, their mission was to hunt beasts in the Winter Mountain Range and collect bells tied to their necks. These bells, Jackie explained, came in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The higher the bell's rank on the spectrum, the more points it was worth. and the more fearsome the beast guarding it. The purple bell, Jackie added with a hint of grim amusement, belonged to a creature so powerful that none present could hope to defeat it. But the reward for daring to obtain it? Unparalleled. Anything goes, Jackie emphasized, as long as you bring the bells back within the time limit. As the instructions settled over the gathering, Theo found himself reflecting on the true meaning behind the rules. The stakes were higher than ever, and success would require more than skill. It would demand ingenuity, resilience, and perhaps a touch of madness. Jackie's words lingered in Theo's mind, each one a deliberate nudge toward fostering fierce rivalry, or even outright conflict, among the participants. But Theo, sharp as ever, saw through the facade. He understood that surviving such challenges was the real lesson being hammered home. With the final word, Jackie dropped a crucial detail. Outposts had been scattered across the mountains, serving as barricades to keep monsters at bay. These zones also held vital supplies, buried like treasure waiting for smart players to dig them up. His advice was simple: use them wisely or regret it deeply. As Jackie's voice echoed its last command, the test officially began. The participants scattered like chess pieces, each plotting their own strategy. One apprentice swordsman, clearly playing the long game, made securing supplies their top priority. No food, no fight, they muttered, deciding to stick close to young Master Theo Ragnar, figuring he was the safest bet to hitch their wagon to. Meanwhile, Black Bear had zero chill. He stormed forward with the enthusiasm of a kid unleashed at a trampoline park, roaring, "This is going to be epic," every 5 steps. Not far off, Axion was the picture of cold calculation, replaying his uncle's cryptic advice: stick to the plan. This mountain will become Theo Ragnar's grave. Axion's lips curled into a smirk as he stalked through the snow, his eyes darting occasionally toward Theo. Theo, for his part, didn't miss a thing. His gaze stayed locked on Axion, quietly analyzing every move like a gamer watching a speedrun tutorial. But he wasn't alone. Somewhere behind him, a heavy, lingering stare burned into his back. Turning, Theo came face to face with Remington, whose steely gaze matched the icy backdrop. Remington stepped closer, his voice steady as he laid his thoughts bare. Over the last 3 days, he admitted he'd wrestled with his feelings. What had started as respect had grown into rivalry. Now, he didn't just see Theo as a friend, but as someone he had to surpass. Theo raised an eyebrow, then broke into a soft smile. "A rival, huh? Glad to hear it," he said with a calm that radiated confidence. "I feel the same about you." Remington let out a hearty laugh, visibly relieved. "Good. I thought I might have been the only one," he said, his grin widening. Then, with a dramatic flair, he declared, "During this ceremony, I won't hold back. I wanted you to know that." Theo gave a slight nod. "Fair enough. Good luck out there." And with that, Remington spun on his heel and strode away, his laugh echoing in the frosty air. Rather than feeling burdened by Remington's declaration, Theo found himself grinning. The thrill of rivalry buzzed through him, igniting a sense of exhilaration. His focus sharpened, knowing full well that every move he made was being watched and judged. Shaking off the lingering thoughts, Theo retrieved the ancestral compass, a revered artifact said to guide its holder to the elusive dragon's nest. The needle twitched before locking onto an eastern direction, pointing toward a mountain shrouded in an eerie blue glow. With resolve burning bright, Theo set off, trudging deeper into the snow-covered terrain. The biting wind clawed at his face, but he pressed on. At the mountain's edge, Theo paused. He scanned the area, his sharp eyes hunting for signs of the cave the compass had indicated. The landscape was a thick blanket of white, and he muttered to himself, "Maybe I should have packed a shovel instead of this sword. Or at least one of those cute folding spades from the survival shop." The thought brought a fleeting smirk to his face, which quickly vanished as he drew his blade. With a swing that hummed with power, Theo unleashed a streak of lightning. The energy tore through the icy ground, blasting snow into the air. As the white veil settled, it revealed a clearing, sparse trees, and, just as the compass promised, a cave hidden beneath the snow. Lowering his weapon, Theo called out with a sly grin, "All right, whoever's lurking in there, playtime's over. Come out and say hello." From within the cave, a chuckle echoed, mocking, almost playful. A figure stepped into the dim light, eyes glittering with amusement. "Caught us already, huh?" they teased, their voice dripping with sarcasm. Theo's eyebrow arched as he replied dryly, "Wow, stealth isn't exactly your strong suit." "Huh?" Behind the leader, a stocky man shifted uneasily, his face twisted with irritation. "I told you to keep it down," he hissed at his companions, his voice trembling with frustration. "Now look what you've done." His tone dropped, laced with dread. "This guy, he's way more dangerous than we thought." Theo's gaze narrowed as the group stepped into full view. Recognition hit like a jolt of lightning. These weren't just random thugs. They were the infamous Mount Bucky bandits, Cow and Lewin, notorious for turning missions into bloody disasters disguised as accidents. Memories Theo had long tried to suppress surged forward. Visions of a mountain village near Bucky reduced to ashes, its people slaughtered without mercy. Darkness flickered in his eyes as he prepared to face the monsters in human skin. The memory of that harrowing investigation with Huel flooded Theo's mind. A massacre so horrific that it etched itself permanently into his soul. The toll was staggering. 761 dead, 220 missing. What haunted Theo most wasn't just the number but the grotesque detail. Every victim's head crushed, obliterating any chance of identification. It was a nightmare given form, a horror that defied reason and justice. Now, standing before these bandits, Theo felt an inferno of anger rise within him. But beneath the rage lay a grim acknowledgement. These criminals were a symptom of a broken system, weak men who had sought power far beyond their moral capacity. Theo studied their faces, recalling their cruelty. He had already planned to deal with them someday. "Isn't it?" The trio stiffened, exchanging wary glances before their faces hardened into masks of murderous resolve. One of them sneered, sarcasm dripping from every word as he dismissed the notion of being manipulated by anyone, let alone a mere lackey. Another bandit, clearly the loudmouth of the group, stepped forward, taunting Theo with a mocking grin. "You wouldn't understand the big picture, lackey boy. Go back to carrying water for the grown-ups." But Theo wasn't playing their game. His mind raced to the schemes of the Elder Dragon, connecting the dots. Without hesitation, he fired back. "Or maybe, you're just pawns of the Merchant Council." The reaction was immediate. Their mocking bravado cracked like cheap glass. Eyes darting, words stammering. The bandits betrayed their guilt without realizing it. Theo's deduction had struck home, unraveling their plans in an instant. Seizing the moment, Theo pressed on, his voice cutting like a blade. "Your nervous faces say it all. And let me guess, the supervisor's absence isn't a coincidence. He's in on it, isn't he?" Cornered, the bandits struggled to keep their composure. One of them scoffed, muttering begrudgingly, "You're sharp. I'll give you that." Then, turning to his companions with forced nonchalance, he added, "Think this little revelation changes anything?" The second bandit grinned with unsettling confidence. "Not really, because he's still gonna die right here." Theo's expression turned glacial, his eyes devoid of any warmth. "Let's see who dies first," he said, his tone as frigid as the snow around them. Before the bandits could react, Theo moved. His sword flashed with blinding speed, a streak of light that sliced through the air. In an instant, their severed limbs hitting the ground with dull thuds. The earth erupted in a violent spray of dirt and snow as the sheer force of Theo's strikes left the bandits reeling in terror and disbelief. The trio fell to the ground, lifeless, their arrogance extinguished in seconds. Theo exhaled softly, the weight of his power settling over him. The fight had been effortless, a testament to the gap between their skill and his. As he cleaned up the aftermath, his thoughts drifted to the technique the sword dragon had taught him. Heavenly Blossom Rain. After 3 grueling days of practice, he had mastered executing it 3 times in succession. Yet, he knew the sword dragon's mastery of the move, flawless and executed 120 times, was a level far beyond his reach. Her elegance, her intricate movements, her control of the blade, it was something almost mythical. Finishing his cleanup, Theo grabbed the severed heads one by one and flung them down the mountainside. The thuds of their descent echoed, but then a peculiar sound caught his attention. Pausing mid-motion, he listened carefully, his curiosity piqued. Moving toward the edge, he discovered something unexpected. A hidden staircase descending into darkness. Almost instantly, his mission interface lit up with a new notification. Hidden quest unlocked. Find the invisible staircase and uncover the secrets below. Without hesitation, Theo leapt down the staircase, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and caution. He had no idea what lay ahead, but the allure of the unknown was irresistible. Unbeknownst to Theo, a shadowy figure stood at a safe distance, silently observing his every move. Elsewhere, Ragnar, the reigning champion, was on a roll. With his team of 21, he had already captured 41 demons, an impressive haul that underscored his dominance. Meanwhile, in the encampment of the Demon Dragon Corps, a soldier reported Theo's progress, or lack thereof. Theo Ragnar has yet to capture a single demon, the soldier said with utmost respect. He appears to be working alone. The report drew raised eyebrows from a member of the Corps. So he's either lying low or setting up an ambush, they speculated, curiosity creeping into their tone. The sword dragon, calm as ever, remarked, speculation is just that. Nothing is confirmed. The elder dragon, however, chuckled darkly, his confidence unshaken. A strong performance in the first round means nothing, he mused, his voice laced with mockery, especially for a bastard like Theo Ragnar. His laughter echoed, dripping with scorn, as he reveled in his disdain for Theo. As the elder dragon stood silently, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He felt reassured, believing the bandits had executed their mission flawlessly. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon stood nearby, his sharp gaze clouded with suspicion. With a quick transmission of sound energy, he questioned the elder dragon, asking if the High Council had interfered in recent events. The elder dragon denied any involvement, assuring his companion that no prior messages had been sent and that everything was still unfolding according to plan. But the celestial dragon's frustration simmered beneath the surface, his instincts telling him otherwise. He clenched his fists, realizing the elder dragon had acted independently, circumventing him entirely. Memories of his exhaustive search through the Crimson Blossom Hall flickered through his mind. Despite all his efforts, the ancient dragon relic had remained elusive. His gut told him one undeniable truth. Theo Ragnar held the key. Without hesitation, the celestial dragon transmitted another message, this time to Axion. His command was clear: accelerate the plan and ensure Theo was dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, the sword dragon, her sharp eyes catching the barely concealed tension between the elder and celestial dragons, quietly observed their exchange. Turning to the demon dragon, she voiced her suspicions. The High Council, she remarked, and their secretary, they're plotting something. We need to lay a safety net before this spirals out of control. The demon dragon, however, dismissed her concerns with a dismissive wave. Theo Ragnar is no ordinary contender, he said with a smirk. Interfering is pointless. He won't fall so easily. He cast her a knowing glance before adding, besides, didn't you meet with Theo in secret? Care to explain that? The sword dragon chuckled softly, her composure unshaken. What matters now, she replied, is not my meeting with him, but how Theo feels about all of this. Emotions, demon dragon. Sometimes they matter more than strength. Elsewhere, Theo pressed forward, the compass in his hand leading him deeper into the cavern's cold, uninviting depths. Twisted skeletons littered the path before him, their grotesque forms illuminated by faint, flickering light. Each step was deliberate, his gaze unwavering, as he anticipated the divine traps awaiting him. These trials, designed to break one's sanity, would have driven most to madness. For Theo, however, they were mere obstacles, puzzles to be solved. Pausing to place a hand on the icy wall, Theo felt an unfamiliar surge of energy ripple through him. This divine power, laced with mana, heightened his senses and sharpened his instincts. He could feel it coursing through his body, like a second heartbeat. As the energy built, a golden glow began to seep from the depths ahead, revealing the faint outline of a concealed entrance. Theo's lips curled into a faint smile. "So, this is the path," he murmured, reassured that the compass hadn't led him astray. What lay ahead, however, defied his expectations. Beyond the gate, instead of the modest lair of a young dragon, a sprawling cavern of unimaginable grandeur awaited him. Towers of gold stretched toward the ceiling, their gleaming surfaces reflecting the faint light with dazzling intensity. At the heart of this treasure trove lay a massive, slumbering dragon. Its enormous form radiated power so immense that Theo's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't the lair of a young dragon as he'd expected. It was the home of an ancient one. Theo froze, his mind racing as dread crept in. The sheer mystic presence of the creature blanketed the space, making every hair on his body stand on end. He knew with absolute certainty that facing this dragon would lead to certain death. The idea of obtaining Amon's relic felt like an impossibility now, overshadowed by the realization of his own fragility. His thoughts whirled. Was the information he'd received wrong? Or had he arrived too early? Had Huel deliberately misled him? Whatever the truth, one thing was clear. This situation was far beyond anything he'd prepared for. After a brief deliberation, Theo made the only rational choice: retreat. Turning away from the treasure and the slumbering behemoth, he resolved to leave quietly before the dragon awoke. But as he took his first step back, the unexpected happened. A low rumble filled the cavern, and Theo froze, spinning around to find the dragon's massive eyes open and locked onto him. Somehow, without making a sound, the ancient creature had stirred and was now staring at him with an intensity that made the very air tremble. Theo's heart sank as the dragon's voice boomed through the chamber, resonating with an ancient, undeniable authority. The dragon's head tilted slightly, its golden eyes narrowing as it introduced itself. "I am Lodbrok, the guardian dragon god and the master of this winter mountain." As Theo faced the dragon, he did the smartest thing and bowed down to the dragon, a testament to the dragon's power, and said, "It's an honor to be in your presence, ancestor dragon." Lodbrok was surprised on hearing the ancestor dragon from Theo and asked him, "Tell me, Theo Ragnar, why do you consider me as your ancestor?" Theo explained that the guardian dragon god had once been a companion of Sigurd, Ragnar clan's progenitor, and the supposed mother of the second clan head, Lord Fridleif, as the legends claimed. At this, Lodbrok let out a dry laugh, a sound so ancient and weighty it seemed to echo across the cavern like the unraveling of 1,000 years of misunderstandings. The dragon dismissed the notion outright, scoffing at the absurd tales that had been spread by Fridleif. Humans and dragons? Life partners? Lodbrok's booming voice reverberated with disbelief. "Utter nonsense. My bond with Sigurd was one of mutual respect, a pact of souls, nothing more. No romance, no sentimentality, only the cold, binding terms of a promise. From the very beginning, humans were never meant to be more than temporary allies to dragons, much less companions." Theo's astonishment deepened. Lodbrok's words dismantled everything he thought he knew about his family's lineage. Questions raced through his mind like wildfire. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his eyes locked onto the colossal form before him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked cautiously, "Then, the rumors about my family carrying dragon blood, are they nothing but propaganda?" The ancient dragon studied him with its unblinking golden eyes, its voice steady yet authoritative as it dispelled another myth. "No, the dragon's blood flows in your veins, but it is not what you think. Through the pact made with Sigurd, my essence was intertwined with your lineage. It is not born of love or kinship, but of duty. My bloodline sustains your family's strength, but only because of the bond forged long ago." Theo opened his mouth to press further, but Lodbrok raised a massive claw, cutting him off before the question could leave his lips. The dragon's patience was waning. "Enough. The formalities are over, and I grow tired of idle chatter. It declared, its voice like thunder. I am the guardian dragon god, bound by my vow. You, Theo Ragnar, are the chosen one, and it is time for you to undertake my trial. Theo's pulse quickened as Lodbrok continued, outlining the nature of the trial. You will face 3 questions. Questions that will test your resolve, your wit, and your purpose. Fail, and you will leave empty-handed. Succeed, and you may walk the path toward what you seek. Relief swept over Theo like a cool breeze on a sweltering day. For a moment, he feared he might have to face this ancient being in combat. A battle he knew he couldn't survive. Gratitude welled up within him, tempered by the weight of the opportunity before him. This trial wasn't just a challenge. It was a gateway to the secrets of his family's power. Resolute, he vowed to seize the moment and extract every fragment of knowledge he could from the ancient dragon. Outside the cavern, Axion was a whirlwind of destruction. His blade flashed with lethal precision, each swing carving through the beasts in his path. Another fell, its monstrous form collapsing with a heavy thud. Stooping down, Axion plucked a green bell from the creature's remains. Mentally tallying, he realized this was his 57th bell. Without a second glance, he tossed it to one of the soldiers trailing behind him and barked, "Report on Theo." "Now!" The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances before one laughed mockingly. "Theo? He's probably cowering somewhere, too scared to face the beasts," he sneered. The remark ignited a ripple of laughter. Yet Orion's eyes betrayed a more complicated emotion as he watched Axion in action. With grudging admiration, Orion silently acknowledged Axion's overwhelming strength. Each swing of his blade seemed almost effortless, dispatching beasts that would have sent lesser warriors running. To Orion, Axion's strength was undeniable, but his arrogance and recklessness grated on him like nails on stone. Before Orion could voice his thoughts, he found himself yanked off the ground with terrifying ease. Axion had seized him by the collar, his eyes blazing with a deadly fire. "What's your game, Orion?" Axion growled, his voice low and venomous. "Scheming behind my back? Or are you just too weak to speak the truth?" Panic seized Orion as he thrashed in Axion's iron grip. "And no, I wasn't plotting anything," he stammered, his voice rising to a desperate shriek, but his wide eyes, filled with terror, betrayed far more than his frantic words ever could. Axion leaned in closer, his voice dripping with menace. "Strength banishes fear," he said coldly. "Remember that. True power makes fear irrelevant. If you're weak, you're nothing but prey." Just then, a soldier cautiously approached, interrupting the tense moment. "Sir," the soldier reported, "a message from the higher-ups. They want you to expedite the plan." Axion released Orion with a shove, his focus shifting. As Orion scrambled to steady himself, Axion's expression darkened. "Then it's time to finish this," he said, his voice as sharp and unyielding as his blade. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Theo Ragnar stood beneath the imposing gaze of the ancient dragon, Lodbrok. The silence between them was thick, almost suffocating, as Theo considered the gravity of his first question. He let out a deep breath, the sound echoing faintly in the immense chamber. Finally, he spoke, his voice steady despite the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. "I'm ready to ask my first question." Lodbrok, visibly unimpressed, huffed, its massive scales shimmering in the dim light. "Well, don't keep me waiting, boy. You've already wasted enough of my time," it growled, its tone dripping with the kind of impatience that suggested it had better things to do, like guarding the world from ancient horrors or binge-watching its favorite celestial dramas. Lifting his gaze, Theo asked, "Why are you here?" It was a question that had weighed on him ever since their encounter, and he braced himself for the answer. The dragon's glowing eyes narrowed as if appraising the value of Theo's inquiry. "Ah, a foundational question," Lodbrok mused, its voice resonating with an ancient authority. "Very well. I am here because of a monster, one that exists at the edge of the world, beyond the seas. It is called the Nameless King, The dragon's tone turned somber as it continued. For the past 1,000 years, my mission has been to guard against this creature's return. The Winter Mountain, it added with a dry chuckle, is merely a facade, a bedtime story to keep meddling fools at bay. Theo's mind raced as the truth unraveled. The Nameless King. Even the name sounded like something ripped straight out of a mythic horror novel. Yet, if the tales were true, this creature instilled fear even in Lodbrok, a being that had reigned for over a millennium. The realization sent a shiver down Theo's spine, though he quickly shoved his apprehension aside. There were more questions to ask, and time wasn't on his side. After a moment of reflection, Theo posed his second question. What exactly is the relic of the ancient dragon? Roadbroke tilted its head, as if mildly amused by the simplicity of the question. Ah, the relics. A fragmented story for a fragmented soul, it began. There are 3 relics tied to my existence. Or so you think? Theo's brow furrowed at the cryptic remark, but he didn't interrupt. The relics, Roadbroke explained, are fragments of my soul. 31 pieces scattered across this world to aid humanity in their fight against the Nameless King. They can manifest as items, experiences, or even phenomena. Theo's breath hitched as the revelation hit him like a thunderbolt. The third relic he carried, it wasn't just an artifact. It was his ability to regress. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, like the final piece of an impossibly complex puzzle. But one question still burned in his mind. If these relics were always guarded by dragons, why had he found none protecting his regression? Gritting his teeth, Theo pushed his confusion aside and asked the final, most personal question. Why was I chosen? His voice cracked slightly as he gazed up at Lodbrok, his doubt laid bare. Why me? Why burden someone like me with the task of facing the Nameless King? The dragon stared at him for a long moment, its expression unreadable. Slowly, it approached, each step reverberating through the cavern like a distant drumbeat. When it finally spoke, its words weren't an answer but a question. Why do you think you're the only one chosen? The question struck Theo like a lightning bolt. His knees felt weak, his pulse quickened, and a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Was it possible? Could there be others like him? Names and faces began flashing through his mind. Ed Curson, the Black Dragon. Both individuals with knowledge of the relics and ambitions to gather them. Were they also chosen? Had they experienced regression just like him? The thought circled Theo's mind like a predator hunting its prey, leading him to an unsettling realization. This world was far more intricate and enigmatic than he had ever dared to imagine. A nameless king, so terrifying that even an ancient dragon quaked at the thought of him, and the suggestion of others like him, regressors, painted a picture far darker than he was prepared for. The truth of this reality wasn't just hidden. It was a labyrinth of secrets. Breaking the silence, Lodbrok's voice cut through Theo's spiraling thoughts. It affirmed that all 3 of Theo's questions had been answered and declared his trial complete. But then came a revelation that shook the air like a crack of thunder. The dragon admitted its original purpose here, to claim the relic of Amon for itself. Yet now it had changed its mind. What it intended to offer Theo was something far greater, something beyond the value of any trinket. At that moment, Theo's system chimed in, the cold, emotionless voice delivering the update. Congratulations! You have completed the hidden quest. Your reward is the chance to claim the treasures of the ancient dragon. The dragon gestured with one massive claw toward the glimmering hoard within its lair. The sheer sight of it was overwhelming. A kaleidoscope of priceless gems, relics imbued with untold power, shimmering elixirs, ancient skill tomes, and legendary weapons that seemed to hum with their own energy. Lodbrok elaborated with an air of pride, detailing the treasures as relics from all corners of the world. It then turned its piercing gaze back to Theo and extended an offer. Choose, it said. Take anything you desire, and it shall be yours. Theo's heart surged with excitement, the kind that made his blood roar in his ears. Without hesitation, he locked eyes with the dragon and made his choice. His voice rang out, firm and unyielding. I want you. Lodbrok froze, its ancient body stiffening in sheer disbelief. Its eyes, glowing like molten gold, widened as it echoed Theo's request aloud, almost as if to ensure it hadn't misheard. The chamber descended into a heavy silence, broken only by the dragon's low, rumbling laughter. A sound like an approaching storm. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a mixture of curiosity and derision, the kind of look a chess master might give a novice who had just made a bold but foolish move. Its laughter grew darker, resonating like distant thunder. "You dare?" it growled, its voice laced with mockery, the edges of its mouth curling into a predator's sneer. As the dragon's enormous gaze pinned him, Theo's expression sharpened. His mind worked like a gambler calculating odds, every detail in the chamber feeding into his next move. His eyes flicked to the treasure hoard, then to the ancient beast perched at its peak, radiating absolute command. With a faint sigh, he tilted his head slightly, as if annoyed at the theatrics. The dragon hissed, its voice cutting through the air like a knife. "Explain yourself, human. Is this a joke?" Theo's response was unwavering, his tone calm and resolute. "Correct," he stated, meeting the dragon's glare without flinching. Lodbrok's reaction was immediate, its colossal wings unfurled with a deafening humph, the sheer force of the motion sending shockwaves that rattled the chamber. Theo staggered, his feet sliding as he fought to keep his balance against the oppressive gale. The dragon loomed larger, its ancient presence crashing down on Theo like the weight of a skyscraper. The dragon's voice boomed, dripping with contempt. "Audacious worm," it snarled, each word sharp as a blade. "Do you truly think you can stake a claim on me? On my power? With your pitiful words?" The accusation hung heavy in the air, the pressure making Theo's knees tremble. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he stood firm. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the overwhelming force. His vision blurred as blood pooled at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes blazed with unrelenting defiance. Summoning every ounce of his will, Theo tapped into his own draconic essence. A faint blue aura flickered to life around him, fragile yet determined, like a candle refusing to be extinguished by a hurricane. Lodbrok sneered, its disdain as palpable as the crackling energy around it. The dragon's voice oozed mockery. "Pathetic," it scoffed. "Do you think the faint glow of a lesser drake will intimidate me? Your effort is nothing but an ember against a wildfire." The dragon's massive form leaned forward, its growl reverberating through the chamber. "Your attempt is futile," it declared, each syllable heavy with centuries of superiority. "You will learn that standing against me is not boldness. It is suicide." Theo stood his ground, unwavering, his voice steady as steel as he reminded Lodbrok of the promise made. A promise granting him the right to claim any treasure in the lair. He pointedly noted that no boundaries had been defined, leaving open the possibility that even the dragon itself could be claimed as part of that treasure. For a brief moment, a flicker of surprise danced across Lodbrok's piercing eyes, a reaction to the sheer boldness of Theo's words. But Theo's resolve was unshakable. He knew the line he tread was perilously thin, straddling courage and madness. Yet his decision was absolute. No gilded chest or arcane artifact could compare to the honor of winning the dragon's allegiance. "Keep your word," he demanded, his voice laced with both challenge and determination. "Stand by my side as the ultimate prize." For a long, tense moment, Lodbrok's intense gaze bore into Theo. Then, almost imperceptibly, a subtle shift softened the dragon's expression, as though a distant memory had surfaced, perhaps of another human who had once stood before it with similar boldness. The defiance in Theo's eyes seemed to strike a chord, igniting a faint smile that curved the dragon's lips ever so slightly. The silence lingered, heavy and profound, before Lodbrok exhaled a deep, rumbling breath. Amusement flickered in its golden eyes, mingling with reluctant acceptance. "Very well," the dragon murmured, its tone carrying both resignation and intrigue. Theo froze, his thoughts scrambling to catch up. Did that just happen? Did Lodbrok truly agree? He remained rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, as the dragon's colossal form began to dissolve into swirling mist. The ethereal glow of its eyes lingered, emanating a profound yet melancholic power, before fading completely into the fog. When the mist cleared, a new figure emerged, a regal, otherworldly woman with horns that hinted at her draconic lineage. Her presence was mesmerizing, an embodiment of both strength and grace, as though every detail of her being had been carefully crafted to redefine beauty itself. The remnants of the mist clung to her form, enhancing the ethereal aura she radiated. She stepped closer, her gaze meeting Theo's with a spark of amusement. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she teased, "Awestruck already? How charming." Her playful demeanor shifted, however, as her expression turned solemn. Her voice, tinged with sadness, revealed fragments of her story. She admitted to being over 2,000 years old, but confessed that her heart had been lost 50 years ago. With a weary sigh, she spoke of the binding that tied her to the nest and the bittersweet reality of her remaining time, only 3 short years. Her gaze turned pointed, her question clear and direct. "Knowing this, would you still want me as your prize?" Theo inhaled deeply, steadying himself. A confident grin spread across his face as he met her eyes, his conviction unshaken. "Absolutely," he replied without hesitation. Lodbrok shook her head, a resigned expression playing across her features. "Foolish human," she muttered, though her words carried a subtle undertone of acknowledgement. Beneath her exasperation, there was a flicker of understanding, perhaps even admiration, for his determination. Stubbornness, after all, was a trait befitting someone worthy of a dragon's allegiance. Suddenly, Theo's system chimed in, a notification flashing before his eyes. "Congratulations! You have selected Ragnar's guardian dragon as your reward." Lodbrok raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a sly smile. "You truly are one of a kind," she remarked, her tone dripping with amusement. Yet, in her gaze, there was a faint glimmer of pride. As system notifications buzzed with updates, Theo's attention was caught by his new titles, Guardian Dragon's Partner and Descendant of the Progenitor. The weight of his new role hit him like a lightning strike, but his determination only grew. His smirk widened, his eyes blazing with fiery intensity. "I'll get stronger," he vowed, his voice filled with an unyielding resolve. "And I'll uncover more relics tied to the Primordial Dragon." Then, with a playful edge, he added, "Who knows? Maybe I'll even find something to replace your lost heart." Lodbrok's eyes narrowed slightly, her intrigue unmistakable. Though skepticism lingered in her expression, a faint smile softened her features. "Then you'd better take good care of me," she said, her tone holding both warning and a touch of reluctant amusement. Her expression was laced with dry amusement, as if even she couldn't fully believe the agreement she had just made. Lodbrok reminded Theo that she couldn't leave the lair and would remain in hibernation until a solution to her missing heart was found. Before retreating into slumber, she conjured a glowing blue tome in her hands, her demeanor unexpectedly gentle as she placed it firmly against his chest. Locking eyes with him, her voice carried a quiet authority. "Read it," she instructed. "It will unlock your mind gate and forge a true soul link." Gesturing around her expansive lair, she motioned to the scattered resources. With a sly smirk, she added, "You've got everything you need here, so take your time." As her majestic form began to fade, a system notification materialized before Theo. "You have acquired the Grimoire of Aman." Theo's breath hitched as his gaze dropped to the tome now resting in his hands. This wasn't just any book. It was the Grimoire of Aman, a fabled relic whispered about in legends. It was said to contain the primordial truths of sound, principles that birthed existence itself, and the sacred notes that resonated with creation's essence. A grin tugged at Theo's lips as he tightened his grip on the ancient tome. Casting a glance toward Lodbrok's slumbering form, he murmured under his breath, determination hardening his features. Becoming the guardian dragon's chosen companion wasn't a role to be taken lightly, and he swore to prove himself worthy of the honor. His confidence wavered slightly as he nervously asked, "Wait, what did you mean by 1 month?" Without so much as a glance, Lodbrok's voice drifted through the air. Her response weighted like ancient gold. That's how long it will take to fully awaken your mind gate. Her tone was casual, almost dismissive, as if she were discussing the weather. Theo swallowed hard as the gravity of her words hit him like a tidal wave. 1 month. His pulse quickened as the implications sank in. But I don't have that kind of time, he thought, panic flashing across his face. With the second stage of the awakening ceremony already in motion, he only had 15 days to finish the exam. Every second counted. Desperation clawed at his resolve as he reasoned with her. Maybe I can come back after I finish the ceremony, he offered, his voice tinged with hope. Lodbrok's reply came with a soft chuckle, her amusement filling the air like a storm cloud waiting to break. Perched atop a treasure chest like a queen on her throne, she crossed her legs with an air of regal indifference. Not a chance, she said, her voice dangerously smooth. Her tone carried a sharp edge, taunting and absolute. You'll stay here until your mind gate is open. Theo's stomach churned as the realization set in. There was no room for negotiation. A quick mental calculation only deepened his despair. He had 13 days left, just 310 hours, until the exam ended. While other students were out there earning bells, honing their combat skills, and battling beasts, he was stuck here. Instead of fighting, his days would be consumed by the cryptic process of awakening his mind gate. All under the unyielding gaze of a 2,000-year-old dragon who seemed to find his plight endlessly entertaining. Fast forward to 3 days before the exam deadline. Snow blanketed the grounds of the Central Intelligence Bureau, but the icy chill in the air wasn't just from the weather, it radiated from Axion's uncle. His sinister grin was enough to make a hardened soldier reconsider their life choices. Wide-eyed like a deer caught in the headlights, as his uncle rummaged through a box and retrieved a small, seemingly harmless marble. But in this world, nothing is harmless. With a theatrical pause worthy of a movie villain, his uncle held the marble aloft and revealed its sinister purpose. This little trinket, he drawled, amplifies the energy of sealed fiends to create an anti-field, keeps other fiends at bay. He crushed the marble in his fist, the act accompanied by an ominous crunch that echoed in the frozen air. What followed was nothing short of horrifying. A vortex of black and purple particles erupted, coalescing into a grotesque abomination. The creature took shape, towering and misshapen, with a maw so vast it could swallow Axion whole. Its eyes gleamed with malevolence, and its presence turned the atmosphere from icy to suffocating. Axion's heart thundered in his chest as the monstrosity loomed over him, its very existence a declaration of his uncle's ruthless intent. Before Axion could fully process the monstrosity in front of him, shadows erupted from his uncle's legs, coalescing into the shape of a dragon. In one swift and devastating bite, the fiend was obliterated, its remains vanishing like smoke in a gale. Axion stood frozen, caught between awe and the creeping existential dread that came with belonging to his terrifying family tree. His uncle, completely unfazed by the display of power, brushed the incident aside as though swatting a fly. With an air of casual menace, he laid out the next phase of their plan. The second stage's official objective? Eliminate fiends and rack up points. Simple enough. But Axion's true mission? Far less noble. The real goal was petty to the core. Lure Theo out using the marble as bait. Straightforward in theory, except Axion, ever the dramatist, had other ideas. Why stop at luring Theo when you could torture him first? Extract every last ounce of intel about the Rose Palace relic. But his uncle, eternal voice of reason and professional buzzkill, immediately shut down the scheme. Theo isn't someone you can toy with, Axion, he said with a knowing smirk. And restraint? Let's just say that's never been your strong suit. The jab earned him a glare so sharp it could cut steel. Axion's fists clenched, his knuckles cracking like popcorn in a fire. Left with no choice, Axion begrudgingly accepted Plan B. Target Theo's soft spot, his allies from Training Ground 4. Present day, Axion's genius plan? Yeah, it was a disaster. Theo had completely ignored the bait. Instead of charging into the fray to rack up fiend points like a normal participant, Theo had pulled a Where's Waldo, disappearing off the map entirely. With only 12 hours left on the clock, Axion sat fuming, his frustration simmering hotter than lava. His measly rank of 860 points did little to soothe his bruised ego. Behind him, the arrival of Felix Ragnar, a swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace, was announced by flashing lights. Felix, currently ranked 7th with 446 points, approached with the confidence of a wannabe detective. Maybe Theo's been captured by the council scoundrels, Felix suggested, his tone almost smug. Axion's glare was cold enough to turn magma into ice. Your insight, he sneered, is as trashy as your rank. Not content with just the insult, Axion twisted the knife deeper, mocking Felix's connection with Lady Plum Blossom. The jab struck a nerve. Felix's jaw clenched, and his fingers twitched as if ready to retaliate. But, swallowing his pride, Felix bit back his words and stepped aside. Axion dismissed him with a lazy wave. Enough of your drivel. It's time to force Theo out of hiding. Summoning members of the Scaled Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, Axion put his latest scheme into motion. Hunt down Theo's allies one by one. Wicked grins spread across the faces of the Scaled Dragon members, their anticipation for carnage written in their feral eyes. Unbeknownst to Axion, someone else was eavesdropping from the shadows. Concealed behind a towering tree, Ragnar, ranked 3rd with 561 points, stood listening intently, his sharp gaze flickering with intrigue. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the shrill cry of a dying lizard pierced the air, its final moments so unsettling they could have scored a horror movie soundtrack. A group of hunters stood triumphantly over its twitching corpse, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the earthy scent of moss. It wasn't just any lizard, it was a middle-low-class fiend, though its dramatic demise might have convinced the hunters otherwise. At the forefront, or at least trying to be, was Sybil Dree, ranked 68th with a paltry 31 points. His yellow demon bell, clutched tightly like a child's security blanket, was a pitiful trophy from an earlier victory against an even less impressive fiend. His companions, Iadien, 53rd with 52 points, and Benat Ramiro, 62nd with 36 points, weren't faring much better. If points were currency, they'd all be in debt. Sybil hoisted the bell high, the symbol of their mediocrity, and sighed in frustration. With only 12 hours remaining, Theo, the supposed star of their group, was nowhere to be found. But Sybil's annoyance wasn't just about Theo's absence. It was also about their dwindling supplies, resources they had painstakingly rationed for him now seeming like a colossal waste. Eodo, the group's self-proclaimed theorist, chimed in with begrudging admiration. Theo's definitely up to something grand, he speculated, bitterness tinging his voice. While we're out here rolling around in the dirt for scraps, he's probably already rewriting the rankings. But the quiet didn't linger. Without warning, Orion Gardner emerged from the shadows like a phantom of death. Ranked 14th with a daunting 173 points. His sudden appearance was as chilling as the blade he wielded. He struck with precision, driving his sword into Sybil's back with a sickening crunch. Sybil froze, his triumphant grin morphing into wide-eyed horror as blood seeped through his clothes, staining the forest floor. Orion withdrew the blade with practiced ease, the fluidity of his motion disturbingly casual. His cold, unfeeling eyes regarded Sybil as though he were nothing more than a discarded pawn. Why? Eody's voice shattered the silence, trembling with both rage and fear. Orion, unfazed, twirled his sword in an almost theatrical display of arrogance. His lips curled into a cruel smirk as his gaze swept over the group, dripping with disdain. Why? He repeated mockingly, his tone filled with venom. Because you're nothing but sacrificial lambs in my grander scheme. The gleaming blade in his hand caught the dim light, casting ominous reflections on the faces of the horrified group. He raised it again, daring anyone to challenge him. The tension hung thick, suffocating, as none dared move against him. Meanwhile, deep within Lodbrok's lair, far removed from the chaos and bloodshed, Theo stood under the watchful gaze of the ancient dragon herself. The cavern's oppressive stillness was broken only by the weight of her golden eyes, which burned with an unsettling mix of curiosity and judgment. Her presence was monumental, her gaze heavy enough to crush even the most stalwart of mortals. When she finally spoke, her voice rolled through the cavern like distant thunder, carrying with it the weight of countless centuries. "Your progress. It is remarkable," she rumbled, her tone betraying a faint undercurrent of approval. Even the most gifted prodigies would struggle to achieve what Theo had in under a month. Just as Theo was about to cross a critical threshold in mastering the grimoire of Amon, a familiar system notification flickered before him. The message announced his partial mastery of the grimoire, and a slow, confident smirk spread across his face. "Always the overachieving, beast student, huh?" Theo muttered to himself, a wry tone slipping into his voice. This world demanded perfection at every turn, and he had long since accepted the challenge. The grimoire itself was infamous, its requirements so impossibly high that few ever dared attempt its secrets. It demanded immense mana reserves and a dragon's heart, an unthinkable combination for most. But Theo, uniquely positioned, had both. It allowed him to achieve the unachievable, his progress leagues ahead of what anyone else could dream. Yet the system, ever the unrelenting taskmaster, wasn't about to let him revel in his victory. Another notification popped up, cold and clinical. "Skill acquired. Hatching Synchro, rank C." Theo's smirk faltered, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He scoffed at the screen, glaring as if his disdain alone could rewrite the system's judgment. A rank C skill? After pushing himself to the brink of death? Sure, the ability to manipulate residual thoughts through psychokinesis sounded impressive on paper, but it wasn't the godlike firepower or reality-warping spells he had envisioned. Where were the earth-shattering explosions? The galaxy-bending feats? His grumbles echoed faintly through the cavern, drawing the attention of Lodbrok. The massive dragon opened her ancient eyes, her golden irises gleaming with faint disapproval. A heavy sigh escaped her as she regarded Theo with an air of quiet authority. "Humans," she began, her voice calm yet cutting, always so quick to complain. "You've barely scraped by. Just enough to meet the minimum standard of being my significant other." Theo blinked, her words leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss. Was this some kind of cosmic joke? A cruel twist of fate that had landed him in such a bizarre partnership? Before he could recover, Lodbrok's tone shifted, her words taking on a grave seriousness. "Enough with your petty frustrations," she chided. "Your time is limited. My recovery is bound to a 2-year deadline. If you fail to prioritize my revival..." She paused, her golden eyes boring into his with a weight that threatened to crush him. "We both die. Our fates are now intertwined. You cannot afford to falter, Theo." Theo wasn't about to crumble under the weight of a dragon's decree. A grin tugged at his lips, sharp and defiant, as he locked eyes with Lodbrok. "Guess you're stuck with me now," he declared, his determination settling like an unshakable foundation. Lodbrok's golden gaze burned with an intensity only millennia could forge. "So be it," she said, her voice ringing like an ancient hymn. Smoke curled around Theo, thick and alive, as she invoked the Primordial Covenant. When her final roar shook the heavens, her massive form dissipated, leaving Theo alone on a windswept cliff. The vast snowfield stretched out before him, a glacial abyss that mirrored the chaos in his mind. The biting wind tugged at his hair as his gaze swept across the horizon. Only 12 hours. That's all he had to claw his way out of this. He exhaled a plume of frosty frustration, muttering under his breath, "The universe really loves setting me up for failure." He lashed out at the snow, kicking it into the air like an explosion of frosty confetti. The satisfying crunch under his boot didn't ease the weight pressing down on him. Hunting fiends? Laughable. Compared to the stakes he faced, it felt like prepping for a neighborhood snowball fight while standing at the edge of a war zone. Failure wasn't just breathing down his neck, it was tap dancing on his back. First place? It wasn't slipping away. It had turned into Usain Bolt, sprinting into the distance with Theo left choking on dust and regret. Then, like a match struck in the dark, an idea sparked. His thoughts drifted back to that ceremony. Axion, his rival, the smirking predator who had seized the top rank with ruthless precision. The memory slapped him awake, the sting sharp and cold as the winter wind. If Theo wanted to win, hunting tokens wouldn't be enough. He needed a strategy that wasn't just clever but ruthless. The idea of stealing bells from others took root, curling its dark tendrils around his thoughts. His lips twitched into a bitter smile, the kind that tasted like defeat and resolve all at once. Heroics? They'd never get him anywhere in this game. The bitter truth dug deeper. This wasn't just a plan. It felt like standing at the edge of villainy, peering into the abyss. Theo shook his head, trying to steel his resolve. Then, like a shard of glass piercing the silence, a rustling sound snapped Theo back to reality. His head whipped toward the noise, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Out of the shadows stumbled a figure, their unsteady steps carving gruesome crimson streaks into the snow. Theo's breath caught as the metallic tang of blood hit the air. But it wasn't just the sight of their wounds that churned his gut. A voice broke the frozen stillness, soft but as cutting as broken ice. "Found you." Theo froze, his body stiff as stone, his veins iced over with dread. The words didn't just chill him, they sunk into his chest like claws. From the shadows, a presence emerged, heavy and suffocating, as if the forest itself recoiled in dread. The faint moonlight carved out a figure, a frail silhouette leaning against a tree, barely upright. Theo froze, his breath catching. "Ray?" he whispered, his voice trembling. His heart clenched as recognition set in. It was Ray Ragnar, her name an ache in his chest. She swayed unsteadily, her armor slick with blood that dripped onto the snow like dark ink bleeding across a blank canvas. Her trembling sword hung from limp fingers. Theo's legs moved before his mind could catch up. "Ray, what happened to you?" he asked, voice tight with worry. His eyes darted to her chest, where blood seeped from a deep wound, carving a grim pattern against the metal. That was no beast's mark. It was deliberate, human. His stomach twisted. Was this an attack? He murmured, his thoughts spinning. Who did this? "Ray, tell me." Her head barely lifted, and her lips parted as if it took everything in her to speak. "West. We need to go west." The words were a fragile thread holding her together, but it snapped. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed with a heart-wrenching cry that echoed through the forest. Theo lunged forward, catching her just before she hit the ground. Her blood smeared his gloves as he cradled her, his arms protective yet trembling. "Stay with me," he pleaded, his voice low and steady, though fear clawed at his composure. He gently lowered her to the snow, ensuring her fragile body wouldn't bear more weight than it could handle. His gaze locked onto the trembling sword still clutched in her weak hand. Without hesitation, he pried it from her grasp. The blade felt cold, unervingly alive, as though it carried a pulse of its own. A faint, eerie glow radiated from the bloodied steel. A sudden jolt ran through Theo. His system activated, the familiar interface flashing before his eyes. Dragon Egg synchronization skill activated. He stiffened as another notification appeared, reading the memories of Ray Ragnar. The forest blurred, the real world slipping away as a tide of fragmented memories engulfed his mind. The first image sharpened. Ray Ragnar, her fiery red eyes blazing with both frustration and determination. Her head hung low as if carrying an invisible weight. Something about her stance radiated defiance, but there was something else too. A question, an unspoken conflict tied to him. The memory dissolved, replaced by the scene of a snowy forest. A group huddled in tense whispers, their expressions veiled in unease. "He should have been here by now," one muttered, their voice a mix of worry and impatience. Another, a figure oozing arrogance, let out a low chuckle. "He will. The traps at Training Ground 4 will guide him straight to us, just like we planned." Like a lamb to slaughter, At the group center stood a leader whose composure was chilling. They observed a line of captives kneeling in the snow, their faces pale with fear and defeat. One guard hesitated, glancing nervously at the captives. "Do we really need to kill them?" Another stepped back, their voice trembling. They're innocent." The leader's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Innocence is irrelevant." Their blade hovered, glinting in the moonlight. "We don't need this many. 2 or 3 will do." The captives flinched, their terror palpable. A commanding voice cut through like a blade. "Enough!" The group turned as Ragnar stepped into the clearing. The wind howled around her, snow swirling at her feet like an omen. Axion turned his sharp gaze toward Ray, his features a mask of cold disdain. His lips twisted into a cruel smirk, and his words, laced with venom, cut through the cold night air. "Well, if it isn't Ragnar herself," he sneered. "What's this? Come to deliver a lecture? Or just to interfere?" Ray's steps were deliberate. Her voice rang out, calm yet unyielding, each word resonating with power. "This stops now," she declared. "Release them." The wind stilled, as if the very forest was holding its breath. Axion's smirk deepened, but there was a flicker of something darker behind his confidence. "Release them?" His tone dripped with mockery, yet his voice carried an edge of warning. "These are your demands?" He leaned forward slightly, his words a low snarl. "Let me make this clear, Ray. You don't have the power to dictate terms here. Walk away, before things turn ugly." Ray didn't flinch. Her voice came sharper, colder. "They're Theo's comrades. This is his fight, but your actions have crossed every line. You're finished." For a split second, Axion's arrogant veneer cracked. His eyes narrowed. "You've chosen him," Axion hissed. Theo sighed. "That's what this is about, isn't it?" Before the words fully left his lips, Ray moved. With a burst of speed, she launched herself into the air, her sword blazing with raw, untamed energy. The air crackled around her as she brought the weapon down in a devastating arc. Axion stepped back, his reflexes razor-sharp, his blade rising to meet hers. Their weapons clashed with an earth-shaking roar, sending sparks flying and the ground trembling beneath the sheer force of their blows. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the air alive with the symphony of clashing steel and raw power. Theo stood frozen, his mind whirling between the chaos unfolding before him and the barrage of system notifications blinking in his vision. Restricted access, missing state detected. Frustration burned in his chest, his voice trembling with the weight of everything crashing down on him. He turned to Ray, his tone sharp. "How long have you known about this? Why didn't you tell me?" Ray's expression softened, guilt flickering in her eyes. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was low and laden with regret. "Axion's obsession with you began the moment the competition started," she admitted. "When you didn't show, he used your comrades as bait. This was always about drawing you out." Her words hit Theo like a hammer. He staggered back, disbelief and anger warring on his face. "Because of me," he whispered, the words barely audible. Ray stepped closer, her voice steadier now despite the weight of the truth. "I didn't come here just to warn you, Theo. I came to stop him. For them and for you." Theo's frustration ignited into fury. Axion's name burned in his mind, a bitter reminder of betrayal and injustice. "No more," he growled through gritted teeth. "I'm not the same man you remember." Stepping forward, Theo's voice thundered, shattering the oppressive silence. "Axion, where are my comrades?" A cry echoed through the forest, cutting through the tension like a knife. "He's here," a soldier shouted, stumbling into the clearing. "Theo's at the northern cliffs." The camp stirred, the air thick with anticipation. The leader turned sharply, his gaze cold and calculating. "Are you certain?" he demanded. "Yes, sir," the soldier panted. A sinister grin spread across Axion's face, his crimson eyes glowing with a twisted mixture of excitement and malice. He exhaled slowly, his voice low and venomous. "So, Theo finally shows his face." His knuckles whitened as fury boiled within him, but before it could consume him entirely, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Calm and calculated, it slithered through his thoughts like a serpent. Young Master Axion, it whispered, each word measured and deliberate. Do not let your rage blind you. The hostages are the key. Axion froze, the voice reeling him back from the brink. He exhaled sharply, forcing his smirk to return. Understood, he murmured. Theo, Ray's voice rang out, thick with desperation. Her bloodshot eyes caught the faint light, her battered face amplifying the raw anguish in her tone. Don't do it, she pleaded, stumbling toward him, her trembling hands outstretched. You can't face Axion alone. Tears streaked her bruised cheeks as she added, the Intelligence Bureau, they're overseers. They're with him. Satrap, Theo. They've made sure you'll have no way out. Theo's resolve momentarily faltered, her words striking deeper than he expected. Shock flickered across his face before his composure solidified again, unyielding as steel. But Ray's final plea made him pause, hesitation creeping into his stance. You can't fight them, she insisted, her voice trembling. You can't win against what's waiting for you. Her words hung like frost in the frigid air, sharp and biting. Theo stood silent, locked in an internal battle, reason clashing against his drive to act. Ray broke the tension, her voice strained and uneven. This isn't a test, Theo. This isn't some trial you can survive by sheer will. It's a slaughter, and you're walking into it alone. Forcing herself to steady, she tried again, her voice softer but urgent. Listen to me. Find the other overseers. Convince them to fight with you. Alone, you'll die. Together, maybe you have a chance. Theo shook his head, his jaw set in defiance. His voice cut through her plea like a blade. There's no time, he said, his tone final. He inhaled deeply, the icy air sharp in his lungs as his resolve crystallized. His gaze flicked to the blood-stained snow, a chilling reminder of the danger ahead. I'm grateful, Ree, he said, his voice calm but laced with urgency. But if I don't act now, my comrades will pay the price. I can't let that happen. Theo erupted, his voice cracking with anguish. I can't lose them, he shouted, memories of his comrades flashing before him. Their laughter, their shared dream of defeating the second blooming. Those moments now felt like cruel ghosts haunting him. Ray's voice turned bitter. You think I don't understand? She snapped. This is Ragnar, Theo. Survival demands sacrifice. That's our truth, our legacy. For a fleeting moment, Theo's mind flickered to a memory of his comrades' laughter, their vow to stand together. But those cherished moments felt impossibly distant now. Anger surged, and his voice lashed out. Why? He demanded. Why do you always stand in my way, Ray? Why can't you let me do what I have to? Her eyes widened in shock, his words hitting her like a blow. Pain etched itself into her face, and tears spilled down her bruised cheeks, hot and bright against the cold. But Theo stood firm, his breath heavy but his resolve unwavering. His gaze locked on the path ahead, memories of the Rose Palace erupted into a blazing inferno, flames clawing at the dark sky like a living beast. The palace burned, its pristine walls crumbling into ash. From the shadows, a cold voice pierced the chaos, sharp and scornful. The fool of Ragnar, it sneered, branding Theo a failure. You carry this burden but have learned nothing. The air turned heavy and cold. A being of otherworldly power emerged, its glowing blue eyes piercing Theo as if unraveling every secret he held. Shoulders trembling under the weight of emotion. Between them lay chaos. Overturned crates, shattered objects, and crimson-stained snow telling a grim tale of violence. Its polished surface smeared with blood. Nearby, a tiny bell rested, its crimson-streaked surface a cruel casualty of the mayhem. Kneeling, his hands trembling, he whispered a name that carried a chilling weight. Figures began to gather. Rivals, allies, and legends, their names carrying immense weight. The tension mounted, the snow and wind forming a brutal stage for the looming battle. Hulkus, ranked 5th, loomed like a titan, his raw power radiating from his massive frame. Erica, her fiery red hair braided with precision, exuded poise and might, her rank and score a symbol of dependable strength. Remington, ranked 2nd, carried a quiet authority that belied his overwhelming power. The pieces of an inevitable confrontation were falling into place. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the frozen air. Emerging from the smoke, a colossal creature appeared, its towering frame rippling with monstrous power. Swinging its massive club, it unleashed a devastating force that tore the ground apart. Theo stood firm, gripping his sword tightly. The blade gleamed in the pale light as he surged forward with blinding speed, his strikes precise and unrelenting. Each swing carried the silent menace of his resolve, urging his enemies to step aside or face annihilation. A fleeting thought crossed Theo's mind. Perhaps Seal and the hostages were still alive. Analyzing the chaos, Theo realized the grim truth. Axion was colluding with the overseers, and at the center of it all stood Ed, the architect of this deadly trap. The betrayal burned in Theo's chest, fueling his rage. With a forceful swing of his sword, crimson energy erupted, splitting the battlefield. Dragon's third claw, he muttered, unleashing the devastating attack as fissures cracked through the icy ground. The overseers sent by Axion were no accident. Their calculated arrival was designed to end Theo's life. But instead of despair, Theo's fury sharpened his focus. As the massive creature closed in, its roars shaking the battlefield, Theo charged forward. Narrowing his gaze, Theo locked eyes with his monstrous adversary. He was prepared for this. With a thunderous leap, Theo's blade became a storm of vengeance. Each strike landed with explosive ferocity, sending crimson torrents arcing through the air to stain the once pristine snow. The brutal rhythm of combat was relentless, every swing a testament to his unshakable determination. Not far away, Axion towered, his eyes burning like embers. His fists were relentless, each blow a calculated act of destruction. Frustration and disdain twisted his expression, his movements brimming with barely contained fury. Weakness disgusted him, futility enraged him. To Axion, those who dared oppose him were nothing more than echoes of failure waiting to be silenced. A cruel grin spread across his face as he delivered another devastating strike, his every move designed to assert dominance. His icy resolve hung in the air like a death knell, a promise, not a threat, that none who stood in his path would leave alive. As the tension built to a fever pitch, a voice, sharp and commanding, shattered the stillness. The director of the Intelligence Bureau's words echoed in Axion's mind, a reminder to stay the course. Axion's jaw tightened, the irritation in his narrowed eyes betraying his simmering rage. Yet he gave a curt nod, his bitterness palpable as he gripped his weapon and advanced. The cold steel in his hand seemed to echo the hollow resentment that burned within him, a grim reminder of betrayal and vengeance deferred. The battlefield hushed, the air thick with unease. A single name broke the silence, spoken with venom and weight. Theo. The sound rippled through the frigid expanse, reverberating like a drumbeat of destiny. Theo emerged from the shadows, his steps slow and deliberate, each one an unspoken challenge. Crimson eyes burned through the frozen air, their intensity unmatched. The sword in his hand reflected the cold light, its gleam a mirror of his unyielding will. He moved as though the battlefield belonged to him, a force of reckoning that no one could deny. Axion's lips curled into a sneer as he watched Theo approach. His irritation twisted into something darker, anticipation laced with fury. The long-awaited confrontation had begun, the tension so palpable it seemed to tighten the air around them. Finally, Axion muttered, his voice low but filled with menace. His words carried the weight of his frustration. Theo's response was silence. His bloodied face, stoic and unyielding, conveyed more than words ever could. The steadfast determination in his eyes mirrored the edge of his blade, sharp and relentless. The stillness shattered as Theo's sword sliced through the icy air, a deadly whisper preceding his next move. Axion stood unmoved, his body marked by battle. Yet his cold, piercing glare remained untouched by weakness. His voice, dripping with sarcasm, sliced through the tension as he addressed Theo directly. "Let's skip the pleasantries," he sneered. "It's time we finish this." The air thickened, the atmosphere charged with the inevitability of their impending clash. Theo remained calm, his smirk deepening into something sharp and bitter. When he finally spoke, his words cut like a blade. "What's wrong, Axion? Afraid of losing?" The taunt struck home, a crack appearing in Axion's composed demeanor. His eyes widened in disbelief before narrowing into burning embers of fury. His hands tightened into fists, his composure fraying under the weight of Theo's words. Theo pressed the advantage, his steps measured and deliberate as his voice rang out with icy authority. "You've gone to such lengths. Traps, soldiers, endless schemes. And yet your eyes betray you." He tilted his head slightly, studying Axion's reaction. "You're afraid. Afraid of losing to me." The battlefield seemed to hold its breath, the accusation hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Axion's followers shifted uneasily, their confidence faltering as they glanced at their leader. Axion's voice broke the silence, trembling with fury. "How dare you?" he spat, his teeth clenched in barely restrained rage. "Do you think baseless accusations can shake me?" Theo's smirk widened, cutting through Axion's protest like a knife. "Then prove it," he said, his tone deceptively light. "Let's end this as warriors should, with a proper duel." The challenge landed like a thunderclap, freezing the battlefield. Axion's eyes burned with indignation, but his grip on his blade tightened, betraying the anger simmering beneath his arrogant facade. Theo's voice dropped, colder and sharper. "What's the matter, Axion? Lost your pride along the way?" His words struck like a whip, forcing a sneer onto Axion's face as he stepped forward, the taunt goading him into action. "You'll regret this," Axion snarled, his voice venomous. His blade flashed, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The first clash of steel echoed through the frozen expanse, a violent symphony of fury and determination. Blow after blow rained down, Axion's strikes unrelenting. Yet Theo met each one, his movements fluid, his defense unwavering. Blood streaked the snow as Axion's blade found its mark, tearing through Theo's armor, but the defiant fire in Theo's eyes never wavered. Axion smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. "The might of a Ragnar child? Is this all you have to offer?" Theo's response was calm, his words laced with quiet menace. "You'll see the strength of the Ragnar name soon enough." With a sharp flourish, Axion unleashed his deadliest move. His sword danced through the air, summoning the dragon's roar, a technique so fierce the ground trembled beneath it. The triple dragon claw followed, its strikes ferocious, as if the spirit of a dragon had come to life. For a moment, even Axion hesitated, his eyes flickering with disbelief as a phantom dragon roared, its presence shaking the battlefield. But Theo stood firm, his sword gleaming with an otherworldly brilliance. The light reflected off it seemed to part the chaos, his unflinching resolve cutting through the storm. "Is that all you've got?" Theo's voice rang out, calm and disdainful. His words, like his stance, were unyielding, a blade aimed directly at Axion's fragile composure. Axion's face twisted with rage, his confidence crumbling under Theo's unwavering defiance. The battle raged on, each clash of their blades a thunderous testament to their determination. With every strike, it became clear, this wasn't just a fight, it was a reckoning. Reincarnated, a commanding leader of the Scaled Dragon Guild, let out a roar that echoed across the battlefield, his frustration cutting through the icy air. Sweat trickled down his temples, betraying the disbelief etched into his face. His thoughts spiraled back to the awakening ceremony, where faint suspicions had first surfaced, suspicions that now festered into inescapable doubt. Meanwhile, Theo strode forward, his steps measured and resolute. Each imprint he left in the snow seemed carved by raw power, chilling the remaining onlookers into frozen terror. Orion's muttered words barely reached his own ears. How can Theo wield such overwhelming strength? The reality unfolding before him defied logic, shaking the very foundations of his understanding. Theo's capacity to obliterate everything in his path was no longer deniable. It was a force too vast to ignore. Wiping his brow, Orion's expression darkened. The chilling possibility clawed at his mind. Axion could lose. For the first time, Betrayal whispered its poisonous temptation. The thought of siding with Theo gnawed at him, memories of Axion's arrogance fueling the treacherous notion. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he silenced the voice in his mind, his resolve hardening. Clamping down on his hesitation, Orion forced a smirk and rallied himself. With a sharp command that sliced through the panic like a blade, he barked, "Scatter! Now!" His voice snapped the guild into motion, sending them fleeing into the shadows. As the scaled dragon guild dissolved into the night, another voice cut through the howling wind. "Let Axion deal with this mess. We'll act independently." The scene shifted to a memory bathed in a fading sunset's golden light. A young boy with glowing crimson eyes stood silent as a man's firm yet gentle voice filled the air. "Axion," the man said, his words laden with expectation. "The throne of Ragnar is your destiny. For your mother, your uncle, and the legacy of the Trovan family, you must ascend." The boy's wide eyes flickered with doubt and determination as the man's gaze softened, a confident smile curling his lips. "The name Ragnar is a mask," he continued, his tone turning almost wistful. "You carry the blood of Trovan, and with it, the weight of duty you cannot refuse." The boy hesitated, his voice trembling with both innocence and growing conviction. "Do I even understand what you're asking of me?" The memory shattered, snapping back to the present. Axion's smirk was icy, his confidence teetering on arrogance. Snow exploded upward as he lunged forward, his war cry ripping through the frozen air. "Theo Ragnar," he roared, his sword cutting toward Theo with ferocious speed. Theo met the assault head-on, his blade locking with Axion's in a collision that sent a cascade of sparks into the sky. The deafening clash reverberated like a thunderclap, each strike amplifying the tension that gripped the battlefield. Axion's eyes burned with fury as his relentless strikes forced Theo to parry blow after blow. Each swing carried the weight of Axion's rage, his guttural growls echoing across the frostbitten field. Yet Theo's movements were deliberate, his defense precise and unwavering. Sweat glistened on his brow, but his focus never wavered. The battlefield was no longer a simple stage. It was a crucible. Every clash of steel carried the weight of destinies yet to be forged. Back at a grand chamber, a commanding voice shattered the silence. "Theo Ragnar has confronted Axion Ragnar. The battle has begun." Around the table, figures exchanged sharp glances, the atmosphere brimming with tension. Demon Dragon erupted into laughter, his fists trembling with excitement. "Theo will crush him," he boomed, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. Across the room, the elder dragon muttered under his breath, disbelief clouding his steely gaze. How did Theo survive? His shock deepened, replaying the failure of the ambush meant to eliminate Theo. Ed exhaled softly, a flicker of relief in his sharp eyes. His smile was faint but calculated, masking the intricate plan forming in his mind. His voice broke the quiet with measured calm. "I've received new intelligence," he announced as one of his subordinates stepped forward. "Theo and Axion are locked in a duel." Ed's eyes gleamed faintly as a flicker of violet light illuminated his scheming grin. His whispered thoughts betrayed his confidence. The swordsman will finish Axion once the relic's truth is revealed. On the battlefield, Axion's disbelief flashed in his eyes as Theo unleashed a secret technique. With fluid movements, Theo activated the jester's stride, his attacks becoming unpredictable and impossible to track. Each strike carried deadly precision, forcing Axion back step by step. Yet beneath the pressure, Axion's confidence burned brighter. Watching Theo's movements, he smirked faintly, his grip tightening on his blade. "I can read you," he murmured, his voice calm and cutting. "No motion escapes me." In a blur, Axion's blade tore through the air, a masterful sword-throwing technique. The luminous weapon hurtled forward with devastating speed, its trajectory so precise it seemed to halt time. The onlookers paled, their breaths hitching as the blade's whistle cut through the air. Theo's composure faltered, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the attack's deadly intent. Theo's heart pounded as his mind reeled. A sword-throwing technique? The memory surged unbidden, dragging him to a moment from his past life, a moment seared into his very soul. He recalled the cold steel of a blade piercing his chest, robbing him of breath and life. It had been the same technique, a flawless throw that had ended his existence before he could uncover who had orchestrated the burning of the Rose Palace. Back on the battlefield, Axion's cold, unwavering voice cut through the chaos. "You should know," he declared, his face a mask of seriousness. "Using a secret technique with predetermined movements only informs your opponent of your next location." Blood dripped rhythmically from the blade Theo now held tightly, staining the pristine snow in dark crimson. His fingers trembled, but not from fear, from revelation. His wide, stunned eyes locked onto the weapon as the realization struck him like a thunderclap. He muttered hoarsely, "So, it was you all along." The fragmented memories of his past life spiraled into sharp clarity. He had seen this technique before, this precise throw, this deadly precision. The figure who had killed him in that life had revealed their face after the strike, removing their mask to reveal none other than Axion Ragnar. Theo's breathing quickened as anger and grief intertwined. "I was fated to die," he thought bitterly, weak, powerless to defend anyone or uncover who destroyed the Rose Palace. But his thoughts shifted, clarity dawning. "Evelyn's investigation and Renden's slip helped me see the truth. Renan and the Camellia Palace were deeply entangled in this conspiracy. And now it all makes sense. The Troivan clan, they were behind it, and among them only Axion Ragnar uses this rare sword-throwing technique. A move so arrogant, only someone drunk on their own power would dare." The connection settled in his mind like a stone dropped into a still lake, sending ripples through his resolve. He snapped back to the present. His expression darkened, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Rage boiled beneath his calm facade as he gripped the sword tighter, the metal groaning under the pressure. "It was you," he growled, his voice carrying the weight of certainty. Axion's sword cracked, then shattered in Theo's grip, splintering into two jagged pieces. Theo's voice thundered across the battlefield, raw with emotion. "Why are you so desperate to kill me?" For the first time, Axion faltered. His stoic mask cracked as disbelief flashed across his face. He muttered under his breath, How did he break a sword with his bare hands?" Theo wasn't finished. He gripped the shattered hilt in his bloodied hand, his resolve sharpening into an unbreakable edge. "This time is different," he thought. "I'll protect myself and my comrades." Without hesitation, Theo hurled the broken blade toward Axion. Axion tilted his head, easily evading the throw. "What's with this half-baked imitation?" he scoffed. But his confidence wavered as a suffocating aura exploded from Theo. The battlefield seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting as an unearthly red energy radiated from him. Axion's eyes widened, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. What is this?" he stammered internally. "This isn't ordinary killing intent." Sweat beaded on Axion's brow as Theo closed the distance between them with terrifying speed. Axion barely managed to block the incoming strike, but the force behind it sent him skidding backward, his boots carving trenches in the snow. Theo pressed forward, his relentless barrage of sword strikes leaving no room for retaliation. Each swing was a storm, each thrust a declaration. Axion struggled, his mind racing to comprehend this shift in Theo's power. Was he hiding his skills all along? Why? Theo's voice, sharp and mocking, pierced through Axion's thoughts. "When are you going to show me your so-called strength, Axion?" Gritting his teeth, Axion lunged, grabbing Theo's wrist with a calculated move. With a powerful pull, he drew Theo toward him, his blade poised to deliver a decisive blow. But Theo twisted at the last moment, evading a fatal strike. The blade grazed his shoulder, drawing blood, but Theo countered with masterful footwork, parrying Axian's follow-up attack and leaping backward to create space. Axian steadied himself, his eyes narrowing as he observed Theo. Where did this power come from? He thought, the uncertainty gnawing at his confidence. But before he could act, Theo vanished. What? Axian barely had time to process before Theo reappeared at his side, his sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. Axian's weapon flew from his grasp, landing with a muted thud in the snow. Theo's gaze locked onto Axian's, his eyes blazing with unrelenting fury. His voice dripped with menace as he taunted. Do you know what it feels like to be pierced through the stomach, Axian? Axian met his gaze, his own expression a mixture of rage and disbelief. Bloodlust and madness clashed in their eyes as the two warriors prepared for the next strike. Theo raised his blade, intent on ending the battle. As his sword descended with deadly intent, the scene abruptly shifted, leaving the outcome uncertain. Elsewhere, Remington crouched over the bloodstain, the congealed crimson stark against the frostbitten ground. His sharp eyes narrowed, as though he could will the grim truth before him to change. The unnatural silence of the scene screamed louder than words. Someone had been taken. This isn't a monster attack, he muttered, running a gloved hand through the streak of blood. This looks like someone was dragged away. Behind him, the towering Hulkus gripped his massive sword, his expression one of confusion. Taken? By who? Remington straightened, his gaze tracing the blood trail into the shadowed forest. His voice turned cold, weighted with grim certainty. There's only one person who'd pull something like this. Axian? Hulkus blurted, disbelief twisting his tone. He's in first place. Why would he bother? What's he after? Remington's lips pressed into a thin line. Apparently, first place isn't enough. He's taken Theo's subordinates, bait to draw him out. My guess? He plans to eliminate Theo at the second blooming ceremony. Hulkus's face reddened with anger, his fists clenching as if he could crush the injustice in his grasp. That's cheating. What kind of garbage move is that? He should fight fair. From a few steps away, Erica's calm, icy voice cut through the air. So what? Hulkus turned to her, his righteous fury dissolving into bewilderment. What do you mean, so what? Erica's gaze didn't waver, fixed on a distant point. This is Ragnar's blooming ceremony, she said, her tone sharp as a blade. Survival of the fittest. The strong devour the weak. That's the way it's always been. Hulkus gawked at her, his disbelief almost comical. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't, Remington interjected, rubbing his temples in frustration. And that's why I hate Ragnar. Even strength gets twisted into something slimy and underhanded. At this, Erica's gaze snapped to him, her voice turning lethal. Careful with your words, Remington. Do you really mean that? Remington met her glare head-on, his resolve unshaken. I do, and I'm going after Theo's subordinates. If the roles were reversed, Theo wouldn't hesitate to save mine. If you come, Erica, you could actually make a difference. Hulkus perked up, his hope rekindled. Yeah, Erica, you're coming, right? Erica sighed, her expression softening momentarily before she spoke, her words as cutting as frostbite. No, I'm not interested. Hulkus froze, his enthusiasm vanishing. What? Why not? Without sparing him a glance, Erica turned and walked away, her voice cold and final. I came to meet Theo Ragnar. I don't waste my time on people beneath me. Hulkus's fists trembled with barely contained fury, his voice booming through the icy forest like a war horn. Erica, are you trash or something? Erica froze mid-step, her shoulders stiffening as though Hulkus had just signed his own death warrant. Slowly, she turned, her icy glare locking onto him with a ferocity that could silence even the bravest warriors. Before the brewing sibling spat could escalate, Remington stepped between them, his voice calm but commanding. Erica, her mask of indifference faltered, her sharp gaze shifting to him. I know why you want to meet Theo, he said evenly. his tone as steady as his resolve. Help me this time, and I promise it'll bring you closer to what you're after. Erica regarded him like a predator, considering whether the prey was worth the effort. Finally, she sighed, her voice as icy as the air around them. Fine, but don't slow me down. The three trudged into the snowy forest, the wind biting at their faces with every step. Remington's expression hardened, his thoughts a steady mantra. Hold on, everyone. I'm coming to save you. Then, a mocking voice sliced through the cold air. Stop right there. Figures emerged from the shadows of the trees, their swords glinting like predatory fangs. At the center of the group stood Orion, a smirk plastered across his face as though victory was already his. Well, Orion sneered, stepping forward. Remington, didn't think you'd ditch us to team up with these clowns. Hulkus bristled, grinding his teeth so loudly that nearby birds might have reconsidered their nesting choices. Did you just call us muscleheads? Orion's smirk widened, practically daring Hulkus to charge. I didn't say it, but hey, if the shoe fits. Remington stepped forward, his voice sharp and unyielding. Orion, move. I don't want to fight you. Orion's grin faltered, but he raised his sword to block their path. Sorry. No can do. Remington's jaw tightened. With a deliberate motion, he unsheathed his blade. Then you leave me no choice. The forest erupted into chaos as the two groups clashed. Steel screamed against steel, each strike sending snow flying in wild tempests. Not far from the skirmish, Theo's comrades fared no better. Bound tightly on the frozen ground, they resembled miserable, poorly wrapped parcels of misfortune. One man, his eyes burning with determination, stared at the shattered blade lying near his feet. This is the chance young Master Theo gave me, he thought, his inner monologue brimming with unnecessary drama. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he reached for the blade, his movements so painstakingly sluggish that even a passing snail might have rolled its eyes. Elsewhere, as the conflict reached its peak, a third figure suddenly dove between them, deflecting both blades with a single, arrogant sweep of his sword. Theo blinked, momentarily stunned as the newcomer raised his head dramatically, like an actor savoring the spotlight. Liam Trovan, the man declared smugly, his voice as polished as his pristine coat. Senior prosecutor exam supervisor and professional buzzkill. Axion's jaw tightened, his expression unreadable. Theo staggered back, incredulous. Wait, was this guy just waiting for the perfect dramatic moment to jump in? Liam straightened, his tone dripping with condescension. I'm sorry, young Master Axion, he said. Escort young Master Axion away, he commanded. From the shadows, hooded figures emerged like specters, handing Axion his weapon before ushering him away. Axion accepted the blade in silence, his jaw clenched so tightly it seemed his teeth might shatter. Liam turned back to Theo, his sword gleaming ominously in the pale light. You've fought enough, he declared with undeserved authority. I'll handle the rest. Theo's grip tightened on his blade, his defiance as sharp as his weapon. Handle the rest? Oh no, pal. We're not done here. Liam lunged, his strikes maddeningly precise and unbearably elegant. Theo's muscles screamed in protest as he blocked and countered, his teeth gritted in determination. He's strong, Theo thought, every parry an act of sheer willpower. But I won't back down. Liam raised his sword high, the decisive strike gleaming in the pale, ghostly light. His expression was cold, his movements calculated for the kill. But suddenly an attack on Liam came from behind. Liam froze mid-swing, his body jerking violently. Blood bubbled from his mouth, staining the snow. He staggered, choking on the betrayal written across his face. Young Master Axion, what are you doing? He rasped weakly. Behind him stood Axion, his blade buried deep in Liam's back. His eyes burned with fury as he growled, his voice colder than the winter winds. I never told you to interfere. The battlefield stood eerily still, shrouded in an almost tangible silence. It wasn't the calm before a storm, but the aftermath of an act so shocking that even the biting wind seemed to hold its breath. Axion had pierced Liam from behind, his sword driven mercilessly through the man's torso. Theo froze, unable to believe what he was witnessing. His eyes widened in disbelief as the crimson stains spread across Liam's chest, vivid against the stark whiteness of the snow. Liam, too, seemed paralyzed, blood spurting from his mouth as his expression shifted from shock to anguish. He staggered forward, clutching his wound as if trying to comprehend the betrayal. Axion, however, remained unmoved. His face was devoid of guilt or hesitation as he pulled his sword free in one fluid, merciless motion. The sound of metal leaving flesh was sharp and cold, a harbinger of Liam's inevitable collapse. The bloodied blade glinted in the faint light as Liam crumpled to his knees, his blood pooling beneath him and staining the icy ground a deep red. The three swordsmen who had been watching from a distance shouted in unison, their voices laced with disbelief. "Young Master Axion, what in the world are you doing?" Axion turned to face them, his teeth clenched, his eyes burning with an intensity that silenced even their cries. His expression was one of pure menace as he spoke, his voice low and dark. "You interfered," he growled. "You thought I would lose. That is an insult to the successor of the Ragnar clan." Theo watched the events unfold with gritted teeth, his knuckles white from the grip on his sword. His mind raced, anger flaring as he thought, "Axion, you madman. Who would do something so cruel to their own comrades?" Axion's eyes flickered with a dark memory, one that stirred within him like a dormant beast awakened. His voice softened to a menacing tone, almost a whisper, as if speaking to an invisible specter. "Fine," he muttered, his gaze locking onto Theo. "I'll acknowledge you. You're strong." The scene within Axion's mind shifted, drawing him into the haunting recollection of his past. His uncle loomed before him, his voice cold and calculated. "The weak are useless," his uncle had said. "But you are gifted, Axion. You must crush everyone beneath you and rise above them. Only then can you claim the Ragnar throne." In that memory, Axion had stood over his first kill, blood splattered across his face, his eyes gleaming red with the madness of a predator who had tasted his first victory. His uncle's words echoed, a mantra that fueled his ambition and planted seeds of an unquenchable hunger for dominance. As Axion's thoughts snapped back to the present, the same maddened expression twisted his face. He fixed Theo with an unyielding glare and snarled, "You must remain weaker than me. That is how it should be." His tone grew sharper, laced with fury. "I am destined to be the strongest, to claim the throne. There is no way I would lose to someone like you." With a guttural roar, Axion gripped his sword tighter, his fury manifesting as a blood-red aura that pulsed around him like a living entity. His voice thundered, "Anything that stands in my way, I'll kill it all." He charged at Theo, his sword raised high, the aura trailing behind him like a streak of malevolence. Axion brought his blade down in a devastating arc, the impact shattering the ground beneath their feet. Dust and debris exploded into the air, creating a thick veil around him. But Theo had already moved. He darted to the side with practiced ease, his movements fluid and calculated. As the dust began to settle, Theo emerged from the haze mid-air, his sword poised for a strike. With precision and determination, he descended toward Axion, his blade aimed at his opponent's exposed flank. Axion barely managed to block the strike, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms and sending him stumbling backward. His chest heaved, blood trickling from a fresh wound that Theo's blade had inflicted despite the block. His widened eyes betrayed his shock. Meanwhile, the other three swordsmen rushed to Liam's side. One of them knelt beside him, his voice trembling with concern. "Sir Liam, are you all right?" Liam coughed violently, blood staining his lips as he struggled to speak. "What are you all doing here?" he rasped. He turned his bloodshot eyes toward them and growled, "Don't mind me. Go and help young Master Axion. Kill Theo Ragnar." One of the swordsmen hesitated, his voice shaking. "But sir, he's resisting so much that—" "Go!" Liam bellowed, his voice cracking with desperation. If Axion dies, we're all finished anyway. The scene shifted back to the clash of the Ragnars. Axion groaned in pain as Theo's relentless strikes forced him back, each blow pushing him closer to the edge of his stamina. Blood spewed from Axion's mouth as he struggled to keep up, his defenses faltering. Theo's expression was cold, his attacks merciless. Axion's mind raced as memories flooded his consciousness. He heard his uncle's voice once again, distant yet piercing. Ragnar is something where even the slightest possibility can change everything. Even a candle in the wind could suddenly ignite. Axion's teeth clenched as flashes of past moments assaulted him. He saw himself dismissing Theo with a sneer. "Why do you keep worrying about that fool? He's a talentless worm," he had said with arrogance. Another memory played. "I'll toy with him lightly and make him realize his place." But the most haunting memory was a voice, someone he couldn't place, warning him with a truth he had refused to accept. "You know it too, don't you? The gap in skill between you and Theo isn't that wide anymore." Axion's fury reached its peak as he screamed internally, "This can't be happening. This can't be." All the memories from his past fueled Axion's rage to its absolute peak. His veins throbbed, his breaths ragged, as he let out a guttural roar that echoed through the forest. His eyes burned with unrelenting fury as he snarled, "Trash like you can be easily killed and ripped apart." Summoning every ounce of his strength, Axion raised his sword high above his head. "I am Axion Ragnar," he bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. "I am destined to rule the North and inherit the Ragnar throne." With those words, he unleashed his mightiest attack. The energy from his blade surged forward, manifesting as a colossal red dragon, its scales shimmering with malice, its eyes glowing with an insatiable thirst for destruction. The dragon roared as it tore through the icy ground, its killing intent palpable as it hurtled toward Theo. Theo stood motionless, his gaze locked on the approaching beast. The sheer heat and energy radiating from Axion's attack caused the frost around Theo to melt, but he remained unflinching. His voice, calm yet laced with sorrow, cut through the chaos. "That throne, because of your ambition, countless of my people have died." As the dragon loomed closer, Theo's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles turning white. His aura began to change, the cold blue light surrounding him growing brighter and sharper. "If you have no intention of giving up that ambition," he said, his voice now resolute, "then I will crush it by force, with the power I've been given." With a sudden burst of speed, Theo charged headlong into Axion's attack, his sword gleaming with a radiant blue energy that resonated like a heartbeat. The air around him crackled as his aura intensified, forming the shape of a massive dragon. Unlike Axion's beast, Theo's blue dragon radiated clarity and resolve. Theo's voice rang out, unwavering and filled with all the pain and rage he had endured. "Dragon's claw," he roared, his eyes gleaming in intense blue as sheer power radiated from his entire being. Axion's confidence faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his most powerful attack, the embodiment of his unyielding ambition, shatter before Theo's might. The red dragon crumbled into fragments of crimson energy, consumed by the overwhelming force of Theo's blue dragon. The clash of the two dragons sent shockwaves that reverberated throughout the forest. From near and far, everyone, warriors and beasts alike, could feel the tremendous power unleashed by the duel. The sky seemed to tremble, and the ground quaked beneath the sheer force of the collision. As the dust and debris began to settle, the outcome became clear. Axion's scream of pain tore through the silence as Theo's attack struck him with unrelenting ferocity. The sheer magnitude of Theo's power was too much for Axion to endure. Blood erupted from Axion's body, painting the snow beneath him in scarlet streaks. His once proud stance faltered as his knees buckled. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Axion's body fell. His head, severed cleanly by the devastating force of Theo's attack, remained airborne for a moment before succumbing to gravity. It rolled across the icy ground, leaving a crimson trail in its wake until it came to rest at Theo's feet. Theo stood tall amidst the carnage, his sword lowered but still gleaming faintly with residual energy. His chest heaved as he caught his breath, his expression a mix of triumph and melancholy. He gazed down at Axian's lifeless head, his thoughts momentarily clouded by a flicker of remorse. Was this truly the only way? He wondered silently, but the faces of his fallen comrades, the memories of their pain and sacrifice, reminded him that it had to be done. In the distance, Liam stared in horror, his bloodied body trembling. His voice wavered as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. "Young Master Axian," he muttered, his words barely audible. The realization crashed over him like a tidal wave. Not only had Axian lost the battle, but he had also lost his life. Axian's lifeless body lay sprawled across the blood-stained ice, a chilling testament to the ferocity of the fight. The Ragnar heir, who had once stood so proudly, claiming his destiny, had fallen. Blood dripped from Theo's sword, forming a crimson pool beneath Axian's severed head. The lifeless body of the once proud swordsman lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in his own blood. The three swordsmen standing nearby were frozen, their expressions etched with disbelief. None of them had anticipated this outcome. Axian, their leader, defeated so brutally. Liam's eyes widened in shock, his voice barely a whisper as he muttered, "Young Master Axian." His gaze lingered on the headless corpse, and something inside him snapped. A fiery rage ignited within him, boiling over like an uncontrollable storm. His voice roared across the battlefield, trembling with fury. "Kill him! Kill Theo Ragnar!" The three swordsmen, shaken but loyal, wasted no time. They charged at Theo with murderous intent, their blades gleaming as they aimed to avenge their fallen leader. Theo stood unmoving, perched above Axian's severed head, his bloodied sword hanging loosely at his side. He watched the men barreling toward him, their faces contorted with hatred. A smile crept onto his lips, though his mind betrayed the confidence he displayed. "I'm in trouble," Theo thought grimly. "Even if I were in peak condition, taking on 4 senior prosecutors would be impossible. And in my current state," he tightened his grip on his sword, his knuckles whitening as his stamina waned. His mana reserves were almost completely drained from his earlier attack, and his body screamed in protest at the idea of another fight. Bracing himself for the inevitable clash, Theo's thoughts drifted. Isn't it about time for him to appear? His grip on the sword tightened further as he prepared to fight to the bitter end. The swordsmen leaped into the air, their weapons descending in a coordinated strike meant to finish Theo once and for all. But before their attacks could land, a loud clang echoed through the battlefield. The three swordsmen's blades were intercepted midair by a trio of figures: Remington, Hulkus, and Erica. Theo's comrades from Training Ground 4 had arrived, their weapons gleaming as they blocked the assault. The clash sent sparks flying, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight before him. "What?" he yelled, his voice thick with shock. "How did you guys get here?" Remington turned his head slightly, flashing a confident smile. "Isn't it natural to save a comrade in trouble, young Master Theo?" Theo's disbelief deepened. His people, had come to his aid, risking everything to help him. He struggled to process this loyalty. Erica, her sword parrying another blow, smirked and shouted over her shoulder, "You look better in person." Theo Ragnar, Hulkus, blocking a strike with brute force, laughed heartily. "Theo, it's my first time meeting someone as strong as you, and I like you already." Even Sybil, despite his earlier injuries, stood firm. He gripped his sword tightly, his face painted with determination. "We sincerely want to assist young Master Theo," he declared, his voice steady. "We can't just run after causing so much trouble." Swords clashed furiously, filling the battlefield with the ringing of steel and bursts of sparks. Remington, locked in combat with one of the swordsmen, glanced at his opponent with a sharp glare. "The intervention of supervisors is strictly forbidden," he said coldly. "You do know that directly involving yourselves with a candidate is a serious offense, right?" The swordsman gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as he failed to break through Remington's defenses. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he secretly activated a transmission. "Sir Liam," he whispered urgently, "what should we do? The situation has escalated beyond control. Should we take out these rescuers as well? Please advise." Liam stood at a distance, watching the chaos unfold. His mind raced as he analyzed the disastrous situation. "We're doomed," he thought bitterly. "We couldn't uncover anything about the Rose Palace's artifacts. We couldn't eliminate Theo Ragnar. And now, Axion is dead." He clenched his fists, his frustration building with each passing second. "Our involvement is already exposed," he realized grimly. "There's no way to salvage this now." The swordsman's voice broke through Liam's thoughts. "Sir Liam, there's no time. What are your orders?" Clicking his tongue in irritation, Liam let out a deep sigh. Then, with a voice tinged with madness, he said, "Kill them. Kill everyone present." The swordsman hesitated, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are we really going to do this?" Liam's face twisted into a maniacal grin. "We have to cover our tracks," he said darkly. "Disguise this as an accident. Make it seem like an abnormal outbreak occurred, leading to the extermination of all candidates on site." Reaching beneath his cloak, Liam produced a small bag, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. "This is the best way to erase any trace of Troyvin's involvement." He opened the bag, its contents tumbling onto the ground. Dozens of dark crystals spilled out, pulsating with an eerie, malevolent energy. 25th grade monsters," Liam said, his voice dripping with malice. "That should be enough to disguise this as a tragic accident." The swordsmen stared in horror, yet, despite their fear, they nodded in understanding. "Yes, sir," they said, their voices shaky but resolute. As Liam prepared to hurl the dark magic crystals into the fray, he whispered to himself with a twisted grin, "Everything is for the sake of Troyvin." Before Liam could proceed with his sinister plan, a sharp wind split the battlefield, followed by a sudden blur of movement. A blade pierced his side, and Liam staggered, coughing blood as pain radiated through his body. His eyes widened in shock, the color draining from his face. Turning his head slightly, he saw the source of the attack, a figure cloaked in authority and menace. The man narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and sharp. "Liam," he called, his tone void of mercy. Liam's mind raced as his strength began to falter. Blood poured from his mouth, staining his once pristine cloak. Another mess, he thought bitterly, inwardly cursing his misfortune. His knees buckled as his vision blurred, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Two figures stepped forward from the shadows, their armor gleaming under the faint light. Overseer Selpert Gardner and Overseer Aaron Barkus of the White Armored Dragon Corps emerged, their presence commanding immediate attention. Selpert's voice was steady but laced with an undercurrent of anger. "Liam, what on earth are you doing?" Before Liam could respond, two more figures joined the scene. Overseer Natasha Kopel from Plum Blossom Palace and Overseer Sally Gardner from Water Lotus Palace. Their collective arrival radiated an aura of authority that silenced the battlefield. Liam's body gave out completely as the light in his eyes dimmed. How did they get here so quickly? He thought in despair before collapsing to the ground. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the dirt. His comrades shouted his name in panic, their faces filled with fear and uncertainty. Selpert planted his sword into the ground, his piercing gaze locking onto the remaining three swordsmen. "Freeze," he commanded, his tone grim and unyielding. "If you value your lives, surrender quietly." He took a step forward, the weight of his presence suffocating. "If you want to end up like Liam," he added coldly, "then go ahead. Resist." The three swordsmen froze, their weapons trembling in their hands. They knew they were outmatched, cornered not only by Theo and his comrades but now by the overseers themselves. With no options left, they dropped their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. The battlefield, once chaotic and filled with clashing steel, grew silent. Theo's body sagged with relief as he watched the overseers take control of the situation. A small, tired smile formed on his lips. Thank goodness, he thought. We're all safe now. But his body, pushed beyond its limits, gave out. His vision blurred as exhaustion overtook him, and he began to collapse. Just before he hit the ground, a pair of arms caught him. Ragnar stood behind him, cradling his battered body in her arms. Her expression was a mix of worry and exasperation. That was reckless, she said, her voice soft but firm. Why did you go this far? Theo, his head resting on her shoulder, smiled faintly. In a weak voice, he replied, Thank you. You arrived just in time. Ray glanced around at the battlefield, the overseers restraining the three swordsmen, Axion's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, and the injured but victorious Theo in her arms. She sighed deeply but held him closer, her grip firm and protective. Before Theo could say more, Remington rushed to his side, his face pale with worry. Lord Theo, he shouted, his voice cracking. That was dangerous. Why didn't you call for me? Erica and Hulkus pushed Remington aside, their expressions contrasting his concern. Erica, her face lit with excitement, grinned at Theo. Hey, don't forget, I helped you too, all right? Hulkus let out a hearty laugh. Theo, you can't die until we fight again, he bellowed, clapping Theo on the shoulder with surprising gentleness. The commotion grew as more of Theo's comrades from training ground gathered around him, tears in their eyes. Their voices overlapped in a mix of admiration and guilt. Lord Theo, one of them cried, to go this far for us. Even if we die now, another added, choking on their words, we have no regrets. Ray's eyes widened as she took in the overwhelming loyalty and love these people had for Theo. She looked down at him, cradled in her arms, her admiration for him deepening. Theo, still exhausted but visibly moved, smiled faintly. Gathering his remaining strength, he said in a muffled voice, This is the strength I pursue. His words struck a chord with everyone present, and a cheer erupted from his comrades. The battlefield, once a place of despair, now radiated with celebration and hope. Ray smiled, her expression softening. She tightened her hold on Theo, her heart swelling with pride and affection. You're incredible, she whispered. Theo shifted slightly, managing a weak but determined grin. Ah, right, he said hoarsely. Give me the bell. I'll get first place. The scene shifted to the headquarters, where a suffocating silence filled the room. Ed, seated at the head of a round table, listened in disbelief as a soldier delivered the news. What did you say? Ed asked, his voice trembling. The soldier hesitated, his face pale. Finally, he stammered, Axion. Axion has died in his battle with Theo Ragnar. The room erupted in gasps. All of the members present at the round table could not believe their ears, as no one in the room had expected this to be the outcome. But Ed remained frozen. His eyes widened in horror, and his skin turned ashen. Impossible, he muttered, caught between despair and rage. Axion, the undefeatable prodigy, was gone, and the name Theo Ragnar now hung heavy in the air. The scene shifted to the results announcement for the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The air buzzed with tension as participants gathered in one place, their chatter an electric mix of anxiety and excitement. Whispers rippled through the crowd, speculations about scores, rivalries, and the grueling trials they just endured. Suddenly, the murmurs were silenced by the commanding presence of a figure stepping onto a jagged rock that loomed over the crowd. His gaze cut through the participants like a blade, silencing even the boldest voices. Good work, everyone, the man declared, his deep voice echoing across the clearing. I hereby announce the completion of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This wasn't just anyone. It was him, Theo Ragnar, the Zenith Dragon, one of the legendary 9 dragons themselves. It's the Zenith Dragon, someone whispered in awe. What's he doing here? He never makes public appearances. Theo's imposing figure stood tall, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind. He held a parchment in one hand, its edges curling slightly under the weight of his grip. His sharp, red-gleaming eyes scanned the crowd as he spoke. Among the 87 examinees, 45 have passed, Pharaoh announced, his tone a mixture of pride and gravitas. A respectable number of survivors. They call this generation the most talented yet, and I can see why. His gaze hardened, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. But one performance stood above the rest. The valedictorian score was particularly impressive. Theo Ragnar froze, his heartbeat thundering in his chest. Could he mean me? He wondered, his hands instinctively clenching. Around him, the crowd grew restless, eyes darting between each other. Pharaoh's tone shifted slightly, carrying a note of encouragement. I'm sure you all know this, but passing the second stage means promotion, from apprentice swordsman to low-rank swordsman. You've earned the right to call yourselves proud swordsmen of Ragnar. Be proud of your accomplishments. In the crowd, Sybil and Remington exchanged smiles, their expressions reflecting relief and pride. Their relentless effort had finally borne fruit. Pharaoh glanced at the parchment and began reading the results. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points. A stunned silence gripped the crowd. All eyes turned to Theo, who stood rooted to the spot. Then the whispers began. It's Theo again, someone exclaimed. Over 1,000 points? How did he even pull that off? Another asked, disbelief lacing their tone. Wasn't he at 0 until the last minute? And is it true he defeated Axion? Theo felt the weight of their words, the murmurs like an invisible force pressing against him. So much noise about that fight. He thought, his expression neutral but his mind simmering. Pharaoh's voice interrupted the chatter. Second place, Remington Narcio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. One by one, the rest of the results followed, the numbers gradually dropping. Pharaoh's tone remained unwavering as he called out each name until finally. 45th place, Isla Lehman, 28 points. Good work, all of you. The crowd exhaled collectively, relief and exhaustion settling over the participants. But just as the tension seemed to dissipate, Pharaoh's expression darkened. His narrowed eyes swept over the participants, and the atmosphere shifted. However, he said, his voice cold and sharp, the awakening ceremony is not yet over. The murmurs returned, this time laced with confusion. There remains the final trial, Pharaoh continued, his tone heavy with foreboding. The third stage. Only those who have obtained qualification bells may participate. If you succeeded, raise your hands now. The crowd erupted in hushed chaos. Did you succeed? One participant asked their neighbor. No, I didn't get enough demon bells, another replied, dejected. Cutting through the noise, a single hand shot up. Remington Narcio stood tall, a confident grin plastered across his face. The crowd turned to him, some in admiration, others in envy. Erica Lank was next. Her hand rose with quiet determination, her piercing gaze scanning the crowd. Hulkus, standing nearby, looked on in shock. When did she get a bell? He wondered, his fists tightening. Then came Ray Ragnar. Her expression remained as cold as ice, but her raised hand spoke volumes. Her stoic demeanor didn't waver, but a flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. Finally, Theo Ragnar raised his hand, a calm smile breaking across his face. The crowd shifted its attention to him again, the murmurs intensifying. Ray glanced at Theo and, for the first time, allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to form on her lips. He made it. Thinking about the bells, Theo inwardly mused. The hidden piece of the second stage is the elemental attribute breathing technique. He furrowed his brow as the memories of his past life surfaced. You have to master the technique by gathering passages randomly spread out between multiple demon bells. They're called hidden pieces for a reason. Not only are they difficult to collect, but they're also nearly impossible to comprehend without guidance. He glanced at the faint glow of the bell hanging from his belt and thought, Only those who successfully master this technique can imbue the elemental attribute to their mana and earn the right to participate in the third stage. Theo clenched his fists. In my past life, I couldn't properly comprehend the passages, but this time is different. A faint smirk crept onto his lips. With my hatchling synchro skill, I was able to unlock the visuals hidden within the passages. When combined, they became crystal clear, something I never could have done before. As the crowd watched Pharaoh announce the third stage qualifiers, Theo noticed the atmosphere around him shift. Pharaoh's cheerful tone as he addressed the group masked the subtle weight of his words. Simply having contenders is a boon, but to have 4 of you this time is impressive, Pharaoh remarked, his gaze flickering between the raised hands. Theo caught sight of Ray and Remington. Their hands were raised high, signaling their success. He inwardly chuckled. In my past life, Ray and Remington failed to obtain elemental breathing. This must be the butterfly effect of my actions this time around. Pharaoh turned toward Theo and gestured. Let us begin with you, Theo Ragnar. Step forward and demonstrate what you have obtained. Theo smiled faintly, confidence radiating from his posture. He took a deep breath and stepped into the circle, all eyes on him. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Is he really going first? Do you think he has the elemental technique? That's Theo Ragnar we're talking about. Of course he does. As Theo stepped forward, a blue aura began to swirl around him. It was subtle at first, but then sparks began to flicker and crackle. What I obtained is... Theo started, his voice calm yet commanding. The sparks grew brighter, merging with the blue aura until the air around him buzzed with static. Therma, thunder. The moment the word left his lips, the aura surged outward, sparks evolving into streaks of lightning that danced around his body. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet as the system notification appeared before him. Stage 1 of elemental breathing, infusion achieved. The trainees gasped. Even Sybil, who rarely showed emotion, muttered, "So it's true. He's already reached the infusion stage." Theo, however, wasn't done. He focused harder, channeling his mana through the technique he had mastered. His breathing steadied as he muttered. First, infuse the mana with the Therma attribute. Then manifest it. The blue aura grew denser, and arcs of electricity began leaping from his body. Theo raised his hand, and a sphere of pure lightning formed in his palm, crackling and sparking wildly. The notification appeared once more. Stage 2 of elemental breathing manifestation achieved. Gasps turned to outright astonishment. He's already at the second stage? That's impossible for a trainee. This is beyond anything we've seen before. Even Remington, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk. That's Theo for you. Always raising the bar. Theo wasn't finished yet. His dragon heart thumped in his chest, glowing faintly blue. He could feel its energy coursing through him, pushing him further. With a sharp inhale, he tightened his focus, and the sphere of lightning in his palm morphed into a concentrated bolt that hummed with immense power. The system chimed once more. Stage 3 of elemental breathing, control achieved. The sheer intensity of Theo's control caused the ground beneath him to crack slightly. Pharaoh's usually composed demeanor faltered as his eyes widened in shock. To think you've already reached control. That's a level even seasoned swordsmen struggle to master, Theo Ragnar. You've truly exceeded all expectations. Let us move on to the next contender. Before Pharaoh could finish his sentence, something extraordinary began to unfold. His eyes narrowed, then widened in surprise as he watched Theo step forward, his aura intensifying once more. The participants gasped, unsure of what Theo intended to do next. Theo gritted his teeth, his dragon heart pulsating with raw energy. "I'm not stopping here," he muttered, his voice filled with resolve. The ground beneath him cracked as more energy began to radiate from his body. Sparks evolved into arcs of lightning, swirling and growing larger as if Theo himself had become a living storm. The thunder around him crackled with a deafening roar, almost mimicking the wrath of a god. As the swirling storm reached its peak, Theo's eyes gleamed red with an intensity that silenced the field. He reached for his sword, the blade humming as if it too had been infused with the power of the heavens. Without hesitation, he swung his sword with precise ferocity. Thunder breathing, thunder dragon. The energy surged forward, taking shape as an enormous dragon made entirely of lightning. It roared as it hurtled toward its target, the zenith dragon himself, Theo Ragnar. The system notification popped up in front of Theo. Stage 4 of elemental breathing expansion achieved. Gasps filled the air. The trainees were frozen in place, their jaws dropping as they witnessed Theo, a mere participant, attacking one of the legendary 9 dragons. Is he insane? He's challenging the Zenith Dragon? No. He's testing his limits, another murmured in awe. Theo, however, didn't flinch. Standing firm, he watched the massive Thunder Dragon approach with an expression of calm excitement. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and his voice, both cheerful and commanding, cut through the chaos. How fun. To think you've already reached the expansion stage, Theo Ragnar. Raising his hand, Theo summoned droplets of water that floated around him, shimmering like liquid diamonds. With a flick of his wrist, the droplets converged, forming a sharp, concentrated current. Water current breathing, water jet cutter. The stream of water shot forward, slicing cleanly through Theo's Thunder Dragon. The massive lightning construct dissipated instantly, reduced to harmless sparks scattering in the air. The crowd stared in disbelief. He neutralized it without breaking a sweat. One trainee whispered, their voice barely audible over the lingering hum of energy. Theo chuckled heartily, his voice filled with genuine admiration. You have earned the right to test me, Theo Ragnar. Well done. Theo smiled back, unfazed by the neutralization of his attack. As expected of the Zenith Dragon, he thought. He's not just powerful, he's untouchable. Theo continued, his tone celebratory. For your impressive display, I'll reward you with an additional 1,000 points. The notification appeared again. Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. The field erupted in murmurs. 2,000 points. He's already set a commanding lead. That's a record-breaking score. Even Remington couldn't help but be mesmerized. He muttered, that rivals the record set by young Master Throwkill. Theo Ragnar is something else. Theo, still smiling, turned to the remaining contenders. Now then, you three, show me what you've obtained. Remington stepped forward confidently. With a calm demeanor, he demonstrated his mastery of water breathing, reaching the control stage. Theo nodded in approval, awarding him 500 points. Ragnar followed, her icy aura chilling the air around her. She displayed her elemental breathing of ice, achieving the manifestation stage. For her effort, she earned 300 points. Erica Lank smirked as she stepped up, flames licking at her hands. She unleashed her elemental breathing of fire, also reaching the manifestation stage, earning the same 300 points. Theo clapped his hands together, his excitement palpable. What a bountiful generation! Normally, scoring 1,000 points is enough to make one valedictorian, but this time we have 4 examinees at a valedictorian level. Truly extraordinary. With the results finalized, Theo addressed the group. Good work, everyone. With the exception of the third stage qualifiers, the rest of you may now return home and prepare for the nomination ceremony in a week. As the majority of the participants began to leave, Hulkus turned back, glancing at Theo and the others standing before Theo. Something about the air around them felt different, charged, ominous. Theo narrowed his eyes, his cheerful expression fading. His tone turned serious. Now then, just as he spoke, an overwhelming aura began radiating from the mountain behind him. The pressure was suffocating, forcing even the strongest trainees to their knees. What is this? Remington stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Erica and Ray stood frozen, their faces pale as they struggled to comprehend the oppressive force. Theo's eyes widened as realization struck. His dragon heart thumped violently in his chest. This aura, no, it can't be. Emerging from the mountain was a massive shadow, a creature whose presence silenced everything. A dragon. Its scales shimmered with an eerie glow, and its piercing eyes seemed to see through the souls of those before it. Theo gritted his teeth, his body trembling not from fear, but from recognition. Why am I sensing Lodbrok's energy? The third stage was the ultimate gauntlet, a meeting with the clan head himself. It wasn't just a casual chat over tea. This was an exam where anything could happen, and survival depended on whether you could impress the most powerful figure in the clan. Success meant one thing: nomination to the clan head's manor, an honor reserved for the elite few. Every major candidate who'd served in the manor before was practically a legend in the making, their name etched into the annals of the clan. For the 4 participants standing at the threshold, this wasn't just a test. It was a chance to shape their destiny. The scene shifts to Theo, his mind racing like a high-speed algorithm, where an oppressive, otherworldly aura loomed like a storm cloud ready to strike. He narrowed his eyes and thought, so, the one waiting for us at the top is the clan head. But why does this energy feel like Lodbrok's? Then it hit him like a lightning bolt, his pupils dilating in realization. Wait, could it be? Did the clan head take Lodbrok's heart for himself? The very thought made his pulse quicken, his instinct screaming that something far bigger was at play. The Zenith Dragon, towering and regal, watched the 4 with a sinister grin. His voice reverberated through the chamber like thunder. Now then, break through the dragon fear and greet the clan head. Easier said than done. The dragon fear wasn't just a metaphor. It was a crushing force that pinned them down like gravity on steroids. Sweat trickled down their foreheads as each of the 4 struggled to even take a step forward. Erica, known for her fiery temper, gritted her teeth and growled, "Damn it! How are we supposed to make it to the top like this?" Theo glanced at her calmly, his expression unshaken despite the immense pressure. "Forget brute force," he said coolly. "You need to match the mana's wavelength." Erica's frustration boiled over. "What the hell does that even mean, genius?" she snapped, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Before Theo could respond, Remington, ever the intellectual, chimed in, his tone measured. "He means creating an anti-phase wave to counteract and neutralize the pressure." Theo shot him a surprised glance. "Correct. Remy, you never disappoint." Remington forced a smile despite the weight pressing down on him. "But that's easier said than done, young master." Theo's eyes sharpened, his voice steady. "It's how they weed people out. If you can't control your magic power properly, you have no right to meet the clan head." Remington nodded. "Fair point." Meanwhile, Erica threw up her hands, utterly exasperated. "Antiphase? Interference? Are you two reciting a physics textbook? Speak human." Remington chuckled softly and tried to simplify. "Think of it this way, magic power is like sound waves. The clan head's aura is a frequency, and we need to create an opposite wave to cancel it out." The explanation only seemed to confuse Erica further. "So, you're saying I just have to make magic power that's the opposite of this pressure?" Remington sighed. "Close enough." Erica glared at him. "Why didn't you just say that from the start, you stupid overachiever?" Ray, quiet until now, absorbed the concept with a calm determination. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she thought to herself, "So that's the trick. I see now." Erica, meanwhile, jabbed a finger at Remington. "By the way, are you seriously 17? You sound like some retired professor. No wonder you're a goody two-shoes." Before Remington could respond, a sudden surge of blue light drew everyone's attention. Theo stood at the center, his aura flaring like a supernova. The oppressive pressure around him evaporated, his magic cutting through the dragon fear like a hot knife through butter. His aura grew brighter, more intense, until it was blinding. The others stared in shock. Erica, her jaw practically hitting the floor, blurted, "Are you freaking done already?" Theo glanced back at them, his eyes blazing with confidence. "It's only natural for the next clan head, don't you think?" The sheer audacity of his statement left everyone stunned, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Without waiting for a response, Theo turned on his heel and charged up, his footsteps echoing with purpose. "I'll be going ahead. Then, His voice carried a calm certainty, as if the outcome was already decided. Behind him, the remaining participants called out, their voices tinged with frustration and desperation. But Theo didn't look back. He was already focused on what lay ahead. The Zenith Dragon watched the remaining 3 participants with an amused glint in its eyes. Its booming voice took on an unusually cheerful tone. You'd better not dilly-dally, little ones. Points are based on the order of arrival, after all. This revelation hit like a grenade. The 3 remaining candidates exchanged startled glances, the stakes rising yet again. Seriously? Erica exclaimed, her irritation morphing into determination. Without wasting another second, all 3 pushed their limits, shattering the oppressive aura and bolting toward the next stage. As the sound of their hurried footsteps faded, the Zenith Dragon stood alone, laughing softly. Oh my! To think I'd start craving a disciple in my old age. What a time to be alive. The scene shifted to the Camellia Palace, its ornate halls bustling with activity. The camera panned to Curson, her voice echoing as she called out, "My precious daughter, where are you hiding?" The palace staff exchanged knowing looks as they trailed behind her. One maid whispered, "Oh no, the demon craftsman is at it again." The other maid chuckled. Ever since young Master Theo became a rising star, she's been impossible to contain. Inside one of the palace's sunlit rooms, Cecilia sat in conversation with a guest. The atmosphere was calm, until the door burst open with a loud bang. Curson strode in, grinning ear to ear. "So here you are, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia turned to her mother, her tone sharp but composed. "Mother, please maintain decorum within the palace grounds." But Curson was too elated to care. She enveloped Cecilia in an enthusiastic hug. "Decorum? Who cares about decorum? I'm about to become obscenely wealthy." Cecilia raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you already wealthy?" Curson leaned back, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, but not obscenely wealthy. Ever since Theo became a star, my workshop has been swamped with orders. We're finally mainstream. Weapons, armor. You name it, they want it." A soft smile spread across Cecilia's face as she watched her mother's excitement. She thought to herself, "I always believed Theo would excel. But now that I'm seeing him in action, I can't help but worry." Her expression darkened, her hands clenching into fists. What if he gets injured? What if the pressure becomes too much? And all I can do is sit here, useless. As Cecilia wrestled with her thoughts, Curson continued rambling, practically vibrating with energy. "The days of only crafting weapons are over. I'm venturing into accessories now. Bracelets, necklaces, maybe even a jewelry line. Imagine that." Curson's declaration suddenly sparked something in Cecilia. Her gaze sharpened as an idea began to form. "Mother, listen. Have you ever made a prosthetic arm?" The scene transitioned to a place far removed from the bustling palace. A quiet, windswept field where swords lay half-buried in the earth, their gleaming blades catching the sunlight. Kyle Ragnar, the clan head, sat amidst the graveyard of swords, his deep laughter echoing through the serene space. "The next clan head," he says. "Bold, Theo. I like that." Perched on his shoulder was a crow, its beady eyes glinting with intelligence as it cawed softly. The bird had been keeping tabs on Theo's progress, delivering its report to Kyle. Kyle's grin widened as he listened. "I know what you're worried about, but even a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams." He reached for the hilt of his own blade, its edge worn yet unyielding. The swords around him seemed to whisper of past battles and ambitions. "It's impossible to stop the fire of youth," he mused. "Even we were like that in our heyday, weren't we?" He gestured to the countless swords around him. "This place is proof of it, the graveyard of swords. Each one represents a dream, a challenge, a legacy." The crow let out a sharp, displeased chirp, as if questioning Kyle's confidence. Kyle chuckled but didn't waver. "I told you, don't worry. All I want is the prosperity of Ragnar. Anything that stands in the way of that, well, I'll deal with it." The crow cocked its head, still unconvinced. Kyle's expression shifted, his grin replaced by a hard, unyielding gaze. "Even if my damn son is a regressor," the words hung in the air like a thunderclap, a revelation laced with layers of intrigue and foreboding. The clan head, Theo Ragnar, sat poised, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword with a quiet authority. A sly grin curled across his face as he watched Theo approach. With a broad smile, he greeted, "You're finally here, my son," but the warmth in his tone barely lingered before vanishing. In an instant, Kyle's demeanor shifted like the flip of a coin. His eyes narrowed, his expression hardened, and the air around him grew heavy with seriousness as he locked eyes with Theo. Theo, drenched in sweat and still catching his breath, felt the weight of the moment. He had fought his way through 3 formidable opponents, earning the right to stand before his father. The treacherous ascent to reach this place had been grueling, an uphill battle compounded by the suffocating presence of dragon fear and the immense pressure radiating from Kyle's aura. As Theo met Kyle's piercing gaze, a chill ran down his spine. The sheer intensity of his father's presence pressed down on him like an invisible force. Struggling to steady his breath, Theo thought to himself, "For hours. It took me 4 exhausting hours to climb what should have taken 1. The pressure father exerts is suffocating, crushing." Kyle's voice cut through the tension like the blade of a honed sword. Gesturing to the countless swords buried in the ground around them, he asked, "My son, do you know what this place is?" Theo, startled, glanced around, his eyes scanning the jagged steel protruding from the earth. The stark sight of countless blades struck a chord within him. Straightening his posture, he replied in a steady, firm tone, "This is the graveyard of broken swords. I've heard that these swords belonged to those you've defeated, my lord." Kyle's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes, then closed them briefly, his face etched with solemnity. With a weighty tone, he said, "Correct. This is the burden of the clan head's position, a seat of power that invites endless threats and challenges. It is a position where you stand alone, unable to truly rely on anyone." His grip on the hilt tightened as he continued, his voice like steel being forged. "This position obeys only one rule, the rule of strength. To hold it, you must rise above everyone else with nothing but your own power." Then, with a sudden flash, Kyle opened his eyes, now glowing a fierce red. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharper than the swords around him. "Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position?" Theo felt the question cut through him, but he held his ground. Meeting his father's fiery gaze with confidence, he replied, "Yes, I do." Kyle's eyes sharpened further, a storm brewing behind them. "Do not take this lightly," he warned, his voice carrying a chilling weight. "To stand here, I have slain thousands, countless souls who cursed my name. Can you still answer the same, knowing their resentment?" As the words left Kyle's mouth, the air grew cold and heavy. Theo's breath hitched as he began to hear the voices emanating from the swords around him. Agonized cries and furious screams filled the air. One voice, dripping with hatred, bellowed, "Kyle, I curse thee for eternity." Another, trembling with rage, snarled, "How dare you commit such atrocities?" And yet another, seething with fury, hissed, "I will tear you apart." Theo stood still, unyielding amid the cacophony of tortured souls. His expression remained resolute as he declared firmly, "My resolve remains unchanged." Kyle studied his son intently, his gaze like a blade dissecting Theo's conviction. "And why is that?" he asked, his voice edged with challenge. Theo's mind raced, but outwardly he remained composed. "Because it is my mission," he thought to himself, "to avenge my past life, to claim the clan head's title, and to end this cursed battle for the throne once and for all. For that, I will overcome anything in my way." Still, Theo knew his father was looking for something deeper, something beyond those personal desires. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he steadied his breathing. Drawing his blade with deliberate intent, he thought, "Words won't suffice. The only answer father will accept is one spoken through the clash of steel." Holding his sword with unwavering determination, Theo stepped forward. His voice rang out, clear and resolute. "I shall answer with my sword." Kyle Ragnar's demeanor shifted like the flicker of a shadow. Closing his eyes, a sinister smile crept across his face as he began to rise from his seat. His voice, calm yet sharp, cut through the heavy air. "Very well. Then, I shall now treat you not as my son but as a challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings." Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. His breath hitched as he thought, did he just say her? As I suspected, Father is the one who took Lodbrok's heart. But before his mind could fully process the revelation, an overwhelming horror gripped him. In an instant, Theo was struck down, split clean in two along with his sword. His mind froze in shock as he stared at his severed body, his vision shifting from his bisected form to Kyle, who stood still, his sword extended in the aftermath of a strike too fast for Theo to follow. His father's movements had been so swift, so precise, that Theo hadn't even realized he had been struck. Am I dead? Theo's thoughts spiraled as the weight of the moment began to sink in. The oppressive pressure around him grew heavier, suffocating his very essence, crushed him further, pushing him into the abyss of unconsciousness. Kyle's red eyes gleamed with a cold, unyielding seriousness. His expression was devoid of sympathy as he muttered, "Heart sword." The attack had been executed with ruthless precision, leaving Theo with no time to react or comprehend. A crow descended toward Kyle, perching nearby and chirping angrily at him, its cries filled with frustration. Kyle turned to the bird with a smirk, his calm yet sharp demeanor intact. "Worried about our little prodigy, are you?" he asked, amusement flickering in his tone. The crow flapped its wings furiously, its annoyed chirping growing louder. Kyle chuckled softly, then replied coolly, "You're not wrong. Only those with an unshakable will and unwavering resolve can break free from the heart sword." His gaze shifted back to Theo's lifeless form. "It's a harsh challenge, especially for a novice in the middle of the awakening ceremony. But if his resolve is weak, if it's only half-formed, then it's better for him to die here as a lost soul. I have no need for a regressor who will bring ruin to the clan." Theo's body stood frozen, unresponsive, like a lifeless statue. His consciousness had faded entirely, his blank eyes betraying no sign of life. Within the void of his mind, Theo found himself adrift in an endless emptiness, his soul fragmented and scattered, as if he were trapped in a genjutsu from the Uchiha clan. Am I dead? Theo's fragmented thoughts drifted through the void. I suppose that's only natural. Father cut me down. I have no regrets. I've done all I could. Piece by piece, Theo's broken soul began to dissolve, slipping further into the abyss. Despair clawed at him, whispering that it was the end. I stole the Camellia Palace. I killed Renan and Axion. I took my revenge. As these thoughts consumed him, shadowy, fragmented hands began to form, reaching out to claim what remained of him. The deeper he sank into despair, the stronger the hands became, gripping tightly around his dissipating soul. His body continued to unravel, piece by piece, until only faint remnants remained. It was all just luck, Theo thought bitterly. This life was a blessing compared to my past. I've done enough. As the void swallowed him further, the dissolution of his body accelerated. The hands of despair wrapped tightly around him, pulling him into the darkness. As his face began to fade, Theo gave in completely to his despair. That's right. It's time for me to rest. I've done everything I could. His soul flickered for the final time before disappearing into the void, leaving behind only faint traces of his fragmented existence. But then, piercing the silence of the void, a voice rang out, strong and unyielding. "Hey now, Theo Ragnar," it said sternly. The voice reverberated through the emptiness, powerful and commanding. From the depths of the void, the griffin, the spirit of his sword, emerged, its presence overwhelming and radiant. Standing tall, its aura emanated pure power as it scolded him. "Enough already. Get up. If you were going to mope like this, you should have just let me devour you." Something deep inside Theo ignited, like the flicker of a dormant flame catching fire. Sparks began to dance within his fragmented soul, and slowly but steadily, Theo started to regain his senses. With each passing moment, his control over his emotions and mind grew stronger, and his soul fragments began to reassemble piece by piece. As clarity returned, Theo's voice, filled with gratitude, broke the silence. "Yes, you're right. Thank you." The more he took hold of his emotions, the stronger his presence became. His resolve, once on the brink of shattering, began to solidify. In his hand, his sword began to reform, its edges gleaming with renewed power. With his grip tightening on the hilt and his breathing steadying, Theo's determination surged to the surface. "I can't let this be the end," he said, his voice brimming with conviction. "I swore it to myself." His eyes glowed brightly, reflecting a newfound strength and purpose. Drawing his sword back, Theo channeled all his might into the swing. As the blade cut through the void, he roared with unyielding determination. "I might break, but I will never yield." The force of his swing tore through the darkness, and suddenly, a radiant light began to shine. It grew brighter with each second, a testament to the power of Theo's unwavering resolve. The light consumed the void, chasing away the shadows as Theo snapped back to reality. His eyes widened as he found himself once again in the real world, his consciousness fully intact. Standing in an attack stance, Theo felt a powerful aura surging from his body. Sparks crackled around him like lightning as his sword hummed with energy. He looked ahead, meeting the gaze of Kyle Ragnar, who stood before him with a serious expression. Kyle's lips curved into a smile, and his proud demeanor softened. "Theo, my son," he said, his voice resonating with authority and satisfaction. "You passed." Theo's heart swelled with joy, his eyes widening as the weight of the moment sank in. To be acknowledged by his father, the clan head, was an honor of immeasurable significance. For the first time, Theo felt the validation he had been yearning for. The scene shifted to the clan headquarters 1 week later. It was the day of the nomination ceremony, and the air buzzed with energy. Hulka stood near the edge of the crowd, his large frame visibly tense. "There are way too many people here," he muttered irritably. "It's making me anxious." Standing beside him, Erica shot him a disappointed look. "How can someone as big as you be so timid?" she asked dryly, her tone laced with amusement. Her words immediately struck a nerve. Hulkas's face flushed red as he retorted, "I'm not timid. You're just bold." His irritation only grew as he glanced around the gathering. "Do you see how many people are here? Commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, the current clan head. So many heroes all in one place." Erica gave him a sideways glance, her expression indifferent. "You're such a baby," she said, her tone mocking. In her casual, unbothered way, she added, "Relax already. No one's going to pay attention to someone who couldn't even obtain elemental breathing." Hulkas's frustration hit its peak. Clenching his fists, he snapped, "What did you just say?" But before his temper could boil over, he deflated with a sigh. Deep down, he knew she was right. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Just tell me already. What did the clan head give you during the second stage?" Maintaining her calm and cool demeanor, Erica smirked. "It's a secret," she replied nonchalantly. Hulkas groaned in frustration. "You're so stingy, sis," he yelled. "My Theo would have been cool about it and already shared." Erica turned to him, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. "My Theo?" she echoed, her tone incredulous. "What are you talking about?" Hulkas grinned confidently and crossed his arms. "You know the life of a lank, don't you?" he said. "We're meant to be the sword of the Ragnar. Our lives are meant to serve them." He straightened his posture, his voice filled with excitement. "In that case, I want to serve someone who's cool and strong. Someone who's got it all: power, character, ambition. For me, that's young Master Theo." Hulkas's face lit up with a wide smile as he continued, "I want to bet my life on him. That's why he's my Theo." Erica stared at him, clearly shocked. And did Theo agree to this? She asked skeptically. Without missing a beat, Hulkus replied, his voice brimming with confidence. Does he have to? I wasn't asking for permission. I was just planning to join the same unit as him. Hulkus clenched his fists with renewed determination. I don't know why, he added, but the clan head said he's not taking Theo into the clan head's manor. So that means I'll have a chance to follow him. A smile spread across his face as he imagined the future. I'll bet everything on him. A sudden, thunderous beat of the ceremonial drum reverberated through the air, silencing the crowd and capturing everyone's attention. The coordinator, standing at the center of the stage, raised his voice, commanding, "Attention, everyone. The nomination ceremony shall now commence." The arena, filled to the brim with eager spectators, fell silent as anticipation rippled through the crowd. The coordinator continued, his voice steady and proud. To begin, we are honored to announce the overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar. Please step forward. In the midst of the gathered crowd, Theo Ragnar stood tall and resolute, his presence commanding as always. Beside him were Remington and Ray, their faces beaming with pride for their comrades' incredible achievements. A wave of cheers erupted from the arena as the crowd chanted Theo's name in unison, their voices carrying the weight of admiration. Theo, 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 they roared, the sound echoing like a victory cry. For Theo, this was an unfamiliar yet overwhelming moment. He had never imagined his name would be celebrated so openly, let alone by an entire arena. With his head held high and a determined glint in his eyes, he stepped forward, his proud smile reflecting both his newfound resolve and the acknowledgement he had long sought. From a distance, Evelyn watched the scene unfold, a soft smile playing on her lips. Her thoughts lingered on the young man standing at the center of it all. Everyone is watching you closely now, young Master Theo, she mused. Where will you choose to go? Her heart briefly fluttered with a selfish hope. If only he would join the white armored dragon cavalry. But that's just a dream. As Theo stepped into the spotlight, the crowd's applause roared like a tidal wave. The coordinator, his voice warm with admiration, greeted Theo with a smile. Congratulations, Theo Ragnar, on being named overall valedictorian. Your ability to excel in every category was nothing short of awe-inspiring. He paused, his words deliberate, preparing to continue. Now then, before the coordinator could finish, a sudden movement rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned as Ed, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, strode toward the center of the arena. His unexpected appearance sent a palpable wave of unease through the gathered audience. Murmurs broke out among the spectators. Even Theo's comrades from training ground for exchanged anxious glances. What's he doing here? One whispered. Is he here to avenge Axion? Another speculated, their voices filled with tension. The unease wasn't limited to the crowd. From his seat, Kyle Ragnar, the clan head, narrowed his piercing eyes at Ed's sudden entrance. The other members of the 9 dragons mirrored his guarded demeanor, their stances subtly shifting as if bracing for the worst. The coordinator, clearly unsettled, addressed Ed with measured politeness. Central Director, I'm not sure what your intentions are, but I must ask you to kindly return to your seat. But Ed paid the coordinator no heed. His steps were deliberate, his focus solely on Theo. Theo's gaze hardened as he met Ed's eyes, his expression unreadable but sharp. Inwardly, his thoughts raced. Sky Dragon, I expected this. He must still be reeling from Axion's death. But even he wouldn't dare to disrupt the nomination ceremony. Ed, however, shattered all expectations. His lips curved into a grin, and instead of hostility, a cheerful expression crossed his face. Extending his hand toward Theo, he said in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "The Central Intelligence Bureau would like to offer you the position of Deputy Director." The arena fell into stunned silence. Gasps rippled through the crowd as whispers broke out like wildfire. Theo, caught off guard, narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. What is this man's game? He wondered, his mind already working through the implications. Why now and why in front of everyone? The scene shifted, now centering on a mysterious egg surrounded by an air of significance. A voice narrated, hinting at the deeper meaning behind Theo Ragnar's triumph as valedictorian. For Theo, rising to the top during the ceremony wasn't just an achievement, it was symbolic. Even as a member of the powerful Ragnar lineage, he had once been seen as the lowest of the low, a shadow of potential rather than its embodiment. A faint crack echoed from the egg, and a fissure formed along its gleaming surface. Slowly, as the crack widened, an intense red eye glimmered from within, radiating raw power. The scene shifted again, and above the clouds, a majestic dragon soared across the sky, wings outstretched, its presence commanding and untouchable. Just as the dragon rose to the heavens, so had Theo Ragnar, emerging from the depths to claim his rightful place in the skies. The narrative returned to the bustling ceremony, where murmurs spread among the crowd, their disbelief palpable. Whispers of skepticism hung in the air like a storm cloud. Even if Theo's strong, there's no way he killed Axion alone, right? One voice questioned. Another scoffed, adding, I heard that if he hadn't been stopped, he would have been killed by the supervisor himself. A third chimed in, the doubt tinged with reluctant awe. Still, isn't it true that his power overwhelmed Axion? How is he this skilled? Despite the doubts and whispers, the story of Theo Ragnar had already begun to change hearts. He was no longer the dismissed underdog but a rising legend, one whose climb from obscurity to greatness inspired admiration. With each passing moment, the number of Theo's admirers grew, steadily drowning out the voices of his critics. As Theo stood tall, declared the victor of the awakening ceremony, the once contemptuous gazes of the crowd were gone. In their place were looks of respect, awe, and even reverence. Now no one dared to look at him with disdain. In that moment, every eye in the arena was fixed on the new god of the Ragnar clan. Suddenly, a translucent system notification appeared before Theo. The message read, Congratulations! You have secured first place in the awakening ceremony. Quest completed. Reward, Ether Core. Sent to inventory. Theo blinked, momentarily dumbfounded. Oh, right. There was a quest tied to this, he thought, his lips curling into a bemused smile. He chuckled inwardly, realizing how focused he'd been on everything else. I completely forgot about it. As his eyes skimmed the notification, curiosity flickered. Ether Core. This was a pretty long quest. Maybe the system gave me something worthwhile. Theo's amusement faded as his attention shifted to Ed, who still stood before him with that unsettling smile. The offer to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as deputy director hung in the air, heavy with implications. Suspicion brewing, Theo activated his observe skill, locking onto Ed with sharp focus. The system screen shifted, displaying detailed information about Ed. But what Theo saw made his jaw tighten. Ed's hidden intentions, wishes to adopt Theo Ragnar as his hunting dog to unearth the secrets of the ancient dragon relics. A chill ran down Theo's spine as his expression darkened. So, that's what this is about, he thought, his gaze hardening. The relics of the Tygo dragon. He knows I have one. A flicker of anger ignited in Theo's chest, growing into a spark of defiance. His fist clenched tightly as his resolve crystallized. From now on, Ed, nothing will go your way. And as for Trovian, his eyes burned with determination. I'll destroy you myself. Meanwhile, Julius, sitting at the high table, seethed with barely contained fury. Watching Ed's brazen move, he slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair, the sound reverberating through the hall. His voice boomed with indignation. What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau? Ed turned toward Julius, an irritated expression crossing his face, though his smile didn't waver. What's wrong with recruiting exceptional talent? He replied smoothly. Everything I've done here is perfectly within the guidelines of the nomination ceremony. Julius wasn't buying it. His eyes narrowed, his temper flaring as he rose to his feet. Do you really think everyone here is a fool? He barked, his voice heavy with fury. We all know exactly what this is about. You're trying to take out your anger over your nephew's death. The hall fell into tense silence, the weight of Julius's accusation hanging heavily in the air. Ed let out a low chuckle, his tone dripping with mockery as he responded. I understand your concerns, but you're mistaken. Sure, I may harbor personal feelings of anger, but as the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, my focus remains solely on recruiting the most talented individuals. Julius gritted his teeth, his irritation practically radiating off him as he stared down Ed. You truly are a wicked man, Julius thought bitterly. Even with your nephew dead, you can't seem to think of anything beyond your ambitions and goals. Just as the tension reached its boiling point, the coordinator intervened, his booming voice slicing through the heated atmosphere. Enough, he commanded, his tone sharp and authoritative. I understand the desire to secure the best talent, but let's not forget, the process has yet to begin. Please restrain yourselves. The coordinator then turned his gaze toward Theo, his expression softening. Theo Ragnar, have you made up your mind, or do you need more time to decide? Theo, standing tall and unflinching, replied with calm confidence. Actually, I haven't decided yet. A small grin played on his lips as he placed a hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. That's why I'd like to hear all the offers first. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as Theo's confidence shone through. His eyes gleamed with determination, and the slight smile on his face made it clear. This was his moment. He shifted his gaze upward, scanning the 9 dragons and the clan head, waiting to see what they would bring to the table. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd, and the arena hushed. It was Osa Ragnar, her expression serious and resolute. With her commanding voice, she declared, I, Osa Ragnar Plunus, offer Theo Ragnar not only the chance to become my personal disciple, but also the position of Junior Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. Gasps erupted across the arena, and the crowd broke into an uproar. Did she just say Junior Lord? One onlooker exclaimed in disbelief. Another chimed in, his face a mix of shock and awe. Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have children of her own. That means she's essentially offering to adopt Theo. He'd become the successor to the Sword Dragon. Theo's smile widened as he processed Osa's offer. I expected this from her, he thought, his confidence unwavering. Meanwhile, Remington, who stood nearby, was taken aback. His eyes lit up with excitement as he said, 2 of the 9 dragons have already stepped forward. Young Master Theo, you truly are incredible. Hulkus and Erica exchanged glances, their faces alight with surprise and joy. Erica, her voice tinged with admiration, said, most commanders and directors won't even come close to competing with offers like these. But before anyone could say more, a thunderous voice echoed across the arena. I'd like to throw my hat in the ring as well. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Suddenly, a deafening crash shook the arena, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Dust filled the air, obscuring the figure at the center of the impact. As the dust settled, gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire through the crowd. Standing in the middle of the arena was a man clad entirely in black bandages, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of power and mystery. It's the Black Dragon, someone in the crowd shouted, their voice trembling with disbelief. The arena erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated this. Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon and head of Black Snow, had entered the fray. Robert's piercing gaze locked onto Theo, and with a grin of enthusiasm, he spoke. Theo Ragnar, I've been observing you throughout the awakening ceremony. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed Robert's words. He's been watching me? Since when? Robert continued, his tone steady yet brimming with intrigue. Kyle was right about you. You're quite interesting. Then, his expression turned serious, his voice firm and unwavering as he made his offer. Come to Black Snow. I'll give you the rank of Null Snow. The crowd gasped once again, the weight of the offer settling over them like a heavy fog. Black Snow, the shadowy intelligence agency, was known for its secrecy and its agents' anonymity. But the rank of Null Snow, That was different. It was the highest rank within the agency, a title that allowed its holder to operate publicly, attaining both fame and honor, a rarity in their covert world. Theo's mind raced, his thoughts flashing back to his past life. When I was in Black Snow before, there were only 8 null snows. I worked tirelessly to reach that rank, yet it always remained just out of my grasp. He clenched his fists subtly, the weight of this new opportunity settling over him. And now it's being offered to me so easily. As the tension in the arena hung thick, Theo Ragnar, the Zenith Dragon, cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. His voice was steady, his tone authoritative as he spoke. Theo Ragnar, your performance during the 3rd stage left quite the impression. I trust you haven't forgotten about my Zenith Academy. Gasps rippled through the audience. Theo's entry into the fray sent waves of surprise across the arena. One member of the crowd, jaw practically on the floor, muttered in disbelief, "Even the Zenith Dragon? That makes 4 out of the 9 dragons." Another, a woman with a sly smile playing on her lips, added, "And don't forget, there's still one more." The commander himself. All eyes shifted to Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. His expression hardened, his gaze unwavering as he turned to Theo. With a stern voice, he declared, "The white armored dragon cavalry will not offer any special treatment to Theo Ragnar." The crowd was stunned. What? He's choosing now of all times to stick to his principles. One man blurted, his face contorted in shock. But another woman, her eyes filled with quiet admiration, thought to herself, as expected of our commander, he believes true honor is earned, not given. Julius closed his eyes briefly, exhaling as though the weight of his decision had settled firmly on his shoulders. When he opened them, his voice softened slightly, though it still carried his commanding presence. "My desire to recruit him is immense, but I will not bend the rules. Offering him special treatment would be a disservice to the other recruits." He folded his arms across his chest, his tone steady and resolute. "The only thing I can guarantee, Theo Ragnar, is our full support for your development and the pride of being a dragoon." The crowd whispered amongst themselves, a mix of approval and disbelief at Julius' unwavering stance. Standing at the center of the arena, Theo remained calm, his expression thoughtful as the offers from the 9 dragons echoed in his mind. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a small, grateful smile forming on his lips. His voice, calm yet filled with warmth, carried across the arena as he said, "I understand, and I thank you all for your generous offers." He opened his eyes then, and they sparkled with enthusiasm and determination. A confident smile spread across his face as he began, "In that case, I will choose." But before he could finish, a sudden transmission echoed in his mind. A voice, calm, deliberate, and eerily knowing, spoke directly to him. "You're a regressor, aren't you?" Theo froze, his heart pounding violently in his chest. A chill ran down his spine as the words sank in. His secret, the one he had worked tirelessly to protect, was out. Someone knew. Anxiety gripped him as he scanned the crowd, his sharp eyes darting from face to face. Who sent that transmission? He thought frantically. Who knows my secret? His breathing quickened, but then his heightened perception allowed him to trace the source. His gaze shifted upward, locking onto the section where the 9 dragons and the clan heads sat. There, the sender of the transmission wasn't just anyone. It was Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. Sweat beaded on Theo's forehead as his expression tightened. His voice, though steady, carried an undertone of unease as he responded telepathically. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Hilda, sitting regally among the clan heads, smiled at Theo. Her voice reached him again, calm yet piercing. "Oh, come now. I don't know what kind of life you lived in your previous cycle, but your acting is truly remarkable. Impeccable, even." Theo's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. "Cycle?" he thought, panic bubbling beneath the surface. What is she talking about? Could there really be a set number of regressions? As the gravity of Hilda's words hit him, The tension in his body was palpable. He was so caught in the whirlwind of his thoughts that he barely registered the coordinator's voice calling out to him. "Theo, is something the matter? You don't look well," the coordinator asked, his concern genuine as he noticed Theo's uncharacteristic shift in demeanor. Quickly composing himself, Theo straightened up, masking his unease behind a calm facade. "Could I have a moment to gather my thoughts?" he asked, his voice steady but with a hint of weariness. The coordinator nodded, his tone understanding as he replied, "Of course. This is an important decision, after all." Theo nodded back, his expression neutral, but inwardly, his mind raced. "Hilda Ragnar, who exactly are you? And how do you know my secret?" Hilda smirked, her gaze steady as she observed Theo's restlessness. Through the transmission, her voice echoed in his mind, calm yet laced with amusement. "There's no need to hide it. After all, I am also a regressor, though the cycles permitted to me have now come to an end." Theo's expression hardened, his narrowed eyes betraying the storm of thoughts raging within him. She said it again. He thought to himself, her words striking a nerve. Cycles. She's implying she's regressed multiple times. But how is that possible? Could there be more regressors out there? So how many? And I'm dealing with a former clan head, no less. His mind spun as he weighed his options. Finally, he made up his mind. If there was one person who might have answers, it was her. It would be faster to confront her directly. "What do you mean by that?" Theo asked through the transmission, his tone sharp and probing. "That one can regress multiple times?" Hilda chuckled softly, her amusement evident. "Wait, don't tell me you don't know? Kyle must not have told you anything." She tilted her head slightly, her calm demeanor only adding to the tension. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Kyle hates regressors. It's a wonder he let you live." Theo froze, her words hitting him like a thunderbolt. Anxiety gripped him tighter. "Father knows?" he thought, his mind spiraling. "Is that why he gave me such a brutal challenge? Was it not a test of strength but of something deeper?" Hilda leaned forward slightly, her smirk growing wider as she observed Theo's unease. "You look like you have a lot of questions," she said, her voice tinged with mock sympathy. "Unfortunately, we don't have the time to address them all right now. If you want to learn the secrets of this world, and of our clan, then you'll have to come find me. We'll finish this conversation when you're ready." Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, leaving Theo standing utterly shaken. Though he maintained a stoic exterior, his mind was in turmoil. "They know my secret," he thought, struggling to maintain his composure. The memory of the third stage of the ceremony flashed through his mind. During that trial, he thought, "Father gave me no answers. The only thing he presented me with was the heart sword. If Father truly hates regressors, then Lodbrok's energy, which I sensed back then." Theo's thoughts spiraled further. The stolen heart of Lodbrok. Was it really Father who took it? Lodbrok is an ancient dragon who welcomes regressors. Could that be why? He gritted his teeth, trying to piece together the puzzle. A human defeating an ancient dragon sounds impossible, he mused. But for Father, a man who is practically a demigod, it might not be beyond reach. If nothing can be hidden from him, then... Theo exhaled deeply, trying to steady himself. His hands trembled ever so slightly, but he forced a faint smile to his lips. "I have no choice," he thought. "If I want to uncover the truth about the clan and its connection to regression, I'll have to seek out Hilda." Before he could dwell on it further, the coordinator's voice broke through his thoughts, cutting the tension. "Now then, Theo Ragnar," he called out, his voice commanding yet expectant. "Has your heart decided where you will go?" The arena fell deathly silent. The crowd leaned in, every eye fixed on Theo. They were waiting, hanging on to his every move, desperate to hear his answer. Theo brushed aside his lingering anxiety, straightened his posture, and plastered a confident smile on his face. His eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke, his voice ringing clear and strong across the arena. "Yes," he said firmly, "I have decided." The scene shifted to Remington, who stood tall with unwavering confidence. A proud smile spread across his face as he declared, "I will select the Zenith Academy." A satisfied grin formed on the Zenith Dragon's face as he witnessed the second highest ranked participant in the ceremony choosing his faction. Meanwhile, Theo, watching the moment unfold, felt a surge of happiness rise within him. So, Remington chose to become the Zenith Dragon's disciple, he thought. It makes sense, both of them used the water current breathing technique. This must have felt like the natural path for him. Then, a memory from his past life surfaced in Theo's mind. Back then, Remington returned to the Narcio clan to grow stronger, and eventually led a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. Snapping back to the present, Theo's eyes widened like a cat spotting its prey, and an unstoppable grin spread across his face. But this time, he didn't leave Ragnar. "This is another change, another ripple I've caused." As if sensing Theo's thoughts, Remington turned to him. The two comrades extended their hands, shaking firmly in mutual respect. "This is just a temporary farewell," Remington said with certainty. Theo, filled with pride, nodded. "Let's do our best in our places and meet again." Stronger, Remington smirked, his respect for Theo evident in his expression. "Of course, young Master Theo, I'll be looking forward to our reunion." The two warriors who had fought side by side, endured countless trials, and forged an unbreakable bond, locked eyes for a moment. They felt proud of how far they had come, of the obstacles they had overcome. With that, they bid each other farewell. Theo then shifted his thoughts to Rey Ragnar, and warmth filled his chest. As I expected, Rey returned to Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resides. There's no place better suited for her. His mind then turned to Sybil and the others from Training Ground 4. They had wanted to follow him, but their grades hadn't been high enough to join the faction he chose. A bittersweet feeling settled in his heart. "It's a shame parting ways with my comrades," he thought, "but our paths don't end here." The coordinator's voice boomed across the arena. "With this, the nomination ceremony is officially concluded. Good work, everyone. You are all dismissed." Theo exhaled slowly, tilting his head back to gaze at the vast sky above. A fresh wave of excitement coursed through him, fueling his determination. "Even though we've parted ways, I'm certain everyone will still give it their all. Our journeys are just beginning." Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out to him. He flicked his eyes to the side, curious to see who it was. It was none other than Hulkus, grinning from ear to ear, sweat still glistening on his forehead. "Hey Theo, I didn't think we'd end up in the same unit," he said, laughing. Hulkus and Erica approached, the former radiating his usual carefree energy. However, the moment the words left his mouth, Hulkus suddenly started laughing nervously and even blushing. Erica, rolling her eyes at her brother's ridiculousness, internally sighed. What a complete moron. Theo raised an amused eyebrow at both of them, his expression caught between amusement and confusion. And just like that, he thought, "I've made some new friends." Turning toward them, he offered a friendly nod. "Nice to see you guys here, and thanks for all your help back at the second stage. You guys saved me back there." Erica's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, though she quickly composed herself, trying to appear nonchalant. Crossing her arms, she smirked and said, "You better not forget that you owe me big time." But inwardly, her thoughts were a mess. Strong guys are the best. Damn, he's so cool. Her brother, however, had no such filter. Without thinking, Hulkus blurted out, "Damn it, Theo, I like you." The moment the words left his mouth, both he and Erica turned bright red, realizing the unintended implication. Trying to play it off, the two burst into laughter at their own blunder. Meanwhile, Theo stood there, completely baffled. His expression twisted in confusion as he thought, "What's up with these two? Why are they suddenly so into me?" Just as Theo and the others were deep in conversation, a commanding voice cut through the air. "Attention! The commander is coming." The announcement sent a ripple through the gathered recruits, and in an instant, all eyes turned in anticipation. Theo stood tall, his expression one of deep respect, a determined smile forming on his lips. "No matter what happens, My goal remains unchanged. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry, the most honorable unit in Ragnar, is the perfect place to lay the foundation for my path to becoming clan head. Then, striding forward with an aura that could shake the heavens, came Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself. His very presence commanded attention, and his powerful frame exuded confidence. As he approached, a broad grin stretched across his face. "Congratulations," he declared, his firm voice carrying through the air. "You are now members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." Even though Theo had encountered Julius many times before, this moment felt different. The sheer weight of his aura was overwhelming, pressing down like the presence of an apex predator. No doubt about it, Theo thought. I'll go see Hilda later, but right now, I need to focus. Julius continued his approach, each step more authoritative than the last, as if the ground itself acknowledged his presence. He stopped before the recruits, scanning them with sharp, piercing eyes. Then, with a confident smirk, he spoke again, his voice laced with authority. "Now, let's hear the declarations of our fresh recruits." The first to step up was Hulkus. With determination blazing in his eyes and an eager grin, he declared, "I want to become an awesome dragoon." Another recruit, despite his obvious nerves, clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I want my name to be known far and wide." Erica, standing at attention with perfect posture, her face serious and unwavering, spoke with ironclad resolve. "I want to be the strongest of my generation." A third recruit, his voice thick with emotion, bellowed, "I want to be acknowledged by you." "Commander." One by one, the recruits laid bare their ambitions. And then, all eyes turned to the one who had yet to speak. Theo. The new recruits, the veteran warriors of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Even the seasoned officers. Everyone waited, eager to hear what he had to say. Theo stood still, his posture perfect, unwavering beneath their gazes. As he inhaled, a memory from his past life surfaced. The Great War, 5 years from now. He clenched his fists. Then, snapping back to the present, his voice rang out, filled with unshakable confidence and iron-willed determination. "I will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." Within 5 years, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Some recruits exchanged wide-eyed glances. A senior member of the cavalry smirked, shaking his head slightly. "This kid's got guts," he thought. Saying that right to the commander's face? Bold. Julius, however, did not seem offended in the slightest. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a hearty, booming laugh. "Dreams should be grand," he declared. "Very well. You came to the right place." His gaze swept across the recruits, his expression turning serious. The weight of his words hung in the air as he continued. "No matter your reasons for choosing this cavalry, there is only one thing you must remember." Julius slowly raised his fist before the new recruits, his tone unwavering as he declared, "Every drop of blood and sweat you spill will be immortalized in the legends of Ragnar. Today's hardships will become tomorrow's pride. Our shield does not break, and our swords do not yield." The new recruits, inspired by his words, felt a surge of energy ignite within them. Determination flickered in their eyes as their hands curled into fists, standing even taller than before. Julius took one final look at them, his voice ringing with conviction. "Your comrades will always have your back." His gaze hardened, "and in turn you will always have theirs." A newfound fire burned in the hearts of every recruit present. With a confident grin, Julius continued, his voice filled with conviction. "Waiting at the end of a road forged in blood and sweat is glory." As he spoke, he tilted his head upward, his sharp eyes locking onto the sky above, where a massive figure soared against the clouds. Then, with an almost theatrical grace, he turned back to the recruits, spreading his arms wide. His voice, booming with pride, carried through the air. "Congratulations on becoming part of the White Armored Dragon family." Just as those words left his lips, the sky trembled. A shadow loomed over the ground, growing larger by the second, and before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, boom! A colossal force slammed into the arena behind Julius, shaking the very earth beneath them. Dust and debris burst outward as cracks split the ground. Yet, amidst the chaos, Julius remained utterly unfazed. Standing firm, he didn't even flinch. When the dust settled, gasps of astonishment filled the air. There it was, a dragon, a magnificent beast, its scales glistening under the sunlight, its powerful wings still partially spread from the landing. The recruits, their eyes wide with awe, all had the same thought at once. A flying dragon, it's the commander's partner. The mighty dragon lowered its head, bowing in complete submission before Julius. With the utmost familiarity, Julius reached out and petted the beast's snout, his expression softening. "This is my partner, Gullah," he introduced with unmistakable pride. "He is a dragon, the very symbol of us dragoons." Just as the recruits were beginning to process this overwhelming sight, the sky darkened again. One after another, dozens of dragons soared into view, their majestic figures carving through the clouds. Their mighty roars echoed across the arena as they began their descent, landing behind Julius in perfect synchronization. The earth trembled beneath their sheer presence. The recruits could do nothing but stare, mesmerized. Then Julius's voice snapped them back to reality. "Now, get on your seniors' dragons." Excitement, nervousness, and sheer disbelief mixed on the faces of the new recruits, including Theo, who stood frozen, his mind struggling to keep up with the breathtaking sight before him. Dragons, their riders, the legendary white armored dragon cavalry. Julius swung himself onto Gullah's back with practiced ease. Then, gripping the reins, he turned to the recruits with a fiery glint in his eyes. "We will now begin the admittance test." With that, he gave Gullah the slightest nudge, and the dragon shot into the sky like a rocket. Theo's jaw dropped. The sheer speed, the synchronicity between rider and beast, the effortless way Julius commanded the dragon to take flight. "So this is a dragoon?" Theo thought, sweat forming on his brow. "And I'll get to have a flying dragon of my own." Just then, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. "Let's go, young master." Startled, Theo turned to the source, his eyes widening in complete shock. There, mounted atop a dragon with effortless grace, was Evelyn. She looked down at him with a bright smile, her expression filled with warmth. Theo was so taken aback that he nearly stuttered. "Evelyn, what are you doing here? Have you returned to active duty?" Evelyn's smile widened. She gave a small nod. "Yes, it sort of happened." Theo barely had time to process her words before something else caught his attention. His gaze dropped to her arm. His breath hitched. His mind raced. Her arm? That prosthetic? When did this happen? Confusion, shock, and 1,000 questions flooded his mind all at once. "Evelyn, your arm," he finally managed to say, his voice laced with disbelief. "How? And when did this happen?" A few days ago, the training grounds were quieter than usual when Cecilia and her mother arrived. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and steel, the sound of blades clashing echoing in the distance. Evelyn, focused on her drills, halted as she noticed their presence. She wiped her brow and straightened up, only for Cecilia to step forward. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she placed a hand over her chest. "Evelyn, I wanted to thank you," she said earnestly. Behind her, Curson exhaled a slow stream of smoke, watching silently. Evelyn blinked, momentarily thrown off by the unexpected gratitude. She quickly bowed her head. "Lady Camellia, Madame Curson." Then, raising her head, she continued in a steady voice, "If this is about young Master Theo, I assure you, there's no need. His talent would have flourished with or without my involvement." Cecilia chuckled softly. "That may be true, but being acknowledged by someone dependable is more powerful than you think." Her voice carried warmth, the kind that made words linger long after they were spoken. Evelyn opened her mouth, but before she could respond, Cecilia's expression turned knowing. "And from what I've heard, you were that person for my Theo." Evelyn froze, caught completely off guard. She hesitated before shaking her head. "No, I'm just a retired one-armed swordswoman. That's all." Cecilia's smile didn't waver. Instead, she took a step closer, her voice turning soft but firm. "Lights that guide others through the dark often don't realize how brightly they shine," she said. "Miss Evelyn, you are one of those lights." Evelyn, who had stood her ground against countless enemies, who had endured battle after battle, now stood speechless before Cecilia's words. "And so," Cecilia added, "let me help you shine even brighter." For the first time in a long while, Evelyn didn't know how to respond. She simply stood there, caught between disbelief and something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. Now, in the present, that hope had turned into reality. Theo sat behind Evelyn as they soared through the skies on her wyvern, the wind cutting against them as they raced toward the dragon nest. The horizon stretched endlessly before them, the vast landscape below dotted with valleys and jagged cliffs. Evelyn glanced back at him, her voice carrying a lightness he hadn't heard in a long time. "Thank you, young master. I heard you called in a favor for me, and thanks to you I can hold the reins again. I've returned to the white armored dragon cavalry." Theo closed his eyes briefly, letting a small smile creep onto his face. "Even though this is something I should have taken care of myself, Mother must have given me the credit." His thoughts drifted to Cecilia, and he chuckled softly. "That's just like her." Evelyn's grip on the reins tightened slightly as her voice took on a determined edge. "I, Evelyn Nereville, pledge to be your loyal sword, young Master Theo." Hearing that, Theo's expression softened. "Thank you for everything, Evelyn, and please look after me from now on." Their wyvern descended toward a valley, and as they landed, Theo finally took in his surroundings. The nest of the white dragons. It was more than just a nesting ground, it was a kingdom of wyverns. Dozens of them perched on high cliffs, some soaring in the skies while others lay basking in the sunlight. The sheer size and presence of these creatures made the air feel heavier, as if the land itself bowed to their existence. Evelyn stepped forward with a knowing smile. "This is the nest of the white dragons, home to the flying wyverns." She gestured toward the valley. "Since our cavalry operates on wyverns, this is where we hold the admittance test." Theo scanned the area, his excitement momentarily replaced by a thought. He turned to Evelyn. "And if someone fails to find a partner, they fail, right?" Evelyn exhaled. "Yes. Though rare, it does happen." Theo thought back to Erica and Hulkus. He rolled his eyes slightly. "I wonder how the Lank siblings are going to handle this. This test doesn't seem like their thing." "Well, they'll figure it out." Evelyn's expression softened as she gestured toward the valley. "Come on, let's take a look around. Usually, you'll just know when you find your partner." A thunderous stomp suddenly shook the ground beneath them. A massive wyvern emerged from behind the rocks, its hulking form casting a shadow over the land. Its muscular limbs dug deep into the dirt as it moved, the sheer weight of its steps making the very earth tremble. Theo and Evelyn instinctively ducked behind a boulder, their eyes locked onto the beast. Theo's heart pounded, but not with fear, with excitement. Evelyn smirked slightly. "That young master is an Opteryx." Her voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable respect in her tone. "A monster dragon species, a tyrannical predator. They grow up to 15 meters tall, and once they claim a territory, few creatures dare to challenge them." Theo's lips curled into a grin. "A tyrannical predator, huh?" As Theo and Evelyn continued their exploration of the nest, they stumbled upon a massive creature slithering across the rocky terrain. Its elongated, serpentine body coiled effortlessly, its violet scales shimmering under the sun's light. "That's an aviarai," Evelyn said, her tone measured. "These dragons can release a toxic mist, and that stinger at the tip of its tail?" Evelyn gestured toward the sharp, gleaming barb swaying behind it. "One sting, and you'll be meeting your ancestors." Theo exhaled slowly. Noted, they decided not to linger. Moving further into the nest, they arrived at a quieter, more secluded area where another species caught their attention. Unlike the lethal aviarai, This one seemed almost docile, its thick, earth-toned scales blending seamlessly into the rocky ground. Asigia, Evelyn murmured. A blade dragon species. Normally burrowers, they nest underground and rarely emerge. Unless they sense danger, they ambush their enemies from below. Don't underestimate them. Taking to the skies once more, they ascended above the cliffs. A pack of small, agile dragons zipped through the air, their movements rapid and coordinated. Theo barely had time to take them in before Evelyn spoke, her tone sharp. Velociraptors, speed dragon species. Don't be fooled by their size. They're incredibly smart and hunt in packs. They can also breathe. A flash of orange. One of the velociraptors inhaled deeply before spewing out a jet of flames, forcing Evelyn to yank the reins sharply. Their wyvern swerved just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. Fire, Evelyn finished, her voice flat. Theo let out a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, no thanks. We'll let them have their airspace. As they climbed higher, Evelyn's gaze softened. That covers the main wyvern categories we manage, she explained, shifting into a more instructive tone. The cavalry primarily works with these 4 types. So what do you think? Did you get a feel for any of them? Theo exhaled, rolling his eyes slightly. A feel, he muttered, his fingers curled slightly, his thoughts drifting to a memory from his past. 6 years after the Great War had begun, something had shaken the foundation of the white armored dragon cavalry, a mutant wyvern. It had stormed through the nest of the white dragons like a living nightmare, slaughtering nearly 100 of the wyverns raised by the cavalry. The evil shadow dragon. Theo's mind replayed the chaos of that day. 8 villages burning under a blood-red sky, dozens of swordsmen perishing in the battle, their blades shattering against a foe that lurked where they could not strike. Ragnar had branded the evil shadow dragon as a Class 2 calamity and issued an extermination order. And in the end, it had taken 2 legendary dragons to bring it down. The demon dragon, Julius, and the sword dragon, Lady Plumblossom. But what had made the evil shadow dragon truly terrifying was its ability to disappear into the shadows. Theo's grip tightened slightly. A partner with that kind of potential. That's what I'm after. Before he could finish the thought, his eyes caught something in the distance. A group of wyverns had gathered at a cliffside ahead of them. Something inside him stirred. A feeling, an instinct. He knew. It's there. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he clenched his fist inwardly. Finally, meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast dragon nest, another figure stood in silent observation. Julius sat on a separate cliff, arms folded as he surveyed the nest. His dragon rested beside him, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as well. A faint sound of footsteps broke the quiet. Julius turned his head slightly, watching as another presence approached. The sword dragon, OSA. A small grin played at the edges of Julius's lips as he tilted his head slightly. His eyes gleamed with a rare excitement. Wouldn't it be strange if I wasn't happy? He mused. A dragon I've been anticipating has fallen right into my grasp. OSA gave a small nod of agreement, but her expression remained composed. Perfect, she said smoothly. That's exactly why I'm here. Julius raised an eyebrow at her words, mildly surprised. OSA stepped closer, her lips curving into a small, knowing smile. Commander Julius, she said, her tone light yet pointed. You're planning to make Theo a pillar of your unit, aren't you? Julius remained silent, his sharp eyes narrowing ever so slightly at OSA's words. She studied him for a moment before continuing, her voice smooth but pointed. Careful with your words, as always. That's so very like you. Her lips curled slightly. Running one's mouth carelessly is a fool's folly. Julius didn't react, but OSA's gaze sharpened as she met his eyes, her expression turning serious. You're painting a far bigger picture than I originally thought. Still, Julius didn't say a word. He maintained his calm demeanor, his posture unwavering, before finally speaking in a measured tone. I haven't said a single word. OSA let out a small chuckle and took a step closer, her tone firm but friendly. Relax. I'm not here to pry. She paused before adding, I came to make a proposal. For the sake of that child. That caught Julius's attention. His gaze flickered with intrigue as he asked, what do you have in mind? Still composed, he allowed a faint smirk to tug at his lips. Theo has already chosen my cavalry. He can't go to Plum Blossom Palace anymore. So what kind of proposal could you possibly have? OSA turned toward the open cliffside, her stance unwavering. Then, with a confident yet almost playful tone, she declared, joint mentorship. Julius blinked, momentarily thrown off by her words. OSA turned back to him, her smile widening with excitement. What do you say, demon dragon? For once, Julius's usually unreadable expression wavered, his sharp composure momentarily cracking as he processed her words. Meanwhile, back near the gathered wyverns on the cliff, Theo and Evelyn were closing in. Evelyn's expression darkened the moment she laid eyes on the scene before them. TCH, those rascals are at it again. Theo, his brows raised in curiosity, asked, you know that bluish-white wyvern down there? Evelyn's voice took on a stern edge. He's been bullied for a while now. We've tried everything to stop it, but nothing has worked. She sighed, her frustration evident. He's been ostracized for not being a wyvern. That made Theo's eyes widen. His puzzled expression deepened as he turned to her. Wait, what? He's not a wyvern? Evelyn nodded, her expression unreadable. No. He's the offspring of a female wyvern and a male viper. At that, Theo's shock intensified. His jaw tensed, his mind racing. Hold on, vipers? As in Class 1 demonic fiends? The ones that live deep in the sea. His voice carried both disbelief and concern. How the hell did one reproduce with a wyvern? Evelyn's gaze remained steady as she turned to face him fully. That's the mystery, she admitted. By all logic, his birth should have been impossible. Theo fell silent, his thoughts spinning. He knew what Class 1 demonic fiends were, living calamities. Creatures that stood on par with typhoons. A single one breaching the Great Wall could leave nothing but devastation in its wake. And vipers? Powerful, ghost-type monsters that lurked within the shadows of forests. Theo exhaled sharply as the realization clicked. A slow smile crept onto his lips as he thought inwardly. So that's it. The evil shadow dragon's abilities came from inheriting the blood of a viper. His gaze snapped back to the wyvern below. Evelyn, noticing his shift in expression, continued. His birth caused an uproar within the white-armored dragon cavalry. In the end, they decided to accept him into the nest and keep an eye on him. But the other wyverns, she sighed, they would never accept him. And isolating him isn't a solution either. Theo's eyes softened slightly as her words struck a deeper chord. Ostracized for something beyond his control. Something about that resonated with him. His voice was quiet but firm as he asked, does he have a name? Evelyn didn't hesitate. Umbra. It means shadow in the ancient language. Theo's expression brightened instantly, and his lips curled into a wide grin. Shadow, huh? His eyes gleamed with excitement. That's a damn fine name. Without hesitation, he suddenly leaped to his feet on the dragon's back. Evelyn's breath hitched. Young master, what are you doing? Theo's grin only widened. Isn't it obvious? His voice carried sheer exhilaration. I'm picking him as my partner. Evelyn paled. What do you mean by that? Before she could finish, Theo jumped. A gasp tore from Evelyn's throat as she watched him plummet toward the cliffside below. Young master, she screamed, her voice carrying across the skies. But Theo only smirked as he descended. I'll help you live a different life this time. Umbra, he thought, his resolve firm. Just like me, you'll have a second chance. As he landed on the cliff, lightning crackled at the point of impact, illuminating the moment with raw energy. As Theo leaped off Evelyn's dragon, a cocky smirk spread across his face. With a playful glint in his eyes, he threw a quick salute and called out, I'll meet you down there. But while he treated the situation like a casual stunt, Evelyn's expression was anything but relaxed. Panic shot through her as she reached out, her voice laced with concern. "Theo, what the hell are you?" But her words barely reached him. His focus was already locked onto his target. Determination burned in his eyes as he plummeted through the air, his fingers moving with practiced precision. Mid-descent, he reached into his inventory, yanking out a series of gleaming swords. One by one, he hurled them downward, each blade slicing through the wind like missiles. The moment he had unleashed the intended number, his irises flickered with an electric blue glow. His skill, Hatchling Synchro, activated, its description flashing briefly in his vision. You can now use telekinesis to move designated targets. A crackling aura of blue energy erupted around the swords as Theo's power took hold. The blades halted mid-air, frozen in place like stars suspended in time. Without hesitation, he dove onto the nearest one, landing with cat-like precision. But he didn't stop there. His movements became a blur as he hopped from sword to sword, each one held aloft by his telekinetic control, closing the gap between him and the battle raging below. Evelyn could only stare, her breath hitching. What the actual hell? This wasn't some high-level knight with years of mastery. This was Theo, the same Theo she trained with, the same reckless fool who was now moving through the sky like it was his personal playground. Her voice barely concealed her shock as she muttered, "Since when could the young master use telekinesis? And like this?" Then, almost to herself, she whispered in disbelief, "His growth rate, it's unreal." Meanwhile, Theo's gaze locked onto the bluish-white dragon below. It was surrounded, hounded by a pack of wyverns that snapped and clawed, pushing the beast into a corner. The dragon, fed up, let out a deafening roar, a clear warning to the lesser creatures. "Back off. Don't test me." But the wyverns showed no signs of stopping. As Theo closed the distance, an old memory surfaced. One he had buried deep but never truly escaped. His training ground, the sneers of his so-called peers. Their taunts rang in his mind like ghosts of the past. Is he really a Ragnar? Even for a bastard, this level of weakness is embarrassing. The sting of their words fueled the fire in his chest. He clenched his jaw, pushing the past away. Not this time. If no one had ever stepped in for him, then he sure as hell wasn't going to stand by and watch someone else, something else, face the same torment alone. His eyes darkened with resolve. He activated his elemental lightning skill, channeling raw energy into the floating swords. One by one, the blades hummed with power, flickering with arcs of golden electricity as he infused them with everything he had. His thunder dragon breathing took effect, amplifying the charge. The air around him sizzled, static crackling in the silence before the storm. Then he moved. Still mid-air, Theo yanked his hands downward in a powerful motion. The charged swords shot forward, streaking toward the ground like bolts of judgment. The moment they struck, a massive electrical explosion erupted. A surge of white-hot energy engulfed the battlefield, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The wyverns recoiled, screeching as the sheer force of the blast sent them scattering into the skies, their will to fight instantly shattered. Theo landed smoothly amidst the chaos, the battlefield now silent except for the hum of residual energy still sparking in the half-buried swords. He watched as the wyverns retreated, his attention shifting to the dragon, who now turned its massive head to face him. With slow, deliberate steps, Theo approached the beast. His lips curled into a smirk as he clicked his tongue. Running at the first sign of real power? Bullies always turn out to be nothing but cowards with masks. Up close, he could see it now. Umbra, the bluish-white dragon. Its deep, intelligent eyes studied him warily, body tense, muscles coiled. Theo's expression softened slightly as he took another step forward. His voice dropped low. "You good?" The dragon's response was immediate. A guttural growl, sharp and untrusting. Theo barely had time to react before Umbra spread its wings and, in one powerful motion, launched itself into the sky. The wind from its ascent whipped against his face as he instinctively shielded his eyes, watching in frustration as the creature vanished into the clouds. "Oi!" "Hold up a second," Theo called out, his voice carrying over the canyon. But it was too late. Umbra was already gone. A moment later, Evelyn touched down beside him on her dragon. Her arms crossed, expression unreadable. She dismounted smoothly, stepping toward him. "He's on edge," she said matter-of-factly. "Approaching him won't be easy. Give it time. And try again later." Theo turned to Evelyn, his expression softening slightly, yet the weight of his resolve remained evident. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he spoke, his voice steady but firm. "No, that's exactly why I need to be by his side right now. Think about it. Why else would he still linger near the nest despite being cast out?" His gaze followed Umbra's fading silhouette as the dragon disappeared into the distant sky, his tone growing heavier. "He's lonely. People always think physical wounds are the worst kind of pain. But they're wrong. Emotional wounds cut deeper. They linger, they fester, and they're harder to heal." Evelyn remained silent as Theo's words settled in. Then, turning back to Umbra's shrinking figure, his voice dropped lower, carrying an undeniable urgency. "He's hurt, Evelyn. He couldn't have gone far. Please, help me chase after him." Evelyn studied Theo for a moment before shifting her gaze toward the sky. The weight behind his words was undeniable, and for the first time, she truly understood. With a nod, she tightened her grip on the reins and prepared for the pursuit. Far from the cliff, deep within the jagged terrain of the dragon's nest, Umbra had finally landed. His massive body heaved with exhaustion. Each breath labored from the strain of flight. His wounds still throbbed, the pain searing through his body like wildfire. With a heavy exhale, he rested his head against the cold, unforgiving stone beneath him. But peace never lasted long. A shift in the air, the faint sound of footsteps. Umbra's weary eyes flickered open, his body tensing instinctively as he sensed something approaching. It was Theo and Evelyn. They touched down carefully near the wounded dragon, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a blade. Evelyn's voice was low, almost hesitant as she addressed Theo. "You know, plenty of dragoons have tried taming him. None of them succeeded. He's different, highly cautious of people." She exhaled, her gaze flicking toward Umbra's battered form. "And in his current state, it's going to be even worse." But Theo didn't wait for her to finish. Without a second thought, he took a step forward, his hand waving dismissively. "Can you get me something to feed him?" His voice was calm, unwavering. "In the meantime, I'll figure him out. This is my admittance test, after all." Evelyn hesitated but eventually nodded before retreating. Theo, however, continued forward. Umbra's muscles tensed the moment he noticed the human approaching. His instinctual reaction kicked in immediately. A low, guttural growl rumbled from his chest before a surge of wyvern fear exploded from him. A predatory aura that sent lesser creatures fleeing in terror. But Theo, he didn't flinch. Instead, his own presence shifted. His eyes flickered with red as he unleashed his own, lesser drake's fear. A silent battle of wills erupted between them. The wyvern roared, intensifying the weight of its intimidation. But Theo stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. Step by step, he advanced, each one filled with sheer defiance. The wyvern grew restless. Theo could see it. Umbra was used to his presence forcing others to yield, used to being met with fear. But Theo wasn't like the others. He refused to be shaken. And then, in one swift motion, Theo pulled a potion from his inventory and uncorked it. Without hesitation, he poured the entire contents over Umbra's open wounds. The wyvern's eyes widened in sheer shock. A system notification flashed before Theo's vision. Healing potion applied, rapidly heals aggravated wounds. Partial stamina restoration activated. The potion's effect took hold immediately, seeping into the wyvern's torn flesh. The deep, angry wounds that marred his body slowly began to close, the pain easing as the potion worked its magic. Theo didn't stop there. With deliberate gentleness, he placed a hand on Umbra's neck, his fingers trailing softly across the still warm scales. His voice dropped to something softer, something warmer. "Feels better," doesn't it? The wyvern's eyes bore into his, filled with raw, unfiltered disbelief. Theo could feel the emotions radiating from him. Whether it was the dragon heart or something else, he wasn't sure. Umbra's mind was a whirlwind of rage, sorrow, and longing. Theo could sense it all. His anger toward the herd that abandoned him, his conflicted sadness and attachment, the pain of being cast aside. But there was something else, too. Hope. Quiet, fragile hope. Theo continued stroking his back, his voice low as he mused aloud. Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can feel it. He's suspicious of me. He doesn't trust me. But at the same time, he wants to. He wants to believe that I won't leave him like the others did. Umbra's gaze lingered on Theo, as if searching for something. A promise, a truth. Theo simply smiled and reached into his inventory. I know you like things like this. He pulled out a gleaming diamond-like gem, its surface refracting light into a cascade of colors. He held it up, grinning as he waggled it slightly in front of Umbra. The wyvern blinked, his eyes betraying his interest before he quickly averted his gaze, huffing in feigned disinterest. He turned his head away, shutting his eyes as if saying, I don't want it. Theo smirked. Oh, you definitely want it. The wyvern cracked one eye open. A small nod. Theo chuckled before pressing the gem gently against Umbra's chest. It's yours. A gift. Then, with a playful glint in his eyes, he added, and if you follow me, there's plenty more where that came from. Umbra's head snapped back toward him, eyes flickering between the gem and Theo's sly smile. He hesitated, but the temptation was clear. Theo didn't let up. I know you hate reins and saddles, he continued, his tone light, but I could make one encrusted with gems like this. Umbra's eyes lit up, his hesitation wavering. Theo grinned to himself. Then, an afterthought crossed his mind. I'm gonna have to rob some from Grandma, somewhere far away. Curson suddenly sneezed, so violently that she nearly dropped the entire stack of gold she had been counting. Her subordinate immediately stepped forward, concerned. Madam Curson, are you all right? You don't look well. Curson frowned, rubbing her temple. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling all of a sudden. She exhaled, staring at her fortune. Like I'm about to lose a hell of a lot of money. Umbra stood tall before Theo, his massive frame looming over him. His piercing eyes locked onto the young warrior. Then, without warning, the wyvern threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar that shook the very mountains. The sound echoed for miles, not in anger, not in challenge, but in happiness. A system notification flashed before Theo's eyes. Congratulations! You have been successfully recognized by the Viper Wyvern as their master. Theo's breath hitched, his heart pounded. His eyes, wide with pure joy, reflected the overwhelming pride and disbelief swelling inside him. But before he could even process it, another notification appeared. New skill acquired, Wyvern Taming rank C-, Mastery 1%. When mounted, grants a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. Theo let out a breathless chuckle, his fingers tightening in Umbra's fur. Ha! Looks like I just hit the jackpot. Far across the mountains, Evelyn guided her dragon through the winds, heading back to Theo. The weight of the meat she had gathered slowed her descent, but she pushed forward, determined. As she landed, dragging the heavy supply behind her, she lifted her gaze and froze. Her brain simply refused to process what she was seeing. Theo, the same Theo she had left only moments ago, was now sitting beside Umbra, laughing, petting him, completely at ease. The terrifying wyvern, the one that had rejected and attacked every single dragoon who had tried to tame him, was now curled up beside Theo like a tamed beast. Her jaw nearly hit the ground. What the hell? She choked out. How did you? He's never opened up to anyone. Theo barely looked up, his fingers still running through the wyvern's thick fur. He grinned. Oh, you're back. She was still frozen in shock as she watched him grab the meat she had brought and offer it to Umbra. The wyvern immediately tore into it, devouring the food without a second thought. Theo smiled, watching him eat with satisfaction. It's nice seeing him eat so well, he mused, before flashing a look at Evelyn. Thanks for the meat. But Evelyn wasn't moving on that easily. Her brows furrowed, still struggling to comprehend reality. No, seriously, young master. How did you do it? Theo smirked, crossing his arms. Simple. His voice carried that familiar, annoying confidence. I healed more than just his body, I healed his heart. And once his heart wavered, the presence sealed the deal. She narrowed her eyes. That's it? That was all it took? After years of failed attempts by elite riders, after countless tamers failing miserably, this was the answer? Before she could argue, Umbra did something that made her head spin even more. The wyvern nudged a large chunk of meat toward Theo. Theo raised an eyebrow at the unexpected gesture before laughing. What, you want me to eat that? He shook his head, pushing it back. Nah, I'm good. You go ahead, eat as much as you want. Evelyn sighed, rubbing her temples. That's just like young Master Theo. The guy could charm his way through anything. Not just people, but even a wyvern. She opened her eyes and nearly had a heart attack. Theo was on Umbra's back. Her mind blanked for a solid 3 seconds before she exploded. Wait. What the hell are you doing? Theo blinked at her, looking completely unbothered. Getting on. Evelyn's soul left her body. Getting on. Theo, no, even if he's accepted you as his partner, you haven't had any flight training. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to ride a dragon without a rein or a saddle? That's a shortcut to death. Theo only chuckled, completely ignoring the sheer panic in her voice. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Relax. I have my own ways. Before she could yell at him again, Theo activated his wyvern taming skill. And then, boom, the wind roared as Umbra launched himself into the sky, taking Theo with him. Evelyn couldn't even react. All she could do was stare as they shot into the air. Is he serious? Theo gripped onto Umbra's fur as the icy wind rushed past his face. The sky stretched endlessly before him, the land below growing smaller and smaller. His heart raced, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he held on tighter. Umbra let out a growl and somehow, Theo understood it. You want to show me something? Theo asked, his voice thrumming with excitement. He grinned. All right then, let's go. Umbra tilted his wings, shifting their course. The air rumbled around them as he sped forward with purpose. But something felt off. Theo's breath slowed, his mind suddenly replaying something he had been trying to ignore. This wyvern, Umbra, this pure-hearted dragon. How had he become the feared monster known as the evil shadow dragon? A name that carried fear, destruction, and death. Something wasn't right. His fingers tightened in the wyvern's fur as a deep unease settled in his chest. Far below, a waterfall cascaded down a steep cliff. First, it looked normal, serene, untouched, until it wasn't. The air around it shifted. A deep, ominous aura pulsed from its center. Darkness began to spread. The sky stretched endlessly above as Umbra and Theo soared over the breathtaking landscapes of Dragon's Nest. The other dragons paused in their activities, their gazes following the duo as they weaved through the skies with exhilarating speed. The wind howled past them, carrying the roar of cascading waterfalls below. The sun glistened off the water, painting the sky with a shimmering mist. As they approached one of the grandest waterfalls, Umbra suddenly angled his wings and descended, his sleek black form cutting through the spray like a shadow against the shimmering water. Theo held tight as Umbra maneuvered toward the cliffside, where a massive, gaping hole lay hidden behind the waterfall. A cavernous opening, veiled by the roaring curtain of water. With precision, Umbra landed inside, his claws scraping against the crystalline floor. Theo dismounted, his boots echoing against the stone as he took in his surroundings. His breath hitched as his eyes widened with astonishment. I thought I knew the entire layout of the Winter Mountains from my time with the black snow, but I had no idea there was a crystal cave like this hidden behind the waterfall, Theo murmured, his voice tinged with awe. The cavern shimmered, bathed in an ethereal glow from the countless crystals embedded in the walls. He turned to Umbra, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "You really have a thing for shiny stuff, don't you?" he said, his voice laced with amusement. Umbra responded with a nod, his golden eyes gleaming in delight. But then, as Theo's gaze swept across the cavern, something caught his attention. A peculiar cluster of plants nestled in the shadows. His curiosity piqued. He crouched down, carefully inspecting the delicate, eerie flowers with his fingertips. His voice dropped into something firm, almost accusing. "I see now. This is how you became the evil shadow dragon. You've been eating this, haven't you?" His words hung heavy in the air. His eyes, now narrowed and unreadable, locked onto Umbra. He lifted one of the ghost spirit flowers, its spectral petals pulsating faintly with an ominous glow. His face turned unreadable, his voice distant yet sharp. "Who would have thought? There are so many of these flowers here." At that moment, a system notification appeared before him, its glowing text displaying, "Ghost Spirit Flower, an invaluable elixir for demonic fiends and demon kin." Theo exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around the cursed flower. His voice, low and serious, cut through the cavern's stillness. "Dragons and demons are fundamentally opposite creatures. How did you even manage to assimilate this kind of energy?" His hesitation lasted only a second before his elemental lightning power flared to life. With a crackling surge, the flower in his palm erupted in blue flames, disintegrating into nothing. "No matter the case, this is too dangerous. I'll burn them all later." The instant the words left his mouth, Umbra hissed, his body tensing in visible displeasure. A deep rumble echoed from within his chest, reverberating through the cavern walls. Theo, unfazed, raised a brow and chuckled. "Relax. I'm not going to touch the crystals." Just as he turned to leave, something at the far end of the cave made his blood run cold. A massive tangle of chains hung eerily against the stone wall, forming a web-like structure. His heart pounded as his gaze sharpened. No, and not just chains. There was someone trapped within them. Steeling himself, Theo moved forward, his footsteps slow but deliberate. The closer he got, the more grotesque the sight became. Suspended in the iron grip of the chains was a corpse, its flesh long stripped away, leaving behind only bleached bones wrapped in tattered remnants of ancient clothing. His breath caught, his stomach twisted. "A person," Theo muttered under his breath, but the grim realization set in a moment later. "No, a corpse. And it's been here for at least a decade." He crouched, his mind racing as he examined the remains. Despite being long dead, the decomposition was oddly minimal. His thoughts sharpened, his eyes narrowing. The cold probably preserved it, but no, this isn't natural. Whoever this was, they had to be an extremely high-level martial expert to resist decay for so long. The weight of suspicion pressed down on him. His instincts screamed that this wasn't just a random death. A warrior of this caliber, dying here, bound like this? Something isn't right. I need to come back and investigate later. He exhaled sharply, standing up. First things first, I need to deal with the ghost spirit flowers. But just as he turned away, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made the hairs on his neck stand on end. The air thickened. The cave grew deathly silent. Then a flash of red. A burning glow flickered from the hollow sockets of the corpse's skull. Theo barely had time to react before the chains rattled violently, and in a split second, the corpse lunged forward, jaw unhinged, a horrifying scream piercing through the cave. "Kyle!" Theo's eyes widened in pure shock. Did it just say a name? The realization came too late. The corpse, still bound but seething with unnatural energy, strained forward, teeth bared, aiming straight for Theo's throat. Umbra roared. With a deafening snarl, the dragon slammed his claw down, pinning the monstrous corpse before it could reach Theo. The force sent cracks splintering through the cavern floor. Theo stumbled back, his mind racing. Umbra was protecting him. The corpse, now furious, ground its teeth together in frustration. Then, with an unnatural burst of energy, It shrieked Kyle's name once more, before wrenching itself forward, its fangs snapping toward Umbra's leg. Theo's heart nearly stopped. No! His instincts kicked into overdrive. In one swift motion, he threw himself forward, intercepting the attack with his own bare hand. Pain exploded through his arm as the corpse's jaws sank deep into his flesh. Theo gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the nightmare before him. But even as agony tore through him, his other hand shot out, gripping Umbra's claw and yanking it away to save the dragon from the same fate. Blood dripped onto the crystal floor. Theo's entire arm felt like it was being ripped apart as the undead corpse's teeth clamped down harder, its rotten jaw crushing the flesh beneath it. And in a voice thick with rage and decay, it snarled out words that sent a chill crawling down Theo's spine. Kyle, Robert, I will never forgive either of you. Theo's breath caught in his throat. His mind raced in disbelief, his body going rigid as the meaning of those words struck him like a hammer to the chest. His father's name, and the Black Dragon's name, this thing knew them both. It wasn't just some random wandering corpse. It had a grudge, a deep-rooted hatred strong enough to defy even death itself. His jaw clenched, his heartbeat hammering as the realization took hold. No, I wasn't imagining it. This thing, it knows them. Speaking about my father and the Black Dragon. But who the hell was it? Who could this possibly be? But before he could even attempt to fight back, a sudden gust of wind ripped through the cave, followed by a sharp, unmistakable sound, the blade of a sword cutting through the air. In an instant, a flash of white armor burst into view, moving with the precision of a battle-hardened warrior. Theo barely had time to shift his gaze before Evelyn charged forward at full speed, her eyes sharp and merciless as she unleashed an attack. White-armored dragon cavalry, blade barrage, its bones cracking under the sheer force of her technique. The cavern walls shuddered from the sheer intensity of the impact. In one final, explosive movement, Evelyn twisted her blade and drove it straight through the corpse's skull. A sickening crack echoed through the cavern as the undead's head shattered completely, its blood splattering the nearby stone walls in dark, inky streaks. His body jerked violently before going completely still. As the lifeless husk finally collapsed onto the ground, its jaw loosening, Theo's body gave out. His legs buckled, and before he could catch himself, he fell onto the cavern floor, his breathing ragged, his limbs trembling. His arm was still burning, but his mind barely registered the pain. His vision flickered, and all he could focus on was the faint echo of Evelyn's voice as she rushed to his side. "Young Master Theo, say something. Are you okay?" Through the haze of pain, Theo forced himself to crack a weak smirk, his voice hoarse and breathless. "Evelyn, sorry, I messed up." But the moment the words left his lips, the true agony began. A sudden jolt of white-hot pain erupted through his body, far worse than before. His nerves lit up like fire, consuming his strength. The pain! I can't take this. His breath came out in sharp, ragged gasps as his body continued to deteriorate at an alarming rate. This isn't just any corpse toxin. It's infused with demonic energy, and at this rate, I'll be dead in minutes if I don't get help. Evelyn, realizing the gravity of the situation, moved swiftly, wrapping an arm around his back as she prepared to lift him. "We don't have time. I'm taking you to HQ now," she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. "I know it's going to be painful, but just hold on a little longer." But before she could even move him an inch, a deep, rumbling growl shook the cavern walls. Theo barely had the strength to turn his head, but Evelyn did. Standing beside them, his golden eyes glowing with fierce intensity, was Umbra. The dragon stepped forward, his massive frame casting an imposing shadow over them. But Evelyn ignored him. Her priority was Theo, not whatever Umbra was trying to say. But the dragon growled again, louder this time, and before Evelyn could react, he pushed her with his head, almost knocking her off balance. Her patience snapped. "What the hell, Umbra? I'm trying to save him," she snapped, her frustration boiling over. But Umbra didn't back down. He nudged her again, more forcefully, her voice dropping into a warning tone. "Stop it, Umbra. I don't care if you're Theo's partner. If you keep this up, I'll—" But before she could finish, a weak, labored voice cut through the tension. "Evelyn, wait." Her entire body froze. Theo, his skin pale and slick with sweat, forced his heavy eyelids to lift just enough to meet Umbra's gaze. A faint, knowing grin pulled at the corners of his lips. "Umbra, you have a solution, don't you?" A deep rumble came from the dragon's chest as he lowered his head and nodded. Theo let out a weak, breathless chuckle, his voice fading but determined. "All right, then, I'll leave my life in your hands, partner." Evelyn's eyes widened, disbelief and frustration warring inside her. "Young Master Theo, you'll die if we don't return immediately. You've been poisoned with corpse toxin infused with demonic energy." Theo's breathing slowed, but he still managed to force out one last response. "Even with proper treatment, the survival rate is under 30%. That's why I trust Umbra's method." His voice weakened, his eyelids finally shutting. Evelyn panicked. "Theo, stay with me," she shouted, shaking him. "Don't you dare close your eyes. Stay awake." As she tried to keep him conscious, Umbra moved quickly. With a sharp snap of his jaw, he chomped and uprooted several on the ghost spirit flowers, and then crushed several glowing crystals beneath his foot, preparing the antidote and gathered all the materials in one place for Evelyn to do the rest of the process. The air inside the cave felt heavy, thick with tension and uncertainty as Evelyn turned toward Umbra, her heart pounding in her chest. Her fingers twitched slightly as she eyed the strange collection of materials the dragon had gathered, the shimmering fragments of crushed crystal, the ominous glow of ghost spirit flowers pulsing faintly as if whispering their own secrets. She swallowed hard, trying to keep her voice steady, but the doubt was clear in her tone. "You want me to blend this and feed it to him?" Umbra nodded firmly, his golden eyes locked onto hers with unwavering certainty. He was convinced, no hesitation, no doubt. Evelyn's grip tightened around the hilt of her sword as her thoughts spun in turmoil. This was a huge gamble. There were no guarantees, no safety nets. If this mixture was even slightly wrong, it could accelerate the poison instead of curing it. Yet, as she turned her gaze back toward Theo, her breath hitched in her throat. His condition was worsening by the second. Evelyn clenched her teeth, her eyes burning with the weight of her decision. But Theo had made his choice. He had trusted Umbra's judgment, and so she would honor his command. With a swift motion, she grabbed the gathered materials, her hands moving almost on instinct as she prepared herself for what needed to be done. Her voice, though tense, was filled with resolve. "Fine, I'll do it." Summoning her energy, she pressed her hands together, the raw magical force between them igniting into a controlled blaze. The crystals cracked and dissolved under her power, blending seamlessly with the crushed ghost spirit flowers. Carefully, Evelyn slowly pouring the antidote into his mouth, her hands shaking slightly as the liquid passed through his lips. She watched as it slid down his throat, disappearing into his broken body, her breath caught in anticipation. And then nothing. Theo lay completely still. His face, ashen and lifeless, showed no signs of change. His fingers remained limp, his chest barely rising with each shallow breath. Evelyn's heartbeat thundered in her ears as dread clawed at her from within. Beside her, Umbra remained motionless, his golden eyes locked onto Theo, watching, waiting. Seconds stretched into eternity. The silence was unbearable. Then a sound, a single, deep, resonating thump. Theo's heartbeat echoed through the cave like a war drum, the sound so powerful that even Evelyn and Umbra could hear it. Evelyn staggered back, her hands covering her mouth as her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. This was impossible. I don't believe this," she whispered, her voice trembling. Umbra, however, recognized what was happening immediately. His golden eyes lit up, his body tensing with excitement. He knew the antidote was working. Theo's body began radiating energy, the familiar hue of his blue aura swirling around him. wrapping him in a protective cocoon of pure elemental force. The energy snaked across his skin, flowing through him like a raging river. Evelyn could barely comprehend it, her breath coming in shallow bursts. He's actually recovering. But before relief could settle in, the energy shifted. Theo's blue aura flickered, then darkened. A crackling surge of lightning erupted from his body, its color shifting from pure yellow to an ominous, inky black. The air in the cavern grew heavy, thick with an unfamiliar, dangerous power. The shadows twisted unnaturally around Theo, as if drawn toward him. Evelyn's heart plunged into her stomach. Wait, no! His magic attribute. It's turning black. Her voice trembled as she took a staggered step back, her hands clenching into fists. I've never seen anything like this before. Theo's body suddenly arched off the ground, his back bending in an unnatural curve, his limbs twitching violently. Evelyn's panic exploded into full-blown fear. What's going on? Young master, can you hear me? She yelled, desperation breaking through her usual composure. A sudden system notification flashed before her eyes, the glowing text cutting through the chaos like a blade. System notification popped up, commencing body cleansing purification. Just as those words appeared, Theo's face contorted in pain, his expression twisting into something beyond agony. His skin became paler, cracks splitting across his face like shattered porcelain. Another system alert blazed into existence, sending Evelyn's mind into further turmoil. A system notification popped up. Theo is obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. And then the scene shifted. Far away, inside the white armored dragon cavalry's headquarters, the tense air inside Commander Julius's office was thick enough to be cut with a blade. The towering warrior stood near his desk, his gloved hand clutching the hilt of his sword, his expression already grim. Then, a messenger entered, urgency written across his face. Julius's head snapped toward the man, his sharp eyes narrowing as the soldier spoke in a low, serious tone. Sir, we have just received intelligence. Julius's entire stance stiffened. What? His voice was edged with suspicion. Has Black Snow verified this report? The messenger nodded. Yes, sir. After cross-checking, they say they are 99% certain that the information is authentic. The moment those words left the soldier's mouth, rage erupted inside Julius like an inferno. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, his teeth grinding together in raw frustration. Then, with a sudden explosion of fury, crash, Julius slammed his fist into the desk, splintering the wood into pieces. The impact so violent that the entire table collapsed into a heap of debris. His breath was ragged, his expression twisted with anger. Damn it! He roared, his voice shaking with unfiltered rage. His eyes burned with fury, his mind racing. I knew something was coming. I knew something bad would hit us eventually. But this was completely outside my expectations. And as the weight of the news settled over him, the scene shifted again. The battlefield was a graveyard. The once proud formation of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry lay in ruin. Blood soaked the ground. Corpses, 15 brave men, including Captain Trainer Isfin, lay lifeless amidst the devastation. The air reeked of death, and as the wind howled over the bodies of the fallen, only one truth remained. They had been annihilated. The purification rebirth, a legendary technique spoken of only in ancient texts, a process so grueling that even the most gifted mages hesitated to attempt it. It purged the body of all impurities, reshaping the very foundation of one's physique to allow for greater mana accumulation. A technique so rare and powerful that it required multiple high-ranking mana users and took days of suffering to complete. Even then, it was only known to work on children under the age of 5, their undeveloped bodies still malleable enough to endure such an extreme transformation. Yet, against all logic, the process had begun within Theo. Not by design, not through preparation, but through a sequence of impossible coincidences aligning perfectly, each one threading together in a delicate and unnatural balance. It began the moment the extreme corpse poison from the undead sank into Theo's veins, a poison that should have corroded his body from the inside out. But within him, It collided with decades' worth of condensed mana, the residual essence of the ghost shade flowers that had accumulated deep within the cavern. Then, there was Umbra, who had already mastered a method to neutralize demonic toxins, stepping in at the precise moment when the transformation was at its breaking point. Instead of being consumed or expelling the poison, Theo's body did something unheard of. It absorbed the very essence of the poison itself. It was a phenomenon that defied reason, a mutation of power that no one could have ever predicted. Back in the cave, Theo's eyes snapped open. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his lungs dragged in the cool cavern air, his body still trembling from the ordeal. His pulse hammered against his ribs, his fingers twitching as the lingering shock of his transformation pulsed through his veins. Evelyn, who had been hovering over him anxiously, let out a shaken breath as soon as she saw him awaken. Her voice trembled, a mixture of relief and concern lacing every word. "Young Master Theo, are you all right?" Theo coughed, his throat dry and sore, the aftershock of his rebirth weighing on him heavily. As he struggled to sit up, Evelyn immediately reached out, steadying him with careful hands, her expression still clouded with worry. Even in his weakened state, Theo forced a small, reassuring smile onto his face. "Evelyn, I'm sorry for making you worry." His voice was hoarse, but there was a flicker of warmth in his eyes. At his words, Evelyn finally exhaled deeply, her shoulders slumping as she closed her eyes for a brief second. Beside her, Umbra let out a low rumbling sound, almost like a sigh of relief, his gaze softening as he watched his partner recover. The tension that had gripped them both slowly began to ease. But Theo knew something had changed within him. His back pressed against the cool stone wall of the cave as he opened his system interface, his fingers swiping through the translucent screens that hovered before him. He had felt it the moment he had regained consciousness, a shift. Something in his very being had been altered. As his eyes scanned the data before him, his mind reeled. The system displayed his titles, a list of achievements and names that had been branded into his existence. Flash Tiger, a greatest prodigy in a millennium, Ragnar's successor, player, observation master, inventory holder, purification rebirth, phantom dragon. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly as they landed on the last two. Then, another screen opened, his status screen. The information sent a shiver down his spine. Theo has acquired the demonic poison that birthed the first phantom dragon. If left unchecked, he may become the second phantom dragon. His fingers tightened into a fist, his breath slowing as his mind processed the implications. The phantom dragon? What is this power? Something inside him, something dark, something overwhelming, was now a part of him. It lurked beneath the surface, like a dormant storm waiting to be unleashed. Forcing himself to stay composed, Theo shifted his attention to his stats. Level 16. His eyes widened slightly. A total of 85 additional stat points. That's insane. He glanced around the cave, his thoughts turning inward. His gaze drifted toward the glowing crystals, their pure radiance pulsing like the very lifeblood of the mountain itself. These crystals, they're not just ordinary minerals. They're pure energy condensations. His mind pieced together the events, how the ghost shade flowers, known for their lethal toxicity, had mutated within this cave. The crystals, with their raw mana-infused essence, had acted as an unforeseen catalyst, altering the way the poison worked. His gaze then turned to Umbra, a newfound appreciation settling deep within him. A small smirk played at his lips, his massive form exuding a quiet strength. Umbra's instincts were right. The toxicity of the ghost shade was diluted, altered. It actually acted as a medicine instead. His chest tightened, an overwhelming gratitude washing over him. I'm truly glad that I trusted him. Umbra, as if sensing Theo's thoughts, gazed at him with adoring eyes, his massive wings shifting slightly as he let out a soft, satisfied growl. Theo's grin widened. His pulse quickened as the realization hit him. His entire body had changed. The already perfected physique of Ragnar had now gained purification rebirth and phantom dragon traits. A flicker of excitement burned inside him. His fingers clenched into a tight fist. From now on, my growth speed will be unimaginable. Without hesitation, Theo pushed himself up, standing on shaky legs. The residual energy from his transformation still lingered in his limbs, making his entire body feel surprisingly weightless. Then his expression hardened. But more importantly, he muttered, his eyes narrowing. The key question is, Who was this old man? Evelyn and Theo turned their attention back toward the chained corpse, their eyes scanning every detail. The remnants of the decayed body still hung limply against the cave wall, the heavy chains binding it taut and unmoving. As Evelyn cautiously approached, her eyes sharpened as she noticed something strange. "Young Master Theo, come look at this," she called out, her voice tinged with unease. Theo's brow furrowed as he stepped closer, his curiosity deepening. "What is it?" he asked, his tone serious. Evelyn's gaze never wavered as she raised a hand, pointing toward the stone wall just beside the corpse. "There's something written here." Theo's eyes locked onto the markings, his breath catching slightly. The inscriptions were etched deep into the solid stone, the craftsmanship far beyond ordinary. The precision of each stroke, the flawless engraving, suggested that whoever had carved these words into the rock was no mere warrior. "A journal?" Theo murmured, running his fingers lightly over the markings. Evelyn nodded, her expression darkening. "Yes, but for someone to engrave such fine lettering onto the cave wall, they must have been a supreme master." The cave was eerily silent as Theo and Evelyn stood before the ancient engravings, their eyes tracing the finely carved words etched into the stone. Their breath was shallow, their minds struggling to process the weight of what they were reading. "Defeated by Kyle and Robert, I hid here to prepare for my revenge, but my body is already giving up on me." A sudden flash of memory surged through Theo's mind. The corpse, its decayed voice howling in hatred, its rotting jaws sinking into his arm as it screamed the names Kyle and Robert with unrelenting fury. His hands tightened into fists, his jaw clenching as he felt a sudden chill crawl down his spine. So it's true. That wasn't just the rambling of a mad corpse. He truly knew them. His eyes remained locked onto the engravings as he continued reading, his pulse quickening. "My body is deteriorating at a rapid pace. Is it because Robert damaged my mana core? The ghost shade I consumed to survive might actually be killing me." A realization dawned on him. The same poisonous essence that had nearly consumed Theo, the ghost shade, had once been the very thing keeping this man alive. And yet, over time, it had corrupted him, twisting his mind and body until there was nothing human left. The words grew more desperate as Theo's gaze moved further down the wall. "I am starting to lose consciousness. The demonic nature is taking over me. Damn it. I haven't even begun my revenge. So why? I am losing consciousness more frequently. It's time for me to make a decision. I must admit it now. There is no hope left for me." His breath caught slightly as he read the final passage. "I will leave everything behind and melt my beloved sword, the jade serpent blade, to bind myself. I hope someone finds this place. I hope they fulfill my wish. I hope they complete my revenge. I pray that my successor will surpass them. I leave my legacy here." Theo and Evelyn both staggered back slightly, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. They had just uncovered the truth of a forgotten legend. Theo's voice was hushed, almost reverent as he moved to the next section of the engravings, his fingers tracing the words carefully. "Wait a second, the next part, is this the phantom sword art? And the storm thunder god technique?" Evelyn's eyes snapped to him, a flicker of alarm flashing across her face. "No, that means—" She hesitated, her breath catching in her throat as realization set in. "This is a legendary figure, the one who freely controlled the winds, the tragic hero who, 40 years ago, competed for the throne against the current clan head until the very end." Her voice lowered in awe, almost whispering the name. "He is the Wind Lord, Hector Ragnar." Theo felt the shock hit him like a tidal wave. Hector Ragnar, the Wind Lord. He was here all along. But before he could even begin to process the weight of this revelation, he noticed Evelyn suddenly stiffening beside him. Her entire body trembled as realization hit her. Then, without a word, she lowered herself to one knee, bowing before Theo, her hand pressed firmly against her chest, eyes shut tightly. Theo's expression twisted into confusion and alarm as he took a step forward. "Evelyn, what the hell are you doing?" Her voice was steady, yet there was a solemn weight in her words. Even though he was defeated and exiled by the clan head, the Wind Lord was still a rightful heir of the Ragnar bloodline. Her face hardened, her voice dropping into something heavy with guilt. A vassal of Ragnar, harming a rightful successor is a grave crime, punishable by immediate execution. "So," Theo immediately cut her off, his voice sharp and commanding. "Stop spouting nonsense." Evelyn's eyes snapped open, shock flickering across her face. Theo chuckled softly, his expression turning more casual, yet firm. "The thing you killed wasn't Hector Ragnar anymore. That was a madman, and you killed him to save my life. Was there any other choice?" Evelyn's lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to argue. But before she could, Theo spoke again, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Everything that happened here will remain a secret." Evelyn's body tensed, her head snapping toward him in surprise. Theo turned to face her fully, his expression grave and unreadable. Asterisk, "If it still bothers you, then take the Wind Lord's secret techniques." His voice lowered, laced with undeniable authority. "You take them, Evelyn." Evelyn's face contorted in confusion, her mind struggling to comprehend what he was saying. Wind Lord's techniques rival even the Nine Dragons' techniques. But why? Why are you giving them to me? Theo took a slow, deliberate step toward her, his gaze steady and unwavering. "Because you will become the successor of the Wind Lord." Her breath caught in her throat, the weight of his words settling in like a storm crashing into her soul. Theo crouched down to her level, his eyes piercing through her hesitation. Carry on his legacy. Evelyn's mind went blank. She had expected punishment, execution even, but never this. She was still processing when Theo suddenly placed a firm hand on her shoulder, his grip reassuring. "If you do this, the Wind Lord can finally rest in peace." His voice softened slightly, but the intensity remained. "Now that you are his disciple, no one can call it a crime." His eyes narrowed, a mischievous grin pulling at his lips. "Didn't you say you would become my sword, Evelyn?" Evelyn's throat tightened, her emotions caught between shock, relief, and gratitude. Her hand trembled as she placed it against her chest once more, lowering herself again onto one knee. Her voice was steady, resolute. "Evelyn Nereville, senior swordsman of Ragnar, pledges her loyalty to Lord Theo Ragnar as his vassal." She closed her eyes, her voice dropping into something solemn and reverent. "I humbly ask my great and noble lord to accept the oath of this humble vassal." Theo watched her for a moment, his eyes flickering with both amusement and respect. "You really are a rigid rule follower, Evelyn," he thought to himself with a small smirk. Then he reached for his sword. With a slow, deliberate motion, he unsheathed it, the blade gleaming under the cavern's dim light. His expression turned deadly serious, his voice low and commanding. "I, Theo Ragnar, accept Evelyn Nereville's oath." The cold steel of his blade lightly tapped her shoulder, marking the formal recognition of her vow. "From this moment forth, I engrave it upon my heart and soul. And for our long journey ahead, I vow to make you my first sword." As their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them. They knew, without a doubt, they would have each other's backs no matter what. Umbra let out a proud, rumbling growl, his massive wings twitching as he watched his master, thrilled beyond words. Moments later, the three of them mounted their wyverns, the wind roaring past them as they soared out of the cave, headed straight for the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters was bustling with activity as wyverns soared overhead, their wings cutting through the air in rhythmic beats. The training grounds were filled with soldiers, both veterans and recruits, engaged in intense sparring sessions or tending to their battle companions. Amidst the gathered warriors, a particular figure stood out. A man with fiery red hair and an unmistakable smug grin plastered across his face. Hulkus. He stood tall, his arms crossed over his chest. With a prideful smirk, Hulkus scoffed as he spoke loudly enough for those nearby to hear. "Heh, Theo still hasn't arrived yet? Maybe, just maybe, I really am the most talented warrior in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry after all." But just as those arrogant words left his mouth, a shadow loomed over the training grounds, followed by the unmistakable roar of a wyvern cutting through the sky like thunder. All heads turned toward the entrance gates. Theo had arrived. The moment Theo dismounted Umbra, every conversation abruptly halted. All eyes locked onto him, not just because he had returned from the admittance test, but because of who he had returned with. A collective gasp rippled through the gathered warriors. Hulkus, his once smug expression twisting into sheer disbelief, stood frozen in place, his mouth hanging open as his gaze locked onto the massive, shadow-cloaked form beside Theo. His voice, laced with pure shock, rang across the training grounds. Theo Ragnar. What the hell did you bring with you? The entire crowd erupted into whispers, their voices filled with awe, confusion, and sheer disbelief. The senior members of the white armored dragon cavalry, men who had seen countless battles, exchanged stunned glances. One of them finally spoke in a hushed, unsteady voice. Wait, no way, is that Umbra? Another senior, his brow furrowing in sheer astonishment, exhaled sharply. How in the world did he manage to make that unruly beast his partner? The murmurs spread like wildfire, discussions breaking out among recruits and veterans alike. Does this make him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years? One warrior muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if this is talent, what the hell is this monstrosity? Another added, unable to tear his eyes away from the majestic yet terrifying presence of Umbra. Hulkus, who just moments ago had been bragging about his own strength, sat back down on the ground with a dazed expression, his ego completely shattered. No one was even paying attention to him anymore. Theo and Evelyn stepped forward, making their way toward the senior officer in charge of the admittance test. As they approached, Evelyn's voice rang out, sharp and clear. Senior swordsman Evelyn Nereville and junior swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the admittance test and returned. But where is the captain? Before the senior officer could respond, a swarm of warriors suddenly surrounded Theo, their voices overflowing with excitement and curiosity. Theo, how did you tame that beast? What kind of tricks did you use? Was there a secret technique involved? Theo, maintaining his usual calm and casual demeanor, let out a light-hearted laugh as he raised his hands in mock surrender. Ahaha, now, let's not get carried away. It's a trade secret, he teased, dodging their questions as smoothly as he dodged attacks in battle. The senior officer, his expression suddenly turning grim, redirected his attention toward Evelyn. The captain received an urgent message just now. He's returned to his office. Theo and Evelyn exchanged startled glances, their expressions tightening with concern. Evelyn's voice was filled with confusion and unease. An urgent message? What could it be? Before anyone could speculate, a powerful gust of wind ripped through the training grounds, kicking up dust and loose debris. Evelyn instinctively raised her arm, shielding her face from the sudden blast. A heavy presence loomed overhead, a colossal wyvern descending from the sky like a storm. Then boom, the wyvern landed with a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave through the ground. The sheer force of the landing shook the air, making the gathered warriors stumble slightly from the pressure. A single figure leapt down from the beast's back. The entire training ground fell silent. His voice cut through the quiet like a blade. I know you all just completed the admittance test. There was a brief pause. His expressions darkened. But I'm sorry, there is no time to celebrate. His gaze swept across the gathered soldiers, locking onto each of them with unwavering seriousness. Effective immediately, every single one of you will be deployed to Blanky Fortress. A ripple of shock and disbelief surged through the ranks. Murmurs broke out once again, but this time, they were filled with concern. What? Actual combat deployment already? Blanky Fortress? That's on the front lines. What the hell happened? Even the most battle-hardened members of the cavalry looked unsettled. Theo's golden eyes narrowed, his fists clenching subtly at his sides. His expression darkened, a flicker of understanding flashing through his mind. So, it has finally come. The moment Julius had spoken the name Blanky Fortress, Theo knew exactly what was happening. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis. A meticulously planned operation, a coup disguised as a heist, all in pursuit of one of the most dangerous relics in existence. The dragon-slaying sword, Bamong, a weapon of legend, forged to annihilate dragons, its very presence enough to shift the balance of power in war. And at the heart of this conspiracy, the mastermind behind it all, Etroivan. Theo's jaw tightened, his thoughts sharpening like a blade. That bastard! He's finally making his move. With a face twisted by rage and steely determination, Julius addressed his dragon cavalry, his voice commanding and laced with authority. Everyone present here will be deployed to Fort Blanky. His words, sharp and final, sent a ripple through the air, and the weight of his seriousness hung over the group. The senior members, sensing the gravity of the situation, exchanged uneasy glances, muttering amongst themselves. One, clearly troubled, stepped forward and hesitated for a moment before speaking, his voice laced with confusion and tension. "What's wrong, Commander? What mission could be so urgent that we're deploying even the new recruits, who haven't even finished their training?" Julius's grip on the reins of his dragon tightened, his knuckles white. His expression darkened as he spoke in a low, almost guttural tone, barely containing his fury. "Platoon 5 Captain, Trainer Isfin, and his 14 subordinates are missing." The words hit like a thunderclap, causing Theo to freeze, disbelief washing over him. His mind raced, the image of the revered captain flashing through his thoughts. Trainer Isfin, the oldest knight in the white armored dragon cavalry, a figure so formidable that even Julius sought his counsel. Theo's eyes narrowed, the realization sinking in. This wasn't someone who could simply fall. He wasn't the type to go down without a fight. His thoughts darkened, a shadow of doubt creeping in. Could this be the result of the butterfly effect I triggered? He pondered, the weight of his own actions pressing on him. As Theo's mind wandered, Julius spoke again, his voice cold and resolute. "According to Black Snow's report, there's an 89% chance they're dead. If they are alive, they won't be in any condition to continue the mission." Julius's words were like icy daggers, each syllable punctuating the dark reality they were facing. The new recruits will form a temporary Platoon 5 and take on their mission. Without missing a beat, Julius turned toward Evelyn, his eyes hard as steel. "Evelyn Narraville will be the captain of the new Platoon 5. You'll have 3 days to finish basic training." His gaze burned with intensity as he tightened his grip on the dragon's reins, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "I refuse to believe they're dead." His eyes flared with bloodlust, the air around him thick with the promise of vengeance. "We will avenge them, no matter the cost." With that, Julius mounted his dragon and shot into the sky with a burst of speed, leaving Theo and Evelyn standing in the cold wind, watching his figure fade into the distance. Theo's mind was clouded, the weight of his thoughts pulling him deeper into uncertainty. The Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the Ceres Merchant Guild. It's a story they tell, but the truth is far darker. The real objective was the theft and transport of the dragon-slaying sword, Bamang. He clenched his fists, his thoughts tangled with the implications. Ed Troyven is using that sword in his coup. Theo's eyes grew distant, a storm of confusion brewing within. Things are unfolding differently than in my past life. Is this my fault? His expression hardened, determination replacing doubt as he resolved to face it head-on. "I need to see this through. I have to." A system notification flashed before him. Hidden quest. Obtain the Slayer Sword, Bamang. The scene shifted to 3 days later at Fort Blanky. The cold was biting, sharp against the skin. One soldier on the watchtower shivered, his breath coming out in visible clouds as he muttered to himself. "It's so cold. I can't get used to this weather." His eyes suddenly locked on the moon, confusion creeping into his voice. "Why does the moon look so off?" He squinted, his gaze fixed on something that didn't seem right. Then panic gripped him. "It's the white armored dragon cavalry," he gasped, his voice rising in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted to the edge of the tower, calling out to a soldier below. "Sound the alarms, it's the..." But before he could finish, a deafening explosion tore through the air. The watchtower shook violently, sending shockwaves that obliterated the soldier above. His body was consumed in the blast, while the soldier below ducked and shielded himself from the debris, the sound of crumbling stone and the blast echoing across the fort. Evelyn and her cavalry soared through the air on their dragons, the weight of the mission pressing on their every movement. Her face was a mask of cold determination as she barked the orders, her voice cutting through the roar of the wind. "Everyone, bombs away!" The command rang out, and one by one, the cavalry members released their payloads from the dragons' backs. The bombs dropped like falling stars, hurtling toward the fort below. Upon impact, massive explosions erupted, tearing through the fort's defenses and throwing the scene into utter chaos. Flames lit up the sky, and thick black smoke rose, curling into the heavens like a harbinger of doom. On the ground, chaos reigned. A soldier, desperate and frantic, dashed through the battlefield, shouting to anyone who could hear, "Hide inside the castle! Everyone, avoid meaningless death!" His voice cracked with urgency, but before he could finish his plea, the deadly cavalry descended. White-armored warriors dismounted swiftly from their dragons, their movements as fluid as predators in pursuit of their prey. The soldier's life was cut short in an instant, slain by the onslaught of dragon cavalry soldiers. The battle had begun. Evelyn, her face a twisted mask of rage, pointed towards the remaining fort soldiers and issued a command that sent a chill through the air. Kill every last one of them. Her troops, eyes filled with the thirst for blood, charged forward, weapons raised. The intent to slaughter burned brightly in their hearts. Evelyn's voice, tinged with fury, cut through the carnage. Show them the price of messing with the white armored dragon cavalry. The flames of battle ignited, and the fort's defenses crumbled before the unstoppable onslaught. The fort was engulfed in fire, the skies above thick with smoke that could be seen for miles around. The sounds of combat reverberated through the air, a symphony of destruction. Meanwhile, through the forest trails, a lone soldier managed to slip away from the chaos, his chest heaving with exertion. Clutching the dragon-slaying sword, his voice was grim as he muttered, "Damn it! They said they'd handle the cavalry. I would have been dead if I'd left a minute later." The sword in his hand gleamed coldly in the fading light. A grin spread across his face as his excitement grew. "Whatever. As long as I deliver this, my mission is done. All that's left for me is to kick back and enjoy the rest of my..." Before he could finish the thought, a figure appeared in a blur of motion. The hooded man moved so swiftly that the soldier barely had time to react. In an instant, the soldier's head was severed from his body, rolling to the frozen ground, leaving behind a spray of blood that stained the ice. The hooded figure, unmoved by the carnage, remained still, his gaze fixed ahead as he calmly wiped the blood from his blade. Without a word, he motioned to one of his men. "Bring me the goods." His subordinate complied, carrying the dragon-slaying sword with both hands and offering it to the hooded figure. The man examined the sword carefully, peering through the bandages wrapped around it. After a moment, he nodded, a dark satisfaction creeping into his voice. "Good. It's the correct item." He turned to his men, his command as cold as the frozen earth beneath their feet. "We have acquired the target. Prepare the next stage of the plan." Every man in the group acknowledged the order, their voices unified in grim resolve. "Very well, sir." The hooded man turned his gaze toward the burning fort, his voice dripping with malevolent intent. "All that's left is exterminating the pests." His men, moving with precision, began pushing cannons through the icy terrain, preparing them for the next phase of their deadly assault. Back at the fort, the white armored dragon cavalry had completed their grim work. Hulkus, a towering figure, grabbed a soldier by the neck and, with a triumphant yell, called out to his comrades, "Subjugation complete." That was easy. Many of the fort's soldiers were captured, bound, and forced to kneel before the victors. Theo, standing off to the side, narrowed his eyes. Something didn't sit right with him. "You're right. It was way too easy." His thoughts raced, the uneasy feeling gnawing at him. His eyes flashed a dangerous red as he scrutinized the captured soldiers. It's hard to believe the original Platoon 5 was wiped out by them. A deep suspicion settled over him as he grabbed one of the soldiers by the head, his hand firm and unyielding. A system notification pinged in his vision. Reading the target's memories, Theo's expression grew darker as the memories of the soldier flooded his mind. "Not to mention this guy as well," he mused internally. "He knows they stole Bomong, but he's never seen it in person." His eyes gleamed with growing determination. There was something deeper at play here. Theo lowered his head, his thoughts spiraling. "I would have expected this from the lower pawns, but even their executives. What am I missing here?" His mind churned with a growing sense of unease when a senior member with glasses approached, her voice laced with concern. "What's wrong, Theo? Is there a problem?" Theo snapped out of his thoughts, startled. "No, just lost in thought." But before he could finish, another senior member slapped a hand onto his shoulder, the grin on his face wide. "You may be called the Flash Tiger or whatever, but a newbie's still a newbie. You can admit it. Nervous about your first mission?" The senior with glasses added in a lighter tone. "Since we rescued the hostages, let's just reconvene with the rest of the platoon." The guy with yellow hair rolled his eyes, his irritation obvious. Yeah, I just want to go home soon. I reek of gunpowder." At the mention of gunpowder, a sudden realization hit Theo like a thunderclap. His eyes widened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward, sword drawn. His senior members were left behind, confused. The yellow-haired guy blinked, surprised by Theo's sudden urgency. "What's wrong with him? Maybe he hates the way you smell." the senior with glasses teased, but Theo didn't hear. His mind was locked on one singular goal. With a powerful, decisive swing of his sword, Theo destroyed the tower wall, sending shockwaves through the air. The explosion echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. As the dust settled, Theo's voice was as cold and sharp as ice. "I knew it." The senior with glasses rushed up to him, her face a mask of disbelief. "What's the meaning of this, Theo?" Behind the wreckage of the wall, stacked explosives tied to oil barrels were exposed, the danger clear. One of the soldiers, his voice a growl, shouted in fury, "Explosives! Were they planning on taking us down with them?" Theo's eyes darkened as he turned to face his comrades, his voice low but urgent. "We don't have time to waste. We need to evacuate now." The yellow-haired guy immediately snapped into action, barking orders. "Lank siblings, commence evacuation, hurry!" As the cavalry scrambled to escape, the unmistakable sound of a cannonball cutting through the air reached their ears. Theo's heart raced as he spotted the incoming projectile. "Get out of here, now!" he shouted, his urgency cutting through the chaos. The cannonball struck the fort, and an ear-splitting explosion erupted, swallowing everything in its path. The ground shook as if the very earth had been torn asunder. From a distance, the hooded figure calmly observed, his hand raised as he signaled for his men to reload the cannons. His smirk deepened, the malice in his eyes undeniable. "Exterminate them all. Don't leave a single ant alive." His voice was steady, cold, as the cannons fired once more. Explosions rocked the fort, sending plumes of fire and smoke into the sky, the sheer destruction nearly blinding. The scene shifted to a palace, where the quiet of the night was unsettling. Inside, a woman sat in her royal chamber, staring at the distant moon with an unreadable expression. Her hands gently cradled Axion's lifeless body, the warmth of her sorrow as palpable as the coldness of her surroundings. "Did it hurt, my baby?" she whispered, her voice barely audible in the silence. Then, a violent fury overtook her, and her eyes burned with an unholy fire. Her expression twisted into something dark, filled with a crazed determination. "Mommy will bring you the head of that filthy vermin." Her voice was dripping with venom, the promise of vengeance clear as day. The scene shifted back to the brutal battle at the fort, where the white-armored dragon cavalry clashed fiercely with the fort soldiers. Evelyn, leading the temporary Squad 5, was relentless, her attacks merciless as she tore through the enemy ranks. Her fury was palpable, and the fort soldiers, unable to withstand the sheer power of the cavalry, began to fall back, fear creeping into their hearts. The realization hit them: they were no match for the ferocity of the white-armored dragon cavalry. As they fled, Evelyn's cold command rang out, sharp and unyielding. "Don't let a single one get away." Her soldiers surged forward, charging in pursuit of the retreating soldiers. Evelyn's gaze fell to the lifeless body of a fort soldier, and her mind raced. How did these guys defeat Captain Trainer's Platoon 5? She furrowed her brow, doubt clouding her thoughts. No, that's not possible. There's something wrong here. Lost in her contemplation, she tried to piece together the situation, but before she could make sense of it, her attention was violently pulled away. Her eyes widened in shock as a cannonball came crashing down nearby, exploding with ferocity, barely missing her. Evelyn's instincts kicked in just in time, her body twisting with agility to narrowly dodge the blast. The white-armored dragon cavalry soldiers, witnessing their captain's near-death encounter, called out in panic, worry evident in their voices. Evelyn, still reeling from the close call, landed nimbly on her feet, crouching to steady herself. Her cape, however, had been singed from the blast. Narrowing her eyes, she glared at the direction from which the cannonball had come, her voice barely a whisper. "Fucking hell, what is this?" The sky above was filled with a deadly barrage of cannonballs, raining down on them from all directions. The air was thick with tension as Evelyn's mind raced. This was no ordinary assault, it was an ambush. With urgency creeping into her voice, Evelyn spun to face her soldiers, a rare expression of despair crossing her face. "This is an ambush. Everyone, hide out. Quickly." Her gaze darted to a fort soldier trying to flee the chaos. But before he could make it to safety, another cannonball slammed into him, the explosion tearing through his body instantly. Evelyn gritted her teeth, watching the destruction unfold around her. The fort, once standing tall, was now consumed by fire and smoke, reduced to nothing but a burning ruin. Amidst the inferno, Theo, Hulkus, Erica, and their two seniors managed to make it out of their positions, finally meeting up with Evelyn. The yellow-haired senior, panting from the run, called out to her, concern evident in his voice. "Captain, are you okay?" Evelyn turned toward him and the others, her voice filled with a sense of relief. "Good timing. We're being ambushed, and we need to get out of here now." Theo didn't hesitate. His voice rang out, firm and commanding. "I understand. I say we head towards the outer walls, opposite from the artillery." Before he could finish, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him. It read, "Mind gate opened, unlocking the limits of your brain." Theo stared at the message, disbelief flashing across his face. He couldn't comprehend what this meant, and the unfamiliar description unsettled him. The notification then updated, displaying another message. "Your thinking and sensory perception have been enhanced." Theo's mind raced, his focus sharpening as he tried to process the gravity of the situation. All of a sudden, a bright blue light enveloped Theo's vision as his newly unlocked mind gate surged to life. Images, blueprints of the fort, hidden passages, the structural weaknesses, and crucial strategic data flooded his sight in holographic form. Theo's eyes shimmered with a blue hue as he absorbed the flood of information, his mind processing it all at an astonishing speed. His gaze was fixed, almost hypnotically, on the intricate details unfolding before him. This was the kind of data that could alter the course of battle. As Theo was immersed in this newly gained knowledge, Evelyn, her face filled with urgency, rushed to him. Amidst the explosions ringing out all around them, she grabbed Theo by the shoulder. "Why are you just standing there, Theo? Snap out of it. We need to escape quickly and get out of the fort." Her voice was strained, cutting through the chaos. But before Evelyn could finish her sentence, Theo, now with newfound determination and confidence, grabbed her hand firmly. Evelyn's eyes widened in confusion. What was he doing? She looked at him, a puzzled frown tugging at her features. "What is the meaning of this? We don't have time. We need to escape." Theo's eyes narrowed, his expression sharp and unwavering. "No," he said, his voice cold and commanding. "We need to head inside." Evelyn stood frozen for a moment, disbelief creeping into her. But the intensity in Theo's eyes was undeniable. She could not defy it. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she wrestled with the decision, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. Her mind raced as the destruction continued around them. With a deep breath, Evelyn finally made her choice, relying on Theo's newfound confidence. She turned to her soldiers and ordered, "Head inside the fort now." As they moved forward, the already destroyed pieces of the fort crumbled and fell around them, adding to the chaos. The tension among the troops was palpable. Some of the White Dragon cavalry members voiced their doubts. "Why are we going back inside? It's a death trap," one of them muttered. The yellow-haired senior, equally confused and desperate, shouted, "We've got 21 lives on the line here. Damn it. Are you sure we shouldn't just escape the fort?" Theo, leading the charge, his expression grave, shouted back over his shoulder. "The only thing waiting for us outside is more artillery and another ambush. That's the trap they've set for us." Suddenly, another system notification flashed before Theo. Activating skill. Hatchling Synchro, reading the memories of the building. In that instant, Theo's mind synced with the fort itself. His eyes gleamed blue as he bonded with the very structure of the building. It was as if he had transformed into a living blueprint of the fort. His surroundings, every room, every passage, every trap, were laid out before him as if they were a map in his mind. Our enemies assume that surviving inside the castle is impossible, Theo thought, as the blueprint of the fort expanded in his mind, covering every inch of the complex. But with this ability, we can absolutely survive. The next system notification appeared. With the opening of the mind gate, the scale of Hatchling Synchro has dramatically expanded. Theo's mind raced faster, taking in the full scope of the fort's layout. As he led the way through the corridors, his eyes tracked every detail, every obstacle, every danger ahead. To his left, he saw the hidden explosives. To his right, the incoming artillery bombardment. Looking straight ahead, the passage appeared clear, and Theo's mind made the decision instantly. Down the central stairs we go. With a commanding tone, Theo ordered, "Everyone, head down the central stairs." The soldiers rushed after him, scrambling to evade the deadly bombardment. The sound of their boots echoed in the chaos as they descended, moving quickly to escape the destruction above. The war outside was unforgiving, but inside, Theo had a plan, and that small sliver of hope was enough to fuel their desperate dash for survival. As the white armored dragon cavalry descended the central stairs, they found themselves at a dead end. The room was cold, barren, and sealed off, and the soldiers' confusion turned to shock as they realized there was no escape. The atmosphere was thick with tension as each of them scanned the walls, the floor, and the ceiling for any hidden passage, any way out. None appeared. Erica, her frustration boiling over, turned to Theo with anger in her voice. "Hey, you told us to trust you, to follow you." Her words rang out in the stillness, but before Theo could respond, Hulkus, his tone a mix of confusion and resolve, spoke up. "Theo, you have a plan, right? We can't even go back the way we came from." The weight of their predicament hung heavy in the air, and Theo, feeling the pressure of the moment, didn't respond immediately. Just then, the roof above them began to creak and groan under the relentless bombardment. The sound of cracking beams echoed through the room. All eyes turned upwards, dread creeping into their hearts. Evelyn's voice cut through the tension, her command urgent, sharp. "Everyone, save yourselves. The roof is coming down." The white armored dragon cavalry members gritted their teeth, their bodies tensing in anticipation, knowing there was nothing they could do in that moment. Theo's jaw clenched, his eyes darting around as debris rained down from above. He narrowly avoided falling pieces of the roof, but even as he maneuvered, the floor beneath them began to crack and give way. With a sickening lurch, the ground collapsed, sending all of them tumbling down, crashing into the dark depths below. The scene shifted to the outside of the fort, the fire and smoke visible from a distance as the structure burned, a pyre of destruction. A soldier approached the hooded figure, his head bowed in deference. "We've exhausted our artillery shells," the soldier reported, his voice tinged with exhaustion. The hooded figure gave him a cold, calculating side glance. Without a word, he unsheathed his sword, the gleam of the blade reflecting the flickering flames. "Never forget," he said, his voice low and steady. "This is to avenge young Master Axion. I don't care if you have to piece it together. Bring me the head of the corpse." The scene shifted once more, back to Theo and the others. They were lying on the cold, hard floor, the impact of the fall leaving them stunned but alive. The white armored dragon cavalry members had all fallen in a tangled pile, a heap of bodies sprawled on top of one another. Evelyn, her voice filled with surprise and relief, broke the silence. "I thought we were goners." Hulkus, his voice calm and confident, replied, "I knew you had a plan all along, Theo. Well done, destroying the floor at the last second." He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, but the seriousness of their situation weighed heavily on them. As they lay there, recovering from the fall, two fort soldiers approached them, spears raised, their eyes hard and suspicious. "Who are you guys, and how did you get in here?" one of the soldiers demanded, his voice unwavering. Theo frowned, narrowing his eyes in thought. "The Black Skull guys, why are they here?" He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He had only come this way because he had noticed a deeper space beneath the hallway, a place that didn't make sense in the fort's layout. But just as he began to process the situation, his gaze shifted, his eyes widening in shock and surprise. Beyond the two soldiers, through the bars of a nearby jail, Theo saw a group of hostages, prisoners locked away in the fort. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes filled with fear, and they were clearly in dire straits. The sight jolted Theo, a new urgency flooding through him as he realized the true scope of what was unfolding before him. The prisoners in the fort's dark, grimy jail cell were none other than Captain Trainer Isvan and his brave members from Platoon 5, their faces gaunt but alive. The sight of them sparked a new wave of urgency in Evelyn. Erica and Hulkus made quick work of the two Black Skull soldiers guarding the prisoners, swiftly tying them up with ropes and leaving them alive for the time being. With a flick of her wrist, Evelyn worked quickly to remove the handcuffs and chains from Captain Trainer and his platoon, her movements swift but filled with tension. As the chains fell to the floor with a series of metallic clangs, Evelyn spoke in a low, tense voice. "I'm glad you're alive, Captain Trainer, but I can't believe it. To think the Central Intelligence Bureau of our Ragnar clan is behind this." She threw the handcuffs aside one by one, her heart burning with betrayal. Captain Trainer, ever the stoic leader, cracked a wry smile as he watched her. "You say that, yet you don't seem all that surprised," he remarked with a hearty chuckle. Despite the dire situation, Evelyn's face twisted in anger as her rage boiled over. "I had an inkling. An ambush of that scale would have been impossible without internal collusion. But for them to actually raise their swords against their fellow clansmen." She clenched her fists, fury radiating from her every word. The two senior members of the cavalry, equally furious, chimed in, their voices tinged with disgust. "This is treason. No ifs and buts about it," they declared. The yellow-haired senior nodded, adding, "She's right. We need to get payback for this." Before the tension could escalate further, Captain Trainer raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. "Don't be so hasty. We must be careful in our response. Our enemies were fully prepared to take us down from the start. Facing them with our current manpower will be difficult. Our first priority should be notifying Black Snow outside the fort." But before Trainer could elaborate further, Theo stepped forward, his tone steady but laden with doubt. "That won't be possible," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. With a thoughtful expression on his face, he continued, "The fact that Black Snow hasn't come to our aid means the enemy has already taken out the Black Snow agents who were stationed nearby. That's why I decided to run inside the castle instead." He paused, his gaze sharp. "But we still have a chance." Captain Trainer and Evelyn both turned toward Theo, their expressions a mix of disbelief and anticipation. Theo's eyes were filled with certainty as he pointed toward the two captured soldiers lying before them. "Our enemies have even tried to bury their own pawns with us," Theo explained, his voice low but unwavering. "They are aiming for a perfect cover-up of this incident." Theo's eyes narrowed, his expression growing more serious as he laid out the plan. "They will definitely come to confirm our deaths. They will be reveling in victory, looking for our bodies." His tone shifted, becoming more determined. "But if we ambush them by hiding in the rubble, we have a chance at victory." Captain Trainer's sharp eyes locked onto Theo as he processed the plan. He narrowed his gaze, and then something clicked in his mind. This kid, he's already opened his mind gate at such a young age. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and amusement. "I must be getting old," he chuckled, shaking his head. "I gave up too easily when facing such a small crisis." Reaching for a wooden stick nearby, Trainer grasped it firmly and stood tall. "It appears that the new recruits have a good head on their shoulders," he mused. He raised the stick above his head and, with renewed energy, yelled in agreement. "You're exactly right. We are the white armored dragon cavalry. We can't just take this lying down." His voice rang with unshakable determination. "We will go forward with the plan you've described." Looking at Theo and the rest of the new recruits, he saw the fire of determination in their eyes, and it reignited his own spirit. He shouted with confidence, "This time, it will be our turn." His voice echoed through the room, full of purpose. "White armored dragon cavalry, prepare yourselves for battle." The sound of his rallying cry reverberated through the broken walls of the fort, the weight of their shared determination lifting their spirits. The battle wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. The scene shifted to the hooded figure and his soldiers as they arrived at the destroyed fort, the aftermath of the battle settling in. The ground was littered with rubble, smoke curling into the sky. The soldiers sifted through the debris, searching for the bodies of the white armored dragon cavalry. One soldier, digging through the wreckage, unearthed the barely conscious body of a fort soldier. The soldier, his voice weak and trembling, whispered, "Spare me. Please spare me. Just this once. I don't want to die." The hooded man looked down at the soldier with cold, merciless eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his sword with swift precision, ending the man's life in an instant, his body falling limp to the ground. Turning back to his men, the hooded figure's tone grew more demanding. "Have you found him?" "No, not yet, sir," one soldier replied submissively. "We've finished searching the western side of the fortress and are now searching the eastern side." The hooded man's eyes narrowed, tension creeping into his expression. No special reports from the ambush unit either. As he walked through the remains of the fallen soldiers, his thoughts grew darker. Since yesterday, only the bodies of the white armored dragon cavalry are missing. He gestured for his men to stop with a raised hand, his voice commanding, "Wait, stop. Has anyone seen the white armored dragon unit?" Before he could receive an answer, the white armored dragon cavalry attacked with deadly precision. They struck from the shadows, taking the hooded man's soldiers down one by one. The hooded figure froze, tension rippling through his body. No response came from his men. He began to turn, but then, from below, a blade shot up toward him with lethal intent. The hooded man barely managed to parry the attack, his sword clashing with Evelyn's in a flash of sparks. Though he blocked, the sword grazed his face, drawing blood. His body tensed with the sting of the cut, but he quickly recovered, facing his attacker. Evelyn, her eyes blazing with determination, followed up her initial strike by raising her leg and kicking him square in the chest. The force of the kick sent him stumbling back. Before he could regain his balance and counter with a downward slash, Evelyn used the momentum from her kick to flip backward, evading his strike and creating distance between them. She landed gracefully, sword at the ready, her gaze locked with his. The hooded figure's face shifted from surprise to concern. His eyes scanned the situation, realizing the severity of the ambush. "It's an ambush!" he shouted, panic creeping into his voice. "The enemy is the white armored dragon cavalry. Prepare for combat." But by the time his men could react and adjust their formation, the white armored dragon cavalry was already in full motion, attacking with deadly precision. Erica appeared out of nowhere, her blade slashing through the enemy from behind. Hulkus, with his immense strength, cleaved through an opponent, splitting him in two. The rest of the cavalry charged head-on, their skill overwhelming the enemy. Theo, using his unmatched speed and accuracy, cut through several enemies before they even had a chance to react. As Evelyn faced the hooded man once more, her sword drawn and ready, she spoke through gritted teeth, irritation seeping into her voice. "I hoped it wouldn't be the Central Intelligence Bureau." Her eyes burned with anger. "By the laws of the Ragnar," she said, her voice filled with cold fury as she took her fighting stance. "You will be executed for your treason." The pure rage in her tone made it clear there would be no mercy for this traitor. The battle raged on between the two high-ranked swordsmen, a relentless clash of blades with neither side willing to back down. Sparks flew from each collision as the sound of metal against metal echoed through the air. The hooded man gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off Evelyn's fierce, unyielding attacks. How did they survive the bombardment? He thought to himself, his mind racing in frustration. His eyes blazed with fury, unable to comprehend how his enemies had withstood the brutal assault. For a moment, the hooded figure faltered, lost in his thoughts. That split second of distraction was all Evelyn needed. She parried his strike with a single-handed block, and in a lightning-fast motion, she drew a hidden dagger from her wrist. With fluid precision, she swung her hand toward him, the dagger aiming for his vital points. The hooded man barely managed to dodge, stumbling back just in time. But this momentary loss of balance proved fatal. Evelyn surged forward, pressing her attack relentlessly. The hooded man could do little but block the swift, rapid slashes of her blade. Each cut, each strike, was sharp and full of force, leaving deep gashes on his body. The power behind her strikes pushed him back, his feet sliding across the ground as he tried to maintain his footing. Evelyn's eyes flashed with fury as she turned toward the Central Intelligence Bureau soldiers. "Central Intelligence Bureau," she shouted with a voice filled with rage. "Further resistance is futile." All around them, the white armored dragon cavalry held their enemies at sword point, closing in. Evelyn's voice rang out once more, commanding and decisive. "The moment our ambush succeeded, you had no chance of winning. If you surrender now, we will at least let you keep your lives." But before she could finish her sentence, the hooded man, face contorted with rage and bloodlust, yelled at the top of his lungs, "All members, I allow the usage of the secret technique. Use it now." His words sent a ripple of uncertainty through the ranks. Captain Trainer and his platoon members turned, confusion and disbelief on their faces. They hadn't anticipated the enemy having such a hidden weapon. Theo's eyes widened in shock as he processed the hooded man's command. Secret technique? What was it? Behind him, one of the enemy soldiers who had been overpowered by Theo rose to his feet, his strength seemingly renewed. In that moment, Theo's focus wavered, and the soldier lunged at him with a primal scream. The enemy's attack came with all the fury of desperation, and Theo barely managed to block the strike. But then, Theo's eyes widened as the soldier's aura shifted, his body crackling with dark energy. The reverse blood surge technique, Theo thought in disbelief. the forbidden technique that drains one's life force. The enemy soldier, now more powerful but clearly on the brink of death, clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch. Theo blocked the attack, but the sheer force behind it sent him stumbling back, his muscles screaming in protest. Even with the block, the blow had wounded him. Theo's eyes narrowed as the enemy soldiers, now fueled by the reverse blood surge, charged at him with bloodlust in their eyes, swords drawn. Before they could land their blows, a brave white armored dragon cavalry soldier from Captain Trainer's platoon stepped forward, his hands spread and raised to block the oncoming attack. He took the full force of the enemy's strikes, each blade piercing his body, but he stood firm, a living wall between Theo and the oncoming storm. Blood poured from his mouth, but he remained standing, his voice weak but resolute. "Newbie, run. Save yourself," the soldier managed to say, his voice filled with a mix of determination and pain. Theo's heart sank as the soldier coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees. Furious and helpless, Theo clenched his teeth in pure anger. His fists tightened around his sword as his blood boiled. He couldn't just stand there. The image of the fallen soldier burned in his mind. With bloodlust filling his veins, Theo roared, "You damn bastards! How dare you!" His voice rang with fury as he pulled his sword back, ready to unleash his full power. In that moment, the air around him seemed to crackle with energy. Using all his strength, Theo activated his skill, Triple Dragon's Claw. His sword moved with lightning speed, cutting through the enemy soldiers with terrifying precision. The force of the swing obliterated all in its path, tearing through them in a single devastating arc. One by one, the enemies fell before him, their bodies crumpling to the ground as their lives were snuffed out in an instant. In the wake of the carnage, Theo stood tall, his chest heaving with anger and exhaustion. Theo's bloodlust radiated in his eyes, the blue aura around them intensifying as he activated his mind gate. His senses sharpened to a terrifying level, targeting the Central Intelligence Bureau soldiers still engaged with the white armored dragon cavalry. With every enemy locked onto his mind's eye, Theo pulled back his sword, the power within him building as his energy surged. His eyes gleamed with an unyielding blue fire as he unleashed his skill, the air crackling with energy. Triple Dragon Claw, unleash! A sharp, blue energy erupted from Theo's sword, slicing through the battlefield with devastating force. The energy lashed out, obliterating the enemies he had marked, leaving them no chance to react. Not a single member of the white armored dragon cavalry was harmed by his powerful attack. The shock and awe on the faces of his comrades were palpable as they witnessed Theo's true strength. They couldn't believe their eyes. Enemies were cleaved into pieces, vanishing in an instant under the might of Theo's assault. As the attack subsided and the dust began to settle, the ground was etched with patterns from the sheer power behind the strike. The white armored dragon cavalry stood in stunned silence, still processing the magnitude of what they had just seen. The hooded figure, though bloodied and barely holding his ground, managed to block the full force of Theo's attack. A flicker of disbelief passed over his face. He dealt with the reverse blood surge technique so easily? His rage boiled over, and with bloodlust in his eyes, he thought to himself, "I can't let him live." Without wasting a moment, the hooded man rushed toward Theo, intent on ending him. But before he could strike, the senior members of the white armored dragon cavalry, still reeling from the attack, could only stare in disbelief. The yellow-haired senior's voice shook with astonishment. "Theo, that kid, when did he learn something like that?" The senior with glasses, equally amazed, muttered in surprise, "Really, we'll have to be more diligent ourselves." Theo, his body still trembling from the strain of his attack, gritted his teeth in pain. "I used Mind Gate to amplify my attack by repeating it," he thought, his breath ragged. "But it was too much for my current self to handle." Before Theo could catch his breath, the hooded man was on him, charging from behind with a growl of anger. "Theo Ragnar, you bastard!" the hooded figure shouted. Theo turned just in time, but the hooded figure was nearly upon him. The enemy's eyes burned with murderous intent. "At the very least, I'll take you to hell with me." Theo's eyes widened in realization. His mana hall is twisted. No, this guy is crazy. He's gonna blow himself up. The danger was imminent, and there was no time to react. But just as the hooded man closed in, a light green energy enveloped Theo. Evelyn appeared out of nowhere, her skill god of tempest, Squall unleashing with the force of a tornado. The powerful wind slashed through the hooded figure, lifting him off the ground and sending him flying into the air. With Theo now at a safe distance, Evelyn saw her opening. Her eyes gleamed green as she leaped into the air, conjuring her energy to use God of Tempest. Maelstrom. She directed the full force of the skill directly into the hooded figure's mana hall, stabilizing it just enough to prevent the explosion. Theo watched in shock, his jaw dropping as the realization struck him. What? The mana hall explosion was stopped? What kind of skill is that? The sheer force of Evelyn's skill sent the hooded figure crashing to the ground with a deafening thud, the ground shattering beneath him. His body lay still, bloodied and battered, lifeless. Evelyn landed gracefully, her chest rising and falling from the exertion. Theo, overwhelmed by exhaustion, collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. The weight of the battle took its toll on him, but just as he thought he might collapse entirely, he heard voices calling his name. He turned to find the members of the white armored dragon cavalry, their faces lit with smiles of relief and admiration. Hulkus, his voice brimming with excitement, called out, "As expected of the man I recognized, I've already claimed the position of Lord Theo's first sword, so don't even think about it." The yellow-haired senior extended a hand to Theo, his voice filled with gratitude. "Good work, Theo. We're alive because of you." Theo, still in disbelief at the praise, met their eyes. He smiled, though it was a tired one. After a moment, he took the senior member's hand and pulled himself to his feet. As Captain Trainer and the others approached, one of his men asked, "When did you and the platoon leader learn skills like that?" Theo, with a casual smile, shrugged. "If I told you, you'd only get hurt." The mood lightened, and the members of the white armored dragon cavalry began celebrating their victory. Their revenge had been successfully taken, and the bond between them had never been stronger. The laughter and cheers filled the air, the tension of the battle now fading into relief. Captain Trainer looked on with admiration at the junior members, their power and unity a testament to their growth. As he gazed at the bright sky above, a sense of peace settled over him. At last, the dark and long night has passed, and a bright dawn has greeted us once again. The scene shifted to the Rose Palace grounds, where tension crackled in the air like a thunderstorm. Inside the palace, Axion's mother was gasping for breath, her neck held tightly in the grip of none other than Ed. His fury was palpable, and his eyes burned with an intensity that was almost blinding as he choked her. She struggled, tears streaming down her face, her body racked with pain. Ed's anger boiled over, and with a shout, he hurled her to the ground. She fell with a loud thud, sliding a few inches on the cold stone floor. "You damn bitch!" Ed's voice was a snarl as he pointed at the document on the table, its seal taunting him. "What kind of excuse do you have for stealing my subordinates?" His hands trembled with rage as he grabbed the paper, crushing it in his fist. "Kill Ragnar and the white armored dragon cavalry?" His voice was thick with disgust. "Do you even realize what kind of crime you've committed?" Axion's mother, her heart breaking, cried out loudly, her hands pressed to her ears as if she could block out his fury. But Ed's voice cut through it all. "How dare you ruin Troivin's grand plans?" His words were like daggers, each one aimed directly at her heart. Through her tears, Axion's mother looked at him, her voice filled with a raw, desperate anger. "I wanted to cut off the head of the man who did that to our Axion. Is that so difficult?" Her chest heaved with fury, and she continued, her voice shaking with rage. "That damned one, everything's connected to him. Tear them apart, kill them. Only then will my heart, my Axion soul, be satisfied. Just a little." Ed's frustration reached its boiling point. His fists clenched, and he turned to look at Axion's lifeless body, his face twisted in disgust. He stomped toward the body, placing his foot on it with a sneer. "You bitch, did you forget your role?" The sight of her son's body desecrated like that made Axion's mother freeze, her expression going from anger to pure shock. Her eyes widened, and she whispered, "Axion, my baby." The shock overwhelmed her, and she couldn't process the insult to her child's memory. Ed turned to her, his teeth gritted in anger. "We lost the dragon sword, the centerpiece of the plan, and from now on, you will no longer be the daughter of Troivin." His words hung heavy in the room, and for a moment, all that remained was the silence of crushed hope. Axion's mother looked at him, her mind swirling with memories of her father's similar rage, his eyes blazing with the same intensity. She lowered her head, defeated, unable to speak another word. She surrendered to the moment, her spirit broken. Ed, his temper still seething, began to leave the room. As he approached the door, he barked to his soldiers. "That thing is no longer useful. Put her somewhere out of my sight. Remove any traces of her. Do not let anything leak." A servant, horrified at the situation, cried out in desperation, "Master, please reconsider. I'll do anything as long as you let me live. Please." But Ed didn't even glance back. His mind was consumed with darker thoughts as he walked down the staircase, littered with the bodies of the palace's servants, all victims of his wrath. His expression turned grim, and his thoughts spiraled into fury. All the plans I'd carefully prepared, all in vain. His eyes narrowed with venom. Just because of that one guy, Theo Ragnar. "I will kill you myself, mark my words." Meanwhile, in the solitude of his room, Theo was deep in thought. He opened his inventory and pulled out the Dragon Slayer sword Bamung. He examined the weapon closely, reading its description. Dragon Slayer sword, Bamung. Type, Great Sword. Requirements, unknown. Effect, unknown. Currently sealed. The embedded mystery must be unlocked to use it. Theo's fingers traced the hilt as he admired its craftsmanship. But then, an ominous aura radiated from the sword. It pulsed with dark energy, seeping from the hilt and wrapping around his hand. Theo recoiled in pain as the aura burned through his skin, forcing him to drop the sword with a sharp clank. His hand throbbed, visibly injured from the contact. Narrowing his eyes, Theo thought, as expected, "It's not called the Dragon Slayer for nothing." He winced, glancing at his injured hand. This sword definitely clashes with the Ragnar bloodline. And just as I thought, I won't be able to use it unless I unlock its divine seal. Theo's expression hardened with resolve. The sword's power was immense, but it was beyond his reach for now. A relic from the mythological age, a divine relic. Its true nature hidden beneath layers of time and mystery. On the surface, it may appear as nothing more than an ordinary weapon, an artifact that wouldn't easily fall into just anyone's hands. But when its seal is released, it grants a power akin to the heroes of ancient myths, an unmatched, legendary force. Theo's mind whirred as he recalled his memories from his past life. In my previous life, he thought, Ed Troyven released the seal of the Strand Fate. His mind raced as he tried to piece together the implications of Ed's actions at that time. Suddenly, something clicked inside Theo's mind. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "Actually, there's one thing that catches my attention." Theo, intrigued but cautious, opened his inventory and stored the sword away. "Until the seal is released," he muttered. "It's just a plaything, nothing more." His eyes narrowed with determination. The sword's power, though potentially immense, was out of reach for now. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke his concentration. He frowned, wondering who it could be at this hour. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Evelyn, who bowed respectfully before speaking in a humble tone. "Sorry for the late hour, young master, but could you please spare a moment? The commander wishes to see you." The scene then shifted to Julius, who sat across from Captain Trainer in a quiet room, the aroma of tea filling the air. Julius, his voice relieved, said, "I'm glad that you came back alive." He leaned forward, his fingers interlaced in front of his face as he regarded Captain Trainer with a serious expression. "But are you really going to retire?" Captain Trainer, sitting with an air of respect, closed his eyes as he spoke softly. "It's embarrassing to say, but I lost my leg and my Drake, Resonate, in the last battle. This old body, it won't last much longer in battle. I plan to spend the rest of my life back home, honoring my fallen comrades." As he held his cup of tea, his voice reflected the weight of his decision. Julius waved a hand casually, a slight grin tugging at his lips. "Who could ever stop your stubborn old self? Do as you wish." Captain Trainer took a sip from his tea and nodded gratefully. But then, his voice took on a more enthusiastic tone. "It's not exactly a replacement, but I have something to say about the new recruit, Theo Ragnar. At his age, his mind gate is already open." Julius's eyes lit up with excitement. "What? Mind gate? That means he's crossed the threshold from ordinary human to superhuman." His grin widened as he leaned forward. Captain Trainer set his cup down with a heavy sigh. "I was shocked when I first saw it. It's clear that he wasn't born with it open. It feels like he was forced to open that sealed gate." I'm sure he unlocked it by sheer willpower. His vessel has suddenly expanded. Compared to what it can hold, it looks impossible, but it's happened. Julius stood up, his grin growing more excited. So, we've got to fill that enlarged vessel. Captain Trainer's expression turned serious, and with a slight tone he added, "That's all I, as an old senior, have to say. From here on, will have to learn and grow on his own. Not just for his own benefit, but for the people who look up to him and need his help as well." Later that night, Theo and Julius met in the training grounds of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, both standing face to face. Julius smiled at Theo, his tone filled with praise. "Theo, I heard you played a big role in this mission." Theo, ever humble, placed a hand over his chest and replied, "Not at all. It was all thanks to my comrades." Julius chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. "Don't be so modest. Just how far have your martial skills developed?" Theo paused for a moment, wondering what Julius meant. Martial skill? He thought. Is he talking about my combat skills? With a thoughtful voice, Theo responded, "Now, I'm more comfortable in combat." Before Theo could elaborate further, Julius raised his hand to stop him. "No," Julius said, his voice cutting through the air with authority. "I'm not just asking about your level of combat technique." His eyes narrowed, gleaming red with intensity as he continued. "I'm asking, what kind of world is your sword trying to express?" The question hung in the air, and for a moment, Theo's mind went blank. What kind of world would his sword carve out? Theo stood stunned, completely taken aback by the unexpected question. For a moment, he couldn't process it. His eyes widened in surprise, and he lowered his head, his voice soft as he replied, "If that's what you mean, then I'm not really sure. I've simply trained with the sole desire to emulate the clan head's sword technique." Julius nodded with a knowing smile, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Yes, everyone says that." Without missing a beat, Julius reached for his sword, his eyes growing serious as a red gleam flickered in them. The atmosphere around them grew thick with anticipation as Julius unsheathed his blade in one fluid motion, the sound of the sword ringing through the air. A ripple of energy spread across the training ground, and even Theo staggered back slightly, feeling the weight of the power Julius wielded. The sky above them seemed to tremble as it cracked open, turning an ominous shade of red. In a blink, Theo found himself transported to an entirely different place, surrounded by water, a crimson hue dominating the surroundings. Glass shattered from the sky like rain. Julius's voice cut through the eerie scene, commanding Theo's full attention. "This place is the Demon Dragon Glass Domain." Theo's mind raced, memories of OSA Ragnar flooding back. "It's different from the Glass Domain the Sword Dragon showed me before the ceremony," he thought, completely amazed by the sheer power emanating from the environment. As he took in the scene, he realized, is this world shaped by the martial arts of the one who controls it? Suddenly, the pressure around Theo intensified, the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on him. He glanced at Julius, who was covering his face with one hand, and saw black and red energy swirling around the sword. A powerful aura surrounded them, and Julius's voice rang out, commanding and calm, "Look at this very carefully. This is my demon sword." Theo's eyes widened in shock as he realized Julius was about to demonstrate his power firsthand. The air crackled with anticipation as Julius began to demonstrate his sword technique. Each strike, each movement, was fluid and precise, a perfect blend of offensive and defensive maneuvers. The strength behind each attack was undeniable, and the bloodlust behind the moves only added to their deadly beauty. Every swing of the blade, every shift in stance, held an unmistakable presence. Julius's sword techniques were on another level entirely. Theo, overwhelmed, couldn't take his eyes off the display. The skill, the power, the sheer destruction Julius commanded. It was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and a massive wave of red water cascaded down like a tsunami. Theo stood frozen, the force of the wave overwhelming him as it surrounded him completely. The strength of the water was palpable, and it seemed like all hope was lost. But then, with a single swing of his sword, Julius cut through the wave. The red tsunami vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. The water settled, and Julius stepped toward Theo, his expression serious as he asked, "So, how was it?" Narrowing his eyes, Julius continued, "How was the martial art of the dragon that you just witnessed?" Theo, still in shock from the display, struggled to find words. After a pause, he finally spoke, his voice low with awe. "It's so strong, and so destructive." Julius grinned, sheathing his sword with a swift motion. "That's correct. The nature of the demon is intuitive and direct, the unyielding will to shatter everything in the end. A straight path that pierces through all to destroy. Violence, destruction, strength, and even death itself." Julius crossed his arms, looking at Theo with a piercing gaze. "What did you think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord sword?" Theo, his mind still reeling from the earlier demonstration, lowered his eyes. His voice was soft but full of thought as he replied, "It was elegant and beautiful." Julius's eyes gleamed with a knowing look. "Beautiful, you say? The sword of the Lord of Plum Blossom Palace embodies the essence of life. It's only natural, from seed to bud, to the flower in full bloom. This process represents life itself. It's slow, yet gentle and indomitable. Even when swayed, torn apart, or forced to take a detour, it does not stop growing." Theo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. So this is the martial arts he meant. He reflected. Even though they are both the 9 dragons, the interpretation of the sword, according to him, is like this. Julius, noticing Theo's deep contemplation, grinned and stepped closer. "Life and death, life and violence. Did you think there were conflicting interpretations of these 2 swords?" Theo's voice was filled with uncertainty. "Was it not, then?" Julius moved toward the exit, the atmosphere around them beginning to shift back to normal. He undid his skill, and the sky returned to its natural blue hue. "It wouldn't be fun if I'm the one who tells you the answer." Turning toward Theo, he tossed something in his direction. Theo caught it with surprise, a diary. "What is this?" Theo asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Julius's tone became more serious. "This is the debate between the master of Plum Blossom Palace and me, the demon dragon. It's about the principles of swordsmanship." Theo's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. "If that's the case, then that means..." Before Theo could finish, Julius cut him off. "Although it's a very exceptional case, Theo," his voice firm and resolute, "we have decided that you are the joint successor of the demon dragon and the sword dragon." Theo's heart skipped a beat. The weight of those words hit him like a ton of bricks. The 2 legendary dragons had chosen him as their successor. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what had just happened. The scene shifted back to the past, in the dragon's nest, where Julius sat writing something in his notebook. Lady Plum Blossom stood across from him, arms crossed, patiently waiting for him to finish. When Julius finally closed the notebook, his expression darkened, and his eyes narrowed, lost in thought. A sharp, frustrated click of his tongue broke the silence. His voice was tinged with jealousy as he muttered, "You're so cruel. He's already mine, yet you want me to share him with you as our joint disciple." Osa Ragnar chuckled, her voice light and cheerful. "Don't be so jealous now." Her face brightened as she added, "At the end of the day, this is all for Theo's sake. You won't deny that, will you?" Julius's gaze flickered, but he didn't respond immediately. Osa continued, her tone firm, "I'm sure you're already aware, but Theo has garnered expectations that rival the other successor candidates. His talents mean he's growing at an unprecedented pace, but he will also hit a wall much faster." Osa held up another notebook, this one containing her sword secrets, and said confidently, "This will help Theo overcome that wall." Julius's brows furrowed, and his voice grew tense. "But what if? What if Theo becomes the clan head's... No, an enemy of Ragnar?" Osa's eyes widened in surprise, the thought clearly never having crossed her mind. Julius's expression darkened as he continued, his tone heavy with concern. "You know as well as I do, most people who grow this rapidly..." Before Julius could finish his sentence, Osa cut him off, completing it with the same somber tone. "Meet an unfortunate end." "Precisely," Julius replied, his voice low. "If history repeats itself, the teachings we share with Theo might one day become blood spilled for the Ragnars." Osa smiled at Julius, an unexpected glint of optimism in her eyes. "How unexpected?" she said teasingly. "I thought your head was only full of love for him." Lady Plum Blossom smirked, confidence radiating from her as she continued. "But after hearing your fears, I'm now certain." She held up the notebook in her hand, her smile unwavering. "Julius, You are indeed the right person to hold on to this. Julius's gaze sharpened as he took both notebooks, his fingers tightening around them. Oise's voice remained calm and resolute. Watch over Theo. When you are certain that he will remain untainted by greed and has grown into a Ragnar who values every moment, pass it on to him. Only then. The scene snapped back to the present, where Theo and Julius stood in the training grounds of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Theo, holding the notebook containing the secrets of both swords, couldn't believe his luck. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought, the two dragons, said to be number 1 and 2 in swordsmanship, to become a joint disciple of both the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. Theo hesitated before asking, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Am I really worthy of this, Commander? Julius's voice was firm, unwavering. No need to be so humble. He turned toward Theo, locking eyes with him. I'm giving this to you because I believe you are worthy. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of the events that had brought him here. A small grin tugged at his lips. Thinking back on it, I was only able to grow this far thanks to them. Even though I haven't done anything for them, they continue to help me unconditionally. With newfound resolve, Theo placed his hand on his chest and bowed low to both Evelyn and Julius. From the Renan incident to now, you have always been of great help to me. I promise to repay this favor one day. Evelyn face-palmed herself in exasperation, already knowing what was coming next. As expected, Julius stomped the ground so hard it created a loud thud. His ominous aura filled the air as he turned to Theo, walking toward him with a sinister smile on his face. There is a way for you to repay that favor now, Julius said, his voice dark with intent. Theo, his heart racing, braced himself for whatever challenge Julius had in store. A sinister smile spread across Julius's face, his eyes gleaming red with excitement as he took his stance. Let's duel, Theo, he yelled, his voice crackling with a mixture of anticipation and intensity. Julius unsheathed his sword with a flourish, his tone firm and exhilarated. It's been a while since I had a fun new toy. A new disciple. I can't just sit still and call myself the commander. Can I? The real lesson starts now. Theo's face went pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. The excitement in Julius's voice wasn't just about a simple training session. It was a challenge that Theo knew he stood no chance against. His expression shifted to one of utter resignation, as if he'd been asked to sacrifice his very life. Julius charged at Theo, urging him to move faster, as the young man struggled to comprehend the whirlwind of danger he had just walked into. Meanwhile, Evelyn, with an unreadable expression on her face, turned away and hurried out of the training hall, bolting the door behind her. The sounds of the clash between Julius and Theo echoed in the room, and Theo's desperation mounted as he slammed his fists against the bolted door, his voice laced with panic. Save me, Evelyn, please. Evelyn, holding the door, whispered regretfully, I'm so sorry, young Master Theo. The scene shifted to the next day, when the sky was clear and bright. Evelyn arrived at the training door, removing the chains with a sly smile. She pushed open the door, but the sight before her took her breath away. Theo was sitting on the stairs, battered and bruised, as if every ounce of life had been drained from him. His spirit seemed broken, and Evelyn's concern deepened. She approached Theo, her voice filled with worry. Young Master, are you okay? Theo's smile was nervous as he looked up at her. I think the commander went a little overboard this time, Evelyn said, still not fully grasping the extent of Theo's torment. Theo, head lowered, smiled faintly and replied, What do you mean by a little? Raising his head, Theo's expression shifted as Evelyn continued. More importantly, as you ordered, I've confined him in the underground detention cell. She paused. Then, her voice full of concern, she asked, But is it okay to just leave him there? He's not the type to spill the beans no matter what we do to him, but to refrain from doing anything at all. Theo cut her off confidently. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan. He leaned in closer to Evelyn, whispering something in her ear. As soon as the words left his lips, Evelyn's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the audacity of Theo's plan. Days later, the scene shifted to the Plum Blossom Palace. Theo entered the training grounds, the atmosphere around him heavy with anticipation. A voice greeted him, smooth and welcoming. Welcome, Theo Ragnar. Theo placed a hand across his chest, eyes closed, and lowered his head in respect. Greetings, Lady Plum Blossom. From the stairs, Lady Plum Blossom, OSA Ragnar, descended with a radiant smile. I've been waiting for you. Did you get the present that the demon dragon and I prepared for you? Theo, still bowed, replied with reverence. Yes, your present has been a great benefit to me. OSA chuckled, a glint of amusement in her eyes. She raised her hand, and energy swirled around it. Suddenly, one of the many swords in the training ground flew to her hand with effortless grace. She caught it and, in an instant, leaped toward Theo. She landed smoothly in front of him and, with a firm tone, said, I'm glad that you liked it. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she continued. I want to continue teaching you the building blocks of technique. Those things one might easily overlook. The root of swordsmanship. She moved her sword with such fluidity that it left afterimages in its wake. We'll start with this, she said, her voice steady. At the end of her demonstration, she pointed her sword directly at Theo, her smile softening into a warm expression. I would love to discuss how to blossom life with the sword, she said. With a deep, sincere look in her eyes, she added, Now, Theo, I'll ask you one more time. She placed her sword gently on his shoulder, her tone commanding yet full of promise. Theo Ragnar, will you become my disciple? The weight of her question hung in the air, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to pause around Theo. Theo, still bowing his head in respect, finally lifted his gaze, his voice respectful but with a hint of hesitation. Before I give you my answer, may I ask something first? He paused for a moment, then, in a slightly uncertain tone, added, Is this something you are asking as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster? Lady Plum Blossom's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Theo to make such an insightful connection. After a brief pause, a soft smile curved her lips as she looked at him. Oh, to think you know something that is a secret to most, she said, her voice warm and approving. With a slight gesture, she set her sword down, burying it gently into the ground. I will not deny it, she continued, her tone firm yet soft. The Heaven Dragon Sword is a secret school, passed down through only one disciple. I am its sole inheritor, the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Theo's heart raced, but he kept his composure as she spoke with increasing conviction. You want to know my true intentions, don't you? Theo quickly lowered his head again, voice filled with respect. My apologies, Lady Plum Blossom. She smiled again, her tone reassuring. It's fine. I was not going to scold you. Her warm expression deepened as she spoke. I don't have any ulterior motives. From the full bloom of the plum blossoms to the Heaven Dragon Sword, I was going to pass it all to you. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the weight of her words hit him. His thoughts swirled. Could he really be the one to inherit such an immense legacy? After a brief pause, Theo left the training ground, walking slowly through the paved pathways, his mind still reeling from the conversation with Lady Plum Blossom. But just as he was lost in thought, he heard a voice calling out to him with an arrogant edge. You there, newbie? Theo glanced back, and a group of Plum Blossom members approached, their faces dripping with disdain. One of them stepped forward, his voice carrying an authoritative tone. You're the new recruit of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned fully to face them, his demeanor cold, his tone as sharp as ice. I am. So what? The member's irritation flared at Theo's arrogance. What a curt reply, he sneered. Not even a proper greeting? The other members of the Plum Blossom Palace gathered around, their discontent obvious. The first member continued, his voice filled with condescension. Since you're now a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. Theo scoffed, his eyes narrowing in disdain. I was wondering what this was about, but it's just an immature attempt to protect your fragile egos. He turned his back to them casually, the words dripping with mockery. Senior? My ass. You're not even my direct superior officer, so why do our ranks matter? The senior members were taken aback by his boldness, their faces flushed with irritation as they clenched their teeth. Fuming, one of the seniors finally snapped. What do you mean we're not your direct superior officers? You're now a disciple of Plum Blossom Palace. What are you if not our junior? Theo stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly, his voice cold as he responded. You seem to be gravely mistaken about something. He paused dramatically before finishing with a confident, arrogant grin. Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple? He looked at them with narrowed eyes, his expression full of superiority. I've rejected it. The senior members were left speechless, their minds racing in disbelief. How could anyone turn down an offer from one of the 9 dragons? They couldn't fathom it, and their frustration boiled over. Theo's words echoed in their heads, shattering their sense of importance and leaving them questioning everything they thought they knew. The scene shifted back to the training ground, where Lady Plum Blossom and Theo were engaged in a quiet conversation. Theo, still kneeling, looked up at her with wide eyes, a hint of astonishment in his voice. You want to pass down the full bloom of the plum blossoms and the heaven dragon's sword to me? Lady Plum Blossom's voice was firm but warm as she replied, Doesn't that sound exciting? Without missing a beat, Theo straightened himself, his expression filled with intrigue. Of course it does. But as his thoughts deepened, a hesitant look clouded his face. He lowered his head again, his voice quieter. But to tell you the truth, I don't understand why you cherish me so much. I haven't done anything for you. Lady Plum Blossom approached Theo with a gentle, almost maternal expression. Her voice softened, full of warmth. Stand up, Theo. There's no big reason. She touched her face thoughtfully and continued, It's just that you remind me of Kyle. Theo's eyes widened, surprise filling his gaze. He looked at her with hesitation, his voice trembling with disbelief. I remind you of the clan head? Lady Plum Blossom smiled, her eyes softening as she spoke. That's right. She met his gaze with a depth of affection. You are exactly like him in his youth, not just in appearance, but in spirit. He, too, used to chase after his dreams and ideals when he was young. Theo stood frozen, his mind swirling as Lady Plum Blossom's words echoed through him. She looked at him with love, her voice filled with quiet reverence. No, perhaps he might still be dreaming of them, she mused. That's why he could never despair. He worked tirelessly to break through any trial or challenge, and every day was an unending hardship. Despite that, he never yielded or bent his principles, and that is what made him the man he is today. A distant memory seemed to flicker in Lady Plum Blossom's eyes, and Theo could sense the weight of her words. But just as quickly, she snapped back to the present. Her lips curled into a soft chuckle as she spoke. When I see you, I see the side of him that I fell in love with. How could I stand by and do nothing? Her tone shifted, becoming more serious. If that answers your curiosity, then it's time for you to give me your answer. Theo met her gaze directly, his expression unwavering. Ah, right, he said slowly, though his voice now carried a tinge of determination. It's an attractive offer, but I'll have to decline. Lady Plum Blossom's eyes narrowed at his response, her expression darkening. What is your reason for declining the offer? She asked, her voice tight with curiosity and concern. Theo placed his hand on his chest, his tone resolute as he spoke. I currently have too many teachers. Along with you, Lady Plum Blossom, who has taught me many things, I have others like the Demon Dragon, Commander Julius, my senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, my friends and comrades, Remington, Hulkus, Erica, my training ground mates, and even Axion and Ed Troyven. They all are my teachers. Lady Plum Blossom's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. She wasn't sure what Theo was truly getting at. To even call Axion and the Sky Dragon your teachers, I wasn't expecting that. I heard you were at odds with Ed, she said, her tone filled with curiosity. Theo's gaze remained firm as he looked directly at her, his expression filled with unwavering conviction. That is exactly why. The hardships they created are what built the person I am today. His voice grew even more resolute as he continued. My sword has learned and changed because of everyone who has either loved or wronged me. Theo paused, his gaze softening slightly as he spoke with a trace of regret. But for now, because of that same reason, I'm not confident I will be able to uphold a school's tradition and pass it down to the next generation. Lady Plum Blossom closed her eyes for a moment, her smile returning as she looked at him fondly. Her voice was warm, with a trace of both affection and regret. You cannot carry on tradition because your sword is ever-changing. That is both endearing and, in some ways, regrettable. As Lady Plum Blossom began to turn, Theo continued, his voice steady, yet filled with sincerity. But even if I cannot be your disciple, he lowered his head respectfully, his smile gentle yet full of conviction. I will gladly be your son. Lady Plum Blossom's eyes widened in utter surprise, her expression shifting completely. She had not expected such an endearing gesture from Theo. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, she simply stared at him, overwhelmed by his words. The warmth in her chest was undeniable, and as the realization of his gesture settled in, her feelings were more than clear. Theo had carved a place in her heart, not just as a disciple, but as a true part of her family. The scene shifted to a later time, where Lady Plum Blossom sat gracefully in her garden, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves around her. A servant carefully poured wine into her glass, the rich red liquid shimmering in the light. As Lady Plum Blossom took a delicate sip, a soft smile curled on her lips. Her mind drifted back to her conversation with Theo, and a sense of quiet satisfaction filled her heart. Breaking the silence, the servant's excited voice cut through the peaceful atmosphere. "You must have really taken a liking to him," she remarked, her tone filled with warmth. Lady Plum Blossom's smile deepened as she looked into her glass, her voice soft yet full of emotion. "Of course," she replied, her tone gentle but resolute. "Because the heavens doth not permit, I have not been able to have a child of my own. Yet, a child who is just like him has promised to be my son. How could I not be delighted?" The servant's expression softened in response, a genuine smile forming on her face. "It makes me happy knowing that you are happy, Lady Osa." With a sudden gleam in her eye, Osa's expression shifted to one of excitement. "I should thank Theo for finally making me a mother," she said with a joyful tone. "Can you prepare a letter for me to send to my husband?" The servant looked at her curiously, asking, "What would you like me to relay?" Osa's tone turned more serious as she replied, "It's about Theo's promotion exam." The servant's eyes widened with surprise at the mention of Theo's promotion exam. Her voice shifted, laced with concern. "Pardon my words, but he is a rookie who has only just finished the awakening ceremony. If he were to garner too much attention at such a young age, he might end up falling into danger. You should know that better than anyone, Lady Osa." Lady Plum Blossom's expression hardened as she placed her wine glass on the table with a deliberate motion. Her voice was firm and resolute. "That is why I need to hurry." Her eyes narrowed, a dark edge to her tone as she continued. "Before the great winds that are on their way to the Ragnar clan consume everything, I want to give him as much as I possibly can." The scene then shifted to the cold, grim atmosphere of the white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters, where the swordsman from the Central Intelligence Bureau was held captive in a small, dark cell. His hands were bound by chains, and he sat still, eyes narrowing as he heard someone approaching. It seemed as though he had been waiting for this moment. As the figure approached the bars of the cell, the swordsman's voice rang out, low but clear. "So, finally you are here." A masked man stood at the other side, holding 3 small daggers in his hand. His voice was cold and serious. "Do not resent me. This is all according to his will." The swordsman jolted upright, his eyes blazing with determination. "I would never question his decisions. Now, kill me." Seeing the swordsman's unwavering resolve, the masked man wasted no time. He launched all 3 daggers toward him, but just before they could pierce the swordsman's body, a brilliant green light enveloped him. The daggers deflected mid-air, hurling harmlessly away. The masked man's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't comprehend how his daggers had been deflected, but before he could react further, the roof above him suddenly collapsed, and from the debris, Evelyn Nereville emerged, falling towards him with incredible speed and precision. Her expression was one of pure fury, her eyes burning with righteous anger as she yelled, "I've been waiting for you to come!" Evelyn's sword flashed through the air as she attacked the masked man with all her might. The man, caught off guard, could only attempt to block or dodge her relentless strikes. But Evelyn pressed on, her movements swift and precise, overwhelming him at every turn. The masked man struggled to keep up with her ferocity, his own defenses faltering under the weight of her onslaught. As Evelyn's blade collided with his, the force of the clash caused the masked man's weapon to break. His sword shattered from the sheer power behind her strike. He couldn't believe it. Has she always been this skilled? In that moment of vulnerability, the masked man's gaze shifted to the chained swordsman, his thoughts racing. "It's a shame I couldn't take him out," he thought bitterly. But before he could act, Evelyn was already upon him, her sword raised for the final blow. Realizing the dire situation he was in, the masked man's thoughts raced. "Things will get worse if I'm caught. I need to get out of here and plan for the future." But before he could make a move, Evelyn conjured her mana, the energy swirling around her in a bright green hue. Her eyes were steely with determination as she spoke in a voice that brooked no argument. "I ain't letting you just waltz out of here." With a swift motion, Evelyn unleashed her skill, God of Tempest secret technique. Squall. A powerful hurricane of energy blasted toward the masked man, hitting him squarely. The force was so intense that it sent him flying, crashing into the wall with a bone-shattering impact. Blood spurted from his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. Staggering to his feet, the masked man conjured mana into his hand, his thoughts grim. Getting caught like this won't do. I need to get rid of any evidence quickly. He quickly started preparing a desperate move, but Evelyn, ever vigilant, anticipated his next action. She appeared right in front of him before he could even fully channel his mana. With precise skill, she disrupted the flow of energy in his body, her eyes sharp and unwavering. "Why do you all make the same attempt when things go wrong?" she asked with a determined, serious voice. The masked man collapsed to the floor, his energy drained. Evelyn stood over him, her expression hard as stone. "That won't work on me twice," she said coldly, her eyes locking with his as she ensured his defeat. The scene shifted to a small, secluded house deep in the forest, its darkened windows giving little hint of what transpired inside. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with books, and boxes were scattered haphazardly across the floor. In the midst of the quiet, a voice cut through the silence. Today at 1:15 a.m., Evelyn Narraville captured an assassin who snuck into the underground jail alive. Inside the house were Theo, Evelyn, Julius, and another woman wearing a mask, her presence as commanding as the rest. She spoke in a calm but serious tone, her voice carrying the weight of the information she was about to share. This assassin has been confirmed to be from Serpent Season. Serpent Season is a suborganization of the Eastern elite clan, the Troivan clan. It is likely they are connected to the sky dragon Ed Troivan. Julius, his expression hardening, crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. This pretty much confirms our suspicion of having a mole in our midst. The masked woman, whose name was Cleve, nodded in agreement. Correct. We're holding this meeting in such a remote location to avoid any more intel being leaked. She shifted, her eyes glinting as she continued. According to our information, Serpent Season is currently based out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. Within 3 hours from now, they will consider the mission a failure, burn any evidence, and run. We need to ambush their base before that, round up all their members, and extract information. That is the crux of this joint mission. "My name is Cleve, a Null Snow," she said, her voice firm as she concluded her report. "This concludes my report." Theo, arms crossed, absorbed the weight of the situation. To think I would get to meet an agent with the rank of Null Snow. He thought inwardly, his mind racing with the implications. Julius tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he shifted his focus to Theo. His tone grew serious as he spoke. "There is one more thing to add." He paused, ensuring the gravity of his next words sank in. "This mission shall also serve as a promotion exam for Theo Ragnar." Theo and Evelyn both stared at him in shock, completely caught off guard by the unexpected announcement. Theo leaned forward, his voice tinged with confusion. "Have I already earned the qualifications for a promotion exam?" Julius sighed, his tone heavy with a hint of weariness. "That's right," he said, his eyes steady. "But it's not all roses and daisies. The difficulty of your promotion exam has just gone up." Theo's mind reeled, his heart racing at the sudden change in his path. What had seemed like a straightforward mission now carried the weight of a critical test. The stakes had been raised. Julius narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening as he spoke in a low, serious tone. "As you rise through the ranks, it's normal for the difficulty of the exam to escalate. However, what is not normal is assigning a mission that could lead to a civil war for a mid-rank swordsman promotion exam." His words cut through the room, carrying the weight of authority. Evelyn, her face a mixture of disbelief and frustration, closed her eyes, unable to fully process the magnitude of what was being asked. Julius continued, his voice sharp and unwavering. "I heard you ordered Evelyn to stake out the cells because you knew an assassin would come. Since you started this on your own, you are being asked to see it through." Theo's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. His voice trembled as he tried to process the responsibility being placed on him. "My apologies," he began, but before he could finish, Julius swiftly grabbed Theo's head, pulling it under his arm in a move that was both casual and commanding. With a grin on his face, he said, "Even if you are an heir, it's disrespectful of you to plan things without discussing them with the higher-ups. Since it has come to this, You must complete your mission flawlessly. Julius gave Theo a playful yet firm headbutt, a gesture meant to both challenge and encourage him. Get promoted to a mid-rank swordsman and earn solo mission privileges. Understood. Theo scratched his head, a slight smile forming on his face despite the tension in the room. Yes, sir. But inwardly, he couldn't shake the thought. This incident, it's beginning to revolve around me. I didn't think I would become the center of attention like this. Just as his thoughts began to swirl, a sudden flicker in his vision caught his attention. The system notification window popped up in front of him, its contents stark and chilling. Scenario Quest 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life. This is your chance to clean up the dark ties of your past life. Stop their insidious plot. Theo's fist clenched, his anger rising as the description sank in. Yeah, I've always been curious. What is it that ties me and them together to cause all of this? Cleve, who had been silent until now, turned to Theo, her voice sharp with a hint of suspicion. Do you have a problem, Theo Ragnar? Theo straightened, his expression hardening with determination. No, I do not, he replied instantly. His eyes narrowed, the weight of the mission ahead heavy on his shoulders. This mission, I will complete it no matter what. Julius slammed both hands onto the table, his movements sharp and decisive as he rose to his feet. His voice was commanding, yet laced with a sense of approval. Good. Now that you've been briefed. He paused, a grin forming on his face as he narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting to one of cold excitement. It's time to start the snake cleanup mission. Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn's eyes all narrowed simultaneously, each of them standing firm, their faces set with determination. The air in the room grew thick with resolve, and the stage was set for the dangerous mission ahead. It was clear, this mission was no longer just about a promotion. It was about something far greater, something that tied their fates together in a web of dark intrigue and looming conflict. The scene shifted to moments later, deep in the forest, where a palace loomed in the distance, surrounded by thick woods. Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo crouched low to the ground, concealed by the shadows. Cleve turned to face them, her voice serious, laced with urgency. Due to the possibility of a mole, we've limited this mission to only 3 people. You two, who are already involved, and myself. She narrowed her eyes, her tone firm as she spoke with an air of confidence. Our target is an assassin organization. As swordsmen, we should have the advantage in direct confrontation. However, we're at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers. She shifted her gaze toward the assassin hideout in the distance, the weight of their mission clear in her voice. Whatever happens, never let your guard down. Theo nodded, his resolve solid. Understood, he said confidently, his eyes narrowing with determination. The scene shifted inside the assassin hideout, where 2 figures were bent over a table, examining documents. One of them narrowed his eyes at the papers, speaking in a firm tone. That more or less takes care of the documents. The second figure, masked and holding a document in his hand, looked up. Let's leave as soon as he returns. How long has it been since he left? Just under 2 hours, came the response. He should be back soon. The conversation was interrupted by the third figure, who stood near the door, sharpening his sword. His focus shifted as he heard something rolling toward him. He turned, eyes widening in surprise, as a metallic ball rolled toward him. Before he could react, the ball emitted a thick cloud of smoke, filling the room in seconds. The guard's eyes widened in shock, and he covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his panic. His voice was strained as he tried to shout, "This is an ambush!" But before he could say anything more, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving with supernatural speed. It was Cleve, a null snow. In an instant, Cleve swept across the room like a ghost, her movements lightning fast and deadly. She struck with precision, decapitating the guard in a single fluid motion. The other 2 assassins were critically injured before they could even react, their weapons barely raised in defense. The masked assassin, stunned by the swiftness of the attack, couldn't comprehend how they'd been discovered. Blood leaked from his wound, and with a pained tone, he muttered, "Damn it all, how?" Cleve's eyes flickered to the assassin trying to escape, and with a cold, determined gaze, she glanced down at the table in front of her. With a swift kick, she sent the table flying, hurtling directly into the escaping assassin. The table collided with him, knocking him to the ground and subduing him completely. The man was left motionless, his body racked with pain from his injuries. Cleve moved swiftly, grabbing a flying document mid-air, her eyes scanning it with calculated precision. "Area cleared," she announced, her voice commanding. "Evelyn and I will take care of things up here. Theo, you take the basement." Theo nodded without hesitation, his voice firm. "Yes, ma'am. I'll check the basement." As Theo turned to make his way down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration toward Cleve's quick and decisive actions. She took down 3 assassins in an instant. Amazing, he thought to himself, the gravity of her skills settling in his mind. Theo didn't waste any time, rushing toward the basement to clear out any enemies that might be lurking. His mind raced with the details of their mission briefing. If the blueprints are accurate, the stairs to the basement should be right ahead, he thought, determination fueling his steps. But as he neared the entrance, his thoughts were interrupted. He failed to notice a wire stretched across the ground. His foot tripped it, and before he could fully comprehend what was happening, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? In that instant, an arrow shot toward him, mere inches from his face. Theo's body instinctively reacted. Clenching his teeth, he tilted his head at the last possible second, narrowly dodging the arrow. But before he could regain his balance, multiple arrows rained down from different directions, aimed at him. Theo realized the danger he was in and his demeanor shifted. A surge of irritation and urgency filled him as he understood the severity of the situation. "I can't let this catch me off guard," he thought, his instincts kicking into overdrive. Without wasting a moment, Theo activated his skill, Hatchling Synchro, to analyze the area around him. The green energy swirled around him as he sought to gain a clearer understanding of his surroundings, hoping to gain an advantage over the deadly trap that surrounded him. As soon as Theo activated his skill, the entire layout of the room unfolded before his eyes. The traps, hidden in plain sight, were now visible to him with crystal clarity. Not only that, but the multiple enemies who were lying in wait behind boxes and in the shadows were also exposed. Theo's mind raced as he processed the scene. Not only are there traps, but there are men lying in wait for an ambush. Without wasting a second, he opened his inventory and retrieved multiple swords. His telekinetic skill flared as he manipulated the swords with precision, lifting them effortlessly into the air. He then activated another skill, Thunder Dragon Breathing, charging the swords with crackling lightning energy. With a swift, commanding gesture, Theo used his skill, Dragon Mark, and unleashed the swords. The black lightning coursed through the blades as they flew in multiple directions, ricocheting off walls and piercing through the air. In moments, all the traps that had been set in his path were neutralized, and the enemies who had been waiting for the ambush were left subdued on the floor. Theo's skill had taken care of them all in an instant. One of the assassins, still reeling from Theo's attack, struggled to process what had just happened. He could only manage a weak, disbelieving mutter. "How did you do that?" Before Theo could respond, the assassin collapsed to the ground. Theo narrowed his eyes, not wasting any time. With cold determination, he turned and headed toward the basement stairs, his mind sharp and focused. As Theo descended, his thoughts grew more intense. If the security is this tight, there must be something significant in the basement. But before he could finish his thought, he reached the bottom of the stairs. His eyes widened in shock as his gaze locked onto the sight before him. The floor was stained with blood, and in the distance, a figure in red stood motionless. The moment the man sensed Theo's presence, he spoke with a thrilled voice, his words laced with dark amusement. "Oh my, I can smell the stench of impurity all the way over here." Theo's eyes flickered with unease as the man, who wore a hat that obscured most of his features, turned to face him. His aura was overwhelming, strong and intimidating, like that of an evil priest. Behind him were multiple skulls, and an ominous symbol, painted in blood, was visible on the wall. Theo gritted his teeth, his heart racing with tension as he thought, "No way, the Holy Demon Church." The memory of the Holy Demon Church flooded Theo's mind, and he couldn't shake the chill running down his spine. The Holy Demon Church, he recalled, a cult that believes the apocalypse is coming and that a savior will descend from the heavens. His thoughts darkened as he continued. They are the ones behind the great war that will collapse the empire. The evil priest, his grin widening, looked Theo over with a gleam in his eyes. His voice was thick with excitement. "You seem to know who I am." He spread his arms wide, his tone delighted with the recognition. Theo's expression grew even more tense, sweat beading on his forehead as the weight of the situation settled in. Using his skill, Hatchling Synchro, he read the flow of mana around him, hoping to get a better grasp of what he was dealing with. But what he saw made his heart race with disbelief. I cannot believe this, he thought, his mind reeling. A mysterious mana that doesn't follow the basic rules of mana. It's flowing from his broken open mind gate. Is this the so-called grace referred to by blood priests? The blood priest narrowed his eyes, his sinister tone heavy with disdain. Sadly, it seems that you are still a non-believer. His words were laced with venom as he joined his hands together, his voice darkening further. That is all right. A massive surge of pressure filled the room, an ominous aura radiating from the priest, enveloping the space in a suffocating sense of dread. He spoke again, his voice heavy with malevolent intent. I shall give you the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one and only God. Theo stood his ground, sword drawn, but he was taken aback by the priest's sudden movement. The blood priest moved with such incredible speed that in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Theo, charging towards him with a chilling yell. Do not reject this grace from God. Theo's expression hardened, and with a burst of focus, he managed to block the priest's initial strike with his sword. What is this? Theo's mind raced as he struggled to comprehend the unbelievable force he was meeting. How is this the hand of a person? The battle erupted in full force. The blood priest and Theo clashed in a fearsome exchange of strikes. Theo's every attack was countered or blocked with terrifying precision, and no matter how fast or skillful Theo was, the priest seemed to be one step ahead, dodging or effortlessly parrying every strike. Theo's mind raced, but with each passing moment, he was forced to retreat, step by step. The blood priest recoiled his arm, and with all his might, launched an attack toward Theo. Theo managed to tilt his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. But as he saw an opening, his expression solidified with resolve. He swung his sword back, charging it with energy using his skill. Gritting his teeth, Theo unleashed his strike, putting everything into the blow. But to his shock, the blood priest blocked the full-powered attack with nothing but his bare hand. Sparks flew as their clash shook the very foundation of the basement. The pressure from the collision echoed, a storm of raw power exploding in the confined space. Yet, no matter how hard Theo tried, his attacks had no effect. The blood priest effortlessly deflected each one, his hands absorbing the force like a wall of iron. Theo's mind raced as disbelief set in. He stopped a full-powered attack from me this easily? He could hardly fathom it, the realization dawning on him that he was facing something beyond what he had ever imagined. Before Theo could process it any further, the blood priest yanked his sword out of Theo's grip, using it to pull Theo closer. In a single, brutal motion, the priest tossed Theo across the room with terrifying strength. Theo collided with the opposite wall with a deafening thud, blood spurting from his mouth as pain shot through his body. The world spun as he hit the floor. He's a blood priest, part of the bottom rung of the Holy Demon Church, and yet he's this powerful? Theo's thoughts raced, trying to make sense of the overwhelming force he was up against. Theo crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain. The blood priest moved toward him, slow and deliberate, the air around him heavy with the promise of more torment. I can't use the triple dragon claw here, Theo thought desperately, unless I want to get buried alive with him. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest, but his mind refused to yield. A mana-imbued attack won't work. What do I do? His grip on his sword loosened as he looked at it, searching for a solution. What can I do with this sword right now? Despair began to creep in, but Theo's mind raced. Suddenly, the voices of his mentors, Julius and Lady Plumblossom, rang in his head. Their words cut through the fog of confusion. Explosive and destructive strength. That is the foundation of swordsmanship. It is death itself, the root of swordsmanship. At the end, I would love to discuss how to blossom life with the sword. Life and death, living and violence. Do you think these two interpretations are polar opposites? Theo's eyes snapped open as he grasped something in the deepest part of his being. He understood. The answer was always within reach, a perfect balance between life and death. Theo's grip on his sword tightened as the words echoed in his mind. Two opposing swords, he thought. His eyes sharpened, his focus narrowing as he faced the blood priest, who now towered over him, both hands raised, preparing for a devastating strike. With a wicked grin, the blood priest taunted him. Oh, dear Lord, this young sheep is spilling precious blood. His grin grew wider, his eyes gleaming red with malevolence as he continued. "Please accept this, young pitiable sheep, as a sacrifice." The blood priest brought his fists down with monstrous force, aiming to crush Theo into the very ground beneath them. The impact was deafening, shattering the earth and sending a violent shockwave through the basement. Yet, at the last moment, Theo sprang back to his feet, narrowly avoiding the strike. He rolled to the side and regained his footing just in time, meeting the blood priest's gaze. The blood priest's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with condescension. "You are a persistent young sheep." Theo, his mind racing, narrowed his own eyes in response. He felt the surge of energy gather around his sword. "I see now," he thought. These two swords were not opposites. Life and death are a natural cycle. Death always awaits the end of life, and using death as a nutrient, life blossoms. With resolve in his heart, Theo clenched his sword tighter, drawing strength from both Julius's and Osa's teachings. They are not two powers but one, he mused, the realization solidifying in his mind. If I apply that principle, focusing the energy that would have been wasted and gathering it into a single flash of light, the energy began to merge within him, flowing like a river into his sword. With a deep breath, he swung his blade back, gathering all his power and momentum for a single, deadly strike. The blood priest, watching with amusement, raised his hand and scoffed, his tone mocking. "Don't be so foolish. Have you not realized that your sword does not work on me?" But before he could finish his sentence, Theo lunged, his sword crackling with charged energy, both the destructive power of death and the vibrant force of life merging into one. A flash of energy burst forth from Theo's sword, a brilliant streak of light hurtling toward the blood priest. The room seemed to explode in energy as the shockwave from Theo's attack surged across the basement, the air thick with tension. Sparks crackled from the very walls, radiating from the impact of Theo's dragon flash. The blood priest raised his hand to block the attack, but his smirk quickly faded as he felt the immense power of Theo's strike. "Though it's louder, it's no different from before," he sneered. But then, the blood priest's expression shifted, completely. His eyes widened in shock as the energy from Theo's attack began to take over, overpowering his defenses. Blood started to seep from the priest's hand, his palm and fingers bleeding profusely. He thought in disbelief, "This attack, it's like the attack is alive." Before the priest could react, Theo's dragon flash completely overwhelmed him. The force of the strike sent the blood priest hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with brutal force. The pressure from the attack was so intense that the wall cracked under the impact. Blood poured down from the priest's body, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and disbelief. "To attain knowledge during slaughter," he hissed, struggling to maintain his composure. "You are truly a seed of evil. I cannot allow you to sully the Lord's world any longer." Before the blood priest could finish his words, Theo acted without hesitation. With incredible strength, he grabbed the priest's head and slammed it into the wall behind him. The force of the impact was immense, and the blood priest could do nothing to stop it. He was completely overwhelmed by the strength behind Theo's strike. Not wasting a second, Theo immediately activated his hatchling synchro skill, placing his hand on the priest's face, aiming to read the priest's memories. His mind focused sharply, narrowing his eyes with determination. "I need to use this chance to figure out the source of this strange power that the Holy Demon Church uses." As Theo's hand made contact, something strange began to happen. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he was being sucked out of existence, his form disappearing into thin air. To Theo's horror, he was dragged along with it. In an instant, he was pulled out of reality itself, thrown into a different dimension. Theo's surroundings shifted wildly. He could barely comprehend what was happening, and his thoughts spun in confusion. "This is completely different from all the other times I've read memories," he thought, his eyes widening in shock. "It's as if I've been transported to another place entirely." Suddenly, Theo's gaze snapped to the system screen that had popped up in front of him. The message was distorted, glitching from the ominous energy of the place. He tried to make sense of it, but before he could fully process the information, multiple pop-ups appeared in rapid succession. One of them was a red warning notification. "Warning. You have encountered an enemy who is at a far higher level. Please run away." Theo's expression hardened as the words struck him with a chill of realization. "What the hell is this?" he thought, his heart racing in his chest. Before he could contemplate further, the atmosphere around him shifted. A suffocating pressure gripped him from all sides. The weight of it was unbearable, and Theo felt his presence shrinking under the sheer force of it. A booming voice echoed, causing the very air around him to tremble. "Who are you?" the voice roared. The pressure mounted, intensifying as it continued. "What are you?" Theo's vision blurred with the force of the pressure, but he steadied himself, trying to stay focused. Then, before Theo could even react, a massive eye appeared before him. It opened, its vast, malevolent gaze locking onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo, standing before it, looked no bigger than an ant in comparison. The pressure increased tenfold, crushing him beneath its weight, and the voice boomed louder, shaking Theo to his core. "How dare you disturb my sweet slumber?" the voice roared, and Theo's heart skipped a beat. A massive being loomed in front of him, its form colossal and shifting, with countless eyes staring down at him. Theo's body trembled in fear, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the entity standing before him. "What is this? Where the hell am I?" The being's eyes pierced into his very soul, and Theo felt his sense of reality crumble as he stood in front of something far beyond his comprehension. Theo's mind raced as he found himself in a foreign, twisted realm, surrounded by an overwhelming presence. His eyes widened in shock as he took in the massive being before him. "Is this what those demonic cult bastards are hiding?" he thought, his heart pounding. The being, having awakened from its slumber, scanned the space in fury, its voice booming in a raged tone as it searched for the source of the disturbance. "Answer me. What are you?" The question was filled with an intensity that threatened to crush him, and Theo's body trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the being's voice. His mind reeled with disbelief as he processed the situation. A god? Theo thought, his thoughts spiraling. Is this the blessing they kept talking about? Is this actually true? His heart raced with fear and realization. The being finally fixed its gaze on Theo, its attention locking onto him with terrifying precision. "Ah, so here you are," it said in a cold, foreboding voice. "It's you, Theo Ragnar." Theo's eyes widened even more in shock. "This being knows who I am?" His mind struggled to comprehend the impossible situation unfolding around him. Without hesitation, the being's massive tentacles began to wrap around Theo's legs, tightening their grip. "I have been looking for you, the main lead of the world." The being's voice reverberated with power as it drew closer, its presence towering over him, suffocating the very air around him. Theo was no bigger than an ant in front of it, helpless as the tentacles continued to coil around him. Theo, overwhelmed and confused, could hardly comprehend what was happening. His gaze darted around the space, trying to make sense of the situation, but the tentacles wrapped around him so quickly that he had no chance to react. His body was fully submerged within their grasp, rendering him powerless. The fear that surged through him was overwhelming, but just as he thought hope was lost, something extraordinary happened. A bright yellow light exploded from within the tentacles, illuminating the dark space. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew brighter and more intense. The light was none other than Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, emerging from the grip of the tentacles with powerful force. With a mighty roar, Lodbrok broke free from the hold and soared upwards, carrying Theo away from the suffocating grip of the being. Theo's heart raced as he watched Lodbrok's massive form glisten in the air, glowing bright yellow, his scales shimmering with energy. In awe and shock, Theo exclaimed, "Lodbrok, how did you manage to come here?" Lodbrok's eyes remained fixed on the being in front of them, his focus unwavering. In a deep, resonant voice, the dragon spoke. "My companion, that thing is still something you cannot face yet." Despite Lodbrok's mighty presence, both of them appeared insignificant in front of the colossal being. Lodbrok continued, his tone somber yet firm. "Even if you rise to Sigurd's position, I cannot guarantee that you can win against it." Theo's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What the hell? His mind was flooded with questions, but before he could voice them, Lodbrok acted quickly. The dragon's tail lashed out, yanking Theo's body away from the battlefield with such force that Theo flew backward, propelled by the dragon's strength. "You need to escape from here, Theo Ragnar," Lodbrok said with a confident, determined tone. "It's not your time to face this thing. You can leave this to me for now." Theo struggled, desperate to help, but as he flew through the space, he yelled, "Lodbrok, let me help you." His words were filled with urgency and fear, But before he could do anything more, the world around him shifted. With a sudden jolt, Theo was snapped back to his reality, the assassin's hideout. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling, his eyes wide in disbelief. His heart pounded as he tried to comprehend what he had just witnessed. His hand instinctively went to his head, and he thought, "What? I'm back? What was that?" His mind was in turmoil. Is Lodbrok facing that thing all alone? The weight of the experience was still pressing on him, and the questions lingered in his thoughts as he struggled to regain his bearings. Theo staggered, feeling the sharp pain in his head. His hand went to his forehead, and when he pulled it away, he found it covered in blood. His sideburns were soaked, the bleeding from his forehead a painful reminder that what he had just witnessed was no illusion. His body shook with the remnants of the terrifying experience, but as his eyes darted to the blood priest before him, the reality of the situation hit him once again. The blood priest, now on his knees, clutched his head with both hands, his expression a mix of disbelief, pain, and fury. He muttered in a voice filled with agony, "How can such a non-believer? I have never met the Lord." His hand scratched at his face violently, his mind unraveling as he screamed in rage and disbelief. "Even after offering my entire family to the Lord, how can a non-believer meet the Lord?" But before he could utter another word, blood poured from his mouth and spilled onto the floor. His eyes widened in horror, and just as quickly, Theo swung his sword with deadly precision, cutting through the air. The blood priest's life was extinguished in a single, swift motion. Theo narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and resolute. "Even I would refuse such a god," he muttered under his breath. His thoughts raced, every fiber of his being still reeling from the intensity of the encounter. Could it be the god the demonic cult is hiding? The question echoed in his mind as memories of his past life and his conversation with Lodbrok resurfaced. Could it be the unnamed monarch that Lodbrok mentioned to me back then? He recalled the conversation during his examination ceremony when Lodbrok had told him that for the past 1,000 years, she had been tasked with protecting the world from this entity, living in isolation, confined to a cave. But because Lodbrok lost her dragon heart, she won't live past 3 years, Theo thought grimly. His thoughts were a whirlwind, tangled with the memories of his past life. There are still 5 years until the great war that the demonic cult started. The death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the demon cult, and Troivan's rebellion. His mind sharpened with clarity. All those consecutive events could not have been a coincidence. A sharp pain in his head made him clutch it tightly. All these events, they're all connected somehow. Theo stumbled, his body weak from the mental strain. But before he could collapse, Evelyn appeared out of nowhere. With steady hands, she supported him, placing his arm around her shoulder. "You did well, young master," she said, her voice filled with pride and determination. Moments later, Cleve made her way down into the basement, looking around with narrowed eyes. Her gaze quickly fell upon Theo and Evelyn. "I hurried down here because I heard there were priests hiding here," she said, her tone serious. She surveyed the scene before her eyes landed on the corpse of the blood priest. "But he's already dealt with one of them," she thought to herself, her expression hardening. Evelyn and Theo turned to face Cleve as she spoke, her voice filled with pride. "You are amazing, Theo Ragnar," she said, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "I can't believe you caught a priest all by yourself. You don't have to prove yourself any further." Theo stood tall, his exhaustion evident, but his resolve unwavering. He had faced down an enemy more powerful than he had anticipated, and yet here he was, standing with the confidence of someone who had earned their place. The scene shifted moments later as Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve gathered around a table, looking through documents. Cleve's tone grew serious as she examined them. "I think these are all the documents," she said, holding up 2 in her hands. "These are all reports. There's nothing we can use as evidence." Theo approached Cleve with a box in his hand, his expression thoughtful. "I found this in the basement. Let's check it out," he said, offering it to her. Evelyn's eyes hardened at the sight of the box, her expression turning serious. Her thoughts shifted to a memory, one of her and Remington retrieving the box under the orders of the young master before the blooming ceremony. "That's the secret ledger of Ceres and Troivan," she thought to herself. "Why hasn't he used it until now? Did he predict that this would happen too?" She looked at Theo, a deeper understanding dawning on her. "It seems like everything is falling into place. just as he intended. Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through the ledger, her brow furrowed in concentration. She stopped at a particular page, her eyes scanning the details. "Is this the ledger of the series Merchant Group?" she asked, her voice low and serious. "There's a transaction history with the Troivan, sealed with their official mark." She closed the ledger, her expression firm as she turned to Theo. "This is great, Theo Ragnar. If we gather all the evidence, we can prove Troivan's treasonous plot and their connection to the demonic cult." Both Theo and Evelyn's expressions darkened at the weight of what this meant. The proof was within their reach. Cleve continued, her tone steady and commanding. "This is more than enough evidence to take them down." As they made their way out of the hideout, Cleve's words rang in Theo's ears. "After a brief report, we'll confront the series Merchant Group." Theo's thoughts drifted momentarily to Ed Troivan. He clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing with determination. "Just wait, Ed Troivan. This time, it's your turn to be trampled." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Julius, seated at his desk, slammed a document down, his face twisted in fury. His teeth were gritted as he muttered to himself, "I knew it, Ed Troivan. I knew that guy would betray me one day." In front of him, Robert calmly sipped his tea, his face unreadable. "That's still not certain," he said in a casual tone. "There are suspicious activities, but he is still just a suspect." Julius crushed the paper in his hand, his voice rising with frustration. "Do you think I'm stupid?" he spat. Robert didn't flinch, his expression remaining stoic. "The fact that the Black Dragon showed this to me means that this has gone past the level of suspicion," Julius continued, his tone sharp and filled with anger. "This is more than just a gut feeling." Robert closed his eyes, his demeanor unchanged as he spoke in a low, calm voice. "Refrain from useless speculations." Julius' expression darkened further. "Seeing your reaction, you must have already let them be, even if you know this already." Before Robert could respond, he raised his glass of tea, taking a sip. Then, he casually shifted the conversation. "Theo Ragnar," he said, his tone nonchalant. "I heard from Cleve's report that he caught a priest on his own." Julius's eyes widened, shock and disbelief taking over. "Shit, no way, right?" he muttered under his breath. Robert, enjoying the reaction, teased him further. "That punk suits our Black Pillar. Pass him to me." Julius was visibly irritated. "Why are you also like this?" he snapped, clearly annoyed. Robert narrowed his eyes, his voice turning serious. "Excellent reasoning, discernment, and planning ability. He managed to find the main point from just a small clue. It's almost like he's been trained in the Black Pillar's ways." Julius dismissed the thought with a dismissive gesture. "His value? Anyway, I called dibs on him, so get your eyes off him. There are only thieves around me like Hyung and OSA." Robert placed his tea back on the table, his expression suddenly growing more solemn. "Hyung. It's been a while since I heard that," he said, the weight of the word heavy in his tone. He paused for a moment, lost in thought, before continuing. "Kale, me, OSA, and you, Julius." His voice softened, his eyes flickering with a hint of nostalgia. "It felt like it was just yesterday that the four of us became siblings." Before Robert could go further, Julius cut him off sharply. "Emotions don't work on me," he said in an irritated tone. "So leave. If you steal Theo, I won't let you be." Robert's gaze darkened, his voice turning serious. "It seems like you haven't realized," he said cryptically. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, Robert appeared right behind Julius, his voice dripping with a creepy tone. "Hyung steals his younger sibling's belongings," he said, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. As Robert turned to leave the room, he casually grabbed a couple of bottles of joy from Julius's shelves, turning his head back to tease. "Next time, prepare something more expensive." Before Julius could react, Robert had already dashed out of the room, leaving Julius to shout in frustration, his voice echoing down the hallway. Robert couldn't help but sigh in relief, enjoying the moment of chaos he'd caused. Luckily, there are no spies in the White Dragon here right now, he thought to himself, because there's no place other than this that hasn't been touched by the Sky Dragon. His form began to fade, his physical body disappearing slowly into the thin air as he continued thinking. It'll be better to leave this plan in Julius's hands. With a final glance, Robert made his way to a window, his body shifting into the form of a bird. As he soared into the sky, the serious tone in his mind persisted. I can't believe we're attacking the Ceres merchant group at this time. Things are getting fun. The scene shifted to the Ceres merchant group's main ceremony hall. The air was thick with anticipation as a man made his way towards the podium, where several figures awaited him. With each step, the tension seemed to rise. When the man reached the podium, he bowed respectfully to the people before him. I am the Bacchus family's second son, Naven Bacchus. He introduced himself with humility in his voice. The bald man standing in front of him, his long beard stroking with each word, looked him over intently. I am Quadrak Ceres, leader of the Ceres merchant group, he replied. I formally propose marriage to the Bacchus family. Quadrak gestured towards his daughter, who bowed gracefully and spoke with a calm, poised voice. I am Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. A sense of gravity filled the air as Quadrak continued. From now on, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be united by blood. You two will forge a bond as a couple. His words hung heavily, underscored with the quiet power of an arrangement that would change the course of their destinies. With a quiet smirk on his face, Quadrak thought to himself, I finally got it. He observed the crest on Naven's chest, noting its prestigious design. A prestigious noble family's name. This is the start. The Ragnars who have been looking down on us. His grin widened, his eyes narrowing in malicious satisfaction. Soon we will get our great revenge. The hall was thick with tension as Naven Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family, stood before Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of Quadrak Ceres, the head of the Ceres Merchant Guild. The two families, once distant in status, now stood on the precipice of a union meant to cement their power. Behind them, the men watching the ceremony murmured among themselves, their voices a low hum of speculation and judgment. Among them stood a bald man, his face flushed with barely contained anger. His fists clenched tightly at his sides as he glared at the proceedings, his thoughts darkening with each passing moment. How dare that merchant call his family before the Bacchus family? He seethed inwardly. One of the 6 great houses, and here they are, treating us like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to suppress it. I must endure this. The man's expression darkened as his thoughts turned more bitter. With the dowry from this marriage, I might be able to save my family. Who cares about the illegitimate child of the house anyway? Meanwhile, Naven stood confidently in front of Quadrak Ceres, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the older man's transparent intentions. How predictable, he thought, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the scene. Do these merchants really think they can help us? He glanced at the other members of the Ceres Merchant Guild. Each face reflected their true, sinister motives. They think they are gaining something, but they are blind to the bigger picture. Naven bent one knee in front of Lily, his grin widening as he turned his gaze toward her. They don't even know that their store is being used as collateral, he mused. His mind raced with the power he wielded over their situation. They won't be alive long enough to see it all fall apart. His grin turned darker as he thought about the slow collapse of the Ceres Merchant Guild. Lily stood in front of him and he extends his hand towards Lily and with a soft voice said, It's nice to meet you, Lily. I will treat you well as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily, her expression hard and unreadable. There was no trust in her gaze, only confusion. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Naven as she spoke in a firm tone. How can you prove that? Naven's face shifted to confusion for a brief moment before a sinister smirk took its place. He chuckled lightly, realizing the nature of her request. His expression softened as he addressed her. It seems you want something. His tone turned warm and casual as he continued. My family is bankrupt, so even I am being sold right now. But if you, my bride, want it, I can give you the Bacchus family seal. The bald man watching this exchange nearly exploded with rage, his eyes flashing with anger. That damned illegitimate child, he thought furiously, his face twisting in disbelief. Lily lowered her head, a fierce expression overtaking her face as she muttered under her breath. If you say it like that. She then slowly pulled up her right sleeve, revealing a mark on her arm, a scar from a wound. Her voice trembled with anger as she yelled, Please bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm. Naven's smirk widened, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. So, she's asking me to kill a family heir in public, he thought. She's not just some typical woman. The murmur of the crowd grew louder, the shock evident in their voices. The weight of her demand hung heavy in the room. Lily's father, Quadrak Series, moved towards her, placing a hand firmly on her shoulder. His face was tight with tension as he leaned in, speaking in a low voice. "Lily, I told you not to say such things in public." Lily lowered her head, a silent acknowledgement of his words. But before she could respond, a voice interrupted them. "Fine, I'll do it." Lily's expression shifted instantly, her face lighting up with thrill. She turned to see Naven standing with a confident smirk on his face, his eyes gleaming with determination. He stood tall, unwavering, as he added, "My young bride wants that, so I should bring his head over." His tone was serious, laced with an authority that made his words feel final. The tension in the room thickened, and it was clear that the fates of the Bacchus and Ceres families were about to be intertwined in a way no one had anticipated. The scene unfolded outside, the sky alive with the haunting presence of dragons soaring above the city. On the ground, people looked up in stunned confusion, their voices filled with disbelief. "What is that?" one of them asked, their eyes wide with uncertainty. Another, equally puzzled, followed up, "I think they're wyverns, aren't they?" Before the crowd could process what was happening, the dragons began to descend, and to their utter shock, 3 figures leapt from their backs. "What? People are jumping off them?" The voices around the square rose in stunned astonishment. With a thunderous crash, the trio landed, each of them performing a flawless superhero landing. Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo stood tall, the very ground beneath them trembling from their impact. Cleve, holding a document tightly in one hand, and a flag, Ragnar's flag, clutched firmly in the other. The crowd froze, eyes widening as they gazed upon the flag. The weight of its symbolism hit them like a blow. A sharp gasp echoed through the crowd, followed by an exclamation that hung in the air like a heavy fog. "That insignia! It's the Ragnar insignia!" The recognition sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. The flag was more than just a piece of cloth. It was a declaration. Cleve, her expression grim and resolute, planted the Ragnar flag firmly into the ground. Her voice, low but commanding, carried over the crowd like a force of nature. "From this moment forward," she declared, "we will enforce justice in Ragnar's name." She paused, her eyes sweeping across the onlookers, before continuing with the weight of authority behind her every word. "We have uncovered that those responsible for attacking Ragnar have deep ties to the Ceres merchant group." The tension in the air thickened. "We will begin an immediate search to trace the path of treason. Anyone who dares to interfere with our mission will be judged as complicit and will be executed on the spot." The onlookers gasped in horror, their expressions tense, their breath caught in their throats. The realization of the gravity of Cleve's words sank in, and panic spread through the crowd. "Immediate execution?" one of them whispered, his voice barely audible. Another stammered, "The Ceres merchant group is behind the treason against Ragnar?" Cleve's voice rang out again, this time carrying a raw, unshakable power. Her tone was unwavering and could be heard even from within the merchant guild building. "If you claim innocence," she bellowed, "then allow the investigation by Ragnar's forces." Inside the building, the head of the merchant group felt his blood run cold. His face twisted in tension as he clenched his jaw. "Damn it, have they already discovered everything?" he thought to himself, panic rising. "No, there's no way. I have to remain strong. I can't let them see my weakness." As the head of the merchant group struggled to maintain composure, a bald figure stepped forward, his tone heavy with concern. "Treason? What is this, Sir Ceres?" Outside, Cleve's voice rang out once more, the command sharp and unyielding. "Quadrak Ceres, come out now." Inside, sweat beaded on Quadrak Ceres' forehead. He could feel the weight of the situation pressing in on him. Panic was starting to claw at him, but he quickly squashed it, gathering his thoughts as his family member approached him with an anxious, confused expression. "Family head," the voice trembled. "What do we do now?" Quadrak clenched his fists, his face contorted in frustration. With a voice full of defiance, he snapped, "Don't mess around. A piece of paper can be fabricated easily." His eyes burned with anger as he yelled, his voice carrying through the building and outside. "It's obvious someone is trying to frame us. No matter how dirty you play, the Ceres family will prove our loyalty to Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed." Enraged, Quadrak's voice tore through the building like a thunderclap. "Soldiers of Ceres, exterminate anyone who dares look down on Ragnar. anyone who points a blade at Ragnar and its loyal followers. His fury was palpable, his command like a spark ready to ignite the very air around them. The scene held its breath, the tension unbearable, as both sides prepared for the storm that was about to break. Hearing the head of the Merchant Guild's words, the bald man's face tightened with concern. He placed a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, his voice low and strained. "Sir Ceres," he said, his words laced with anxiety, "are you saying that you won't cooperate with their investigation?" With a sharp, angry motion, the head of the merchant group swatted the bald man's hand away. His expression darkened as he snapped, his voice tinged with fury. "This marriage is not going to happen." He pointed at the bald man, his frustration clear. "How foolish. Do you really think we'll just let you walk away after everything that's happened?" His words came out in a biting hiss. "The crime at hand is treason. Do you understand that?" Quadrak leaned in, his face inches from the bald man. His teeth gritted in a grin that wasn't even close to being friendly. His voice dropped, the tone serious and cold. "You, a member of the Six Pillars, should know better than anyone what treason means. Do you think I'll face this alone?" Looking out the window at Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's gaze darkened. Just think for a second, if they had concrete proof, it wouldn't be just the three of them standing there. There'd be an entire army behind them, covering the sky. With newfound confidence, Quadrak turned back to the bald man and his followers. "Do you understand? They're not confident in their evidence either. If we can just stop them this once, we can pass through this clean." His voice carried a sharp edge, as if daring anyone to challenge his words. Before the bald man could respond, a new voice broke in, gruff and unwavering. Naven stepped between the two, his presence unmistakable. "What are you telling an old man who can barely make it to the bathroom alone?" he said, his tone mocking yet firm. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder and flashed a mischievous smirk. "Right, elder." The bald man's eyes narrowed in rage, his teeth clenched in fury. "You punk," he growled. "How dare you?" Unfazed, Naven simply turned and walked away, his smile never fading. He waved a hand at the group with an air of nonchalance. "Isn't this better, though?" he taunted, stepping towards the window. With a fluid motion, he drew his sword, the blade gleaming in the light, and looked outside. "A chance to bring a wedding present to my bride this quickly? Who would have thought?" The bald man's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes widening as he processed the words. "That punk? Since when?" he muttered, but his confusion was cut short as his gaze dropped to the empty sheath at his side. The sword was missing. Without a second thought, Naven leaped from the window, his landing light and swift as he ran across the rooftops, heading straight for Theo and the others. His confidence was undeniable, his movements precise. Meanwhile, the bald man's expression shifted completely, a look of disbelief creeping into his eyes. "Damn it! That illegitimate punk," he thought to himself, anger boiling over. "The moment he took my sword, we became accomplices." Turning to his followers, his voice snapped like a whip. "We're joining them. Help the Ceres family." His command was clear, and the soldiers, without hesitation, began to move out, their armor clanging as they rallied to the cause. The scene shifted outside the building, where the soldiers of the Ceres family formed a menacing circle around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn. Their spears were drawn, aimed with deadly precision, while Theo and his companions stood their ground, swords unsheathed in retaliation. Cleve, her expression grim, pointed her sword at the soldiers in front of her, her voice ringing with authority. "This is your final warning. Step aside, or you'll be executed on the spot for treason." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of death. The soldiers, confused and tense, stood frozen for a moment. Sweat trickled down their faces as they gritted their teeth, unsure of how to proceed. The silence was thick, filled with the weight of impending decisions. From above, Naven watched the scene unfold from the rooftops, closing in on Theo and his group. With a well-calculated leap, he jumped down from the building and landed right in the middle of the tense standoff, leaving the three Ragnars momentarily stunned. His smirk was wide and confident as he raised his voice, laced with sarcasm. "Really, you Ragnar people? You sure do love executing people." Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve's eyes widened in shock, their disbelief palpable. How had this swordsman bypassed their defenses so easily and inserted himself right in the middle of their formation? Before they could react, Naven made his move. With a single, fluid motion, he swung his sword in a wide, 360-degree arc, the sheer power of the strike forcing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn to block it. They were pushed back by the force, their feet sliding across the ground. Naven's tone was almost mocking as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Nice to meet you all, Ragnar's entourage," he said, turning towards Theo. "Especially you, Theo. Never thought I'd be saying this on our first meeting." Theo's eyes widened in shock, his heart nearly stopping as he recognized the figure before him. "I can't believe it's really him," he thought, the realization crashing over him like a freight train. The memories of his past life surged to the surface, vivid and painful. During the Great War, the one who brought chaos to Ragnar with the Ceres merchant group in Troyvin. The ghost sword, Naven Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. Naven smirked, his face twisted with a cocky confidence, as he pointed his sword directly at Theo. His voice dripped with mockery. "I'll be taking your head, Theo." Theo's pulse quickened, and before he could fully process the situation, Naven surged forward with a speed that left Theo momentarily paralyzed. The force and precision of his attack were unlike anything Theo had faced before. The ghost sword moved like a phantom, a blur of deadly intent. Theo barely had time to raise his own blade, his heart racing as he attempted to block the onslaught of strikes that came crashing down upon him. Naven's blade slashed through the air with terrifying precision. Every strike felt like it was meant to end him. Theo's grip on his sword tightened, the effort to defend himself leaving him strained, his muscles burning with the weight of each blocked blow. It was clear that Naven was toying with him, pushing him to the edge with every swing. With every parried attack, Theo was pushed further back, each step an arduous struggle against the sheer power and speed of his opponent. Sweat dripped down his face, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He could barely keep up. The attacks were relentless, a never-ending storm of blows that threatened to overwhelm him at any moment. I need to use the knowledge from my past life." Theo's mind raced as he struggled to block another strike. "This is my chance." His mind made up, Theo shouted toward Evelyn and Cleve, his voice firm despite the chaos. "I'll deal with this guy." Evelyn's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Young master, that guy is—" Before she could finish, Cleve cut her off, her voice calm yet resolute. "It's all right, let's trust him. The other guys must be destroying evidence right now. We can't wait for him. We have to finish this quickly." Theo nodded at Cleve, feeling a surge of gratitude. His eyes then locked onto Naven, who was sneering at him, his sword raised for another strike. Theo forced himself to focus, fighting the rising panic in his chest. He blocked another blow, his body screaming in protest. "I'll try my best to catch up with you guys later," he said, his voice tight but steady. Naven's laughter echoed in the air, dark and taunting. "It's fine by me if they don't interfere, but will you be all right?" His smirk deepened, and he added, "Even if I look like this, I'm pretty strong, you know?" Theo chuckled under his breath, a grin forming despite the dangerous circumstances. "I must say the same," he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Naven. "Can I ask you something?" Naven's eyes twinkled with amusement, his posture relaxed. He closed his eyes for a moment, giving a slight nod. "Do as you like." Theo's grin widened, and with a deliberate slowness, he pointed his sword directly at Naven, his voice cold but controlled. "Pointing a sword at Ragnar is a clear act of treason. Does that mean you're a traitor?" He paused, his eyes narrowing. "Or is this about destroying the Bacchus family? No, is this your revenge for your mother?" At the mention of his mother, Naven's expression hardened. His grip on his sword tightened so much that his knuckles turned white. His eyes flashed with a mix of fury and pain, and his voice turned icy, laced with a venomous edge. "The great young master of Ragnar is bringing up one annoying memory." Theo noticed the shift in Naven's demeanor. His entire aura changed. The air around him thickened with tension. Naven's gaze grew colder, more dangerous. With a slow, deliberate motion, Naven pointed his sword at Theo, his words a low growl. "I've got one more reason to take your head, Theo. And don't worry, I'll make sure I chop it off well for you." Sweat trickled down Theo's face, his breath coming in shallow gasps, but his voice remained steady. "Listen to me, just for a moment." With confidence and warmth in his voice, Theo extended his hand toward Naven, his sword lowered temporarily. His expression was calm, almost reassuring, despite the intense situation. "Let me help you with your revenge." He stepped closer, his hands still outstretched. "I can help you bring down the Bacchus family." As Theo spoke, a system notification flashed in his vision, its message clear and urgent. "Hidden quest. Recruit Ghost Sword Naven as your ally." Theo's eyes flicked briefly to the notification, but his focus remained solely on Naven. Theo's mind raced, the pieces of Naven Bacchus past coming together in a way that made him realize just how deeply his adversary was tied to the Bacchus family's shadowed history. Naven Bacchus, the second son, but not just any second son, an illegitimate child born in a brothel, Theo thought, his thoughts darkening. Despite his immense strength, Naven had never received the recognition he deserved from the Bacchus family. His power, comparable even to Thorkel's, was ignored because of his birth. But there's more to this. The reason his mother had to leave the world, it was because of his talent. Theo's eyes narrowed in understanding. It's no surprise now. Naven must have a burning desire for revenge against the Bacchus family. And if I play my cards right, I can make him my ally. The moment snapped back to the present. Theo stood before Naven, his hand extended toward the swordsman, a calm smile playing on his lips. "Let me help you with your revenge and the downfall of the Bacchus family." Naven raised an eyebrow, scratching his head in confusion. He let out a low chuckle, his voice casual but laced with a hint of disbelief. "Well, I don't know where you got information about my mom, but one thing's certain." Before Theo could react, Naven's expression shifted, his body coiling like a spring. Without hesitation, Naven swung his sword, sending a powerful ranged attack hurtling toward Theo with a speed that left him no time to think. The force of the attack was so overwhelming that Theo's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was coming. With the instinct of a seasoned fighter, Theo raised his sword just in time, mustering all his strength to block the strike. The collision sent shockwaves through the air, the sheer power behind the blow causing the ground beneath them to crack and splinter. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling against the force, but the impact of Naven's attack was so fierce that he was dragged backwards, his feet skidding across the broken earth. Naven stood there, unwavering, his expression cold and distant. With narrowed eyes and a voice like ice, he spoke. "I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without working with you, the Bacchus family is going to fall because of treason." Theo listened, his eyes narrowing in understanding. It made sense. Without my help, the Bacchus family was already doomed. Theo's face grew serious, his eyes gleaming with a hard, determined look. "That's right. Without my help, the Bacchus family is going to disappear. But you will go down with them too." Naven sighed, rolling his eyes with a casual, almost dismissive tone. "That's a useless worry," he muttered. "I don't have any regrets in life anyway." The darkness in the air around him thickened, reflecting the void that seemed to reside within his heart. "I don't mind disappearing with that damned family," he continued, his voice low and dangerous. "It's because of—" Before Naven could finish his sentence, Theo's voice interrupted, cutting through the tension like a knife. "Ether fever, right? An illness that you get because your young body couldn't bear your talent. If you receive intensive treatment in the early stages, it can be cured. But if you miss the window, it becomes incurable and drastically shortens your lifespan." Naven's head dropped slightly, his jaw clenched. Theo's words hit too close to the mark, the unspoken truth hanging in the air like a dark cloud. "The Bacchus family didn't treat your illness in time, so your remaining life expectancy is—" Theo's words trailed off, but Naven was already interrupting, rolling his eyes with a mocking, almost amused expression. "5 years," he said with a dismissive tone, as if the conversation was a triviality. "As expected of a noble young master. You've done some dirty background research." Naven gripped his sword tighter, his eyes flashing with anger. Without another word, he charged at Theo with renewed fury, shouting at the top of his lungs. "But nothing changes with knowing my history and illness. Today, right here, the Bacchus family will disappear, and I'll die as Naven." Their swords clashed with a deafening noise, the force of their strike sending sparks flying into the air. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground as the sheer power behind Naven's attack sent tremors through the earth. The impact was enough to throw Theo back, but he regained his footing just in time. His smirk never wavered. "What if I can cure your disease?" Theo asked, his voice low but confident. Naven's eyes widened, his anger rising in an instant. "What nonsense!" he shouted, his tone filled with disbelief and rage. "There is no cure for ether fever." With a renewed surge of strength, Naven launched another attack, his fury spilling out with each swing of his blade. Theo blocked the blow, but the added force from Naven's attack pushed him back once more. The power behind the strike surprised him, but he kept his ground, his expression still full of determination. Theo smirked inwardly, his mind working furiously. "That's right, actually. In my past life, the cure for ether fever was discovered, but it was found days after his death." A dark realization hit him. "So now only I know the cure for the disease? And it looks just like an arc reactor." Theo found his footing, his stance steady and unyielding, and with a voice dripping with confidence, he spoke. "No, it can be cured." His smirk shifted into an arrogant grin, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity that made them gleam red, almost glowing in the dimming light. "I'm 100% sure." Naven's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing to understand what he had just heard. What is he talking about? He thought, completely thrown off guard by Theo's words. With a smile on his face, Theo continued, his voice firm and unwavering. "Just like you said, the Bacchus family will disappear even without my help." He raised his hand, and his expression softened, turning warm and inviting. "But if you take my hand..." His voice softened further, his gaze sincere as he extended his hand once again toward Naven. "Even after the Bacchus family disappears, you can live as a hero who helped the Ragnar family. Just trust me, this once." Naven froze, his gaze locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His eyes remained wide, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and confusion. Could it be true? He thought. Could the ether fever actually be cured? The uncertainty gnawed at him, the idea that there might be hope after all. The scene shifted, snapping to a different part of the battlefield. The soldiers, ever relentless, were preparing to launch their next attack. They loaded giant spear cannons, their massive weapons aimed with precision at their target. Evelyn and Cleve. The ground rumbled as the massive spears were fired, speeding through the air toward their targets. Evelyn and Cleve stood at the receiving end of the oncoming weapons. The spears came hurtling toward them at terrifying speeds, but only some of them found their mark. Cleve moved with lightning speed, her hands reaching out to catch one of the giant spears mid-flight, tossing it aside with practiced ease. Evelyn, on the other side, parried an incoming spear with a flick of her sword, the force behind the strike causing her blade to ring out, but she made it look effortless. With an irritated sigh, Evelyn muttered, "This is getting annoying." Cleve narrowed her eyes, her frustration building with each failed attack. "Yeah, it is." She scanned the battlefield, her focus on Theo. "Is Theo not done yet?" she asked, her voice tinged with impatience. Evelyn turned around, her eyes searching for Theo. "It seems like they're talking about something," she said, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cleve's patience was wearing thin, and she tossed the spear she had caught to the ground, her face darkening as she glared at the battlefield around her. "Ha! Can't I just kill everyone here?" The thought simmered in her mind, the urge to end this fight quickly, but her discipline held her back. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a memory from Cleve's past. Robert was sitting in front of her, casually opening a bottle of wine. "Don't act up if you can," he said with a grin, his usual casual demeanor not matching the gravity of their discussion. He glanced at the bottle before looking back at her. "Our priority is to analyze his potential. We should recruit him soon." Cleve stood before him, her expression serious. "Are you telling me to observe him?" she asked, her voice controlled but firm. Robert nodded, his gaze focused. "Yes, it's true that he caught the priest, but you didn't witness it directly. We need confirmation." Cleve nodded, understanding the importance of the mission. "Yes, that's right." Robert placed his glass down on the table, his expression hardening slightly. "That's why we need to confirm it. Our mission, as part of the Black Pillar, is to analyze the individuals who will lead the future of Ragnar. Keep that in mind." He looked at her with intent. "Securing additional evidence is Theo's mission in this operation. Cleve, focus on assessing Theo's capabilities." Cleve stood in attention, a sign of respect for her commander. She nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." Then, with a curious expression, she added, "But what's the limit of the 'if you can' you mentioned?" Robert scratched his chin thoughtfully before responding, his voice casual but direct. "It's related to the demonic cult, right? I'll let you interfere at the level of bishop and above. The memory snapped back to the present, and Cleve dodged another incoming spear, her thoughts racing. He's gonna nag me a lot if I interfere with only this level. Her eyes darkened as the frustration started to show. But if the mission is delayed, my clock-off time would also be delayed. This is bad. Just then, Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a movement from behind her, and she turned quickly. She was taken aback as she saw Naven charging toward them at full speed, his sword raised high, his expression filled with intent. Evelyn's eyes widened in shock. Did young master lose to him? The thought was jarring, her mind spinning as she watched Naven's swift approach. Caught up in her thoughts, she didn't even notice the 3 incoming spears aimed directly at her until it was almost too late. But just as her attention snapped back to the battlefield, something else caught her eye. Theo. She saw him coming at full speed, running just behind Naven, and his face was lit up with a grin. Naven passed Evelyn, his technique so fast it seemed as if he had appeared from thin air. The sheer speed of his movement left Evelyn stunned, her heart pounding in her chest. What the hell just happened? She thought, still recovering from the shock. Naven wasted no time, his confident smile never faltering as he charged forward, sword raised high. His focus was unshakable as he passed by Evelyn, heading straight for the incoming spears fired by the soldiers defending the Merchant Guild and the Bacchus family. With the precision of a master swordsman, Naven used his speed and technique to counter each spear that came his way, slashing them into 2 effortlessly. His movements were fluid and almost casual, but there was an undeniable determination in his every strike. "Sorry for the discourtesy, ladies," Naven called out over his shoulder, his tone light, yet full of intent. Evelyn stood frozen, shocked to see him defending them, while Cleve narrowed her eyes, watching every move he made, observing the fluidity of his technique. "Will you forgive me for my earlier discourtesy with this?" Naven turned his head towards them, giving them a quick wink, his confidence oozing from every pore. "We're on the same side now." As the words left his mouth, a system notification flashed in Theo's vision. Hidden quest cleared. You have successfully recruited Ghost Sword Naven as your ally. The scene shifted to an explosion at the front of the building where the Merchant Guild members had been hiding. Naven, still charging forward, vanished from sight using his signature technique, appearing as if out of thin air, dodging every attack thrown at him with incredible agility. The enemy soldiers could be heard shouting in panic, "Stop him! Stop him at any cost!" But Naven wasn't slowing down. His bloodlust was palpable, his determination fueling his every movement. With a swift leap, he executed a mid-air cartwheel, sailing over the soldiers' heads and the weapons below. One of the soldiers, desperately aiming at him, shouted, "Shoot him! He won't be able to dodge it while he's in the air." To their horror, Naven landed effortlessly on one of the weapon wagons, using it as leverage to propel himself behind the soldiers. In an instant, he lunged forward, his sword cutting through the ropes that held the weapons together. One by one, he slashed the wagons with brutal precision, his technique effortlessly destroying the enemy's weaponry. The ropes flung wildly, and the soldiers attempted to regain control, but Naven's strikes were too fast, too powerful. The wagons shattered under his sword, and with every devastating blow, soldiers fell, helpless against his speed and strength. The battlefield quickly became a chaotic mess of broken weapons and defeated enemies. Naven did not stop. He moved with surgical precision, taking down soldiers with ease, his strikes leaving nothing but carnage in his wake. There was no time for the enemy to react. They couldn't keep up with his speed or strength, and one by one they fell. From a distance, the bald man watched in growing fury. "Naven, you punk! How dare you betray the family that raised you?" he yelled, his voice filled with disbelief and rage. But as Naven's sword cleaved through the soldiers protecting the bald man, his eyes widened in shock. "How could you point your sword at your family?" Naven was already above him, sword gripped tightly in both hands, his expression hard and merciless. His eyes gleamed red with bloodlust, a deadly focus locking onto the bald man. "A family?" Naven's voice was laced with disdain, the mocking tone clear. "Is there a family for a dirty, illegitimate child like me?" Before the bald man could respond, Naven brought his sword down with all his might, cutting him in two with a single devastating strike. Meanwhile, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve watched from the sidelines, witnessing the massacre Naven was creating. The battlefield was littered with the remains of the Merchant Guild's defenses and the Bacchus family's soldiers. Evelyn took a deep breath, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. He lives up to his reputation, being able to fight equally with young Lord Thorkel. How did you convince him, young master? Theo smiled, the corners of his lips curling into a knowing grin. I just promised him what he wanted. As the three of them observed Naven's sword skills, Theo's expression shifted to one of determination. Let's not stay still and follow him. He gripped his sword tighter, his eyes hardening with resolve. Let's complete our mission and capture Quadrak Series. With that, Theo charged in at full speed, his sword drawn. Evelyn and Cleve quickly followed suit, their swords drawn and ready for battle. Together, they stormed toward the building, their mission clear, no more hesitation. The scene shifted to the head of the Merchant Guild, Quadrak Series, who stood at the window, watching the chaos unfold below. The sounds of battle echoed through the building, the cries of his soldiers being overwhelmed reaching his ears. A subordinate approached him cautiously, his voice tinged with anxiety. Family head, the subordinate said, his voice strained. Our forces are being pushed back. With fury in his eyes, Quadrak turned sharply, his voice a growl of frustration. You think I don't know that? His tone was laced with venom, his teeth gritting in frustration. His gaze flickered to the battlefield outside, and for a moment he seemed to lose focus. Then, with a deep breath, he composed himself. Fear was clear on his face, but there was a determination in his voice as he spoke again, quieter but still tense. There's no time. We must find a way past this. The subordinate hesitated, his voice faltering as he spoke. First, we need to burn the documents related to Troyven. At the mention of Troyven, Quadrak's anger exploded, and he turned sharply toward his subordinate, his voice roaring. No, don't touch those documents, at any cost. The subordinate's eyes widened in shock, fear creeping into his voice. What is wrong, family head? Please think rationally. We need to reduce unnecessary casualties. Before the subordinate could finish, Quadrak's grip shot out like lightning, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him close. His face twisted in rage, eyes blazing. If we burn those documents, how do we get the money we invested in them? Are you suggesting we give up all that for those bastards? The last word left his mouth like venom. Just then, a voice cut through the air, sharp and full of authority. You mortal, the voice said, laced with scorn. You can't think far ahead because you're drunk on your own greed. Quadrak spun around, his expression completely shifting. His anger melted away, replaced with a calm, calculating demeanor. Coincidentally, he said in a much more controlled tone, I need your help. You came just in time. Two figures stepped out of the shadows. Their eyes gleamed an unnatural red, filled with an overwhelming bloodlust. It was clear they were from the demonic cult, dark, dangerous figures whose presence brought a chill to the air. The scene shifted outside, where the battle raged on. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve had taken down every enemy that had dared stand in their way. As they neared the building, Theo's heart quickened. This is it, he thought to himself. I can see the end of this. Theo, slashing through another soldier, said in a serious tone. Let's continue pushing toward the entrance. Just then, the door to the building began to slowly open. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the sight inside hit him like a blow to the chest. A large group of people stood within, all armed, ready for a fight. His mind raced. This is bad, he realized, his fear escalating as he recognized the ominous aura emanating from them. They're from the demonic cult. A single figure stepped forward from the group, its movements deliberate and slow. As the figure raised its hand, the voice that followed was low and commanding, each word laced with dark power. Some uninvited guests are causing a commotion. The figure's voice was cold, almost mechanical. Believers, rejoice. It's time for you to put what you've learned into action. With that, the doors opened fully, revealing hundreds of cult members, all dressed in ominous attire. Some carried flame torches, while others brandished weapons of all kinds. As they began to march toward Theo and his group, the tension in the air thickened. It was a scene that sent a chill down the spine, the promise of a violent confrontation hanging like a storm cloud over them. The scene shifted to moments earlier, where two mysterious figures emerged from the shadows. The first, a towering man, followed closely by a bishop draped in dark, imposing robes. They moved with purpose, their presence a stark contrast to the chaos around them. As they approached, Quadrak's eyes flickered with a brief moment of relief. "You came at a really good time," he said, his voice low with gratitude but laced with desperation. "I could really use your help right now." Quadrak turned to face the two figures, a hint of confidence creeping into his tone. "I guess there's no way in this world that you can just die, is there? You even sent me a bishop from the demonic cult," he said with a sly smile. He spread his hands wide in a gesture of acceptance, his voice now filled with determination. "You and Troyvin are no longer on the same side, right? That means you're on our side now. I beg you, please help me." The figures continued to approach, their footsteps slow and deliberate. Quadrak turned his face to them, sensing the weight of the moment. The bishop, his voice low and dangerously calm, spoke. "I'll help you, but only because I might need you on the day of judgment." He paused, his eyes narrowing with intent as he leaned in closer. "Before that, though, where are the documents related to Troyvin?" Quadrak's eyes narrowed, suspicion rising. He met the bishop's gaze with a skeptical expression, his voice dripping with caution. "Why are you looking for that? Those documents are my source of money. Don't you think I've hidden them well enough?" His voice grew sharp, defensive. "If it's money you need, then make sure you do your job properly." But before he could say more, the bishop's subordinate moved with lightning speed, grabbing Quadrak by the face and squeezing with terrifying strength. Quadrak gasped, his breath caught in his throat, but the bishop wasn't done. Leaning in closer with a sinister gleam in his eyes, he hissed, "What an arrogant, foolish man." The bishop's gaze hardened, his voice cold and filled with disdain. "Do you truly intend to follow the great lord's plan? You wretched non-believer." The words cut through the air like a blade. With a calm, almost bored demeanor, the bishop turned and started walking away. "Enough," he said, his voice casual yet commanding. "Kill him." He didn't even glance back as he gave the order, his mind already moving on to the next task. The people who are willing to provide the funds are already lined up. The subordinate obeyed without hesitation, his grip tightening around Quadrak's throat. The crushing pressure made it nearly impossible for Quadrak to breathe. His vision blurred, and his body trembled as blood trickled from his mouth. With his final moments slipping away, Quadrak's voice broke through the pain, desperate and pleading. "I apologize," he gasped, the words choking out of him. The bishop paused, hearing the desperation in Quadrak's voice. He turned slightly, a glint of thought passing through his eyes. Quadrak, fighting for every breath, continued, his voice weaker but more urgent. "Wait, please. I apologize. I've been seriously rude to you, Bishop. And if I die now, Troyvin will continue to be suspected. You can't afford that. You need me alive." The bishop's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he stood still, his mind racing. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he made a decision. With a flick of his wrist, he gestured to his subordinate. "Release him." The grip around Quadrak's throat loosened, and he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. His body trembled as he groaned in pain, the blood still dripping from his mouth. The bishop turned, his tone casual but still filled with deadly intent. "Burn all the documents related to Troyvin. Immediately." He glanced over his shoulder at Quadrak, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "Don't even think about running. The Lord is watching over everything. Hurry up, if you want to live." Quadrak's face went pale, the threat sinking deep into his bones. He gritted his teeth, every fiber of his being screaming to run, but he knew there was no escape. With a pained groan, he pushed himself to his feet and dashed toward the documents, his hands shaking with fear and urgency. The scene shifted back to the outside, where Theo's eyes narrowed, focused on the battlefield ahead. He finally showed up, Theo thought, his gaze locking onto the figure in the distance, the bishop of the demonic cult. The bishop's lips curled into a sinister grin as he raised his hands high, the words leaving his mouth in a deep, commanding voice. "Through our blood, God will descend." His eyes glinted with unholy fervor as he continued, "God will come through our blood." The air thickened with bloodlust as the bishop's followers roared in unison, their voices rising in a chilling chant. "Worship our Lord! Worship our Lord!" Theo's heart skipped a beat as the entire army of the demonic cult began charging toward him and his group, their eyes wild and unblinking. The chant echoed around them, sending a wave of unease crashing over Theo. Theo, Evelyn, Cleve, and Naven stood ready, their eyes locked on the massive army of the demonic cult charging toward them. The tension in the air was palpable, and the roar of the army grew louder with every passing second. The group braced themselves, weapons drawn, prepared for the onslaught that was about to come. As Theo charged into the fray, his sword flashing like lightning, he slashed through the cult followers one after another with deadly precision. I expected the demonic cult to be behind this, Theo thought to himself, his focus unwavering. But it still surprises me to see that they've even mobilized their bishop. He cut down a group of enemies in one fluid motion, barely pausing as others took their place. They came at him relentlessly, the only goal in their minds, to kill him. But Theo didn't falter. With another precise strike, he mustered all his strength, his sword sweeping through the air. 3 more of the cult's followers fell in a single, decisive blow. Meanwhile, Evelyn was in the thick of it as well, her movements swift and brutal. She cleaved through the enemy with precision, her voice ringing out over the battlefield as she yelled, "You crazy bastards! What's wrong with you?" Her frustration was evident, but her skill was undeniable as she fought with a relentless fury. Naven, too, was holding his own, slicing through enemies left and right with effortless grace. However, his voice, tinged with urgency, broke through the chaos. "They just keep coming. Will we be okay at this rate?" Amidst the carnage, Cleve stood behind Theo, Evelyn, and Naven, her gaze calm but calculating. She watched them fight, their determination clear as they faced the entire army alone. She rolled her eyes in disbelief, a casual expression crossing her face as she turned her gaze toward the bishop standing within the building. So the bishop really came out, Cleve thought, her mind racing. This is going to be more troublesome than I expected. Her hands slid to the hilts of her swords, and in a fluid motion, she drew them, the metal gleaming in the dim light. As she readied herself, a thought flashed through her mind. Wait. It turned out to be better than I expected, right? She glanced at Theo and the others. Now I have a reason to step forward. With a gust of air, she moved, her speed so quick that no one even noticed her. In the next instant, the enemies in front of Theo, Evelyn, and Naven began to explode into pieces. The blast sent cult members flying, some of them cut into pieces by the sheer force of Cleve's attacks. She didn't stop there. With a powerful leap, she soared into the air, her swords raised high. In one fluid motion, she unleashed a barrage of attacks that sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Explosions rocked the battlefield, creating chaos and disarray among the demonic cult's forces. She landed gracefully, her energy crackling around her, and with a commanding voice, she turned to Theo and the others. "From now on, I'll take the lead." Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the enemy forces, her expression serious and determined. "We cannot sit idly by and watch those who stand in Ragnar's way. I'll destroy this palace." Theo's eyes widened in shock as he watched Cleve charge toward the enemy. He shouted, "Hold on. Don't forget why we came here. We need to get the documents before they destroy them." Cleve halted for a moment, her sword still at the ready. She sighed, her voice casual but tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Theo, I think I overestimated you." She spun her swords in her hands with ease, a smile playing at the edges of her lips. But then, her expression grew serious again. "Since the demonic cult has revealed itself, now I have no choice but to take action." She charged forward once more, her speed and skill on full display as she carved through the enemy lines. With each slash, she mowed down multiple foes, her precision a testament to her training. As she fought, she called out, "We don't need any further evidence." Theo, not to be outdone, charged in beside her, his face set with determination. "No, it's the opposite," he said, his voice firm as they slashed their way forward. "For them to interfere this much means there's something they can't let us get our hands on." As they fought side by side, their movements in perfect sync, Theo's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The demonic cult's actions had just become even more urgent and dangerous. Whatever the cult was protecting, they couldn't afford to let it slip away. Cleve narrowed her eyes, her expression tinged with disappointment as she faced the relentless wave of enemies coming at them. "I know that," she said, her voice tinged with frustration. "So, what are you going to do?" She slashed through another enemy without hesitation, her movements fluid and efficient. The enemy forces kept advancing, but the group was not backing down. With every swing of their swords, more cult followers fell. Cleve, her focus unwavering, continued, "No matter what, the priority is breaking through them first, right?" Theo, his arm pulled back to swing his sword once more, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light, nodded grimly. "That's right," he said in a low, determined voice. "But by the time we break through them, the evidence will already be destroyed." He slashed through several enemies in one fluid motion, his face hardening with resolve. "I have a way," he muttered under his breath. Theo activated his mind gate skill in tandem with his hatchling synchro skill, pushing both to their maximum potential. His eyes flared blue as the skills took effect. Theo could now scan the battlefield with perfect clarity, seeing everything within his reach. His skills covered a wide area, including the nearby houses, and for a moment, everything slowed down as he processed the information around him. Cleve, still engaged with the enemies, fought with ruthless efficiency. She was momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the situation. "There's no evidence yet, but since the Black Dragon was the one who told us about this, we should observe for a while." Her mind raced, but her focus was still on the battle around her. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, a saint, radiating power. He raised his fists, yelling, "How dare you let your guard down?" Before he could strike, Cleve was already in motion. In an instant, she moved with deadly precision, her sword cutting through the saint with a swift, devastating blow. His bloodied pieces fell to the ground, lifeless. Cleve's eyes burned with bloodlust, and her expression was set in stone as she turned to the others. "Fine, Theo," she said in a voice filled with resolve. "I'll believe you this time. We'll take care of what's happening here, but you better secure the evidence, no matter what." Hearing this, Theo didn't hesitate. He jumped, stepping on the face of an enemy follower, propelling himself higher into the air. "Leave it to me," he shouted, his voice full of determination. But as he soared through the air, something strange caught his attention. The followers of the demonic cult had stacked themselves in a human wall, their eyes glowing ominously as they charged at Theo in a desperate attempt to stop him. Theo was airborne, using the enemy as his springboard, but they were determined to block his path. Just as the situation seemed dire, Naven and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos and coming to Theo's aid. Naven's special skill activated, glowing with blue energy, while Evelyn unleashed her God of Tempest, Squall skill, which shimmered with vibrant green energy. Their combined attacks tore through the enemy forces, clearing the path for Theo to move forward. Theo looked at them in awe as they effortlessly cleared the blockage, their skillful coordination undeniable. Naven, grinning from ear to ear, called out, "I've cleared the way. Go now, Lord." Evelyn, with a sharp glare, retorted, "T, and when did you even meet the young master to call him your lord?" Her tone was filled with mock annoyance. "Is this jealousy I sense here?" Anyway, Theo didn't miss the opportunity. With his hatchling synchro still activated, he opened his inventory and summoned multiple swords. Using his telekinetic control, Theo made the swords hover in the air, and he jumped from one to the next with incredible agility. As he soared through the air, he turned to Naven and Evelyn and flashed them a grateful smile. "Thanks, you too." With his swords floating around him, Theo used his lightning rapid protection technique, Dragon Gate, to enhance his movement speed, dodging incoming attacks with ease as he made his way toward the building. His thoughts focused on the task ahead. They wouldn't entrust the crucial task of destroying top-secret documents to just anyone. If there's someone fit for the job, it would naturally be Quadrax Series. As Theo scanned the building with his enhanced vision, something caught his eye. His gaze locked onto a figure, and his expression shifted. His eyes narrowed, the blue glow intensifying. A grin spread across his face. "Finally," he said in a determined tone. "Found you, Quadrax Series." A system window popped up in his vision. "Ties of evil from a past life. It's time to settle the grudges of your past life. Stop their conspiracy." The scene shifted back to moments ago when the followers of the demonic cult had stacked themselves in a human wall, their eyes glowing ominously as they charged at Theo in a desperate attempt to stop him. Theo was airborne, using the enemy as his springboard, but they were determined to block his path. Just as the situation seemed dire, Naven and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos and coming to Theo's aid. Naven's special skill activated, glowing with blue energy, while Evelyn unleashed her God of Tempest, Squall skill, which shimmered with vibrant green energy. Their combined attacks tore through the enemy forces, clearing the path for Theo to move forward. Theo looked at them in awe as they effortlessly cleared the blockage, their skillful coordination undeniable. Naven, grinning from ear to ear, called out, "I've cleared the way. Go now, Lord." Evelyn, with a sharp glare, retorted, "I? And when did you even meet the young master to call him your lord? Is this jealousy I sense here?" Anyway, Naven and Evelyn landed gracefully on the battlefield, their movements fluid and deadly. As they touched down, the severed heads of enemy soldiers fell to the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering in every direction. Naven turned his head slightly, his grin widening as he addressed the group with an air of confidence. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Lord's first sword, Naven Bacchus." Evelyn, her frustration growing by the second, gritted her teeth upon hearing his boast. "First sword?" she snapped. "Your joke's getting old." Naven smirked, unfazed, and with a playful tone he replied, "Judging by your reaction, it seems like you're the first. I won't have to worry then." His gaze shifted briefly to Cleve, who was effortlessly obliterating the enemy with a graceful and deadly precision. Naven's voice softened for a moment as he said, "If that person's the first sword, then I'll be glad to be second." Evelyn narrowed her eyes, her irritation growing at Naven's words. She shot him an annoyed glance and snapped back, "You mean to say you're better than me?" Without missing a beat, Naven lunged toward her, his sword already in position, eyes gleaming red with excitement. "Of course I am. No doubt about it," he declared, his voice filled with self-assured confidence. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his sword with lethal precision, cutting down several of the approaching enemy soldiers with such ease that it looked like he was slicing through bread. Evelyn watched in shock as his blade stopped just inches from her neck, his control over his sword skills nothing short of flawless. With a confident grin, Naven looked at her and said, "It just so happens that we're on the same side. How about we decide this here? The one who catches the most believers becomes the first sword." Evelyn sighed, clearly frustrated, and with a deep breath, she muttered, "I'm on a mission. I have no time for this trivial nonsense." Naven chuckled at her response, the amusement clear in his voice. "Are you scared? Afraid you'll lose?" Evelyn's temper snapped. Without a second thought, she turned and parried Naven's sword with remarkable skill, her eyes blazing with bloodlust. The sudden shift in her demeanor caught Naven off guard. He had never seen her like this before. For a moment, he stood stunned, unsure of what had just happened. But Evelyn didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, she killed several of the cult's followers who were about to attack Naven from behind, her strikes precise and deadly. Naven stood frozen, completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed and skill Evelyn displayed. Evelyn didn't pause to savor her victory. Using her unparalleled speed, she darted past Naven, leaving him momentarily speechless. She charged at the enemies behind them, her tempest of God's skill exploding to life. With an intense, determined look in her eyes, she yelled, "Let me show you clearly why I am the first sword. Don't regret this." Naven, snapping back to his usual confident self, grinned broadly. He turned around, tightening his grip on his sword. With his usual cocky tone, he called out, "I'm looking forward to it. Let's do it." The scene then shifted, the focus moving to a quieter part of the city. The streets were eerily empty, a stark contrast to the battle raging at the center. In the middle of one such street stood a tavern, seemingly abandoned. The dim light of a torch flickered from inside, casting long shadows on the walls. Inside the tavern, there was a hidden passage leading downward to a basement. Quadrak, sweat beading on his forehead, arrived at the basement door. He took a deep breath, his heart racing as he approached the door. With a decisive movement, he unlocked it, the sound of the lock falling to the ground echoing in the quiet room. He lit a torch, illuminating the dim space, and pushed the door open. The room inside was small, but it held something of great importance. A chest sat in the center, surrounded by shelves filled with books. Without wasting a moment, Quadrak moved swiftly to the chest, his hands trembling as he opened it. Inside were the documents he had worked so hard to secure. His mind raced as he stared at them, the weight of the situation sinking in. The evidence to collect money from Troyven, Quadrak thought, his teeth gritting in frustration. "I just have to burn this and we can escape the charges for treason. For now." He looked down at the torch in his hand, hesitating for a moment. Sweat began to form on his face, and his thoughts became clouded. "Do I really have to burn this?" The question haunted him. All of this is worth so much. It won't be easy to recover it. His eyes flickered toward the documents, and his mind flashed back to the business dealings with Sky Dragon. If we count that in, I must get it all back, no matter what. But before his thoughts could go any further, he was reminded of the bishop's words, his warning still fresh in his mind. Burn all the documents related to Troyvin, the bishop had ordered. The threat had been clear, and Quadrak knew there was no turning back now. The consequences would be dire if he disobeyed. With a defeated sigh, Quadrak knew what he had to do. Quadrak snapped back to his senses, his heart pounding in his chest as he looked down at the torch in his hand. Fine, it's better than dying, he thought bitterly. With a deep breath, he let go of the torch, watching it fall toward the chest where the documents lay. The flames would soon scorch everything. Proof of his dealings with Troyvin, the evidence that could either save or doom him. But just before the torch could hit the documents, a surge of black lightning crackled through the room, filling it with an overwhelming energy. Before Quadrak could even react, a blur of motion sliced through the air. Theo, moving with the speed of a lightning strike, had appeared before the torch. He grabbed it mid-air, his movements so swift and precise that it was as if he were a Marvel hero in motion. The head of the Merchant Guild turned around in confusion, his eyes wide as he saw the figure standing before him. Theo Ragnar. His voice faltered, and his heart sank at the sight of his enemy. How did you come here? Theo's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, his gaze locking onto Quadrak with deadly intent. The room seemed to grow colder as Theo's voice, calm but filled with command, rang out. It seems your fourth daughter's arms weren't enough. Quadrak's expression shifted to one of pure terror as he heard those words, but true to his nature, he tried to smile and deflect the tension. I'm sorry, Theo Ragnar. Let me explain. Before the head of the Merchant Guild could finish, Theo turned sharply and swung his sword, sending it hurtling toward Quadrak with terrifying accuracy. The sword met Quadrak's neck, a burst of black lightning following its path, and the room filled with a chilling energy. Theo's voice was filled with sinister authority as he spoke. One shall be executed for rebelling against Ragnar. With a sickening thud, Quadrak's head fell to the ground, severed from his body. His lifeless form crumpled to the floor as Theo turned his attention to the chest. Inside, the documents leading to Troyvin lay waiting. Theo moved swiftly, scanning the contents of the chest, his mind racing. Was it really worth mobilizing the demonic cult for this? Theo thought as he rifled through the papers. He thought back to Cleve and muttered under his breath, the secret ledger given to Cleve. That alone is enough to catch Ed Troyvin. Theo's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he continued to read. However, the Sky Dragon is still a loose end. It must be dealt with, not just Troyvin. They're both tangled in this mess. He paused, his thoughts growing more focused. And with these documents, the entire Troyvin operation can be tied up for good. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting around the room. Each of these is critical evidence, he thought. I'm not sure what to take first. As his eyes scanned the shelves, something caught his attention. His hand reached for a book on the shelf, its title reading, Rose Palace, Investigation Report. The title immediately drew Theo in, and as he opened the book, his heart skipped a beat. The first words that caught his eye sent a chill down his spine. Be careful of the Black Dragon's surveillance when trying to acquire relics. This is Ed Troyvin's handwritten document. Theo's mind raced as he read further, his disbelief growing with every line. 2 relics have been acquired so far, and I have also deduced that the uncovered relics are in the Rose Palace. Theo's grip tightened on the paper as his anger flared. Relics in the Rose Palace? What does this mean? His thoughts spiraled back to his past life, to the unjust discrimination, the false accusations, and his miserable end. All of it. Because of a relic that might exist? His teeth gritted as he read on. Thus, following our plan, Cecilia and Theo Ragnar shall be removed. Theo's heart burned with rage. His eyes widened, and he felt his anger surge like a tidal wave. Is this all just for a relic? He thought, his body trembling with the force of his emotions. Without another word, Theo grabbed the paper, crushing it in his fist. Ed Troyvin, how evil you can get. His breath came in shallow gasps, his mind clouded by fury. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his grip loosening on the crumpled paper. He took a deep, steadying breath and closed the book with a sharp movement. Nothing will change by opening this report now. I just have to take my revenge. Slowly but surely, his gaze shifted to the shelves once again, where more valuable relics lay scattered among the documents. And to take my revenge, Theo thought, I'll take the relics you've acquired with all your effort. His eyes locked on two cubes glowing with a powerful aura, radiating an ancient energy. As he approached them, a system window popped up, displaying, "You have discovered two relics of the ancient dragon." Theo's heart raced as he reached for the relics, the weight of his next move settling on him. The scene shifted back to the Merchant Guild's headquarters, the air thick with tension and the clash of steel. The demonic cult's forces still loomed large, but Naven and Evelyn stood firm, their backs pressed against each other. The two had already taken down a countless number of cult followers, but the battle was far from over. Both Evelyn and Naven panted heavily, their bodies bruised and bloodied from the relentless fight. Evelyn, catching her breath, broke the silence with a quiet but intense remark. "I remember you, Naven Bacchus." The demonic cult followers, undeterred and relentless, pressed forward, their eyes burning with murderous intent. They closed in, their movements calculated, unwilling to give the two warriors a moment's respite. Evelyn, with a flash of her blade, dispatched another cult follower and, in a serious tone, added, 7 years ago, you placed second in the blooming ceremony, and then hid yourself, right?" Naven, his exhaustion evident, launched himself into another attack, taking down a few more of the cult's followers with swift, powerful strikes. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Ha! For a guy like me, it's an honor to be remembered." He charged again, cutting down 2 more cult members with brutal efficiency. As he lunged toward another, he called out, his voice more determined than ever, "But now's not the time to care about those things." With a flawless strike, he cleaved an enemy in 2, his swordsmanship precise and controlled. "At this rate," he said through gritted teeth, "I'll become the first sword, Evelyn." But before the words could fully leave his lips, a sudden surge of green energy exploded around them. Naven's eyes widened in surprise as the energy intensified, swirling in a massive whirlwind at the center of the battlefield. He turned to see Evelyn, her eyes glowing with determination as she unleashed her Wind Thunder God technique. Wind Blast. The whirlwind of green energy tore through the ranks of enemies, obliterating them left and right in a storm of destruction. As the whirlwind subsided and the energy faded, Naven stood in stunned silence. He glanced at Evelyn, who met his gaze with a serious expression. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce green light, and she spoke, her voice steady and resolute. "With this, it's a tie." Naven, still catching his breath, nodded in agreement, his own expression filled with respect. "Yeah, I agree." But just as Naven let his guard down, something unexpected happened. The hulking man who had arrived with the bishop charged toward them with terrifying speed. His massive frame bore down on Naven, both hands gripping his sword as he prepared to strike. Naven's eyes widened in disbelief. The sheer force of the man's presence was overwhelming, but Naven wasn't about to be caught off guard. At the last moment, he managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the man's attack. The hulking giant's strike hit the ground with such force that it shattered the earth beneath them, sending cracks spiraling outward. The giant slowly rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming red with rage. In a voice that oozed menace, he warned, "Don't celebrate your victory just yet." His grip tightened on his massive axe as he continued, "Do you think that just because of punks like you, the great god's plan can be disturbed?" Naven narrowed his eyes, a smirk spreading across his face as he turned to face the giant. "Let's finish this with that man," he said, his voice steady and filled with anticipation. Evelyn, her eyes narrowing with the same fire, added, "We're thinking the same thing. We'll determine who wins with that man." Without another word, both Evelyn and Naven charged at the giant, their auras flaring as they prepared for the final confrontation. Evelyn was enveloped in a swirling green energy, her eyes gleaming with determination as she closed the distance. At the same time, Naven was bathed in a radiant blue energy, his focus sharper than ever, and his resolve unshakable. The hulking giant stood his ground, his expression hardening as he swung his axe back, preparing for his counterattack. But just as he began his swing, a new presence made itself known. From above, a senior member of the White Dragon Cavalry, mounted on his wyvern, entered the battlefield. The wyvern descended swiftly, its claws reaching out and grabbing hold of the hulking giant, halting both Evelyn's and Naven's charge in an instant. The beast's powerful claws dug into the giant's body, pinning him in place and sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Naven and Evelyn skidded to a halt, their eyes locked on the new arrivals, both surprised and confused by the sudden intervention. The dust and debris from the battlefield swirled in the air, and as the dust slowly began to settle, the hulking giant was found completely immobilized, pinned beneath the claw of the wyvern. The beast stood tall, its claws embedded deep into the giant's body, crushing the life from him. The senior member of the White Dragon Cavalry, a man with yellow hair, stepped forward with a satisfied grin. His eyes gleamed with pride as he looked at Evelyn, his tone dripping with enthusiasm. "How's that, Evelyn? Looks like I came just in time." Both Evelyn and Naven stopped dead in their tracks. Their eyes locked onto the senior member, and in perfect unison, they both shouted, "Why?" Their expressions morphed into pure rage, fury radiating from their every pore. "Why did you even touch him?" Both of them yelled in unison, their voices full of disbelief and anger. The senior member was completely taken aback, his face going pale as he realized that he was being scolded by both of them. I thought I was helping," he stammered, completely dumbfounded by their reaction. Suddenly, the sky darkened as more wyverns filled the air, descending in waves. The White Dragon Cavalry's entire army arrived, and the wyverns swooped down on the rooftops of nearby buildings and directly into the battle. Their landing was so forceful that several of the demonic cult's followers were crushed instantly beneath their massive weight. Another senior member, a woman wearing glasses, stood at the front of the cavalry, her expression determined. She turned to her army, her voice commanding as she issued orders. "All members of the White Dragon Squad, 5th Team, get rid of everyone from the Ceres Merchant Guild and the demonic cult." With her orders given, the White Dragon Cavalry soldiers surged forward, attacking the remaining demonic cult forces with relentless ferocity. Some wyverns unleashed blasts of fire, incinerating their enemies, while others released poisonous clouds that choked the life out of the cult members. The remaining wyverns tore through the cultists with their claws, slashing through them as if they were mere paper. The chaos was overwhelming, the battlefield now filled with fire, poison, and the screams of the vanquished. Meanwhile, inside the Merchant Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was far more subdued. The figure of the bishop could be seen slumped on the ground, weapons impaled through his body, the wounds deep and bleeding. Despite his injuries, the bishop managed to smirk, his voice dripping with sinister satisfaction as he spoke in a low, almost reverent tone. "I sincerely hope for the new sun to rise in the blood-red sky," he muttered, his words heavy with meaning. "And for the end to come. Help them resist the temptation and accept our reverence. May God's blood be the milestone. May the rest find their peace." Cleve, sitting in front of the bishop, was exhausted from the battle, but her expression was casual, almost indifferent. She rolled her eyes and let out a deep sigh, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she replied, "As expected, measuring things doesn't suit me. After all this, I'm starting to lose my appetite." She glanced over at the bishop, who was still sitting on the ground, his body riddled with swords. His limbs had been severed, a result of Evelyn's mercy, leaving him in a broken and defeated state. The scene shifted once again to the streets of the city, now eerily quiet after the battle had ceased. The White Dragon Cavalry had set up makeshift complaint booths, and the citizens of the city lined up in droves to report their losses. Evelyn found herself at the center of the chaos, overwhelmed by the constant barrage of questions. A person approached her, holding a report in hand. "Can I go now?" they asked, their voice hurried. Evelyn, clearly frustrated, responded with little patience, "Yes, just submit your Merchant Association certificate." The scene was utter pandemonium. The White Dragon members were running around, shouting orders to each other. "Captain, we don't need reports, right?" one soldier asked. Another voice echoed, "Hurry, hurry, bring it here." Someone tossed a report to Evelyn, and one of the papers read, "Our Drake ate a horse?" The confusion was palpable, and Evelyn's frustration only grew. "Who said that?" she muttered, rolling her eyes. Another report came her way, and one soldier asked in a half-serious, half-joking tone, "Captain, this is really a job that gives extra pay, right?" Evelyn closed her eyes, gritting her teeth in frustration as the questions continued to pour in from all sides. She was overwhelmed, and her patience was wearing thin. Suddenly, something inside her snapped. Her eyes turned into fiery slits, veins bulging from her forehead as her frustration reached its peak. Without warning, She grabbed the nearest table and threw it into the air with all her strength. The force of the throw sent several members flying, their surprised yelps echoing through the air. Her demeanor shifted completely, becoming pure evil as she screamed, "Do it yourself! I suck at administration stuff." She looked around, her rage consuming her. Where are the black pillars? Where did he go after leaving us like this? The tension in the air was thick, and the entire scene fell silent for a moment, the chaos stilled by Evelyn's outburst. The scene shifted to a much quieter and peaceful part of the city, a stark contrast to the chaos and bloodshed of the previous moments. Inside a simple tent, Theo and Evelyn were seated, engaged in a serious discussion. Theo's face was set in determination as he looked at the documents in front of him. "This is what the merchant leader was trying to destroy," Theo said, his voice hard and unwavering. "Traces of Ragnar's relics and information are being leaked. Even the detailed plan for treason, it was all recorded." Cleve, who was standing nearby, glanced at the documents, then placed them carefully on the table. With a proud smile, she spoke in a teasing tone. "You did amazing. Good job, Intermediate Inspector Theo Ragnar." Theo's eyes widened in surprise, his face breaking into an expression of disbelief. He hadn't expected such praise, especially from someone like Cleve. "Wait, what?" he stammered, his surprise evident in his voice. "Did you just call me that?" Cleve chuckled at his reaction before turning serious again. "You've done well for someone working in the Black Pillar. How about it? Ever thought about accepting the Black Dragon's offer?" Theo scratched the back of his head, rolling his eyes as he replied, About that." Cleve sighed, her expression now a little more amused. "You don't have to be all flustered. It was a joke." Theo chuckled, shaking his head. "A joke should be able to be distinguished." Cleve's playful smile faded slightly as she became more serious. "There's one more thing I need to tell you. Good news, actually. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon is ongoing." Her voice had a tinge of excitement. "The ledger from the last time is enough to prove Sky Dragon's rebellion. You've got him." Theo's face lit up at her words, his eyes bright with a mix of relief and determination. A smile spread across his face as he said, "That means..." Before he could finish, Cleve cut him off, her voice firm and confirming, "Yes, the elite arrest team from the Black Pillar has stepped up. They should be on their way to the capital right now." Just as they were processing the good news, the flap of the tent was thrown open, and a member of the Black Pillar rushed in, looking completely disheveled. Blood oozed from one of his eyes, and he was panting heavily. "There's a big problem," he gasped, causing both Theo and Cleve to turn toward him, their expressions instantly hardening with concern. The Black Pillar operative, struggling to keep himself standing, continued, "Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon, he's been hiding his powers." His words hit Theo and Cleve like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily frozen. The scene shifted abruptly, the calm broken by the violent fury of Ed Troyven. His blade sliced through the air with devastating speed and precision. A Black Pillar operative, who had been part of the team sent to capture the Sky Dragon, found his head severed in a single stroke. The body crumpled to the ground as Ed's expression remained grim. "It's a stupid move to have shown all my cards," Ed muttered to himself, his tone dark and dangerous. He looked around the battlefield, taking in the sight of the high-ranking operatives from the Black Pillar who lay dead on the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. A sinister smirk curled across Ed's lips as he walked past their lifeless forms, his footsteps eerily quiet against the snow-covered ground. "Congratulations, Theo Ragnar," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. His gaze was filled with a cold, calculating rage. He continued, speaking to no one in particular but to himself as he walked through the snow, leaving bloody footprints behind him. "Camellia Palace, then Axion, Dragon Sword, Ceres, everything I've prepared." His voice trailed off, a dark satisfaction in his tone. He rubbed his forehead as a menacing laugh escaped him. "You really ruined everything, Theo Ragnar." His expression shifted to one of pure determination. His eyes narrowed, the weight of his plan settling over him like a cloak. "Fine. Celebrate while you can," he muttered to himself. "The Torvin's plan still continues." Ed's grip on his sword tightened, his gaze fixed on it as he thought inwardly, "We lost the dragon sword, but we've got this guy, so I think it's enough." His eyes gleamed with cold resolve. "I've prepared everything," he whispered to the wind. "It's almost time, Father." It's time to call. That now. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, its usual hum of activity now amplified by the preparations for a significant event. People filled the palace grounds, moving about with purpose as the air buzzed with anticipation. Inside the grand hall, nobles milled about, each engaged in discussions while tailors meticulously took measurements for their new dresses. The atmosphere was a mixture of excitement and anticipation, as lavish garments were being made for the most prestigious of guests. One noblewoman was heard exclaiming, "Oh my, this design is exquisite. When is the deadline?" Another, with a smile on her face, replied, "You've waited for a long time, haven't you?" Among the bustling crowd, a solitary figure stood across the hall, a sharp contrast to the opulent chaos unfolding around her. It was the blacksmith, standing calmly, smoking her pipe and observing the nobles with a detached, almost amused expression. She watched as one noble asked, "When will the fabrics arrive?" To which another responded, "It just arrived, and the quantity is perfect." The blacksmith's eyes widened slightly as she took in the sight. "It's getting more and more hectic here," she thought to herself, her gaze sweeping over the chaos before her. Just then, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. "You're finally here, mother," Cecile said cheerfully, her expression bright as she approached the blacksmith. The blacksmith turned to face her daughter, watching the bustle of activity for a moment before asking, "What's with the garment cutters?" Cecile's excitement was palpable. "A new business is about to open," she exclaimed. "It's a high-end brand that uses luxurious fabrics and jewels." The blacksmith, taken aback by this revelation, stared at her daughter with a blank expression. What in the world? She thought, her mind struggling to process the information. After a long pause, Cecile continued with more enthusiasm, explaining the details of the new venture. A smile slowly spread across the blacksmith's face, pure warmth and love filling her eyes as she gazed at her daughter. "I don't know how long it has been since I saw that smile," the blacksmith thought, her heart swelling with pride. "It's more beautiful than any jewels or gold. This is priceless." Suddenly, Cecile took her mother's hand, her excitement still bubbling over. "So don't worry about the damages," she said, almost breathless. The blacksmith blinked, caught off guard by Cecile's words. She hadn't quite been paying attention to all the details, distracted by the chaotic scene around them. "What?" she asked, slightly confused. Cecile, still eager, looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you come because of that?" she asked. The blacksmith clicked her tongue, shaking her head slightly. "You're so damn quick to understand," she said with a light-hearted chuckle. "Well, not just because of that, I came because I have some important news. It's about Rose Palace." At the mention of Rose Palace, Cecile's eyes widened in fear. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and she instinctively clutched her mother's arm. "Nothing happened to my son, right? Emile, that vicious human must have done something again." The blacksmith looked down at her daughter, her expression softening with pity. "How much must you have struggled?" she thought to herself. Gently, she placed her hand on Cecile's head, her voice calm and soothing. "Calm down. Don't worry. Actually, what happened is the opposite." The blacksmith took a deep drag from her pipe, the smoke swirling around her as she continued. "First of all, don't be surprised. Emile, that woman." Cecile's face registered pure shock, her mouth dropping open in disbelief as she heard the news. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with horror. The words barely sank in as she fought to process them. The scene shifted to Rose Palace, where a gruesome sight awaited. Blood stained the walls, the floors, and the very air seemed heavy with the weight of death. The palace grounds were littered with the remains of those who had fallen. The people who witnessed the horrific sight stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror. At the entrance gate, severed heads were mounted on spikes. The grisly display was meant to send a chilling message, each head marked as a traitor to the Ragnar clan. In the center of this macabre display, the head of Axian's mother hung prominently, a clear and brutal statement. Back in the tent, Cecile, unable to hold herself together any longer, collapsed to her knees. The words of her mother rang in her ears, but they offered no comfort. She looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes, her voice weak and filled with emotion. "I'm sorry, Mother," she cried, her voice trembling with relief. "I'm just relieved to know that it's finally over." The blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, her heart heavy with compassion. She held Cecile tightly, offering the support her daughter so desperately needed. Cecile leaned into her mother, her sobs growing louder as she let go of the pain that had been building up for so long. Cecile, still crying, managed to speak through her tears. "It's true, right, Mother?" The blacksmith looked down at her daughter, her own eyes welling with emotion. Her voice, though warm, held a tinge of sadness. "Have you ever seen an elf lie?" Cecile's sobs grew quieter, but her words were filled with the weight of years of suffering. "All this time, I've never shown it," she whispered, her voice cracking. "But it felt like I was walking on knives every day. Framed, blamed, even assassination attempts. I couldn't say anything, but I almost died so many times." Her voice broke as she shouted, her emotions spilling out. "Every time that happened, I begged them to spare my son." Cecile lifted her head, her face still streaked with tears, but there was a hopeful smile in her eyes. Despite the pain she had endured, the light in her gaze shone through. "Now it's really over, right, Mother?" she asked, her voice full of emotion. The elf, her eyes also filled with tears, looked down at her daughter with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She had never fully understood the weight of what Cecile had carried alone. Gently, she placed a hand on Cecile's head, her voice soft yet firm. "Yeah, it's all over, my child," she said, her tone filled with warmth. "You've gone through so much all by yourself. You've worked so hard, my daughter. I'm proud of you." The scene shifted to the bustling halls of Camellia Palace, where Theo and Naven had arrived after the battle. Despite the gravity of their mission, the atmosphere felt somewhat lighter. Naven, with his usual carefree demeanor, was the first to speak. "I heard you've become quite famous," he said, a teasing grin on his face. Theo, in the midst of pouring tea into cups, smiled and replied in a cheerful tone, "You're later than I thought. Have you dealt with everything?" Naven sank into a nearby sofa, his casual attitude never faltering. "They told me not to say anything, but you already know everything before I could even say a word." A smirk tugged at his lips. "That's right. The Bacchus family will be destroyed. Starting with the family head. Everyone who stamped on the receipt will at least be deprived of their status." Naven closed his eyes and grinned, his voice almost playful. "They got what they deserve. The Bacchus family is finished." Theo, however, wasn't so sure. He leaned forward, his tone serious. "Is that enough?" Naven blinked in confusion, taken aback by the question. "What do you mean?" Theo turned to face him, his expression filled with confidence. "Naven, let me give you a suggestion," he said, his voice firm. "Become the family head of the Bacchus family." Naven's face froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What, me? The family head?" he asked, completely shocked by the suggestion. Theo leaned over the table, placing his hand down with authority. His expression was unyielding, the weight of his words clear. "If everyone but you is deprived of their position, there's no one else to continue the family except you." Theo narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "And please, become my power in the war that will happen soon against the Troivans." Naven narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening for a moment. But then he quickly fell back into his usual carefree demeanor. "A war against the Troivans? This punk. Has he been planning this since the beginning?" Theo took a sip of his tea and, with a smile, explained, "The continuous psychological battle has now come to the surface. For certain, an all-out war with the Troivans will begin soon. We've confirmed that the Sky Dragon's rebellion is connected to both the Troivans and the demonic cult. We're working to figure out what they're planning in the north. This is practically a declaration of war between Ragnar and the Troivans." Naven's thoughts turned inward. "Yeah, since the Troivan and demonic cult incidents have been revealed, they won't stay quiet." Naven leaned back on the sofa, his usual relaxed attitude returning. "So, for a terminally ill guy like me, war is the furthest thing from my mind. Don't I also have to get something to make me take action?" Theo grinned, clearly prepared for this. With a confident motion, he placed an object on the table in front of Naven. The gesture caught him completely off guard. Naven looked at the object in confusion. "What is this?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Theo, with his usual self-assured confidence, replied, "Didn't I tell you? I can cure your illness." Naven stared, his surprise turning to disbelief. Theo continued, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it over. "This is the recipe for treating the ether fever," he said. "And this," he added, pulling out a glowing core, "is the ether core, the key ingredient. Naven was utterly shocked. His mind raced as he took in the information. "That's unexpected," he muttered, his eyes darting between Theo and the items on the table. "I thought you would cure me to the point where I wouldn't die, and use that as a leash." Theo blinked in confusion, his expression faltering for a moment. "What?" he asked, completely taken aback by Naven's response. Naven, however, wasn't done. His voice turned serious. "What are you going to do if you give me everything, but I run away with it?" Theo, his usual confidence returning, simply gestured with his hand. "If you want to do that, I don't care." Theo narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he set his tea cup down. "There are a lot of problems if I focus only on power, just like Ragnar does," he said, his voice filled with resolve. "You and I, we're the victims of that kind of culture." His eyes gleamed red as he took another sip of his tea, his tone softening yet still firm. "What I want is not to overpower others with strength. What I need is trust." Naven's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Theo, finally understanding the depth of what he was saying. Theo leaned forward, his smile returning as he continued. "What I want to share with everyone is a relationship built on trust, not on pressure or threats." Naven was momentarily taken aback, processing the weight of Theo's words. For a moment, his usual carefree attitude faltered. He let out a short laugh and shifted back into his more familiar demeanor. "I meant to not underestimate you for being a kid," he said with a grin. "But it turns out you're an immature romanticist." Theo chuckled, his expression confident as he responded, "So, you don't want it?" Naven stared at his reflection in the tea, his mind working through what Theo had just said. After a long pause, he made up his mind. He took a sip from his cup and placed it back on the table with a firm gesture. Rising from the sofa, Theo watched him curiously, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Naven moved towards his sword, drawing it with deliberate care. Theo, sensing the shift in energy, closed his eyes and smiled, taking another sip of his tea. Naven placed the sword in front of him, holding it firmly in his hands. In a serious and determined tone, he declared, "I, the Bacchus family's head, Naven Bacchus, pledge an oath to become Theo Ragnar's sword." Theo's eyes narrowed with admiration, a smile of approval forming on his face. Naven, however, shifted back to his usual carefree attitude, a grin spreading across his face as he added, "Will that be enough?" Theo lifted his glass in a confident gesture and smiled back. "That's enough," he said, confirming Naven's pledge. After a few moments, Naven took his leave, and Theo was left alone in the hall. As he stood, he couldn't help but reflect on the situation. A war with the Troivans, he thought, his mind racing through his past memories. Everything is moving faster than it did in my past life. He turned his attention to the table where the relics were placed. "But I have no worries," he reassured himself. "Everything is going smoothly." Theo approached the table and placed his hand on one of the relics. A smirk crossed his face as he thought, "First let's open the treasure chest and see what we have here." Theo's smile widened. The pieces were all falling into place, and the next phase of his journey was about to begin. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. Sub-quest: conquer the 2 recovered relics. The scene shifts as Theo reflects inwardly, his thoughts racing. "The ancient dragon relics I have absorbed so far are the Lesser Drake and the Griffin." He holds the relic he obtained from the Merchant Guild in his hand, his expression serious as he considers its potential. "Both of my previous relics became major assets for me," he muses. He opens the box containing the new relic, revealing a ring. Staring at it, Theo thinks, then this relic should be too an asset to me. Without hesitation, he removes the ring from the box and slips it onto his finger, a grin forming on his face as he imagines the new powers he would soon gain from it. As he looks at the ring, a system window pops up. Ancient Dragon Relic, Mima Rune Ring, equipped. But then, just as Theo is about to savor the moment, another system window appears, displaying Moving to Dungeon. Before Theo can process what's happening, everything around him begins to shake violently. The ground trembles beneath him, and in a blink of an eye, Theo finds himself in an entirely unknown location. The world around him has transformed into a vast desert, stretching endlessly in all directions. The only things visible are the dry, cracked earth and scattered skeletons. Theo stands still for a moment, completely disoriented, his eyes scanning the barren wasteland. All there is are rocks and sand. Is this the desert I've only seen in books? He wonders, the hot, oppressive air making it hard to think clearly. Feeling the unbearable heat, Theo hastily sheds his coat, wiping the sweat from his brow as he mutters to himself, more importantly, it's way hotter than I imagined. What the hell am I supposed to do in a place like this? Just then, another notification window appears, this time with a clear objective. You have entered the Guardian's domain. Survive here for 72 hours. Theo blinks, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stares at the system message. 72 hours? In a place that feels like I'm about to melt, I'm supposed to survive 3 days? Before he can fully grasp the gravity of his situation, the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble once again. His first thought is that it could be an earthquake, but that theory is quickly thrown out when a massive explosion erupts in front of him, sending a cloud of sand swirling in all directions. Theo shields his eyes, confusion mounting as he tries to make sense of what's happening. As the sand finally begins to settle, Theo's gaze snaps forward, and his eyes widen in shock. Standing before him is an enormous creature, its body resembling that of a massive sandworm. Its scales are sharp, and it glares directly at Theo with a low growl. The creature rumbles in a deep voice. Intruder, found you. Without a second thought, Theo spins on his heel and begins running in the opposite direction. The giant desert worm lets out an earth-shaking roar and charges at him with terrifying speed, intent on ending his life. Theo reacts quickly, pulling out his sword from his inventory as he runs. He turns just in time to face the charging beast, his eyes narrowed in determination. With a sharp shout, he activates his skill, Lightning Dragon Streak. A barrage of black lightning spears erupts from his sword, tearing through the air toward the desert worm. The resulting explosion rocks the ground, sparks flying in every direction. But despite the explosive force, the attack does little to no visible damage to the massive creature. Theo grits his teeth in frustration. You're fine even after being hit by the dragon streak? How? His mind races, trying to figure out how to overcome this unexpected challenge. But before he can come up with a plan, something catches his eye, a sudden flash of lightning. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes that the desert worm is now enveloped in its own crackling aura of lightning and thunder. The beast's body crackles with energy, and it unleashes a violent bolt of lightning aimed directly at Theo. Theo's heart pounds as the electricity surges toward him. With a tense expression, he pushes himself harder, sprinting even faster to avoid the incoming attack. The worm roars again, its entire body shuddering with energy as it prepares for another devastating strike. Its massive body shuddering as thunderous energy crackled from its form. Thunder properties. It's fine, because it has the same properties as I do. The massive creature, now fully charged with lightning, sent a surge of electricity hurtling toward Theo as it charged with killing intent. You must die, intruder! The desert worm bellowed, its voice a low rumble that vibrated through the sand. Theo, eyes wide with focus, sprinted away, dodging the oncoming attack as best he could. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to maintain his pace. Just as he thought he had a moment of relief, the lightning struck the rocky hill ahead of him, shattering it. Massive chunks of rock came tumbling down toward him, blocking his path. What the hell? Theo cursed under his breath, momentarily halted by the rockfall. But before he could recover, the desert worm surged forward, its massive body lunging at him, mouth wide open and ready to crush him with full force. The ground beneath the worm tore apart as it charged, the sheer force of the beast's body ripping through the earth. Theo barely managed to dodge the worm's strike, but the impact from the creature's massive bulk sent him flying backward. He crashed into the sand, but quickly regained his footing, eyes scanning the battlefield, fully aware that the desert worm could appear from anywhere. Theo glanced at his system window, his eyes widening in shock as he saw the time. 5 minutes, he thought, panic creeping into his mind. I won't last like this for long. The ground trembled again, the desert worm's thunderous energy building beneath the earth. Theo cursed to himself. It's already hard enough to attack since it moves underground. With lightning surging across its body, the desert worm suddenly erupted from the ground, its massive form emerging like a natural disaster. Theo jumped back to create some distance, his mind racing. It has the same lightning attribute as me, so even the lightning dragon technique won't work here. Theo's eyes narrowed as he observed the worm carefully. Even the terrain favors it, he thought. But then, an idea clicked in his mind, and his face broke into a grin. Wait, the terrain? A sense of resolve filled him, and he quickly decided. This might actually work. Without wasting a moment, Theo opened his inventory and pulled out the relic he had obtained from the Merchant Guild during his last mission. A snowflake-shaped relic. The desert worm, however, wasn't giving him any chance to breathe. It kept charging at him with relentless fury, sending blasts of lightning his way and closing the distance with each attack. Theo dodged and weaved, but the attacks were coming too close for comfort. Should I use this relic now? Theo thought, his mind racing with the weight of the decision. With the situation growing more dire by the second, he made up his mind. I have no choice. He quickly equipped the snowflake relic, placing it on his ear. As soon as the relic touched his skin, a surge of energy rushed through him. His heart raced as he braced himself for the unknown. It's clearly a gamble, Theo thought, his expression serious, but it's more than worth trying. Just as he finished equipping the second relic, a system window appeared. Relic of Ancient Dragon. Ice Flower Butterfly, equipped, but before he could fully process it, another error symbol flashed on the screen. Theo's eyes widened in shock as he read the message. Error, you are currently on a dungeon mission. You cannot start another dungeon mission. Theo's face fell, disappointment flooding through him. As expected, he thought, a sigh escaping his lips. Not everything goes as planned. But before he could think any further, something caught his attention. A massive crack appeared in the sand in front of him, its jagged edges glowing with an eerie light. Theo's eyes went wide in disbelief. This was no ordinary crack, it was a crack between dimensions. On the other side of the crack, Theo could see an icy, blizzard-filled landscape. The cold, biting wind from the icy dimension swept through the desert, the temperature dropping drastically as the blizzard raged on the other side of the crack. Both Theo and the desert worm halted in their movements, their attention now fixed on the strange phenomenon before them. The desert worm, no longer focused solely on Theo, turned its head to look at the crack in the air. The icy wind swept toward them, causing the sand around them to swirl and freeze in the strange, unnatural cold. A system window suddenly appeared in front of Theo, displaying the two dungeons attempt to invade each other. Another followed quickly, showing the boss of the Ice Flower dungeon has appeared. Theo's eyes widened in shock as he turned to look at the crack in the dimension. A massive, glowing eye emerged from the tear. And then, to his disbelief, a creature that appeared to be a blend of an icy dragon and a giant butterfly began to emerge. The crack in the fabric of the dimension widened, the creature breaking through with ease, its powerful form slipping into the desert world. Theo and the desert worm both paused, utterly confused by the unfolding events. The desert worm and the icy creature locked eyes, two guardians from two different realms meeting in a place neither should belong. Then, a voice rang out, clear and commanding. It's been a long time since I became the Selector, the voice echoed. That was quite a reckless thing to do. Theo's heart pounded as he turned to see the creature. A fairy dragon, its eyes gleaming with mystical energy. The fairy dragon spread its wings wide, and behind it, the aura of snowflakes began to materialize, turning the air cold with an intense chill. The temperature dropped dramatically, the wind howling as the snow in the air condensed and formed into sharp, glistening spears of ice, hovering menacingly around the fairy dragon. The creature narrowed its eyes at Theo and, in a voice filled with authority, it said, "Pay the price for your arrogance." Theo's eyes widened in shock as the hundreds of ice spears suddenly shifted, all pointing directly at him. Before he could even react or make sense of this new threat, the fairy dragon waved its wings, and the spears shot toward him with blinding speed. Instinctively, Theo pulled out his sword, positioning it just in time to deflect the first few spears. His body was rocked with the force of the impacts, but he held firm. God damn it, I never thought it would turn out like this. Theo gritted his teeth as he struggled to maintain his footing. The overwhelming weight of his situation hit him all at once. He was trapped, on one side, the massive desert worm with its deadly lightning attacks, and on the other, the fairy dragon unleashing brutal ice attacks. And the worst part? He had nowhere left to run. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Theo thought, panic creeping in. But then, a spark of determination flashed in his eyes. I'm not going to give up. He braced himself, his grip tightening on his blade as he took his stance. Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to try now. Theo waited, expecting the next wave of attacks to come his way. But to his surprise, nothing happened. His eyes darted around, confusion spreading. The air above him shimmered with blue and yellow energies, but they weren't aimed at him. He blinked in disbelief as he realized what was happening. The desert worm had redirected its lightning attack toward the fairy dragon. The fairy dragon, sensing the incoming attack, quickly enveloped itself in a protective barrier. The lightning struck the barrier with a violent explosion, but the creature remained unharmed, absorbing the attack effortlessly. As the dust settled, the fairy dragon's voice rang out, its tone filled with authority. "What is the meaning of this, guardian?" it called to the desert worm. The desert worm roared in return, its voice low and commanding. "Intruder, must kill it." The fairy dragon scoffed, clearly unfazed. "I see, and I agree." Theo, standing frozen in disbelief, watched as the two guardians now turned their attention to each other, no longer focused on him. The desert worm and the fairy dragon, once enemies of his, were now locked in combat, their massive forms clashing in the desert sands. The fairy dragon summoned more ice spears, launching them at the desert worm with a ferocity that matched the storm raging in the sky. "There can't be two guardians in one place," the fairy dragon roared, its voice a mixture of fury and power. "Die, desert worm!" In retaliation, the desert worm's body crackled with lightning as it launched its own attack at the fairy dragon, roaring, "Must kill the intruder!" A new system window appeared in front of Theo, flashing brightly. The two relics of the ancient dragon are now fighting for priority. Theo stared at the window, his mind racing as he processed the turn of events. The scene jumps back to the battlefield, where the massive desert worm roars loudly as it lunges toward the fairy dragon. The ground shakes beneath the intensity of their clash as the desert worm charges forward with incredible speed. It opens its massive jaws, aiming to strike the fairy dragon, but the dragon's shimmering barrier holds firm against the ferocious attack. Theo, standing at the sidelines, watches the chaos unfold in disbelief. The air crackles with energy from massive lightning strikes, and the ground trembles beneath the force of the battle. He murmurs to himself, his voice filled with awe and trepidation. "Just thinking about being in there, it's terrifying." As Theo observes, he looks down at his sword, a strange dark energy beginning to radiate from it. The dark energy condenses and shifts into the shape of a griffin, its form eager for battle. Theo smirks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "It seems like you're itching to be used, white moonlight blade," he murmurs, his confidence rising as he prepares himself for what's to come. The battlefield becomes an arena of pure chaos as the desert worm and the fairy dragon clash violently. Huge sand tornadoes whip through the air, while ice and thunder attacks fill the sky, each collision shaking the very earth beneath them. Theo stands his ground, unfazed by the whirlwind of destruction around him. His voice is firm and determined as he watches the epic struggle. "Hold on a little longer. It seems like they'll be done soon." As the battle rages on, the desert worm's attacks begin to overpower the fairy dragon's defenses. Lightning jolts strike the dragon, breaking through its protective barrier and sending a cascade of sparks across the battlefield. One particularly powerful bolt strikes the fairy dragon's wings, causing massive holes to tear through its delicate structure. The dragon roars in pain, blood dripping from its mouth as it falters in the air. Unable to maintain its balance from the wounds, the fairy dragon crashes to the ground with a thunderous thud. The dust and debris settle, and the fairy dragon growls, slowly trying to regain its footing. But the desert worm is relentless. It doesn't give the dragon a moment to recover and charges at it with lethal intent. The fairy dragon, noticing the worm's unyielding pursuit, narrows its eyes in frustration, clearly annoyed. Then, in a flash of resolve, it unleashes its true power. The entire battlefield is engulfed in an intense aura, a massive snowflake-like formation radiating from the fairy dragon. The very ground beneath them trembles as the aura spreads, encasing the desert worm in its freezing grip. In an instant, massive ice spikes burst from the earth, shooting up with terrifying speed. The ice spears are so numerous and fast that the desert worm has no chance to avoid them. They pierce the air, crashing into the giant creature with brutal force. One of the ice spears strikes true, piercing straight into the desert worm's mouth, shattering its teeth. Blood gushes from the wound as the desert worm roars in agony, thrashing wildly. Despite the injury, the giant beast refuses to yield. Using its raw power, the desert worm crushes the ice spear, impaling its mouth, shattering it into pieces with its sheer strength. The two injured guardians, both bloodied and battered, lock eyes. Neither shows any sign of backing down, their mutual hatred and determination burning brightly. With a primal roar, the desert worm charges once more, catching the fairy dragon in its massive jaws. The fairy dragon, gritting its teeth in pain, retaliates by summoning even more ice spears, sending them plunging into the desert worm's body with unrelenting force. Despite the barrage of attacks, the desert worm tightens its grip on the fairy dragon. The dragon scratches at the desert worm's tough hide, but its claws do little to harm the creature's impervious body. Both guardians, now locked in a vicious struggle, refuse to give in. The fairy dragon, desperate to break free from the desert worm's vice-like grip, summoned more ice spears, hoping to free itself. It clawed at the massive creature, but the desert worm refused to release its hold, tightening its jaws further, crushing the fairy dragon's arm. The creature's roar was a symphony of pain and fury, yet the desert worm remained relentless, its grip unyielding. Theo, watching the intense battle unfold before him, saw the fairy dragon's distress as an opportunity. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the chaos, charging toward them with his sword drawn, determination etched on his face. The fairy dragon, seeing Theo approach with his sword aimed directly at them, couldn't believe its eyes. Theo swung his sword back, his voice loud and commanding. "You're going down first," he yelled. With all the power he could muster, Theo swung his sword forward. A massive surge of blue energy erupted from the blade, streaking through the air and slamming into the desert worm's body. The strike pierced the worm with incredible force, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The desert worm roared in pain, its body writhing as Theo's attack slashed through it. With a final, agonized scream, the desert worm released the fairy dragon from its jaws, throwing the creature aside. But Theo wasn't done. He charged forward again, his sword poised for another deadly strike. "Run wild as much as you like, Griffin," Theo shouted, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. From the white moonlight blade, the griffin emerged in a flash of power. It swooped down toward the desert worm with lethal precision. The desert worm, still reeling from Theo's previous attack, roared in defiance, but it was too late. The griffin tore through the air, its talons sharp and swift, severing the desert worm's head with ease. The fairy dragon, watching from the sidelines, was left in stunned silence. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it witnessed the desert worm's defeat. "What the hell is this?" it growled, clearly shaken by the sight of its former opponent falling. The massive body of the desert worm crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, blood oozing from the wound as it fell into the sand. Theo, landing gracefully on the ground, still surrounded by the dark aura of the moonlight blade, turned his attention to the system window that popped up before him. "Congratulations! You have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have now conquered 1 out of 2 recovered relics." Theo smirked, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As expected, he thought, hunting the boss is the same as conquering the relics. One of his eyes turned a dark, bloodshot red, filled with intense bloodlust. He narrowed his gaze, his voice filled with authority as he spoke. Then the remaining one. But before he could continue, the fairy dragon, still recovering from the shock of the battle, interrupted him, its voice urgent. "Wait, let's talk for a moment." Theo turned to the fairy dragon, his expression casual, but his intent clear. "What do you want to talk about now?" he asked, his tone unimpressed. The fairy dragon, trying to reason with Theo, spoke in a calm yet desperate voice. "This is not the right way to conquer the relics of the ancient dragon." Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly confused as the fairy dragon continued. "I am the most knowledgeable of all the other guardians. I exist in this place to test your wisdom." The fairy dragon closed its eyes, its voice taking on a more solemn tone as it continued. "If you can solve my riddle, then." But before the fairy dragon could finish, Theo's dark aura flared. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling bloodlust, and his voice turned cold and sinister. "What a great timing," he sneered. Theo began walking toward the fairy dragon, his steps slow and deliberate, his sword held firmly in his hand. "I've already proven my wisdom," he said with confidence, his tone cutting through the air. The fairy dragon, realizing it had no time left to negotiate, began to sweat nervously. Wait, I still haven't." But Theo didn't let the fairy dragon finish. He cut in with a commanding tone. "I'm the one who made you both end up fighting each other." With a powerful leap into the air, Theo swung his sword back for a devastating strike. His eyes gleamed red as he released the full power of the griffin once again. "If you really are the most knowledgeable guardian of all," Theo smirked, his voice dripping with malice, "then just accept the outcome you're about to face." As Theo unleashed his full power, the fairy dragon's last words echoed in the air, filled with desperation. "Sir, please, let's have the riddle." A massive explosion erupted from Theo's attack, the force so immense that the shockwave was visible for miles around the battlefield. The dust and debris that followed filled the air, and the ground trembled under the sheer power of the blast. Theo, his chest heaving from exertion, stood amidst the chaos, his sword still glowing with dark energy. A system window flashed in front of him. "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the fairy dragon." Before Theo could even process the words, everything around him began to shift. In an instant, he was transported back to his chambers, standing in the center of the room. His hand landed firmly on the table, the ring still clutched tightly in his grip. His other relic, the snowflake-shaped relic, was clearly visible on his ear. He could feel the weight of both items, the power within them. As he panted heavily, the dark aura still radiated from his body, especially around his eye, which remained entirely black and red. A slow grin spread across Theo's face, relief washing over him as he looked at the relics in his hand. "Finally," he sighed, "I cleared both of them." A system window appeared once again, confirming his victory. "You have completed the sub-quest by conquering both relics." Relief flooded Theo's voice as he started to speak. "Now can I finally—" But before he could finish his sentence, a strange sensation overcame him. His dark aura began to spread, black lines creeping outward, enveloping the room. Theo turned his attention to the moonlight blade still in his grasp. It was emanating dark energy, more intensely than before. Confused, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the edge of his vision, and his heart sank. The shadow took shape, a griffin, its eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. The creature's voice, low and sinister, cut through the silence. "Theo Ragnar, I want to eat your heart." Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura began to twist and transform, spreading across the room like a venomous cloud. The air thickened as the toxic energy engulfed him, and Theo felt a cold panic rise within him. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull away the black goo that was beginning to spread across his hand. It was as if the darkness itself had become alive, quickly wrapping itself around his sword and his body, the grip tightening with every passing second. Theo's eyes went wide with realization. "Damn it! I suppressed it once, but I forgot it." His mind raced. The white moonlight blade is constantly craving flesh, and if I'm not wrong, it must have consumed both the Guardian's powers before we returned. The black goo now spread like sticky ropes, wrapping itself around Theo's arm, then his torso, pulling him deeper into the darkness. He tried to fight back, but the energy moved too quickly, binding him tighter with each struggle. His body tensed as the goo constricted, cutting off his movement. "Is much stronger now," Theo thought in horror. "I have to do something fast. If this continues, I'm going to get consumed." From the darkness, the griffin materialized, its glowing eyes locked onto Theo. The creature's form loomed larger as it stepped closer, its body wreathed in the dark energy. Theo's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the true danger of the situation. The griffin's low, mocking voice echoed through the chamber. "Theo Ragnar, I'm going to swallow you right here." Theo's blood ran cold as the griffin's words hit him. "And with that, I'm going to chase the moonlight again." The room seemed to close in around Theo as the dark energy enveloped him entirely. The griffin, standing over him, was the final force that sealed his fate. Within moments, Theo was completely wrapped in a ball of shadowy energy, the walls of his chamber now silent and dark, leaving him with no escape. As Theo was swallowed by the darkness, his eyes widened in shock as he suddenly opened them. He found himself in an entirely different dimension, a strange place filled with a swirling gray liquid, its depths seemingly endless. Theo sat in the middle of it all, the oppressive atmosphere closing in around him. Confused, he murmured to himself, "Where am I?" Before he could gather his thoughts, a familiar, cold voice echoed from the darkness behind him. "You're inside his stomach." Theo froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The voices grew clearer, and as the darkness shifted, two figures emerged before him: the fairy dragon and the desert worm. The fairy dragon continued, its tone unwavering. That griffin ended up swallowing you too in the end. It seems like it's been looking for an opportunity like this, and soon, it will consume your heart as well. Theo's expression darkened as he looked at his hand and clenched it into a fist, the weight of the situation sinking in. I see, he thought, so I'm really going to be eaten by that griffin? He stood up, his movements measured, and faced the two guardians standing before him. The fairy dragon's voice rang out with disdain. It is the result of your desire to gain our power when you cannot control a griffin. You're a fool, chosen one. Theo's voice was firm as he asked, what will happen to me if my heart is eaten by the griffin? The fairy dragon's gaze hardened. You will die. Of course, only you. The desert worm chimed in, its tone condescending. We are the guardians. We don't die. You're the only one who will die. The two towering guardians stood before him, their power palpable. The fairy dragon, in a cold voice, added, it's exactly as the giant desert worm said. We'll get pretty bored waiting for the next chosen one. But if you die, we'll just turn back into relics. Theo blinked, surprised by their admission, but his expression soon shifted into one of disappointment. Have you two guardians forgotten the mission you received from the ancient dragon? He asked, rolling his eyes in frustration. Both the fairy dragon and the desert worm froze, their expressions shifting to one of confusion. Theo narrowed his eyes, his tone darkening as he continued. A guardian must help the chosen one against the nameless monarch. If you let me die here, the world will collapse again. I didn't know you guys were this irresponsible. The mocking tone in Theo's voice clearly struck a nerve. The fairy dragon's eyes widened with frustration, its voice rising in anger. What? Theo smirked, his eyes gleaming with sharp defiance. In the end, do you guardians only care about your own interests, right? Just like the griffin, the fairy dragon, its patience shattered, snapped. How dare you? It roared with fury, summoning its ice powers. Spear-like shards of ice began to emerge from the ground around Theo, the cold energy thickening the air as the dragon's rage grew. How dare you bluff by mentioning the ancient dragon? Theo stood still, the ice surrounding him as he absorbed the pressure. His expression remained calm, serious even. The fairy dragon continued, its voice dripping with disdain. It seems like you really want to die. The ice pressed closer, threatening to engulf him. But Theo, his voice still cold and unwavering, replied, then just kill me. The fairy dragon gritted its teeth, the spike of ice now hovering dangerously close to Theo's throat, a drop of blood already staining the sharp edge. What do you mean? It growled. With a defiant grin, Theo met the dragon's eyes, his voice dripping with bitterness. Stop giving me threats and just kill me. A sinister aura flooded Theo's presence as he narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. That is, if you want to see this world destroyed by the relics. Theo's words hung heavily in the air, charged with an unspoken weight. The fairy dragon and desert worm stood still, their expressions unreadable. Neither spoke, the tension in the room palpable. With one powerful gesture, Theo broke free from the ice that had trapped him, the shards cracking and falling away. He grabbed several pieces of the ice, holding them in his hands like weapons. The desert worm, a low rumble of approval vibrating in its chest, nodded. You're brave, young chosen one. Even the fairy dragon, despite its fury, admitted grudgingly, indeed, you're pretty good. The fairy dragon's eyes widened in pleasant surprise, its expression brightening with unexpected approval. I like your confidence, it said, its voice filled with a strange, almost grudging respect. In the next instant, the fairy dragon's body began to dissipate into the air, transforming into a swirl of blue energy. I will open the door for you to get out of here, it continued, its voice echoing as it faded. Simultaneously, the desert worm's colossal form began to fade as well, turning into a stream of yellow energy. I will help too, the desert worm's deep voice rumbled, joining in the effort. As the two energies swirled together, they fused into a portal, crackling with power. However, the fairy dragon's voice echoed one last time. The only thing we can do is open this door for you. The desert worm's voice followed, its tone firm. It's all up to you now. Theo stood before the portal, the weight of the moment settling over him. A huge grin spread across his face, and without hesitation, he charged toward the opening. Holding the broken ice spears tightly in his hands, he called back with unwavering confidence. Don't worry, He leaped into the portal, the darkness swallowing him whole. As he crossed the threshold, he continued with a grin, his voice filled with determination. I'm going to give that griffin a lesson once I'm out. The scene shifted, and now we see the gray liquid once more, but in a different place entirely. A sphere stood, shimmering ominously. From the shadows, the griffin emerged, its eyes glinting with satisfaction. Finally, I found it, the griffin said with a voice full of arrogance. The creature's gaze fixed on the sphere, and it continued, once I swallow this. It opened its mouth, the orb drawing near, ready to consume it. Your body will be mine, Theo Ragnar. But before the griffin could finish its sentence, its body was cleaved in half, the pain of the strike reverberating through the air. Blood poured from its severed body as Theo emerged from the beast's stomach, his ice weapons still glowing with deadly power. The griffin's final cry of agony echoed in the air, but it was already too late. Theo stood before the creature, his cold gaze locking with the griffin's fading form. The griffin's energy began to condense into a weaker form, its eyes filled with rage. Damn it! It hissed, unable to comprehend how Theo had escaped. How did you get out of my stomach? Theo smiled coldly, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. He could feel the power of the ancient relics coursing through him. You should have known, Griffin, Theo said with a mocking smile. You can't keep me down for long. The fairy dragon and the desert worm, both guardians, now stood beside Theo. Their presence, once enemies of his, now an unexpected alliance in this strange battle. The griffin, seething with rage, finally let out a roar. Did you two guardians help him? It demanded, its voice dripping with fury. You don't have the pride of a guardian. If you two hadn't interfered, I would have. Before the griffin could finish its sentence, Theo stepped forward, his hand seizing the griffin's beak with authority, silencing it. You talk too much, Theo said with a grin, his tone venomous. You must have forgotten how we first met. The griffin struggled, but Theo held its beak tight. Let go of me, the griffin snarled. Then we can talk. Theo stood firm between the two guardians and the enraged griffin, his voice low and commanding. I'm not expecting you to cooperate, but listen, he said. If both sides keep fighting for the upper hand, won't you just tire each other out? He looked at each of them in turn, the fairy dragon, the desert worm, and the griffin, his words aimed at them all. That's why I need you all to be more sensible. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted. That's a wise choice. Theo turned, his eyes falling on the drake he had previously defeated. The drake, still recovering, looked at Theo with a glint of respect in its eyes. It's been a while, chosen one, the drake said, its tone still firm but measured. The drake slowly rose, its wings stretching as it spoke. Make a situation where both sides are on guard with each other to control their power. There were others who used this method too. Theo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Were you talking about the other chosen ones? He asked, curiosity piqued. The drake met his gaze, a slight smile on its face. It's something you don't have to know yet, it said cryptically. Anyway, we'll help you grow. A bright light suddenly enveloped Theo and the others, the energy swirling around them like a storm. The drake's voice, now full of anticipation, echoed as it faded. So we will be looking forward to what you do from now on. The system window popped up, signaling Theo's success. Fairy buff applied, protecting the body with enhanced immunity. Another notification followed. Worm Eater applied. Resistance with increased attack power. Theo felt the surge of power coursing through him, the energy of the relics now fully awakened within him. The ball of shadow slowly began to fade, the dark aura dissipating as Theo emerged from it, victorious in his control over all the relics now bound to him. He stood in the center of his room, panting heavily, sweat dotting his forehead from the sheer mental and physical strain. As he leaned back against the table, he thought to himself, "That's surprising. I can't believe that the guardians I thought were dead during the battle are actually living inside of me." His gaze shifted towards the moonlight blade lying on the floor, still radiating a dark energy from its edge. Theo reached down, grabbing the sword and lifting it slowly, his voice calm but tinged with curiosity. "Have you finally calmed down now?" Theo sheathed the sword, a smile creeping across his face as he reflected on the situation. Things might have gone for the better. Thanks to this, I was able to understand the power of the ancient dragon better. He placed his hand on the table, his eyes shifting to the window, and with a quiet yet confident tone, he said, "Well, whether you like it or not, I'll be in your hands." The scene shifted abruptly to a much colder place, the Graveyard of Swords. The wind howled through the barren landscape as the clan head, Kyle, stood at the center of the graveyard, his figure a silhouette against the snowstorm. Robert approached him, his voice firm and filled with concern. "Are you really going to recognize Theo, that punk, as a successor candidate?" Kyle turned his head slowly, his eyes glowing a dangerous red. "Of course," he replied calmly. "He's definitely on par with the other successor candidates. But are you worried because he's a regressor?" Robert's tone lowered, filled with hesitation. "Yes, you loathe regressors. It's no surprise to us that you hate them to the point that you killed all the Ragnar regressors. With your own two hands." A cold air enveloped the clan head, his expression hardening as he gripped his sword tightly. "Indeed, I did." Kyle's voice was ice-cold, as his grip on his sword tightened. "That's why I'm going to take this chance to test him." Robert's eyes widened in shock as he processed Kyle's words, realizing exactly what the clan head meant. Kyle turned around, the blue aura of his sword radiating power. Yes, if he wants to be an official successor candidate, he must go through the proper procedure. Kyle gazed at his own reflection in the blade, the light flickering off its surface. "Then that sword, it's very dangerous. But there is no sword more suitable than this." He grinned, his expression darkening as he continued. "This is the sword of the previous clan head, the crazy Dagon, whom I also killed with my own hands." The scene abruptly shifted once more, this time to Theo's chambers, where Julius stood before him. His face was stern, his voice filled with urgency as he spoke. "Theo Ragnar, get ready to go out right now." Theo's eyes widened in surprise, his expression shifting to one of concern. "What's going on?" he asked, his mind racing. Julius' tone remained serious as he delivered the news. "The clan head has summoned you for a spar." Theo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the clan head's name, realizing the gravity of the situation. "A spar?" he repeated, his voice tense with the weight of the challenge ahead. The scene shifted back to the Graveyard of Swords, where the chilling winds and snow blanketed the entire area. The graveyard was silent, save for the crunch of Theo's footsteps as he walked through the rows of swords planted in the ground. His eyes scanned the countless blades, each one representing a fallen warrior, a part of the Ragnar family's dark and bloody history. As he walked past them, Theo's expression darkened, the weight of the moment settling heavily on his shoulders. He thought to himself, "It's heavier this time. I can feel it. The burden I carry now is greater than before." His mind flashed back to his last encounter with his father, Kyle Ragnar, the head of the family. He recalled the words that still echoed in his mind. "Don't give your answer so easily. Do you think you can say the same things while feeling their resentment?" Theo's lips curled into a nervous smile as he muttered, "Now I know what father meant back then." Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as his father's voice rang out, cutting through the cold air with a tone of finality. "You're here." Theo's eyes narrowed, and he felt the familiar chill of his father's presence. Without thinking, he dropped to one knee in respect. "Intermediate Inspector, Theo Ragnar greets the great," he said, his voice steady despite the storm raging within him. But before Theo could finish, Kyle's voice stopped him. "Enough with the formalities, Theo Ragnar." Theo stood tall, and his father's gaze bore into him. "It all started with your instructor, who mooched off you, right?" Kyle's voice was cold, each word dripping with disdain. "Then it was your brother, Axion, and this time Rose Palace's master was executed. That's not all. The Ceres merchant group was exterminated, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was mostly executed as well. I heard they all cried your name at their last moment." Theo's heart sank as his father laid bare everything he had tried to hide. He was shocked beyond belief, realizing that his father knew everything, that his actions had been seen. His mouth went dry, and before he could explain himself, Kyle waved his hand dismissively, sending ripples through the air that shattered the surrounding snow into violent gusts. From behind the smoke and snow, Kyle appeared once more, his red eyes gleaming with an intensity that made Theo's pulse race. "Don't make excuses," Kyle said, his voice low and commanding. "A family head must carry that weight silently." Theo gritted his teeth, the anger and frustration rising within him. Kyle continued, his words heavy with authority. "Theo, I am giving you the crazy dragon's sword. The sword sailed through the air, landing before Theo with a heavy thud. He stared at it in shock. Crazy dragon? Theo thought to himself, his mind racing. The previous family head, a tyrant who massacred hundreds of thousands of people. And the very same man Kyle himself killed. Kyle's expression darkened as he watched Theo's reaction. From your expression, it seems like you know something. Theo bowed his head respectfully. Isn't the crazy dragon the previous family head? I only know that. Inwardly, Theo's thoughts were clouded. I have to be careful. All the information about the crazy dragon is classified. This could be dangerous. Kyle eyed Theo, his gaze unwavering, before his voice became much more serious. Was the information about the crazy dragon lacking in your past life? Theo froze. His heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down his spine. Past life? He thought, his blood running cold. He raised his head, but as soon as his eyes met his father's cold, unrelenting gaze, his words faltered. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his mouth went dry. Kyle's voice turned harsh and biting. I loathe regressors. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as his father continued. They can change the world as they like, and that's greedy and foolish. They think this world is a chessboard they can flip over whenever they want. A wave of suffocating pressure filled the air, suffusing the battlefield with an overwhelming aura. Theo could feel the intensity of his father's anger as it radiated through the cold air. The red energy surrounding Kyle pulsed with power, his expression grim and his tone lethal. That's why, Kyle said, his voice cold and full of menace, I made up my mind to kill all regressors I discover. Theo's heart raced as he realized the full extent of Kyle's words. His father wasn't testing him. This was a pure killing intent. He's serious, Theo thought, his mind spinning. The weight of the threat was more real than ever. Theo stood motionless, the terrifying aura of Kyle pressing down on him, leaving him no room to escape the consequences of his actions. Does this mean Father is this strong, even without being a regressor? Theo thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Kyle, standing tall with pure bloodlust in his eyes, raised his hand, his voice deadly serious as he spoke. Wield the crazy dragon sword. The command rang in the air, his eyes boring into Theo's with unyielding intensity. If you can stand against its resentment, I will acknowledge you, Theo Ragnar. Kyle's tone dropped lower, filled with venom. However, he continued, I will only acknowledge the human Theo Ragnar, and erase completely the regressor Theo Ragnar. Theo's mind struggled to process what was happening, his body stiff with confusion and frustration. What does that mean? He asked, his voice betraying his unease. Kyle's expression grew colder as he explained. It means every relationship you've made after you regressed, every person you've saved or earned, will be erased. All of it. The people you wouldn't have met if you hadn't regressed. Everything will vanish from this world. Theo's mind reeled as he thought about all the bonds he had formed, all the people he had fought for and with. His heart clenched as he thought about everything that would be lost. All the struggles, all the pain, all the victories, just for the sake of his father's acknowledgement. His fist clenched, his body trembling with the weight of the decision before him. With a steady voice, Theo turned to face Kyle, his eyes filled with resolve despite the overwhelming circumstances. I refuse if those are the conditions, he said, his voice calm but filled with the determination of someone who had already made up his mind. But before Theo could finish his sentence, Kyle's voice boomed with authority. No, you cannot refuse. His words cut through the air like a blade. I told you that I must kill every regressor, right? Now you have two choices. You can die after rejecting my offer, or you can survive as the acknowledged sixth successor, but only after cleaning up your past as a regressor. Kyle's words were filled with a grim finality. Now choose. Theo gritted his teeth, the frustration bubbling inside him like a raging storm. His fist clenched tighter as anger coursed through his veins. He could hardly believe how far he had been pushed, how much he had sacrificed to be here. It's true that I want your acknowledgement, Theo said, his voice laced with frustration. However, if I have to earn it like this, without another word, Theo reached for his sword, his moonlight blade, and pulled it free from its sheath. With a primal roar of frustration, he swung it with the full force of his determination, yelling at the top of his lungs, Then I will have to refuse. Before he could even fully swing, Kyle moved faster than Theo could comprehend. In the blink of an eye, Kyle struck with terrifying precision, his hand ripping Theo's arm off at the shoulder, leaving him staggering in shock and agony. Blood poured from the stump where his arm had once been, staining the snow beneath him. Theo's eyes widened in pure disbelief, his heart racing as he turned to look at the severed limb lying on the ground. What just happened? He thought, his mind unable to fully process the speed and power Kyle had displayed. Theo, racked with pain and frustration, saw the crazy dragon's sword still radiating ominous energy, Kyle's presence looming over him. Do you take this position too lightly? Kyle's voice was a growl, his killing intent overwhelming. Did you think you could reach this position without sacrifices? Without determination? Theo's head dropped, the weight of Kyle's words sinking in. The gap between us is still this big, Theo thought bitterly, his heart heavy with the realization of how far he still had to go. Kyle loomed over him, standing tall like an immovable force. It seems like you're no different from the other regressors, he said coldly, his eyes narrowing. Theo gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in the snow beneath him as Kyle continued. Do you really think you can just regress again? Theo, his body bloodied and broken, felt something stir within him. A blue aura began to pulse around him, growing stronger with every passing second. The very air around him seemed to crackle with energy, as if responding to his will. Kyle's eyes widened in slight surprise as he felt the shift in the atmosphere. Theo's blood poured from his body, but his determination only grew stronger. Don't misunderstand, Theo shouted, his voice fierce with a newfound resolve. The reason I regressed, the reason I came this far. Theo's aura grew even more powerful, his eyes gleaming with rage and pure determination. It's all because I want to take responsibility and protect. His voice grew louder, shaking with emotion, as he stood his ground against his father's overwhelming killing intent. Everything was ruined because of me. Theo's aura fought back against Kyle's power, the intensity of his will breaking through the pressure. If you're going to stop me, if I have to throw everything away to make you acknowledge me. With every word, the energy around Theo intensified. He stood tall, bloodied but unbroken, his resolve unshakable. Theo's aura flared, his power surging as he focused every ounce of his energy into his telekinesis skill. With a determined battle cry, he lifted the swords embedded in the ground, preparing himself to face his father head-on. Right now, I will surpass you, he shouted, his voice filled with defiance and pure resolve. The family head, Kyle Ragnar, stood unfazed, his presence radiating a terrifying calm as he raised his hand. Theo's eyes widened in confusion as the area around him shifted, swords rising from the ground, all controlled by Kyle's will. The sight was familiar. Theo had done it himself, but now, his father was doing the same with 100 swords, all poised and ready for battle. With a deadly calm, Kyle made a downward motion with his hand. The swords shot toward Theo in unison, slicing through the air like a storm of blades. Without missing a beat, Theo moved to counter, his hands deflecting and blocking with incredible speed. His sword clashed against the oncoming barrage, cutting through the air with precision. Some swords he caught with his bare hands, others he deflected with his own blade, his aura fueling his every move. Theo, feeling the momentum shift in his favor, leaped into the air, unleashing his full power. A powerful blue aura materialized around him, forming into the shape of a dragon. He surged forward, charging at Kyle with everything he had. This was the moment, the final attack that would end it all. But as he closed the distance, a sword flew out of nowhere, faster than anything Theo had anticipated. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced through Theo's gut, pain shooting through his body. Blood poured from his mouth as he stumbled midair, his powerful aura flickering out as he fell to the ground. Theo hit the earth with a thud, the pain in his gut overwhelming. His vision blurred, and as he lay there, struggling to breathe, he couldn't believe how close he had come to defeating his father. His eyes slowly lost their light, and he lay still, surrounded by the scattered swords of the battlefield. Kyle, standing stoically, turned his gaze to his son's fallen body. His eyes softened for a brief moment, but his expression remained resolute. The family head's shadow flickered, and from it emerged Robert Ragnar. With a bow of respect, Robert knelt before Kyle and said, "I did not expect him to fight you right away." Kyle nodded, his expression unreadable. "That's right. It's been a while since someone decided to fight me face to face." Robert, his gaze lingering on Theo's body, spoke with admiration. He is definitely unique. Every regressor we've fought so far has used others as tools, then discarded them. But Theo, he's different. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he processed Robert's words. He is different, Kyle agreed. A small smile tugged at his lips as he recalled the intensity of the battle. A regressor who wields his sword to take responsibility and protect. That is quite interesting. The smile on Kyle's face deepened, his gaze turning toward Theo's lifeless body. With a sudden flash of recognition, Kyle placed his hand on the hilt of the sword still lodged in Theo's chest. "Repressor Theo Ragnar," he said, his tone shifting. "I acknowledge you as the sixth successor of the Ragnar clan." The crazy dragon's sword began to glow with a golden light, the dark energy rippling off it as it was transformed. Theo's body trembled as a surge of power flooded him. The golden light from the sword rushed into his body, and his eyes flickered open, now glowing with the same golden hue. The immense energy coursed through him, enveloping him in a golden aura. Kyle's voice softened, filled with anticipation. "I can't wait to see how different the end of your path is, Theo Ragnar." Theo's body pulsed with newfound strength, his golden aura shooting high into the sky. The energy surged outward, a visible streak of power that could be seen from miles away, stretching beyond the mountains. The scene shifts to a city unlike any Theo had seen before, a bustling, modern metropolis. Towering buildings reflected sunlight, and people moved quickly through the streets, each lost in their own world. A voice, unfamiliar but strangely reminiscent of Theo's own, was heard from the distance. "What is this place?" The voice was soft, filled with wonder and confusion. As the view shifted through the cityscape, the figure who spoke, resembling Theo, looked out at the modern skyline. "What is this view?" The voice was filled with awe. Just as the scene began to fade, the last words echoed faintly, "Now, everything is over." The scene then abruptly shifted back to Theo's world, where he was lying in his bed, eyes blinking open. His surroundings were familiar, the room dimly lit by the soft morning light. He sat up quickly, gripping his head, as a wave of disorientation hit him. "What was that?" he murmured to himself, trying to make sense of the vision. Suddenly, a voice cut through the confusion. "You're finally awake, my son." Theo looked up, and in front of him stood his mother, smiling warmly at him. "It seems like you're really tired and woke up so late." Theo, still dazed, squinted at her in confusion. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" His mother smiled fondly, shaking her head. "That's what I want to say," she began. "Last night, the family head carried you here in an unconscious state. I was so shocked. It seems like you like to make your mother worry." Theo's mind immediately flashed back to the battle, to the words his father, the family head, had spoken to him. Was it all a test? He thought, trying to reconcile the meaning of those words. Before he could think further, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Are you awake now, young master?" Theo turned to see Evelyn standing by the door. She was followed by Captain Julius, who entered the room with a smile. "Congratulations, Theo," Julius said, his tone full of warmth. "I heard you passed the family head's test." Theo blinked, still confused. "What test?" he asked. Julius smiled even wider. "Yes, right now, everyone's talking about you outside. The news is spreading all over the place, and it's a big deal. Ragnar's sixth official successor has been announced." Theo's mind raced. The weight of Julius's words hit him. Sixth official successor? The news was already causing a stir, and the realization that he had just earned a position that carried so much responsibility left him both overwhelmed and uncertain. The scene cut away, shifting to a group of mysterious figures who were discussing the latest news. "We got a newbie," one said, a sinister laugh escaping their lips. Another voice chimed in, "This is going to be fun." The scene transitioned once more, this time to a figure standing atop a tall building, a scythe in her hand, her expression unreadable. "So we've got a new successor," she murmured, her voice calm and calculating. The next transition took us to a snowy field, where a man stood in solitude, looking out over the vast landscape. A comrade approached him at full speed, breath coming in rapid bursts. "Captain, that punk became the next successor after you." "Captain," she shouted, her voice filled with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "Such a shame. I should have brought him over to the Black Iron Cavalry that time. I'm so sorry." The captain turned, his calm demeanor never wavering. "Even the Plum Blossom Palace's master failed," he said in a measured tone. "You don't have to blame yourself, Ian." His grin widened as he looked down at the news in his hand, the excitement building in his voice. "Theo Ragnar, I think I should go and meet him." The man, his presence commanding even in the cold, was none other than the legendary Black Iron Cavalry's captain, Thorkel Ragnar, a figure Theo would soon come to understand was no stranger to power and conflict. This is the end of Season 1. What do you think will happen next? Thank you all for your incredible support to the channel. If you enjoy our content, please consider subscribing. It really helps us grow and bring more exciting stories to you. We'll be back soon with even more thrilling episodes. Until then, stay awesome, stay safe, and cheers!